Junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1367 Rongzheng has a new goal to strive for. When Feng Shi was wondering what to do, Pei Zhou came up and slapped Rongzheng in the face. Feng Shi and the others were all stunned. Even Rongzheng, who was beaten, looked confused. Second brother, why did you hit me? Pei Zhou sneered. Why should I hit you? Didn't you make it very clear just now? You are indeed not worthy of being the senior brother of my junior sister. Before, in Xuanchen Sect, junior sister had worked hard to repair the relationship with the other three sects, but after you made a fuss, no one dared to come to our Xuanchen Sect anymore. On the way to Changsheng Sect, you offended people from the four major families again. Now that you've arrived at the Changsheng Sect, you haven't changed your bad habits and now you want to throw the jar into the ground again. In order to make you come to your senses, your junior sister even mobilized the entire Changsheng Sect to cooperate with you, and this is how you repay her. It would be fine if you didn't help her, but you are still trying to make a fuss here. Does she owe you this or does she owe you this? If you want to die, then go die far away and don't get in the way here. Pei Zhou said this and kicked Rongzheng again, knocking him onto his back. Jiangji and the other two all looked on coldly, and no one spoke. Just then, Feng Shi stepped forward and helped Rongzheng up. Third brother, although I am doing this for your own good, I shouldn't have schemed against you. I am also anxious. The Tiank Alliance has even sent spies here, and they will launch a large-scale attack soon. If they find out your weaknesses and exploit them, you will be the sinner of the Jiu continent. We are close brothers and sisters, how can I watch you jump into the Kang? If I have gone too far this time, please forgive me, third brother. As Feng Shi was about to bow to Rongzheng to apologize, Rongzheng was so ashamed that he stopped Feng Shi. Junior sister, if you apologize to me, I will die. Zhang Wen nudged Jing Yan with his elbow and whispered, does this sound familiar? It seems to be your line. Jing Yan. At this time, Rongzheng said with red eyes. Junior sister, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Second senior brother scolded me and woke me up. I have always lived in my own circle. I am so selfish. I thought that everyone was afraid of me, which meant that I was very capable, but in fact, I was just taking advantage of the power of others. You are all working hard to fight against the Tiank Alliance, and I am still there complaining about myself. I am such a piece of shit. Don't worry, I will change it. I will definitely change it. I will burn all the sect rules in my storage ring right now. Feng Shi was about to stop him when she saw Rongzheng pouring out a pile of sect rules, at least several hundred copies. Feng Shi. There are only 4 major sects in the Northern Territory. Even if you add the 4 major families in the Southern Territory and the Changsheng Sect, there are only 9 books. She took a closer look and found that there were various versions of the sect rules. Since the rules of each sect have to be revised every few years, it's amazing that Rongzheng managed to get his hands on all these versions. Seeing that Rongzheng was about to burn it, Feng Shi hurriedly said. Wait, third brother, you are going too far. Although your previous behavior was not desirable, there can be no order without rules. Any force needs rules, but there must be a limit. The sect rules you collected are very valuable for reference. It would be a shame if they were burned. You keep it first. When I conquer the Tiank League in the future, I will have to count on you to compile new rules for them. Rongzheng originally had no spiritual support, but now, he has it. He has a new goal in life. He wants to assist his junior sister in taking down the Tiank League, and then set up sect rules for them. At this time, Pei Zhou waved his fan and said, Third brother, I was a little too harsh just now, you don't blame me, right? Before Rongzheng could speak, Pei Zhou continued. There's no point blaming me. You can't beat me. Rongzheng. Jiangji smiled and said. Okay, second brother, just stop talking. Third brother knows you're doing this for his own good and won't blame you. As long as we brothers and sisters work together, there are no difficulties that cannot be overcome. Junior sister is still very weak, so let's not disturb her and come to see her tomorrow. After saying that, he told Feng Shi to rest well, and then took Pei Zhou and the others away. After leaving the yard, he said to Rongzheng, come with me. Rongzheng followed Jiangji with a depressed look. Pei Zhou, Zhang Wen and Jing Yan didn't dare to say a word. Although Jiangji usually looked like a good guy, he would not recognize anyone when he got angry. It was not until Jiangji and Rongzheng walked away that Pei Zhou said, old third Rong is going to suffer for sure. Zhang Wen gloated, he deserves to be punished. Senior brother is just too easy to talk to. Jing Yan said calmly, it's not that senior brother is easy to talk to, but there was no need for it before. Before there was no external enemy, the Tiank League, it didn't matter what Rongzheng did. After all, Xuanchen Sect didn't have any ambitions, and both Xiao Beidao and other senior members of the sect took a laissez-faire attitude towards these disciples. It's okay to be poor, as long as you are happy. What's more, Rongzheng can also generate income for the sect. Fines are also money. As I said, even a mosquito leg is meat. Zhang Wen glanced at Jing Yan and thought, Jing Laosi has been becoming more and more pretentious since his throat recovered. He always speaks in a evasive and mysterious manner, as if he is very cultured. But, what did he mean by what he said just now? On the other side, Jiangji was educating Rongzheng, talking about the foundation of Xuanchen Sect, how to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and about Xuanchen Sect's founder, and then about his junior sister Feng Shi. The eldest senior brother Jiangji usually has little presence, but when he really gets angry, even Rongzheng, who is a strict adherent of the sect rules, dare not talk back and can only listen obediently. Rongzheng felt as if there were more than 100 bees buzzing in his ears. He even felt that the days of being imprisoned were happier than now. As for self-pity, it had long since disappeared, and he only hoped that his senior brother would shut up. Finally, Jiangji's lecture came to a temporary end, and he asked Rongzheng, do you really know that you are wrong? You are not just making excuses. Rongzheng said hurriedly. Big brother, I have really thought it through. I really know I was wrong. I will definitely change in the future. Jiangji stared at him, do you have any resentment towards junior sister? Rong Zheng looked at Jiang Ji in disbelief. Big brother, what are you talking about? Junior sister is doing this for my own good, how could I be dissatisfied with her? Senior brother, it doesn't matter how you scold me just now, but you can't insult me. At this point, Rong Zheng cried. He really felt wronged. Could it be that in the eyes of the eldest brother, he is such a villain who cannot distinguish right from wrong? Jiang Ji was relieved when he saw this. He was really worried that Rong Zheng would have complaints against Fang Shi. He patted Rong Zheng on the shoulder and said, okay, I am just taking precautions. After all, we are facing the Tiang League, and it would be bad if someone tries to sow discord among us. Apart from junior sister, you have the best talent. As long as you concentrate on practicing, you will definitely be able to become junior sister's right-hand man. Rong Zheng then smiled. He felt his mind suddenly become clearer and he felt more relaxed than ever before. The next moment, he sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in white light. It was an epiphany. Pei Zhou and the other two who came over to watch the fun. After looking at Rong Laosan for a long time, we found out that the joke was actually us. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1368 I don't appreciate your kindness. Jiang Ji and Jing Yan are fine, but Pei Zhou and Zhun Wen are so jealous. Why was it possible for the third brother to suddenly realize his mistake? Is it possible to make mistakes? It's so unfair. Fang Shi soon learned from Zhun Wen that Rong Zheng had an epiphany. She didn't even bother to pretend to be injured and ran over quickly. On the one hand, he was worried that something might go wrong when Rong Zheng had his epiphany, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take advantage of his light. Zhu Xuan was right. Her progress in breaking the elixir and becoming an infant was too slow. She had to find a way to improve her cultivation quickly. Not only her, she also has to find a way to improve the cultivation of her 5 senior brothers. If a war really breaks out in the future, she won't be able to protect them all the time, they will have to rely on themselves. So she has been urging Sect Master Sima to quickly mine the Taixuan Soul Stone mine and quickly create puppets that can accommodate those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm. Killing enemies in battle is secondary, their main role is to teach the elites of the human race. Try to improve their cultivation significantly within a short period of time. With a famous teacher, resources and motivation, even a mallet can be transformed into a golden hoop stick. High-quality tutoring classes, you deserve it. Half an hour later, Rong Zheng finished his epiphany. The original lethargy was swept away and he was full of energy. He said to Fang Shi, Junior sister, I am going to go to the Law Enforcement Hall to apologize to Hall Master Zhao in person, and then resign from the Law Enforcement Hall. Is that okay? Fang Shi nodded, then took out the military order that Rong Zheng had written earlier and burned it to ashes in front of Rong Zheng. Rong Zheng was quite moved, and was about to say a few words of gratitude when he heard Fang Shi say, Third brother, before you resign, give me the spiritual stones you owe me first. I don't mean any other thing, I just worry that you will forget the pain after your wound heals. When you feel sick again, just think about the lost spiritual stone. Rong Zheng. In the end, Rong Zheng paid the fine. After paying the money, not only was his pocket cleaner, but he also owed Jiang Ji 200,000 spirit stones. Although he had the talismans and pills given to him by Fang Shi in his storage ring, he had to save face and would not sell these things for spirit stones. At this time, Ji Ting was counting the blue bricks on the ground. Singular, Fang Shi is dead. Even number, Fang Shi is alive. As he counted, he found that there was only half a piece left. Is it an odd or even number? He felt that it should be counted in an odd number. After all, it was impossible for anyone to survive under the thunder. Fang Shi was dead. Once she dies, he who is contracted by her shall also die, and then he will be free. Although I will inevitably be punished if I return to Tiang League, it is better than being a slave here. He thought Fang Shi was absolutely stupid. He actually went to his death to protect him. My brain was kicked by a donkey. She thought he would appreciate her kindness. How naive. The next morning, Fang Shi came to see Ji Ting with a pale face. Ji Ting saw Fang Shi was still alive and kicking. He couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or relieved. Before Fang Shi could say anything, he sneered. You don't need to say that you did this to protect me from being struck by lightning. You did this just to make me feel grateful and submit to you. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. I don't appreciate your kindness. Fang Shi was surprised. When did I let you appreciate it? Although it was you who attracted the thunder from the sky, I did not attract it entirely for you. I mainly wanted to improve my strength. You may not know this, right? I absorbed the power of heavenly thunder to build my foundation, and I was promoted to the golden elixir thanks to being struck by thunder. Now I want to use the power of heavenly thunder to directly advance from the golden elixir to the spirit transformation. Ji Ting. Although sometimes someone would be promoted across levels, they would only jump to small levels, such as from the 6th level of foundation building to the 8th level of foundation building. I have never heard of anyone jumping to a larger level. Daydreaming here so early in the morning. At this time, Fang Shi sighed. My idea was good, but unfortunately the thunder didn't give me face. It just symbolically struck me a few times and then ran away. I chased it for dozens of miles, but it just ran away without even looking back. Why do you say this is? Could it be that even Tianlei was conquered by my personal charm? Ji Ting. You really dare to flatter yourself. However, when he saw that Fang Shi looked a little pale but alive and well, he was very puzzled. Why didn't the thunder kill her? It really is true that evil will last 1,000 years. Fang Shi chatted with Ji Ting for a while. Although Ji Ting's attitude was not as intense as before, it seemed that there was no hope of getting him to surrender. At this time, Qiongqi's voice sounded in her consciousness. My dear master, I think unless you can get his main body out of the control of the Tiang League, he will never submit to you no matter what, because he has worries. Mu Jian snorted coldly. What you said is nonsense. The main body of the little chicken cubs is in Tiang continent. What can our master do? Qiongqi said calmly. Mu Jian, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you have been following the Master for quite some time. How come you don't have any confidence in the Master? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean our Master can't do it. In my heart, our Master is omnipotent. There is nothing in this world that she can't do. Mu Jian was almost angry to death. This damn Qiongqi actually squeezed it. It said angrily. Stop stirring up trouble here, the Master won't believe your slander. Don't think I don't know why you made a contract with the Master. It's because your beast armor has been contracted by the Master, and you can only choose to make a contract with the Master. Qiongqi said slowly. That's wrong. I gave the beast armor to the Master just to express my gratitude. Although the beast armor is refined from the blood of my heart, the beast armor is the beast armor and I am me. The Master's contract with it and the contract with me are two different things. I signed the contract with my Master purely out of my love for him. Endless love. Fang's eyes heart moved. She finally caught the flash of inspiration that she had seen Qi Yanli before. Although the red smoke carp and the red dragon are one, they're two completely different individuals. If she could split Jiting's soul projection and the main body of the Tianq League into two, the success rate of persuading Jiting to surrender would be greatly improved. Not only Jiting, but if there are people from the Tianq League coming down in the future, she can also use this method to make them surrender. But how can we separate the soul projection and the subject into two parts? When Fang Shi was in a dilemma, Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but sometimes your brain is not as good as that idiot Zhang Wen. The projection of the little chicken's soul and the main body are originally two parts. Why do they need to be separated? You are just taking off your pants to fart. It's unnecessary. Fang Shi, Grandpa, why do you say that? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1369, don't give your real name when being a spy. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. You think you are smart, but you can't figure out such a simple truth. Think about it, if the soul projection and the main body were not separated, why were those people from the Tianq League marked with spiritual marks? Wouldn't it be more convenient to control them directly with the main body? Fang Shi immediately raised the question, but after the soul projection died, the main body can still receive the soul projection's memory. How do you explain this? It can be received, but it will take at least 3 days. I think it might be because of the spiritual imprints in those people's sea of consciousness. Fang's eyes lit up. Grandpa, you mean that the spiritual mark in their sea of consciousness can not only hold them hostage, but also steal their memories? Maybe it will even eat away their souls to strengthen itself. In this case, those soul projection monks of Tianq League are the real victims. As a righteous man, I must save these lost lambs. Blood-devouring world, what does a lost lamb mean? Besides, are you sure you are saving people and not exploiting them? Not taking advantage of their misfortunes? Although he didn't think too much about it and just said it casually, but since his good granddaughter figured it out herself, there was no need for him to tell her. He coughed twice. Yeah, you're right, that's what I meant. So don't always be cocky. I've experienced more than you've experienced. If you encounter something, you should listen to my advice. Fang Shi smiled and said, Grandpa, I was wondering why you were always so idle. It turns out you ate too much salt. Zhu Shihuan, you little bastard, have you grown wings? I think you deserve to be punished. Fang Shi automatically blocked out Zhu Xuan's pleasant curses and smiled at Jiting. Xiaoyu, what is your most profound realization after arriving at the Jiyu continent? Jiting was silent for a moment. Don't give your real name when you're a spy. What a painful realization. He didn't even dare to think about how he would put his face when the Tianq League launched a massive attack and the news spread. Fang Shi didn't seem surprised by his answer, and said with a smile. It's really embarrassing for you to give your real name. Not only will you be embarrassed, you will definitely be punished. Your Bird Alliance leader is so petty, do you think he will just kill you? Jiting snorted coldly. Although I failed in my mission, I did not betray the Tianq League. The leader will not be so heartless. Fang Shi looked at him. Really, isn't it appropriate to use you as a sacrifice before the large-scale attack? Although Jiting knew that Fang Shi was deliberately provoking him, he still felt a little uneasy. Fang Shi added, I know you are very loyal to Tianq League, but people are selfish, so you should leave yourself a way out. I have a suggestion, why don't you try to have the best of both worlds? Jiting, what do you mean? In a sense, the projected part of your soul, that is, you who are talking to me at this moment, is actually two different people from the main body. The most powerful evidence is that the subject has no idea what you have done, and you also don't know what the subject is doing at the moment. If you are not two people, what are you? Your soul was projected to the Jiyu continent, and you were born in the Jiyu continent, so you are a member of the Jiyu continent. Jiting, no, just because of your nonsense, how did I change from being a person from Tianq continent to a person from Jiyu continent? Fang Shi continued. Xiaoyu, as a member of the Jiyu continent, shouldn't you protect your homeland? Do you want to help the evil and help the Tianq League to invade the Jiyu continent? If your main body is willing to be loyal to the Tianq Alliance, then continue to be loyal, and your soul projection will join our camp. In the future, whether Tianq continent loses or Jiyu continent wins, you can survive and live well. Isn't this better than you being stubborn and wanting to die? Remember, history is written by the victors. When it comes to your chapter in the future, no one will mention your failure. They will only praise you for turning from darkness to light and upholding justice. In the future, when I become the leader of Tianq League, you will be second to none. If you want to merge with the main body, I can help you. This is also a roundabout way to save yourself. Fang Shi was chattering while adding filters to herself. Let's put it this way, she has fallen in love with herself. What a charismatic personality. No matter how strong Jiting's will was, it was shaken at this moment. Besides, he wasn't very determined to begin with. He was not loyal to the Tianq Alliance, but was afraid of it. So I asked in a confused manner, if my main body in Tianq League dies, can my soul projection still exist independently? Fang Shi said confidently, of course you can. You are the separated soul, and the death of the original body has nothing to do with you. In fact, she had no idea at all. After all, she had only caught this little kid and there was no precedent. She was afraid that Jiting would not believe it, so she added. Think about it, if the main body dies, you will die too, so why do we need to restrict your spiritual consciousness? Isn't this unnecessary? Jiting remained silent. Fang Shi knew that now it was just the finishing touch. I'm not trying to sow discord. I think your leader's spiritual mark on you is not just to hold you hostage, it will also steal your memory and even eat away at your soul. If you don't believe me, think back, after being marked by the spiritual consciousness, did you occasionally feel uncomfortable with the spiritual consciousness? After hearing this, Jiting's face looked a little ugly. Fang Shi felt amused. People are like this. All you need to do is plant the seeds of doubt and he will figure it out in his mind. Especially since Jiting has already wavered, he is just one step away. COU, have you ever thought about why the Tiank League sent you down when there are so many people there? This is treating you as a test subject and a sacrifice. The key is that they treat you like a fool. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for such a person? You might as well follow me and build a career. Look, even the Thunderbolt can't kill me. Doesn't this prove that I am a person with great luck? I don't know what kind of life you live in Tiank League, but if you follow me, I will definitely let you experience a different life. There is passion, enthusiasm, justice, and great cause. Being born as a human being, we should experience a colorful life to make our life worthwhile. Just think of yourself as living another life. In this life, you are no longer a villain of the Tiank League, but a knight of the Juyu continent. You are chivalrous, you have great ambitions, and you are a man of integrity. You, Jiting, will be recorded in history forever and become a great hero admired by future generations. Jiting's blood boiled at Feng Zai's words. He thought back on his unremarkable life, which seemed to have been filled with cultivation and intrigue. He had never experienced such a boiling blood feeling. Maybe, he could really change the way he lives. Why not? So he stood up suddenly. Okay, I'll follow you from now on. Feng Shi said to Elder Bai. Li Chen, let's have a banquet. Today is a great day for COU to break out of her shell. We won't go home until we are drunk. Jiting, breaking the shell. After all this trouble, I'm still a little chicken. Today's update is postponed to around 8 p.m. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1370 Tiank League Spies List. Elder Bai quickly prepared a banquet, and Feng Shi personally poured a glass of wine for Jiting. Xiaoyu, everyone has two sides, one is good and the other is evil. You have been deceived and taken advantage of in the past, so you have been blinded by the malice. Now that you have broken out of your shell and are reborn, your kindness will sprout again. Come, I toast you a glass, toast your courage to abandon evil and do good, toast your determination to start all over again. Although Jiting knew rationally that the relationship between him and Feng Shi was only one of mutual benefit, he was still more or less moved. After all, he was a prisoner, and although he had surrendered, he was still inferior to others. Regardless of whether Feng Shi was acting or not, at least he felt comfortable. He has been in great torment these days. On the one hand, he feels upset about his own stupidity, and on the other hand, he is worried about the punishment that the Tiank League will impose on him. Now there are no such worries. He is now on the side of Juyu continent. His stupid behaviors are not his black history, but the way he got here. There is even less to worry about the Tiank alliance. The worst result is that the main body is killed, but he can still be alive and well. Jiting is actually very good at judging the situation, otherwise the left protector would not have chosen him to infiltrate the Juyu continent. He knew that if he wanted to gain Feng Shi's trust and be valued, he had to show his surrender. So, without waiting for Feng Shi to ask, he took the initiative to say, Feng Zhu, I will write down the list of Tiank League's spies right now so you can be prepared. After saying that, he took out a pen and paper and started writing. It filled up 2 pages. Feng Shi was very satisfied with Jiting's tactfulness and took the list to look at it. All major forces in the north and south regions, including the demons, have spies from the Tiank alliance. It's just that the positions these spies have climbed are not very high, and Elder Zhang of the Changsheng sect is one of the best among them. Feng Shi found that Shen Zhilan's name was not on it. She was a little puzzled. When Shen Zhilan took the Feihong sword, she looked like a spy of the Tiank League. But it turned out that she was not. Is it just a coincidence? Feng Shi temporarily suppressed this doubt and asked Jiting. Since you have spies in the Wangfu family, why didn't you contact them after you entered the Wangfu family? Jiting was silent for a moment, then he said, I look down on them and think they are all trash. I originally planned to contact them after I have established my foothold. Feng Shi. Pride and complacency are not good. She said with a half smile. COU, I found that none of these spies hold real power. Do you, the Tiank League, expect them to open the soul projection channel? Isn't this a joke? Jiting knew that Feng Shi was suspecting that he was hiding something, so he quickly explained. Ancestor Feng, you don't know that when the Tiank Alliance made its plans, it focused more on the human race in the Northern Territory because they are weaker. At that time, many spies were arranged in the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory, and many of them became elders of the 4 major sects. Not only did they instigate conflicts among the 4 major sects, but they also plotted to kill many of their own disciples, causing panic among the people. Later, they felt that the time was ripe, so they took advantage of the 4 sects' competition and entered the secret realm together under the pretext of protecting the disciples. In fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to open the soul projection channel in that secret realm. But something went wrong and the secret realm suddenly collapsed, causing all the spies and disciples who were taking part in the trial to be wiped out. From now on, there will be no more spies in the Northern Territory who can be used as a spy. Feng Shi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the direct disciples of the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory were cut off for a generation. It turned out that it was the work of the Tiank Alliance. I just don't know why that secret place collapsed. Was it God's will or human error? She asked Jiting. The secret realm collapsed. Is the soul projection channel inside the secret realm still there? It is, but it has drifted to the extremely cold ice field. Fang Shi was stunned. Extremely cold ice field. She remembered that in the illusion of the ancient battlefield, the base camp of those bastards of the Tiank Alliance was set up in the polar ice field, and only in the polar ice field could they communicate with the Tiank continent. What secrets are hidden in this extremely cold ice field? As she thought about it, she asked Ji-Ting, why did we drift to the extremely cold ice field? Ji-Ting shook his head. I don't know about that, but the soul projection channel there has been closed, so you don't have to worry about the deathly silence leaking out. Fang's eyes mind turned, and he asked, how do these spies contact you? You can't run to the polar ice field, right? It's not that she looked down on those spies, but their cultivation levels simply didn't allow them to travel freely across the polar ice fields. Ji-Ting hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he wanted to keep something in reserve, and the chain of time and space was his trump card. But now that the topic has come to this, if he makes up a lie, Fang Shi will surely see through it, and then wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Fang Shi didn't urge him, but poured him a glass of wine. Ji-Ting picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then he made up his mind. He had already said so much, so it didn't matter if he had to deal with the chain of time and space. Besides, the chain of time and space has been destroyed, so it doesn't matter whether he says it or not. What's more, he has a biggest trump card. Those are the remnants of the Yunxia sect. He has to keep this secret for the time being, maybe it can save his life at the critical moment. After making up his mind, he said, we, the Tiank League, have created a space-time chain that can connect the Tiank continent and the Juyu continent. Although it has not yet been completed, it can allow those spies to use special spiritual tools to communicate with the Tiank League. Unfortunately, the chain of time and space was destroyed several months ago, and all the efforts were in vain. This also caused the news from the Tiank League to lag behind, otherwise I would not have fallen into their trap. Ji-Ting felt that the Juyu continent still had some luck. If the secret realm had not collapsed at the beginning, the soul projection channel would have been opened long ago. If the chain of time and space had not been destroyed, he would not have had to make this trip. The Tiank Alliance could have been directly teleported through the chain of time and space, and they could also maintain communication in real time. Ugh. It's all life. Little did he know that the person sitting in front of him was the culprit. But the culprit asked him curiously, how come this space-time chain was destroyed out of nowhere? Ji-Ting explained. No, they speculated that there must be a problem with the domain, squeezed out by the power of time, and they have found a solution. As long as we can recapture the time shuttle peak, we can reconstruct the chain of time and space. Of course, this will take time, hundreds of years at least. Fang Shi asked curiously, what is Shizorafeng? The little bees that buzz. Do we need to catch them? Where can we catch them? Ji-Ting. He patiently explained. After listening to this, Fang Shi pondered in her heart. From what Ji-Ting said, Shizorafeng should have been teleported to some fantasy sea. If she had the chance in the future, she'd better catch this thing before Tiank League to avoid any future trouble. As she thought about this, the depths of her sea of consciousness trembled slightly. However, Fang Shi did not care, because her sea of consciousness was rarely peaceful. The spirit pets often fought, and even the jade sip would occasionally join in the fight against the wooden sword. At this time, Ji-Ting said with some shame. Ancestor Fang, now that we are family, I will not hide it from you. Among the rewards given to me by the left protector, what I mentioned are just a small part. What I am most excited about is the 10 black beast cores. Beast cores are extremely important to the cultivators of our Tiank continent. Not to mention the black beast cores, even the white beast cores are highly sought after. Therefore, the attraction of 10 black beast cores is really too great. Fang Shi fell silent. You should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have to waste so much saliva. I'll just smash you to death with the beast core. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1371. Why did the Tiank Alliance invade the 9 continent? Fang Shi counted on her fingers and figured out that if 10 black beast cores could be exchanged for a chick, she could exchange it for a chicken farm. Not to mention anything else, she must have fed the golden pigs thousands of their animal cores. Although white and red beast cores are the majority, there are probably several hundred purple and black beast cores together. This does not include the ones she ate as candy balls. She is so extravagant. Ji-Ting saw that Fang Shi looked at him as if he were a beggar, and thought that she might not know the use of the beast core, so he explained. Ancestor Fang, you may not know that the cultivators in our Tiank continent have a lot of impurities in their bodies. Ordinary elixirs are basically useless. Only beast cores can eliminate these impurities. The amount of impurities in the body directly determines the level of cultivation. Do you think we can ignore the beast core? In particular, the black beast core is very effective in removing impurities and can be said to be a priceless treasure. Fang Shi felt heartbroken after hearing this. She had previously laughed at the Tiank Alliance for having a mountain of gold without realizing it, but she actually fed the gold to pigs. The golden pig boss was not happy. He didn't feed everything to me, so why did he only mention me? However, it dared not speak out its anger. After all, Mu Jian and Qiongqi had joined hands to squeeze it, so it had to behave like a pig with its tail between its legs. She endured the heartache and asked Ji-Ting. Why do the cultivators of Tiank continent have so many impurities in their bodies? Is it because their hearts are dirty? Ji-Ting. Forget it. Anyway, I am from the Juyu continent now, so you can say whatever you want. He explained. Although the spiritual energy of Tiank continent is rich, it is mixed with the air of death. Well, it is the grey gas that escapes from the soul projection channel. Because of the existence of the air of death and silence, we are unable to achieve the desired result. This is secondary. The key point is that the air of death and silence is slowly devouring the spiritual energy. If we cannot resolve the hidden danger of the aura of death, our Tiank continent will sooner or later become a dead place. To be honest, part of the Tiank continent has been surrounded by an aura of death and has become a barren land. So we want to introduce the air of death and silence into the Juyu continent. In this way, the concentration of the air of death and silence in our Tiang continent will be weakened. In fact, we don't want to invade Juyu continent. We are also trying to save ourselves and are forced to do so. Fang Shi sneered, you are forced to do this, but we, the people of Juyu continent, deserve it. Ji Ting was silent. I would rather die than let my friend die. People are selfish. Fang Shi continued, besides wanting to introduce the aura of death into the Juyu continent, do you have any other ideas? Didn't you think of plundering the resources of our Juyu continent? Didn't you think of enslaving the monks of our Juyu continent? Have you ever thought about doing whatever you want in the Juyu continent and doing things worse than those of beasts? It seems that he is forced into a helpless situation, but in fact he is just immoral. Also, have you ever thought about this? You don't know the source of the dead air. Even if you introduce the dead air into the Juyu continent, it is only a stopgap measure that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Sooner or later you will be dead. You don't solve the problem fundamentally, but instead try to divert the blame. Not only are you immoral, you are also incompetent and stupid. Ji Ting's old face turned red, and he comforted himself that he had broken out of his shell and was no longer a person of Tiang continent, so he was not included in the people Fang Shi scolded. At this time, Fang Shi asked him, who first proposed to introduce the aura of death into the Nine Nether continent. Ji Ting shook his head. These are all passed down by our ancestors. I don't know who first proposed it. Elder Bai on the side said, it is most likely the leader of their Tiang League at that time, otherwise why are only people from their Tiang League coming down? Fang Shi nodded and asked Ji Ting, over the years, have you, the Tiang League, never thought of investigating the source of the deadly aura? Ji Ting sighed, why haven't you investigated it? But there has been no harvest. This dead air is like rootless water, it just emerges on its own, endless. Fortunately, the growth rate is not too fast, otherwise our Tiang continent would have become a dead place long ago. However, the speed at which the deadly aura has been growing in recent years seems to be faster than before, which is why our leader is anxious to open the soul projection channel. Fang Shi felt that things were not that simple and there must be other hidden secrets involved. But Ji Ting didn't look like he was lying, so he didn't continue the topic, but asked. How did you get projected to the Nine Nether continent? It seems that the soul projection channel has been suppressed by us. Our leader found a galaxy mirror, and the left protector used it to teleport me here. However, each time it is opened, it costs 1 billion spread stones, and it will also cause some damage to the soul of the user, so it will not be opened easily. Fang Shi rolled his eyes and said, are you sure that it will only damage the soul of the person using it, and not the soul of the person being teleported? Maybe your main body is also seriously injured, but you just don't know it. When Ji Ting heard her say this, he remembered that the left protector had indeed been a little vague when he spoke. Could it be that what Fang Shi said was true, and his main consciousness had been injured? Originally, he felt a little psychologically burdened about his decision to turn from darkness to light, but now it seems natural to him. Snort. It was the leader who didn't trust me, and it was the left protector who hid something from me, so it was right for me to do this. Fang Shi asked Ji Ting again, how many soul passages are there in Juyu continent? Ji Ting said, 7 places. Fang Shi counted on his fingers and found that they already knew of 6 places, and including the one on the polar ice field, there were exactly 7. It seems that I have to go to the polar ice field when I have time, so as to find the inner city of the nameless city. She asked Ji Ting, how do you contact the Tiang League? Ji Ting said somewhat embarrassedly. To be honest, both the left protector and I are full of confidence. We feel that there is no need to contact each other on a regular basis. Once the soul projection channel is opened, the left protector will naturally get the news. If there is an emergency, and my soul projection dies, the main body will be able to receive the memory 3 days later, which can be regarded as a communication. Fang Shi. You are so arrogant. Although she still had many questions she wanted to ask Ji Ting, she had to deal with the matter of the spy in the Tiang Alliance first to avoid any further trouble. Once all these spies are dealt with, she can proceed to the next step. Ji Ting can only delay it for 2 years at most, so she has to hurry up. So Fang Shi summoned Sima Zongzhu and others. Before talking about business, Fang Shi said solemnly, I am announcing something. From now on, Ji Ting will serve as my counselor. You can call him Mr. Ji or Elder Ji. Ji Ting never dreamed that Fang Shi would treat him with such courtesy. He somewhat understood why these people from the Changsheng sect blindly worshipped Fang Shi. Sect leader Sima was the fastest to react. He bowed to Ji Ting and said, Elder Ji, I apologize for any offense I may have caused you in the past. Please forgive me. Ji Ting hurriedly returned the greeting. Master Sima, you are too polite. I was wrong before. We should get closer to each other in the future. The others also said a few polite words. Only Elder Yin remained silent. He actually didn't quite understand Fang Shi's behavior. This little brat was a member of the Tiang League. Even if he surrendered, he shouldn't be treated so well. This is too cheap for him. Besides, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble? At this time, Elder Bai sent him a message. Whether you have figured it out or not, as Fang Zhu's master, you shouldn't hold her back. Don't forget, she has more than one master. Elder Yin immediately laughed like a walnut when he heard it, and patted Ji Ting on the shoulder. Little Ji, a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. Do a good job. Ugh. Masters are worthless these days. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1372 Lord of Nine Netherworld. Ji Ting was a little nervous at first, fearing that Sima Zongzhu and others would speak ill of him, but he did not expect that they all greeted him with smiles. What does this mean? Does it mean that they're tolerant and generous and don't hold grudges? Do not. This only shows that Fang Shi's prestige is extremely high, and they have to act according to her ideas even if it goes against their conscience. It is no exaggeration to say that Fang Zai's status in the Changsheng sect is almost as high as that of the leader of their Tiang League. However, the Juyu continent is not just comprised of the southern region, there is also the northern region. It is estimated that she will not be so comfortable in the northern region. After all, in addition to the human race, there are also demons and gluttons in the Northern Territory. After everyone exchanged greetings, Fang Shi took out the list of spies from the Tiank League and circulated it among them. Patriarch Sima was the first to discover the problem. Fang Zhu, these spies don't seem to have any real power. You must have discovered this a long time ago, right? When Lin Xiangchuan heard him say this, he felt even more disgusted with his 4 stupid disciples. Look at how good this guy is at talking, and then look at the broken mouths of those 4 idiots. They're nothing but fans. Fang Shi was also very satisfied with Sect Master Sima, and thought that if Sect Master Sima was the Sect Master of Xuanshan Sect would not live like that. Excellent people never complain about their environment. Of course, no matter how outstanding Sect leader Sima is, he will never surpass Xiao Beidao in Fang Shi's heart. This is her master by Yu Guang. Although she was accepted as his disciple because of the Spirit Stone, she was left isolated and helpless and had to escape from the Wolf's Den, Hunyuan Sect. After arriving at Xuanshan Sect, he had nothing to say to her. In order to save her, he even gave her his only 9-turn resurrection pill. In order to make up for the loss of 10 purple buckwheat fruits, he even wanted to risk his life to hunt monsters in the extremely cold ice field. You have to know that she had nothing at that time, and was of no use to either Xiao Beidao or Xuanshan Sect. He was able to treat her like this purely out of the relationship between master and disciple. How could she not be grateful for her whole life? Fang Shi briefly missed his master who was far away in the Northern Territory, then signaled Ji Ting to explain to everyone. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Elder Ji, one of the 4 great elders, said, I was wondering why all the direct disciples of the previous generation of the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory were dead. It turns out that it was the Tiank Alliance who did it. However, they were too incompetent. The disciples died one after another, but they didn't even notice any clues. Lin Xiangchuan was so angry that he almost died. If you can't speak, just shut up. No one will think you are dumb. Don't you think about the fact that Fang Zhu is from the Xuanshan Sect in the Northern Territory? Even if this is the truth, she will not be happy if you say it out loud. You idiot. When he was about to add a few more words, Sect leader Sima said, Uncle Ji, it's not that the 4 major sects are incompetent. If it weren't for Phoenix Ancestors' warning, how could we have imagined that there is a Tiank League in this world? Besides, the Northern Territory and our Southern Territory have always been at odds. I guess they have always suspected that it was us who did it, but they couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, there were so many spies from the Tiank League lurking there at the time, disrupting the direction of the investigation. Even if it was our Changsheng sect, we would still be caught in the trap. Lin Xiangchuan accepted his fate at this moment. We definitely can't rely on these 4. He decided to pick a clever grand disciple. Elder Huai was a good choice, and the key was that he offered a buy one get one free deal. Huai Mingzhen was not bad either. Now he even had a great grand disciple. Just do it. While he was thinking about the inheritance, Fang Shi briefly told everyone the other things Ji Ting had instructed him to do. Elder Yin was a straightforward person, and he immediately started cursing. Those bastards from the Tiank League are so shameless. Damn it, if I could ever reach the Tiank continent, I would kill them all. Others were also furious and denounced the Tiank League's shameless behavior. Ji Ting felt that he was weak, pitiful and helpless. Although he considered himself a native of the Jiyu continent, he still felt a little guilty. Fang Shi waited until they had finished scolding each other, then he said, Ji Ting can only buy us 2 years at most. The time left for Tiank League is running out. Everyone. Fang Zhu is worthy of being Fang Zhu, his language skills are extraordinary. Fang Shi continued. We still have a lot of things to do. The most urgent thing is to arrest all the spies on the list and interrogate them. If they tell the truth, we will lock them up first. If they don't, we will search their souls directly. With the confessions of these spies and the images of the land of death, the people of Jiyu continent will be able to accept the fact that the Tiank Alliance is about to invade our Jiyu continent in the shortest possible time. With the Public Opinion Foundation, what we need to do next is to improve the overall level of the cultivators in the Jiyu continent. First, break the monopoly of major sects and families on cultivation techniques, and spread some techniques suitable for ordinary talents, especially those for spiritual attacks. Second, research the puppets made from the Taichuan Soul Stone Mine as soon as possible, and let the teachers in the Forbidden Realm take up the posts immediately. Some of them stayed in the southern region, while others rushed to the northern region. They spared no effort in manpower and material resources, allocated top-level resources, and made every effort to train them, striving to bring the human elite's cultivation to a new level within 2 years. As for the Demon Clan and the Yan Clan, I will make the arrangements and let Lang Yinyuan provide teachers to train the elites of the 2 clans. Hearing this, Ji Ting was stunned. From what she said, why did he feel that she had the final say in the Northern Territory? It's outrageous enough that she has the final say in the Southern region. It can't be that she is the only one who has the final say in the 9 Nether continent. Fang Shi continued. Third, after the situation stabilizes, I will lead people to the Arctic ice field to check the situation in that deadly place. By the way, I will organize the ice monsters there and let them take on the task of defending the Arctic ice field. Ji Ting. The more you say it, the more outrageous it becomes. The monsters are more unruly than each other. Can they still listen to you and defend the extremely cold ice field? However, he found that none of Sect Master Sima and the others thought that there was anything wrong with what Fang Shi said, especially Sect Master Sima and Elder Huai, who were still nodding their heads frequently. Ji Ting. Fourth, this time when our 9 Nether continent is fighting against the Tiank Alliance, overall coordination is very important and there cannot be the slightest mistake. The overall situation is like a game of chess, and we must select someone to play the chess. This person must not only be fully aware of the affairs of the Tiank Alliance, but also have harmonious relations with all the forces in the Jiyu continent. It would be best if he is not too old, lest he lacks energy. Do you have the right person? Everyone. Why don't you just report your own name? Why bother with all this? Zheng Wen, the supporting actor, immediately said. Junior sister, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know about the Tiank League. It can be said that you have supported the entire Juyu continent with your own strength. Who else but you can play chess? Come, everyone, raise your hands and vote. Raise your hands if you agree that my junior sister should be the lord of the 9 netherworlds. Everyone raised their right hands in unison. Even the old skeleton squatting in the corner raised his hand bones. Fang Shi looked embarrassed and kept declining. I can be a temporary commander, but I don't need to be the lord of the 9 netherworld. I have little experience, I am young, and my cultivation is not good enough. How can I be qualified to be the lord of the 9 netherworld? Although everyone cursed her for being hypocritical in their hearts, they still tried their best to persuade her, and Sect leader Sima even knelt down to petition. Ancestor Fang, being the lord of the 9 netherworlds is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. No one except you can shoulder this burden. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Other people. You really know how to do it. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1373 Gold shines wherever it is. Others secretly complained that Sect leader Sima was a bootlicker, but they all knelt down and begged Fang Shi to agree to be the lord of Juyu. Fang Shi declined again, then sighed. Well, since you insist on this, I agree in principle. However, we still need to seek the opinions of the Northern Territory human race, demon race, and glutton race before making a final decision. Everyone thought you were the light of the Northern Territory before, and the people of the Northern Territory will definitely have no objection. The Yan Emperor and the Mo Emperor are both your adoptive fathers, and you're also the island master of Langinyuan. They dare not disagree. So, this matter is basically a done deal. Jiting felt that this world was too crazy. If someone had told him a month ago that the Lord of Juyu was a little golden elixir, he would probably have spit in the other person's face. But it's actually happening right now. Absolutely ridiculous. However, he changed his mind and decided that this was definitely a good thing for him. Although he is a surrendered general, he is now the Chancellor of the Lord of the 9 netherworlds. Who dares to look down on him? Isn't this more prestigious than being an elder in Tiank League? It is true the gold shines wherever it is. Thinking of this, he felt a little bit elated. Next, everyone discussed a specific plan to capture the spies, with Elder Zhang being the first to be caught. Because he is currently the highest-ranking spies in the Tiank Alliance. For Fang Shi, capturing Elder Zhang also has a crucial purpose, which is to determine whether Shen Jilin is a member of the Tiank League. If not, why would she steal the Fei Hong sword and why would Elder Zhang bring her to Xuanshan Sect? If so, why isn't she on the spies list? Out of caution, Fang Shi decided to arrest Elder Zhang and Shen Jilin together to prevent Shen Jilin from getting wind of the news and running away. As a result, the team that captured Elder Zhang went very smoothly, but problems arose on Shen Jilin's side. When Fang Shi brought people there, Shen Jilin was gone. In fact, Sect leader Sima had been sending people to secretly watch Shen Jilin. In the morning, he saw her practicing sword in the yard, but he never saw her go out. Not only did the disciples who were secretly monitoring Shen Jilin fail to discover her whereabouts, but none of the other disciples in the sect saw Shen Jilin either. It was as if she had disappeared from the spot. Sect leader Sima immediately took the responsibility on himself. Fang Shi waved his hand and did not blame him. Shen Jilin is the heroine of the book, and she must have some abilities and luck. Even if she hadn't run away in advance, Elder Yin and Elder Bai might not be able to catch her. It's not that she has any special abilities, but the golden light in her body is unfathomable. When the 8-tailed snow fox transformed into the 9-tailed celestial fox that day, even a full-strength attack could not do anything to her. This is a clear example. Furthermore, Fang Shi thought it was a good thing that Shen Jilin ran away. If the bait remained motionless, the big fish would not take the bait. To be honest, she had always thought that Shen Jilin was a member of the Tiank League, but after not seeing Shen Jilin on the list, she vaguely felt that there might be a third force. The dead silence that appeared without reason in Tiank continent, the erased inheritance of Juyu continent, and the golden light in Shen Jilin's body, all seemed strange. At least we have caught Elder Zhang and we can get some information from him. Out of caution, Fang Shi did not let Jiting show up. Anyway, he could see what happened through Fang Shi's spiritual sense. Jiting's mind was a mess at this moment. That's not right. Fang Shi said that everything she knew was told to her by Zhang Chanbo. Why is Zhang Chanbo arrested now? Fang Shi did not interrogate Elder Zhang, but directly branded him with his spiritual consciousness. After discovering that there was no mark of spiritual consciousness in the Sea of Consciousness, he directly began to search the soul. Different people should be treated differently. Elder Zhang is obviously stubborn, and it would take a long time to make him confess. There is no need to spend time and effort interrogating him. Soul searching is actually not easy, especially when you have to read all of the other person's memories. The huge amount of information will have an impact on the spiritual consciousness, and if not handled properly, the person searching the soul may also be injured. But it didn't exist in Fang Shi at all, so she finished searching quickly. It turns out that Shen Jilin is not actually an informant of the Tiank League. The reason why Elder Zhang brought Shen Jilin to Changsheng Sect was that he wanted to use her to sow discord between the human races in the north and south regions, and also to find a helper for himself. In addition, he also covets the inheritance of Yunsha Sect. Although he did plan to develop Shen Jilin as a downstream player, he did not confront Shen Jilin because he felt the time was not yet ripe. So the question is, why did Shen Jilin take the Fei Hong sword? What about the golden light in her body? Where did she go? Fang Shi sorted out Elder Zhang's memory again and found a clue. Ever since Elder Yin accepted Fang Shi as his disciple, Shen Jilin has wanted to curry favor with Elder Bai, but was rejected several times. Elder Zhang would cancel her every now and then. When he came to comfort Shen Jilin again 2 days ago, he found that her face was flushed and she looked very excited. Elder Zhang was very surprised and asked her why she was so happy. Shen Jilin just vaguely said that she had figured out some things, so Elder Zhang did not ask further. The master and the apprentice chatted for a while, and Shen Jilin asked, "Master, can the Yunsha sect really be compared with the Changsheng sect?" Elder Zhang didn't find it strange, because after all, Shen Jilin inherited the Yunsha sect, so it was normal for her to care about the Yunsha sect. He told her everything he knew. Feng Shi told everyone about this matter, and Sect leader Sima said, "Perhaps it has something to do with the remnants of the Yunxia sect. I remember that the Yunxia sect was famous for making talismans back then, and the talismans they made were extremely exquisite. Perhaps there was a talisman that could ignore the sect's protective formation and teleport people away." Shen Jilin was very excited the past 2 days. She may have contacted the remnants of the Yunxia sect and felt that she could compete with our Changsheng sect, so she felt more confident. Feng Shi felt that what Sect Master Sima said made sense. Even the leader's token of the Yunxia sect was a talisman pen. It was not surprising that there were teleportation talismans in the treasure that Feng Shaoshan gave to Shen Jilin. She felt that Feng Shaoshan was a bit of a liar. Even if you wanted Shen Jilin to be a shield for me, you didn't have to give her so many good things, right? Maybe he wanted to block the donkey from both ends of the alley. After all, he didn't know who could go further between her and Shen Jilin. Feng Shi could understand Feng Shaoshan's thoughts. The hatred of destroying a clan was irreconcilable, so naturally he had to be prepared. She said to the crowd, "If Shen Jilin really joins the remnants of the Yunxia sect, it may not be a bad thing. After all, they're also a member of the Juyu continent. If we can win them over, they can help us fight against the Tiank alliance." Ji Ting was a little hesitant whether to tell Feng Shi that the remnants of the Yunxia sect were on the side of the Tiank League. After thinking it over, he decided to keep it secret and keep it as a trump card for the future. Just as he made up his mind, he heard Zhang Wen yelling, "Junior sister, I think Elder Ji seems to be hiding something from you." Just now, when he heard about the remnants of the Yunxia sect, he blinked much faster than usual, and he kept touching his nose. Ji Ting. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1374, How well behaved is this demon Xiao she raised? Ji Ting began to doubt his life. Let's just say there's a heated discussion going on over there. Why are you staring at me? Besides, isn't it normal to blink and touch your nose? How did you come to the conclusion that I was lying? Little did he know that Zhang Wen had been trying hard to make a contribution these days, but his brain wasn't working so well recently, so he thought of another way. Before they could come up with any ideas, Feng Shi called them to a meeting. When he saw Ji Ting, his eyes suddenly lit up. This idea came to him on its own. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. This little brat looks very honest, but who knows if he has any hidden intentions. He has to help his junior sister keep an eye on him. So he kept staring at Ji Ting. At this moment, Ji Ting was no longer an ordinary chick in his eyes, but a golden rooster that could firmly secure his place in the heart of his junior sister. Hard work pays off. He saw Ji Ting blinking his eyes continuously and touching his nose from time to time when he heard about the remnants of the Yunxia sect. It was obvious that he was guilty. As for why he was so sure, the reason was very simple. When he first started hanging out with Feng Shi, he was caught doing these little things many times. These were all his bitter experiences. After hearing Zhang Wen's words, Feng Shi looked at Ji Ting and said, "Xiao, do you have something to say to me?" Ji Ting knew that he had no choice but to say, "Ancestor Feng, when I was about to come here, the Left Protector mentioned that the Tiank League has been secretly supporting the remnants of the Yunxia sect, and also said that I could seek their help if I encountered an emergency. However, he said that unless there was really no other way, it would be best not to use this chess piece, and that it would only be used when the Tiank League launched a large-scale attack in the future. Feng Zhu, I really didn't mean to hide it. It's mainly because we just chatted for a while and you called everyone to a meeting, and I didn't have time to say it." Feng Shi looked like someone who was easily deceived, and nodded. "It's really not your fault, you just surrendered, and you can't think so thoroughly for a while. You said that the Tiank League has been secretly supporting the remnants of the Yunxia sect. How did they do that?" Ji Ting shook his head. "I don't know. If it wasn't for the Left Protector mentioning it, I wouldn't have known that the remnants of the Yunxia sect still existed." Feng Shi asked again, "Then how did you contact the remnants of the Yunxia sect? Do you know where they are hiding?" Ji Ting said hurriedly, "The Left Protector told me to go to the 10,000 feet demon abyss of the demon clan. As long as I reveal my soul ring, the remnants of the Yunxia sect will naturally come to pick me up." Feng Shi, your Left Protector doesn't wish you well at all. Not to mention how dangerous the demon insect mountain is where the 10,000-meter demon abyss is, just the endless sea that stretches between the demons and humans is enough to give you a hard time. And as long as you reveal the soul ring, the remnants of the Yunxia sect will come to support you. Did you know that there are many demon goblins living in the 10,000 meters demon abyss, and what those creatures like to eat the most is the soul? But it's true, you have several lives, so dying a few more times can be considered as accumulating experience. Ji Ting. Although I know you are trying to sow discord, I admit that you have a point. When everyone heard that the remnants of the Yunxia sect were actually in the 10,000-meter demon abyss, they began to talk about it. As far as I know, the 10,000 feet demonic abyss is filled with demonic energy and is shrouded in fog all year round. There are also many demon goblins living in it. How could the remnants of the Yunxia sect be in there? Yes, the remnants of the Yunxia sect are all human. Can they survive in the 10,000 feet demon abyss? Will they all become demons? Although it's a little unbelievable, think about it, if they weren't living in the 10,000 feet demon abyss, why haven't there been any clues in all these years? Ellipsis. While they were talking here, Feng Shi remembered that he still had a pet demon monkey. The presence of the demon boy is really low. It has been staying quietly in the monster bag. People say that the demon golem is brutal by nature, but Feng Shi thinks that is just a rumor. The demon golem she raises is so well behaved. If Mo Shan knew Feng Shi's thoughts, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Is it because it doesn't want to be high profile? It was because he wanted to stab Tao Wu in the back but failed. Tao Wu hated him so much. If he didn't keep a low profile, he wouldn't lose his life, but he would definitely get beaten. It has not forgotten the fear of being dominated by Tao Wu before. Feng Shi coughed and said, "Stop for a moment. Speaking of the 10,000 feet demon abyss, I happen to have a demon goblin here. I'll let it out and we can ask it. Maybe we'll get something." Everyone. What? You still have a demon? Doesn't that thing refer to living in the abyss of the devil? When did you go to the 10,000-meter demonic abyss to make trouble again? Have you gained experience? Could it be that he went there when he went to the demon realm? When everyone was shocked, Feng Shi released the demon goblin. Although the demon golem and tower were both creatures of the past, Feng Shi feels that the demon golem has already died in the present tense, so there is no need to worry about it being wiped out by the heavenly Dao. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the heavenly Dao sends Wu Yunjue to kill it. She can just ask why it ran away yesterday. Everyone looked at the monster in front of them, each with a look of shock on their face. To be honest, the demon goblin does look ugly, with a head full of red hair, red and green streaks on its face, a pair of dark green eyes, a protruding mouth, and a pair of large fangs. Not only does it look like a ghost, it also has only one leg. He also laughed strangely at them. Everyone suddenly felt surrounded by all kinds of negative emotions. Although they quickly dispelled the feeling, they did not dare to underestimate the demon goblin in front of them. It is indeed the leader among all the Warcraft, and its reputation is well deserved. When Mo Xiao saw the fearful expressions on everyone's faces, he felt very satisfied. It has not felt this way for a long, long time. It was so beautiful, Feng Shi kicked it. Laughing is uglier than crying, stop laughing. The demon goblin shut his mouth obediently like a weak and helpless little quail. Everyone's admiration for Feng Shi instantly reached a new level. Feng Shi asked Mo Xiao, before you were drawn into the blood family secret realm, had you been living under the 10,000 meters demon abyss? The demon nodded, yes. Then have you seen the remnants of the Yunxia sect? The demon Xiao shook his head, I haven't seen it. Feng Shi frowned, think carefully, there must be quite a few remnants of the Yunxia sect, how could there be no clues at all? When Mo Xiao heard Feng Shi say this, he covered his head with his hands, squatted on one leg on the ground and began to recall. After all, many years have passed and its memory of the demonic abyss has become vague. But I dare not think about it. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with any useful clues, and said with a bitter face, it's been too long, I really can't think of anything. However, the 10,000 feet demon abyss is very large, so it shouldn't be a problem to hide some people there. Feng Shi rolled his eyes and asked, is there any place like a forbidden area in the 10,000 feet demon abyss? A place that you demons and other monsters won't go near? This time, the demon Xiao answered quickly, yes, there is a swamp deep in the 10,000 meter demon abyss. It stinks extremely bad. No demon beast will approach within a radius of dozens of miles. Feng's eyes lit up. It seems that the remnants of the Yunxiao sect are probably hiding there. Zheng Wen was shocked and said, if that's the case, then the remnants of the Yunxiao sect are living in a cesspool, right? Everyone. There is an essential difference between a swamp and a cesspool, even though both are quite smelly. Zheng Wen added, others endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens, but these people endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Everyone. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1375, heroes are judged by their strength. Zheng Wen originally sympathized with the people of Yunxia sect, but when he thought that they were in cahoots with Tiank League and had rescued Shenjun, his impression of them took a sharp turn for the worse. Feng Shi ignored Zheng Wen and asked the demon goblins, you are also considered the ancestor of the demon goblins. If I take you into the 10,000 feet demon abyss, will the demon goblins inside give you face? Mo Xiao was silent for a moment. You may not know, we Mo Xiao never judge heroes by seniority, we only judge heroes by strength. Actually, I used to be pretty strong, but ever since I met you, I'm not too sure. What it actually wanted to say was that since it made the contract with Feng Shi, its strength had plummeted. In fact, it's not just it, other spiritual pets are the same. There is no way, the master's cultivation level will limit the upper limit of the spirit pet. Although the demon monkey only said half of it, Feng Shi understood it and glared at it fiercely. It's okay that you're ugly, you don't have a good memory, and the key is that you have no ability. What use do I have for you? The demon Xiao said hurriedly. I know the way. I can also help you dispel the poisonous mist in the 10,000 feet demon abyss. I am very useful. If it doesn't quickly prove its worth, its unscrupulous owner might just throw it to Tao to vent his anger. Feng Shi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it is still somewhat useful. If anyone has spirit beast meat in their storage ring, give me some and I will give it to them as a reward. Elder Bai hurriedly said, Feng Zhu, I have it here. Elder Bai is often away from home and has more opportunities to kill spiritual beasts than anyone else, so there is a lot of spiritual beast meat in his storage ring. The demon Xiao took the spirit beast meat that Feng Shi gave it and was almost moved to tears. It hasn't had a full meal for a long time. Even though Feng Shi had thrown it a bowl of fasting pills before, that thing didn't smell like meat at all. If it hadn't stored some food reserves, it would have forgotten what meat tasted like. Fortunately, they will go to the demonic abyss soon. By then, they will definitely prepare some more delicious food to store. It is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. After Feng Shi put away the demon goblin, Jing Yan asked in confusion. Junior sister, you said that you contracted this demon goblin in the blood family secret realm. Why did it end up in the blood family secret realm instead of staying in the 10,000 feet demon abyss? After Feng Shi briefly recounted what happened at that time, Jing Yan said. So it and Tao were both swept into the power of time. Could it be related to the escape of the remnants of the Yunxia sect? Feng Shi's eyes lit up. According to Jing Yan's guess, when the Yunxia sect was destroyed that day, someone used the power of time to transfer it to the 10,000 meter demon abyss, thus affecting Mo Xiao and Tao. By the way, when she was in the blood family secret realm, she also discovered the ground lizard grass, which is also something that can only be found in the 10,000 meter demon abyss. If this is the explanation, it does make sense. It's really a big deal that someone can use the power of time. Most likely it was done by the Tiank Alliance at that time. So the question is, since they can all use the power of time, why didn't they attack the Juyu continent again? Is it due to limited conditions, or is there another reason? At this time, Feng Shi thought of a very crucial question, who developed these spies in Juyu continent? It can't be that this was a hidden chess piece planted by the Tiank League when it attacked the Juyu continent. Obviously this is unlikely. After all, the time span is too long. Could it be that someone from the Tiank League had come down here before using some method? Just like Ji Ting, they used an unconventional method. By the way, Fang Shi thought of the fake Buddhist he met in the past time and space. That fake Buddhist was obviously a member of the Tiank League. After all, he was carrying the soul ring. Since the fake Buddhist can come down, it means that in addition to the Duzhuan Exinghe mirror and the Yuanshan projection channel, there must be other ways to come down. Therefore, Ji Ting cannot be exposed yet. Thinking of this, she said to Ji Ting, "Cou, change your name." Ji Ting. I was just talking about the remnants of the Yunsha sect, why did you suddenly ask me to change my name? Fang Shi repeated his guess, and Ji Ting said awkwardly. Fang Zhu, you don't think I'm hiding something from you, do you? I can swear, I really didn't know anyone had come here before, let alone what method they used. Fang Shi waved her hand and said, don't employ a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you employ. You should think of a better name. Ji Ting was obviously not very good at naming. He racked his brains for a long time but still couldn't come up with a suitable name. Zhang Wen came over and said, you belong to junior sister, so just take her last name. Didn't junior sister call you Xiaoyu, so you should be called Feng Yu. Ji Ting, you picked a great name, it means wind and rain. Although Phoenix is not wind, it sounds similar. At this time, Fang Shi said, the surname Feng will easily lead to some unnecessary speculation. Remove the Ji of Shiyu and just call it Shiyu. From now on, you can call him Elder Shi. Ji Ting thought, alas, a surrendered general is still inferior to others. He is not even qualified to have the same surname as her. He completely forgot how much he disliked the name Feng Yu just now. Regardless, Elder Shi successfully broke out of his shell. Fang Shi saw that Sect Master Sima seemed to be hesitant to speak, so he asked, King Hong, do you have something to say? Sect Master Sima hurriedly said, Ancestor Feng, if the remnants of the Yunsha sect are colluding with the Tiank League, can our plan still proceed normally? Before Fang Shi could say anything, Zhu Shihun poked his head out and said, you guys are good in every way except for one thing, you're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and you're afraid of being killed if a leaf falls. What, are you afraid that the remnants of the Yunsha sect will inform the Tiank League and do nothing? Isn't this just throwing the baby out with the bathwater? I'll do whatever I say, even if they can tell on me. At worst, we can just start working early. We have the advantage of time, place and people, so why should we be afraid of their bird alliance? Fang Shi agreed, my grandfather is right, we have no way out now. Regardless of whether the remnants of the Yunsha sect will inform on us, our plan will proceed as planned. In addition, I think the remnants of the Yunsha sect should not be able to get in touch with the Tiank League, or even if there is a way, it will cost a lot, otherwise the Tiank League would not know so little about the current situation of the Juyu continent. Ji Ting looked thoughtful when he heard Fang Zai's words. Before he could think of what to say, he heard Zhang Wen shouting. Junior sister, Elder Shi has something to say. Ji Ting. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1376 are there demons in Tiank continent. Ji Ting was speechless. Why did Zhang Wen target him? It's not like he doesn't have a mouth, so why should he be blamed? But he couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only curse in his heart. He said to Fang Shi. Ancestor Feng, after hearing what you said, I remembered something. The Tiank League modified a set of ancient formation plates, called the Nine Netherworld Transformation Realm. You can probably tell from the name that this formation simulates the Nine Nether continent. To be honest with you, this Nine Netherworld Transformation formation is extraordinary, and the simulated secret realm is lifelike. Not only is the environment exactly the same as that of the Juyu continent, but even everyone's words and actions are simulated exactly the same. The only difference is that the time point in it is about 10 years ago. Out of curiosity, I once asked those formation elders, no matter how powerful this ancient formation plate is, it is impossible to know the situation of the Juyu continent, especially the specific circumstances of various characters, so how was this formation plate successfully refined? Those formation elders hesitated and only said that everything was thanks to the alliance leader's brilliant strategy. Now that I think about it, this matter must be related to the remnants of the Yunsha sect. At that time, the chain of time and space was still there, so it was easier for them to communicate with the Tiank alliance. They must have used some method to pass the information they collected to the Tiank alliance. Now that the space-time chain has been destroyed, they may not be able to get in touch with the Tiank League in the short term. Fang Shi said in shock. Are you telling the truth? There is such a heaven-defying formation in this world. Is the arrangement there exactly the same as our Nine Nether continent? Even the people are the same. This is incredible. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan on the side. Junior sister can really act. He had clearly gone to the Nine Netherworld realm and had gone through a lot of trouble, yet he was still pretending to be making a fuss here. Not only Fang Shi was shocked, but everyone else was also extremely shocked. Elder Bai asked in confusion, how did the remnants of the Yunsha sect do this? Even if they sent out spies, they couldn't possibly know us so thoroughly, right? Others also found it unbelievable. Fang Shi thought of the beasts in the dark prison. These ruined beasts are the fragments of the spiritual consciousness of the creatures of the Juyu continent extracted by the Tiank alliance. Could it be that the remnants of the Yunsha sect have some special means to extract the fragments of the spiritual consciousness of these people? Fang Shi thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. Even the dullest person would feel it when his spiritual consciousness was extracted, not to mention that these people had very high cultivation levels. But no matter what, this matter is most likely related to the remnants of the Yunsha sect. After everyone discussed it for a while without reaching any conclusion, Fang Shi said. After a while, when all arrangements are complete, I will take people to the 10,000 feet demon abyss. Once we meet the remnants of the Yunsha sect, everything will become clear. Although everyone thought this was too risky, Fang Shi didn't say he would go right away, so no one said anything. At this time, Elder Yin asked Ji Ting. COU, is the level of cultivation in your Tiang continent really better than our Juyu continent? When Jiting heard this, his shattered self-confidence stood up again. Elder Yin, to be honest, the level of cultivation in our Tiang continent is much higher than that in your Juyu continent. No one reminded him that he was now a citizen of the Juyu continent, and they just listened to him continue talking. You may not know that above the transformation of the spirit there are the refining void, integration, and Mahayana. It is said that above the Mahayana one can ascend to become an immortal. If it weren't for the aura of death, there would definitely be many people in our Tiang continent who would be able to ascend and become immortals. By then, I will live as long as the heaven and earth, and I will be able to do anything in heaven or on earth. Jiting became more and more excited as he spoke, but Fangxi smelled the familiar smell. Isn't this what she is best at? Anyway, no one can become an immortal, so whatever is said is what is accepted. After Jiting finished speaking, Fangxi said to him, COU, I won't hide it from you. In fact, we in the Nine Nether continent also have a very special martial arts method, which is the one I am practicing now. A prerequisite is that one must have the 5 spiritual roots, and the spiritual awareness requirement is also very high. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, the immortal you just mentioned will be just playing house. I will then be able to directly carve out a small world for myself, and I will be the master of that small world. What he says is what he wants, and he does whatever he wants, just like the way of heaven and the devil. Becoming an immortal does not yet escape from the realm of the mortal world, but what I'm practicing is the technique to become a god. This is also why you can't see my true level of cultivation, and why I can resist the thunderbolts, because I will eventually become a god. When Fangxi said this, she kept adding filters to herself. Jiting felt as if the little girl in front of him was glowing with golden light, just like a god descending to earth. Fangxi looked at him, do you want to become a god? I can help you. Jiting nodded subconsciously, I want to. Fangxi burst out laughing. I'm teasing you. Jiting. At this moment I regret following you. Fangxi said with a smile. Look, you believed my random story, so could the story of immortality in your Tiang continent be the same as what I said? Is it just a lie? No matter how hard you try, even if you bring all the air of death into the Nine Nether continent, you will never become immortal. Because it's a lie that deceives you. Jiting shook his head, impossible. How could this be a lie? This is what I have always said. But I felt a little uneasy in my heart, thinking that what Fangxi said seemed to make some sense. Fangxi did not argue with him, but instead asked about the cultivation methods of Tiang continent. Jiting said, although there are many cultivation techniques in our Tiang continent, the mainstream cultivation techniques are all similar. The most powerful one is the ascension technique of our Tiang League. Fangxi asked Jiting to write out the secret of ascension from memory. Jiting was really obedient and wrote it down quickly. Fangxi took it and looked at it, then Zhu Shihuan curled his lips and said, is this the best? I see no difference between it and the Shangsheng sect's cultivation methods. There is only one reason why those people in the Bird Alliance have high cultivation levels, and that is that the spiritual energy in the Tiang continent is so rich that even a dog can become a spirit if it practices well. Fangxi felt that his cheap grandfather's words were reasonable and there was nothing surprising about the secret of ascending to heaven. At this time, Zhu Xuan suddenly thought of a very important question, a question that he had always ignored. He poked his head out again. Little chicken, let me ask you, is there only the human race and no demon race in your Tiang continent? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1377, the inaugural speech of the Lord of the Netherworld. Jiting secretly cursed Zhu Xuan for being rude. Everyone else calls me Elder Shi, so you can just call me Xiaoyu. Although he was dissatisfied, since this person dared to scold Lian Fangxi, he naturally did not dare to complain. Ancestor Zhu, there are no demons or gluttons in our Tiang continent. Zhu Shihuan curled his lips. No wonder you people from Tiang continent are being played like monkeys by others, it turns out you are all stupid humans. Sect Master Sima and others. No wonder you got such a good epitaph. You're the only one who wasn't expelled from the blood family because of your lousy mouth. All blood family members are loyal and righteous. Zhu Shihuan continued to chatter. It's not that I look down on you humans, but when it comes to spiritual attacks, you humans can't compare to us demons, even the people from your Bird Alliance are the same. If you're not convinced, tell me a few spiritual attack techniques. After all, Jiting was a brave warrior who once dared to reveal his real name and become a spy. After hearing what Zhu Xuan said, his competitive spirit was revived. He immediately started talking incessantly. He was talking until foam came out of the corners of his mouth, and then he finished telling all the spiritual attack techniques he knew. In the end, Zhu Xuan said, it's just okay. Jiting. Zhu Shihuan secretly said to Fangxi. The Tiang continent isn't that great in other aspects, but the spiritual attack technique is pretty good. I'll write it down and study it with those old idiots from the Forbidden Realm. In a few days, we'll be able to develop a set of techniques that suit us. Fangxi thought, although my cheap grandfather is a bit careless with his words, he is still very reliable when it comes to doing things. Although she still had many questions to ask Jiting, she saw that he looked a little tired, so she said, I think Xiaoyu is a little tired, let's stop here today. After everyone left, Fangxi said to Jiting, you can stay with Li Chen for the time being, and I will arrange new accommodation for you in a few days. In addition, if you have any requests, feel free to tell me. We are all family now, so don't be so formal. Although Jiting knew that Fangxi was just being polite, he still felt warm in his heart. In fact, he was a little puzzled. When he was in the Tiang League, the left protector would occasionally say similar things. Why didn't he feel much of a stir? Is it possible that after the stole projection, he is more likely to act on his emotions? How could he know that every time someone said something like this to him, they turned on the lasagna filter? After Fangxi returned to his yard, he took out a basket of top-grade elixirs and ate them as popcorn. It's not that she eats it, but it's mainly to feed the 5 dog spirit roots. The 5 dogs spread roots ate with great relish and decided that they would deduct less handling fee when Feng Shi practiced in the future. As she ate, she pondered her inaugural speech. She, the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, is about to take office, so naturally she has to give an inaugural speech, not to show off, but mainly for pre-war mobilization. She wants to make all the creatures in the Juyu continent, even the little mice in the rat holes, full of fighting spirit. In this way, even if there are still spies from the Tiank Alliance hidden in the Juyu continent, they will not be able to cause any trouble. This manuscript is of vital importance, so she needs to polish it carefully. After taking a few pills, she took out a pen and paper and started writing. After writing it, I asked Lin Xiangchuan to help revise and polish it. Lin Xiangchuan was so excited. He thought Feng Shi would go find Sect leader Sima. I didn't expect that such an important task would fall on him. It seems that his previous efforts were not in vain, and his role as a test subject was not in vain. It seems that Feng Zhu really values him. After several revisions by Feng Shi and Lin Xiangchuan, the manuscript was finally finalized. Dear family members and comrades. For a long time, the continent we live in has been in constant conflict. Whether it is the conflict between the southern region and the northern region, or the conflict between the human race, the demon race, and the gluttonous race, it has almost never stopped. No one knows that this is the result of deliberate guidance by someone with ulterior motives, and no one even knows that our continent is called Juyu continent. If I hadn't mistakenly entered the ancient battlefield at the junction of the north and south regions, we would still be kept in the dark. The Tiank Alliance introduced the aura of death into our Juyu continent, hoping to turn our Juyu continent into a huge tomb. They called us pigs, treated our lives as worthless, and committed all kinds of atrocities, including burning, killing, and looting. Our ancestors prayed to the gods and to God, but received no mercy. In the end, people still have to rely on themselves. Now that the gods have retreated, we must save ourselves. Our ancestors established the Shenyan army. After several years of bloody fighting, they defeated the Tiank Alliance at a very tragic cost. The Tiank Alliance has never given up its desire to destroy us, and has used several conspiracies and tricks to try to open the soul projection channel again and invade us again. Our ancestors crushed their plots time and time again, and protected our homeland with their flesh and blood and indomitable will. Here, the author focuses on the martyrs who guarded the deadly aura, especially the great achievements of Zhu Shihuan, and also secretly lists her own contributions. Now they are about to make a comeback, and our Juyu continent is at a critical moment of life and death. But this time, someone must stand up, take up the banner of resistance, and blow the horn to meet the enemy. I, Feng Shi, have been nominated by the 3 tribes to serve as the Lord of Juyu. Although I know that my abilities are limited, but in times of crisis, since everyone has chosen me, I have no choice but to do my part. I, Feng Shi, swear here that I will lead you at all costs. In order to comfort the souls of our ancestors, we continue to use the number of the Shenyan army and organize it according to the Big Dipper. The southern region is divided into Tianshu camp and Tiangshan camp, the human race in the northern region is divided into Tianji camp and Tianquan camp, the Yan clan is divided into Yuheng camp, and the demon clan is divided into Kayang camp and Yaguang camp. In addition, a 9 Nether Guard will be set up and led by me personally. The toughest tasks and the most dangerous battles will be completed by the 9 Nether Guard. Last time, our ancestors defeated the invading enemy despite being in a very passive situation with their strong will and indomitable courage. This time, the initiative is in our hands. We must prepare in advance and make sure that the Tiank Alliance will never return. Our predecessors will see the victory of this battle through our eyes. They will be very pleased in the graves that we, the younger generations, have not brought shame to them or disappointed them. We will inherit their legacy and pass on their spirit. The long sword shines like the sun and the moon, and the hot blood protects the 9 hells. Close black lens bracket. Rather than an inaugural address, this was more of a pre-war mobilization letter. In addition to the paper version, there is also a video of Feng Shi giving a speech while standing on the Changsheng Sect's enlightenment platform. Feng Shi specially asked Taylor Gang to make her a set of red handsome robes for the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, embellished with just a few golden patterns. While she was giving a speech, she asked Jun Wen to secretly use magic to blow her hair. The clothes are fluttering and the style is full of glamour. In addition to the images of Feng Shi, there are also images of the confessions of the spies and the land of dead silence. As soon as this pre-war mobilization letter was released, the entire Juyu continent was in an uproar. Because Feng Zai's speech was followed by a series of subsequent measures, the people of Juyu continent did not panic. Instead, they were ready to take action and their blood was boiling. They want to revenge the dead martyrs. They want to make sure that the bird people of Tiank League will never return. It doesn't matter whether he is a god or not, they have the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds. They have a winning formula. Believe in Feng Shi and gain eternal life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1378. There is a kind of hunger that makes your grandfather think you are hungry. This slogan was not spread by Feng Shi himself, it was the spontaneous voice of the believers. Feng Shi, the newly appointed Lord of Juyu, feels so tired. She really wants to step down from the altar and be an ordinary person, but the situation does not allow it. As I said, his personal charm is really strong. Even without the light of a saint, it can illuminate the earth. In order to encircle the Tiank League without any blind spots, Feng Shi also sent people to places such as deep mountains and forests, mountains and rivers, and repeatedly played her inaugural speech. Mobilize monsters, monster plants, demon beasts, demon plants, and gluttonous beasts. The gluttonous plants must also be ignited. Anyone who is alive is her soldier. I'm not afraid of the Tiank Alliance coming, I'm just afraid that they won't come. Time is running out. After making some basic arrangements, Feng Shi will head to the extremely cold ice field in the abyss in the future, so she is very busy all day long, but she has not lost weight at all. Because Zhu Xuan always reminded her to eat more whenever she had nothing to do, and she would not be happy if she didn't eat. As a result, Feng Shi gained 2 kilograms. Ugh. There is a kind of hunger that makes your grandpa think you are hungry. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and the puppet made using the Taichun Soul Stone mine was finally successful. Of course, it is impossible to refine so many at once. The first batch only produced 12 soul puppets. There are many things to consider when deciding who to give it and who not to give it to. At the front were Wen Shan, Yu Qi Qingyun, Yao Ji and Yuan Qinghe, who suppressed the aura of death, followed by Zhu Xuan and Lin Xiangquan, and finally it was the turn of the ancestors in the Forbidden Realm. The priority depends on who is better at teaching. If one's expression ability is similar to Elder Yin, then he will have to be ranked at the back. Zhu Xuan took the initiative to give up the soul puppet that Feng Shi had left for him, because he couldn't use it for the time being. His soul strength is much weaker than Lin Xiangquan and others. It's not that he doesn't work hard, but that he is born with deficiencies. At first, only a wisp of soul was separated out, and then it died again, leaving only a little bit of soul left. I managed to save up some money with great difficulty. Most of it was spent on showing off in the Zhu family ancestral mausoleum, and later on, it was almost all used up in the dark prison to protect Jing Yan. It was because Feng Shi often gave him special treatment, otherwise he would have fallen into a coma long ago. In fact, Feng Shi had already anticipated this, but if she didn't reserve some for him, the old man would definitely get angry. Lin Xiangquan was quite capable. When he saw that Zhu Xuan had given up his puppet, he quickly said, "Ancestor Feng, you also know that I don't know how to teach my disciples, otherwise I wouldn't have taught those four to be like bears. My only strength is that I have a quick mind, so why don't I stay here and give you some advice? It's just right to give the freed soul puppet to someone more useful." Feng Shi actually felt that Lin Xiangquan was qualified enough to be a teacher, but since he proposed it, she just went with the flow and agreed. Zhu Xuan was very happy in his heart. After all, she was his own granddaughter. Not only did she leave him a soul puppet, she also kept Xiao Chuanzi to chat with him. What a filial son. Feng Shi left the first batch of teachers in the southern region so that she could deal with any problems in time. Once the situation stabilizes, it won't be too late to send them to the northern territory. That day, Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi, "Don't keep staring at others, you have to improve your own cultivation as well. Otherwise, if you, the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, are caught by the Bird Alliance one day, where will I put my face?" Feng Shi sighed. She knew this truth very well. In fact, she had been practicing very diligently recently, but she had been making no progress. It seems that I still need to figure out a multi-in-one technique. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that the key to this all-in-one technique lies in the power of time. She thought that since the Tiank Alliance was able to create the chain of time and space, they must be very knowledgeable about the power of time, so she called Jiting over. Jiting has been very busy recently. In order to quickly integrate into the Juyu continent, he usually follows around and helps Sect Master Sima, and he is doing well in this place. When he heard Feng Shi was looking for him, he hurried over. "Feng Shui, you're looking for me." Nowadays, everyone calls Feng Shi Feng Shui. Although Feng Shi feels that it is a bit high profile, she still agrees, reluctantly. "Xiaoyu, do you have any method to cultivate the power of time in Tiank continent? I want to try it." Jiting was shocked, and after thinking about it in his mind, he said, "General Feng, I'm not trying to discourage you, but even in Tiank continent, there are only a handful of people who can cultivate the power of time. In addition to requiring a large number of beast cores to assist in cultivation, one also needs chaos spiritual roots." Feng Shi asked doubtfully, "Chaos spiritual root?" Jiting hurriedly explained, "Chaos spiritual roots are the best spiritual roots, even the best spiritual roots cannot compare to them. Not only can he practice any system of skills, but because he has the same origin as the heaven and the earth, he has a strong understanding and is more likely to gain enlightenment or opportunities than other cultivators." Feng Shi shamelessly took it for granted. "Ha! From what you said, it seems that I have the chaos spiritual root." Jiting. He was silent for a moment, then said, "General Feng, according to legend, at the beginning of the chaos, there was only chaotic energy in the world, and all cultivators had chaotic spiritual roots. Later, the chaos chi gradually became thinner and evolved into spiritual chi, and there were fewer and fewer cultivators with chaos spiritual roots, and it might not be possible to find one in tens of thousands of years. The subtext of this statement is that you should stop flattering yourself." After saying this, he felt that it was not quite right, so he added, "Even if you have a chaos spiritual root, you don't have a beast core, and the spiritual energy in the Nine Nether continent is thin, so I'm afraid you won't be able to practice. Didn't you say that you would go to Tiank continent in the future? Why don't we talk about it later?" Feng Shi of course knew that Jiting was scolding her in a tactful way for daydreaming. She didn't want to reveal the matter of the beast core, but if she wanted to know more about the power of time, she had to tell it. Besides, after these days of observation, Jiting is still quite honest, so it's okay to reveal some things to him. So Feng Shi said to Jiting, "Xiaoyu, there is something I have always wanted to tell you, but I was afraid of scaring you, so I put it off until now. You have to be mentally prepared. How about you take a few pills as a precaution?" Jiting thought, "Scare me? Are you kidding me? No matter how scary it is, can it be scarier than being caught by you guys as a little chicken?" So, he patted his chest and said, "Feng Shui, there is no need to take pills. Just tell me, I can hold on." Seeing this, Feng Shi took out a large sack filled with white animal cores. Jiting. He felt dizzy. Feng Shi said hurriedly, "Don't be in a hurry to faint. I still have several hundred sacks of white beast cores like this, more than 100 sacks of red beast cores, a few dozen sacks of purple beast cores, and even fewer black ones. It seems that there are only a dozen sacks left. Alas, it's mainly because I didn't think of these things as good things before. I fed them all to my pets, and I ate a lot of them myself as candy beans." Jiting could no longer bear such stimulation and fainted with a choking sound. Feng Shi. "I told you to be prepared, but you said you could do it. Aren't you still fainted now? What a fragile little chicken." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1379, Guess How the Dark Prison Disappeared. After a while, Jiting woke up. He said incoherently, Feng Shui, what you just said is true, do you really have so many beast cores?" Fang Shi nodded. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Fang Shi said this and took out a sack of black animal cores and showed it to Jiting. Jiting never thought in his life that one day he would see so many black beast cores. But this time, Fang Shi took out a black beast core and handed it to him. Here, a reward for you. Jiting was so excited that he almost fainted again. Jiting couldn't help but ask, how come you have so many beast cores? Fang Shi looked at him and said quietly, guess how the dark prison disappeared? Jiting's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he trembled and said, yes, did you do it? Fang Shi smiled without saying anything. Jiting originally thought that the Juyu continent had some luck, but now he realizes that the luck of the Juyu continent all comes from the same person, the pervert in front of him. One person took down the dark prison. Even if the warden and guards of the dark prison are useless, there are still so many prisoners and beasts. How did she do it? He knew that if Fang Shi wanted to say something, she would just say it, so he tactfully didn't ask. Fang Shi asked Jiting again about cultivating the power of time, and Jiting said in embarrassment. Fang Shui, even though you have so many beast cores, if you don't have a chaos spiritual root, it's not that I don't believe you, but there are too few chaos spiritual roots. Fang Shi didn't say much, but performed the convulsion kneeling move. Jiting collapsed to the ground again. He looked at Fang Shi with horror. You have cultivated the power of time. Fang Shi nodded. Yeah, is this thing difficult? Jiting was silent for a long time before he finally understood something. We must believe in the diversity of species, people are different. He calmed himself down and told Fang Shi everything about the power of time. Although Jiting is considered a prominent figure in the Tiank Alliance, he is neither a formation master nor a chaos spiritual root, so he only knows the basics. Despite this, Fang Shi was still greatly inspired. The biggest revelation was when she remembered that she had a little black ball that called itself the Spirit of Chaos. This thing claims to be made up of chaotic energy. If she really has a chaotic spiritual root, maybe she will get inspiration by sensing the chaotic energy and figure out the all-in-one technique in no time. After Fang Shi sent Jiting away, he was about to find Little Black Ball to ask about the chaotic energy when he saw Little Black Ball fell asleep. Whether it is real sleep or fake sleep remains to be discussed. Fang Shi was thinking about how to wake it up when he saw Mu Jian and Qiongqi starting to fight again. Mu Jian said disdainfully, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your name is against the rules. Not only is you poor, you're incredibly poor. Our master loves money the most, but you are so poor, aren't you just causing trouble for our master? If it were any other spiritual pet, I probably wouldn't know what to say, but Qiongqi's brain is so useful. It immediately said, it's because I gave all the good things to our master that I am so incredibly poor. I am extremely poor, and our master is extremely wealthy, so we are a perfect match, aren't we? Wooden sword. Qiongqi saw that the wooden sword was speechless and said proudly, in such a vast Juyu continent, my master and I happened to meet in the Changsheng Sect. Isn't this fate? After hearing what it said, Fang Shi remembered something and asked Qiongqi. You said before that you knew a big secret of the Changsheng Sect. What is it? Qiongqi laughed dryly. In fact, I was just lying to them. I knew that the Changsheng Sect had an enlightenment platform, and their founder ascended to heaven on it. So I said that I knew the secret of ascension from the enlightenment platform. These idiots believed it and treated me like an ancestor. Fang Shi, aren't you afraid of being exposed? Qiongqi said nonchalantly. I am a ferocious beast after all, so I still have the ability to escape. Anyway, I ate, drank, listened to music, and watched dance, so it's not a loss anyway. Fang Shi. I have to say, Qiongqi is much smarter than Golden Pig and Taowu. The Golden Pig still has some brains after all, but Taowu, let's not talk about it. However, Qiongqi's words did remind her that she might as well go to the enlightenment platform and try. If she really had a chaos spirit root, it should be easier for her to comprehend new skills there. As for the little black ball, it won't be too late to wake it up once we reach the enlightenment platform. So, after Fang Shi greeted Sect leader Sima, he arrived at the enlightenment platform. Zhang Wen also followed happily. This time it's not that Fang Shi favors one over the other, but the Jiangji and the others are all receiving special training. Zhang Wen had received special treatment from Fang Shi before, so he only went to attend classes every few days. Fang Shi sat cross-legged, and Zhang Wen stood behind her, ready for battle. Are you kidding? He didn't come here to take advantage of the spiritual energy. He came here to protect the junior sister. As junior sister's right-hand man, if he doesn't have this awareness, won't the other four have an opportunity to take advantage of him? Fang Shi used his spiritual sense to say to the little black ball, don't pretend, I know you are not asleep. The little black ball was as quiet as a chicken. Mu Jian said immediately, Master, you have to use force on a piece of skin like this. I'll help you poke 99 holes in it. Qiongqi also chimed in. That's right, I've seen many animals pretending to be dead like this one, it just deserves to be punished. By the way, Mu Jian, what is this thing called? Is it called bastard? What a bastard, it's called donkey dung. Yes, donkey shit, ha ha ha. Ellipsis. Even though Mu Jian and Qiongqi often fight with each other, when facing other spiritual pets, they will sing in unison and be extremely harmonious. Although the little black ball was very angry, he still didn't say a word. Fang Shi said unhappily. Shut up, both of you. Although if I can't research new skills, my cultivation will stagnate and I may be killed by the people of Tiank League, but this has nothing to do with Shaoqichiu. It must have its reasons, I can't force it. Let me bear it all alone. I am its master, and I will tolerate it infinitely. The little black ball knew that Fang Shi was blackmailing it, but it still softened its heart and said with gritted teeth. Let's make it clear first. I can only provide you with a little bit of chaos energy. Don't push your luck. In the future, let me provide you with chaos energy whenever you need it. Although it is a spirit of chaos, there is only spiritual energy and demonic energy in the outside world. Is it easy for it to cultivate some chaotic energy? It has only accumulated a little bit over all these years. Given its understanding of its unscrupulous owner, once it gets a taste of the sweetness, it might pluck it all out. Feng Shi, look at what you said. You think I am those 5 dogs tread roots. 5 dogs tread roots. The dog sits in his dungeon and the pot falls from the sky. The small black ball immediately released a wisp of chaotic energy as thick as an embroidery needle. Feng Shi. You are really stingy. How come I, such a generous owner, only have a pixie ball? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1380 Chaos Technique. Feng Shi thinks Xiaoheiqiu is stingy, but Xiaoheiqiu thinks he is quite generous. It was very considerate of you not to release chaotic energy as thin as a hair to Feng Shi. Feng Shi didn't have time to complain about the little black ball and quickly absorbed the chaotic energy. But before he could even taste anything, it was snatched away by 5 dogs tread roots. Then they staggered around as if they were drunk. A word flashed through Feng Shi's mind: wild boars cannot eat fine bran. It seems that the energy contained in the chaotic energy is far higher than the spiritual energy and demonic energy. No wonder the little black ball was only willing to give her a little bit. As she thought about it, she threatened the 5 dogs tread roots to return the chaotic energy to her and just charge a small handling fee, and not to be too greedy. Although the 5 dogs tread roots wanted to pretend not to hear, for the sake of sustainable development, they still reluctantly gave half of them to Feng Shi. Feng Shi carefully sensed the chaotic energy, and his previously vague thoughts became clear. The essence of all exercises is the same, which is to find ways to absorb external energy and use it for one's own benefit, while trying to exclude impurities as much as possible. The highest level pursued by all exercises is to improve the speed and efficiency of breathing. If you want to achieve this to the extreme, you have to blend in, let your aura blend into the world. Feng Shi gradually entered into a mysterious state, as if she had turned into a wisp of gentle breeze, freely wandering between heaven and earth. She saw LD Yin meditating in seclusion in the cave, Sect Master Sima handling official business, and the teacher teaching a group of disciples. Zheng Wen, who was protecting Feng Shi, was shocked to find that the vortex of spiritual energy appeared around Feng Shi, sucking in all the spiritual energy around it. The spiritual energy was so thick that it turned into spiritual liquid and dripped onto the ground. Zheng Wen finally came to his senses and quickly used magic to collect the spiritual liquid and put it into a porcelain bottle. He is so beautiful that he is about to burst into bubbles. I guess this thing is better than any panacea. He said that good things would definitely happen if he followed junior sister. He is truly a blessed man. He was quite happy, but Feng Shi's pets were so anxious that they were almost fuming. What a great opportunity to practice. The wooden sword was ready to move. It and the golden pig could sneak away even without Feng Shi's permission. But if you sneak out, your unscrupulous owner might be unhappy. It's a pity that the stupid golden pig is still dormant, otherwise we could encourage it to go out with us and help share the owner's anger. Just as it was feeling worried, it heard Qiongqi whispering to it. You better get out now. It would be a shame to waste such a good opportunity. Mu Jian felt that Qiongqi couldn't be so kind. He was either framing him or trying to make him take the blame. This bastard can't get out too, right? So, it tried. I don't dare to go out by myself. It would be okay if you go out with me. Qiongqi rolled his eyes and said, okay, let's go out together. Mu Jian believed it and flew out immediately. After a while, Qiongqi finally flew out, still shouting. Mu Jian, you actually ran out without permission. That's really outrageous. Why don't you come back with me? Wooden sword, #% and asterisk #. Although it wished it could poke Qiongqi into a sieve, since it had already come out, it could not waste this great opportunity and quickly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Qiongqi was even more exaggerated. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the dripping spiritual liquid. The little black birds were angry and anxious, but they couldn't get out and could only stare blankly. In fact, they can also absorb some spiritual energy through Feng Shi, but they don't absorb as much as they do outside. In comparison, the little black ball is much calmer. Because Feng Shi had just asked it to release the chaotic energy and released it, it was now desperately absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. It had originally felt painful about giving the wisp of chaotic energy to Feng Shi, but now it felt like it had made a huge profit. It's really a profitable business. As expected, good shots always bring good rewards. The strange phenomenon at the Enlightenment platform soon caused a commotion. Fortunately, Feng Shi had informed Sect Master Sima in advance, so Sect Master Sima ordered that no one should approach the Enlightenment platform. Many people were looking up in the direction of the Wadao Terrace halfway up the mountain. I heard that Feng Shui was up there. Did she have an epiphany? Enlightenment shouldn't involve such a big show. I'm a little suspicious that Feng Shui might be about to ascend to heaven. Ah, no way. No, I don't mean anything else. I'm just afraid that Feng Shui is really going to ascend. What should we do? Ellipsis. Feng Shi didn't know that she was about to ascend into heaven. She finally woke up from that mysterious state and opened her eyes. Zheng Wen held a small porcelain bottle in his hand and said with surprise. Junior sister, are you awake? Have you figured out a multi-in-one technique? Feng Shi nodded, then shook his head. When Zheng Wen was puzzled, he heard Feng Shi say. Fifth senior brother, I did research a new technique, but this technique is not called all-in-one, but rather it is called unrivaled, and the best in the world. Zheng Wen, junior sister, you'd better keep it brief, otherwise it will take too much time for you to introduce it in the future. Feng Shi smiled and said, then let's call it Chaos Art. She was just showing off on purpose, as she had originally thought of calling it Chaos Art. She then said to the silent blood-devouring world. Grandpa, how is it? I finally figured out this peerless technique, didn't I? It's not that my words as your granddaughter are unpleasant to hear, but in terms of daring to think and act, you are still a little inferior to me. Of course, this is also related to the fact that you only know the magic techniques. Unlike me, I know the magic techniques, the wine techniques, the nirvana techniques, the Buddhist techniques, and several sets of spiritual techniques. I am simply too comprehensive. For someone like me who has mastered all the various skills, if I don't develop a unique skill, I'd be letting down my genius brain. Blood-devouring world. I really should record this scene of you showing off, so that everyone can see what kind of person you, the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, are. When it comes to showing off, you have definitely surpassed your teachers, with each generation being stronger than the last. But Junwen is still flattering us. Junior sister, you are so modest. Not only the people in Juyu continent, but also the people in Tiank continent cannot develop such a powerful technique. Junior sister, I think it won't take long for you to take down the Tiank alliance. By then, you will be the master of the two worlds. If you feel too tired, I can help you share some of the burden. I will help you manage the Nine Nether continent, hee. Blood-devouring world. You are even more shameless than her. Even if we choose another Lord of the Netherworld, it has to be me. How can it be your turn, a little kid? At this moment, Junwen cried out. Little junior sister, what do you think that is? Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1381 Late affection is cheaper than grass. Fangxi looked in the direction of Junwen's finger and her expression changed. A huge dark cloud was floating over from the distance, which could be described as covering the sky and the sun. Fangxi vaguely felt that the other party was Wenjua, but he didn't know how he suddenly became so strong. But there is no doubt that it was definitely aimed at her, which was probably related to her comprehension of the Chaos Sutra. That bastard Tiandao must be afraid that she had developed such an awesome technique, so he wanted to kill her. This is the trouble of genius. Zhu Shihuan sensed her thoughts. It's already this late, and you still have the time to show off. However, this mentality is good, and it seems that one can accomplish great things. He inherited this from his grandfather. Fangxi was slightly versigh for a moment and began to think of a countermeasure. Although she could hide inside the Haoshan mirror, Wu Yunjiu was coming with great force. What if the Haoshan mirror was damaged? The Haoshan mirror is related to the various formations of deadly silence, and she cannot take the risk. Otherwise, why lead this thing into the Nine Netherworld realm? I'm afraid not. Wu Yunjiu is not stupid. He has been fooled once, so he won't be so easily fooled this time. Furthermore, the last time it did not carry much lightning power, so the Wanfu Liangson cave could withstand it. But this time, she might be struck down as soon as she entered the Wanfu Liangson cave. She just carried it on her own. Do not make jokes. She is not stupid. Mu Jian gave her a bad idea. Master, why not let the little chicken help you block for a while? He has several lives anyway. It would be a waste if you don't use him. Fangxi shook his head. Jiting is only in his primordial spirit state after all. A bolt of lightning will probably kill him completely. Not only will it not have any effect, it may also push him to the Tiank League. The loss outweighs the gain. Qiongqi felt that the opportunity to display his intelligence and talents had come. Xiao Shishi, why don't you split your soul into two? Give away one part to make Wu Yunjue think you are dead, and then attach the remaining half to the puppet. It can be considered as staying alive. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. The little black ball sneered. If the master divides himself into two, what should we do? Qiongqi said, of course we follow the other half. The little black ball said speechlessly, she has lost her physical body, how can she still make a contract with us? We must be the half that is left behind. Qiongqi immediately changed his words upon hearing this. Xiao Shishi, I thought about it and realized that people still need to live with dignity. The method I just mentioned is too vulgar, you must not use it. Fangxi. When it comes to your own interests, you change your mind so quickly. However, she didn't have the leisure to complain about it now. No matter what, she had to leave the Changsheng sect first. Otherwise, after a few bolts of thunder, the Changsheng sect's protective formation would be destroyed, and there would be countless casualties. Fangxi invited Junwen to sit on Qiongqi's back and flew down from the enlightenment platform. Fangxi let Qiongqi land halfway up the mountain and let Junwen go down. Although Junwen was very worried, he knew that he could not help much. If he said too much, it would only cause trouble for Fangxi. So he could only give a few words of advice and jumped off Qiongqi's back. She saw that everyone was filled with fear and anxiety, and some of the timid ones were even trembling. Although she was unsure at the moment, as the Lord of Juyu, she had to stabilize the morale of the army at this time. She smiled and said, the last time the Tiank League attacked, that bastard Tiandao hid himself. This time we were well prepared, but he came out to cause trouble again. What does it matter what the laws of nature are? If he is unkind, just kill him. Just wait, I'm going to deal with this dog skin plaster in the sky. King Hong, warm up a pot of wine for me, I will drink it when I come back. Although Fang Zai's words were extremely arrogant, it was undeniable that at this moment, the Lord of Juyu's dominance was fully displayed. Jiting even felt that Fangxi was more imposing than their leader. But the pressure from this dark cloud is so strong, can she really come back alive? At this time, Sect leader Sima knelt on the ground. General Feng, we are waiting for your triumphant return. Others followed suit and knelt down. General Feng, triumph. General Feng, triumph. General Feng, triumph. For a moment, the shouts were earth-shaking. Fangxi originally just wanted to show off and calm everyone's emotions, but now he was infected by these emotions, his blood was boiling, and he even felt that the sky was just a dog-skin plaster. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but when she looked at Wu Yunjue again, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this time, Qiongqi said to Fangxi, Xiao Shishi, why don't you let Mu Jian carry you? He can fly faster than me. Wooden sword. What about your competitive spirit? Did he commit suicide in the face of danger? However, to be honest, the wooden sword is still very responsible at critical moments. Yes, master, I can fly fast, let me do it. Fangxi immediately tied himself to the wooden sword. She thought to herself, it was a good thing that the person sitting in the sect just now was Qiongqi. If people saw her current appearance, she would probably lose fans. The wooden sword flew up into the air and reached a distance of 100 miles in one breath. Fang Shi stepped down from the sword and said to Bai Kai Lei and the Xiangyun hairpin, "Weren't you very brave last time? Come out and scare Wen Juer away." Bai Kai Lei was like dead, without any reaction at all. Fang Shi snorted coldly, "You want to be the god of thunder? I think you will become the god of cabbages in the future." Bai Kai Lei still didn't respond. Being a cabbage god is better than going out to die. Lord Thunder God is flexible and will not do anything stupid to seek his death. Fang Shi took out the Faraday cage. Even though he might be buried alive, he tried to delay it as long as possible. "Xiao Jue, you're here. I see you look good, and it seems like you've been doing well recently." "Buyunjue. I'm so dark, and you say I look good. You are obviously mocking me. I'm going to chop you to death." Immediately, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the left side of the cage, and a crack several feet wide suddenly appeared on the ground. The cage was tilted. If it wasn't big enough, I would have fallen in. Before Fang Shi could react, Buyunjue struck another bolt of lightning from the right, almost lifting the cage off the ground. Fang Shi quickly opened the cage door and jumped out. "If I don't run away, I'll probably be buried alive." Buyunjue sent lightning bolts to Fang Shi one after another. When Fang Shi was at a loss as to what to do, the golden pig jumped out. It has been dormant since it swallowed a bolt of lightning last time. I didn't expect it to wake up at this time. The golden pig grunted at the lightning that was chasing Fang Shi, and then exploded. This time Buyunjue learned his lesson and did not lower his altitude, continuing to chase Fang Shi and chop him. It thought to itself, even if this pig was a little weird, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. By the time it was exhausted, that little bitch Fang Shi would be dead too. Buyunjue's prediction was correct. After exploding 3 times, the golden pig fell into hibernation again. However, because of the appearance of the golden pig, Fang Shi finally remembered what was wrong. Logically speaking, since Buyunjue had caused such a big commotion, the thunder that struck down should have been at least as thick as a millstone. But now it seems to be a little stronger than before, but not much stronger. Is it bluffing? Thinking of this, she looked at Buyunjue, but didn't see anything wrong. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. She activated the chaos technique, and when she looked at Buyunjue again, she found that among the cloud wings surrounding Buyunjue, only the center circle was black, and the rest was all grey. Could it be that those grey cloud wings have something to say? Just as Fang Shi had this realization, Bai Kai Lei flew out from the Xiangyun hairpin, looking as if he was determined to live and die with Fang Shi. Fang Shi. Haha, belated affection is cheaper than grass. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1382 Grey Cloud Wings. Fang Shi felt that Bai Kai Lei's courage to jump out must be related to what she had just seen. I guess there's something wrong with the circle of grey cloud wings of Buyunjue. Either they are newly grown, or they are forcibly glued on. In any case, it's just bluffing. Bai Kai Lei felt that the danger was not too great, so he ran out to show his loyalty. This piece of shit. Fang Shi guessed correctly. Bai Kai Lei did run out because of Grey Yunyi. Although Wu Yun can only grow cloud wings through cultivation, there are workarounds, for example, grafting. After the dark cloud dies, the cloud core will disappear immediately, but the cloud wings will not completely disappear between heaven and earth until after a long time. These cloud wings are called grey wings. If there is a way to get the grey wings, they can be grafted onto the cloud core. Although it is definitely not comparable to the cloud wings that one cultivates oneself, it can be used as a makeshift. Apart from anything else, it can definitely be used for bluffing. Bai Kai Lei had planned to capture the grey wings before, but all the grey wings were stored in the cloud tomb, and he had no idea where the cloud tomb was. Furthermore, even if it knew, it would not have the courage to do so, because once it was discovered by the Heavenly Tao, it would definitely be severely punished. I didn't expect that Buyunjue could openly graft so many grey wings. The way of heaven really treats people differently. No wonder Fang Go cursed the way of heaven as a worthless thing. He was so right. I hope Fang Go works hard and kills Chan Dao in the future. Thinking of this, it was stunned. Does it dare to have such a rebellious idea now? It was also led astray by Fang Go. Bai Kai Lei thought about it while looking at the grey wings of Buyunjue, and his greed was about to be aroused. It doesn't even have a decent cloud wing now. If it could pluck a few grey wings from the dark cloud dove and graft them onto itself, it would be so happy that it dare not even imagine. Maybe many people will think it is Thor. Fang Go no longer dared to order it around and had to be humble and try to please it every day. This desire enabled it to overcome its fear and forced it to come out of the auspicious cloud hairpin. However, it now feels a little regretful. Although most of Buyunjue's cloud wings are grafted, it also has many cloud wings of its own that are 100 times stronger than Buyunjue's. If they force it, even 100 of them cannot defeat Buyunjue. By the way, why did it run away last time? Or maybe just scare it. Bai Kai Lei thought of this and tried hard to expand his body. Unfortunately, after all the effort, it was only as big as an umbrella and green, just like a big lotus leaf. Fang Shi was so disgusted. What use is there for you? I guess you can only use it as an umbrella, a green one at that. At this time, Bai Kai Lei attacked Buyunjue, the main idea of which was to brag about how powerful he was and told Buyunjue to get out of here quickly. Buyunjue didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Bai Kai Lei, and just fired a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket at it. What's more, Bai Kai Lei caught it steadily and absorbed it into his body. It also provoked the dark cloud dove, probably meaning to thank it. Buyunjue was so angry that he struck down more than a dozen bolts of lightning in one breath. Bai Kai Lei couldn't bear it anymore and slipped back into the Xiangyun hairpin. Fang Shi. Let's just say, can you be a little more promising? It seems that no one can be relied on, and she has to rely on herself at critical moments. She didn't run away this time, but sat cross-legged. After comprehending the Chaos Sutra, she vaguely felt that she was about to make a breakthrough, so she might as well use this opportunity to give it a try. She would definitely not dare to do it just now, but since Wu Yunjiu was just bluffing, she felt that she could give it a try. Seeing Feng Shi like this, Wu Yunjiu thought, "You thought I would make the same mistake as last time. This trick of yours won't work on me. I chop hard. I will kill you no matter what today." The next chapter will be longer, around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1383, it is better to have many skills, and it is not in vain to be a Nirvana cultivator. One after another, thunderbolts fell on Feng Shi. The 5 dog spirit roots began to work. They continuously channeled the lightning power within Feng Shi's body to prevent her from exploding and dying. Although they are a bit greedy at ordinary times, they can be useful at critical moments. Unlike the coward Lei, he's nothing but shit. Even though the 5 dog spirit roots were busy, the power of thunder and lightning was still too much, and Feng Shi's skin began to bleed. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Shi's 7 orifices began to bleed, and she had no choice but to take out the Faraday cage again. Although Wu Yunjiu has now found a way to crack the problem, the Faraday cage can still give her some breathing space. At this time, Feng Shi sensed the emotions conveyed by Bai Kai Lei. Although Bai Kai Lei can't speak, Feng Shi can roughly understand what it wants to express by guessing. Feng Shi was surprised and asked, "You want to sneak attack Wu Yunjiu? Why did you suddenly become so brave? Are you going after those grey cloud wings?" Bai Kai Lei, "As long as we know the truth but don't say it out loud, we can still get along. Besides, although it was for Grey Wing, it was also to save Feng Shi. Feng Go is his spiritual pet after all, he couldn't bear to watch it die without helping it." It was so moved that it almost cried. What a good host it is. When Feng Shi saw that Bai Kai Lei wanted to stand up, the evil thoughts in his heart suddenly sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain. She selected the best plan and told Bai Kai Lei about it. Although Bai Kai Lei felt it was very risky, he had to fight for Feng Go and Grey Wing. At this time, cracks appeared on both sides of the cage. Feng Shi immediately opened the cage and jumped out, then tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. Wu Yunjiu was trembling with joy. "Should live it. I told you to cheat me, to scold me, to plot against me, now you are getting your retribution, right?" It felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and it had to hit the target with one strike, so it began to rapidly lower its altitude, preparing to give Feng Shi a critical hit. 100 feet. 30 feet. 10 feet. At this moment, Bai Kai Lei jumped out from the Xiangyun hairpin and pounced on Wu Yunjiu. Because the distance was too close, Wu Yunjiu had no time to react, and Bai Kai Lei successfully drilled into Wu Yunjiu's cloud core. Bai Kai Lei quickly severed the connection between Wu Yunjiu and those grey wings, then drilled out of the cloud core, dragged a few cloud wings and ran away. Bai Kai Lei only hated that his cloud core was too weak, and he used all his strength to pull away the 3 cloud wings. Okay, 3 flowers are 3. They're free anyway. Everything happened in a flash and Wu Yunjiu didn't have time to react. By the time it reacted, Cabbage Thunder had already run away with 3 grey wings. Wu Yunjiu didn't even bother to regraft the remaining grey wings, and fired a bolt of lightning as thick as a millstone at Bai Kai Lei. Bai Kai Lei was terrified. Roll the newly grafted cloud wings into a ball to protect its cloud core. The thunder from the sky struck it hard. Although the 3 grey wings blocked most of the damage for it, it only had 1 breath left. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Bai Kai Lei sighed in his heart, alas, Lord Thunder God might be about to pass away. Just then, a cage was put on it. It turned out that Feng Shi saw that the situation was not good, so he threw out a Faraday cage to capture Bai Kai Lei. Bai Kai Lei was so moved. "It's worth my efforts for Fenggu. Fenggu is so kind." It was quite touched. Wu Yunjiu hated Feng Shi to death. After it grafted the remaining grey wings, it chopped at Feng Shi madly. Just when Feng Shi was ready to resist, a wooden sword flew out of the spirit beast bag, hovered above her, and blocked the thunder for her. This almost gave away the wooden sword. It scolds itself. "You're a finished bastard. You are the ancestor of all swords, what is a mere thunderbolt? If you retreat like this, that idiot Kyongchi will definitely laugh at you. Just hold on. It's true that thoughts and will are very important." The wooden sword managed to withstand 3 heavenly thunders for Feng Shi, and then fell to the ground. In fact, when it withstood the first heavenly thunder, Feng Shi wanted to put it back into the spirit beast bag. However, the wooden sword was different from other spirit pets. If it became stubborn, Feng Shi's spiritual restraint would have little effect on it. Just as Feng Shi put away the wooden sword, he heard the soft and sticky voice of the fat bird in his consciousness. "Mother, I have made great progress in my cultivation recently. Please let me out so that I can absorb some heavenly thunder to replenish myself." Soon after, the wilderness lost rabbit, honey badger, dead branch, and Dar Jin also volunteered to fight. Even Tao gritted his teeth and said, "I'm a being from the past. Sooner or later I will be wiped out by the heavens. I might as well adapt to it in advance." When the demon goblin in the magic bag saw that Tao had expressed his opinion, he quickly asked Feng Shi to let it out. The violent conger eel and those conger eels also expressed their willingness to come out to help Feng Shi resist the thunder. Feng Shi thought it was okay to let them try, so she told them to do it within their capabilities and not to try to force themselves. Although she is in a dangerous condition now, she can still bear it. Then, all these spirit pets were released at once. Wu Yunjiu. Did that pervert wipe out some beast-taming sect? Why are there so many spiritual pets and magical pets? But it was so angry now that it didn't care about anything else and just started to chop. The cultivation levels of Feng Shi's pets vary, and their tolerance to the power of thunder and lightning is also different. The little fat bird received 4 bolts of lightning. Tao received 2 bolts of lightning. The violent moray eel was struck by a bolt of lightning. The demon goblin was struck by a bolt of lightning. The remaining spirit pets form a group to bear the brunt of the thunder. There are more beasts, and there is strength. Soon, Feng Shi smelled the smell of barbecue. All the feathers of the little fat bird were chopped off, and it became a bald chicken. Black smoke comes out of Tao's mouth. The demon goblin only has one leg, and now it can only crawl. In short, no matter how miserable the spirit pets were, fortunately their lives were not in danger. Fang Shi put them back into the spirit beast bag and the magic beast bag. Qiongqi saw that the little fat bird was too shabby, so he took out a piece of white cloth from the storage space and covered it. Little fat bird. Qiongqi didn't understand at all. Are there holes in the brains of these pets? Why do they keep rushing out to die? If it was a master pet contract, it would be understandable. If Fang Shi, the master, died, the pet would not be able to survive. The key point is that many of the contracts signed here are equal contracts. Even if Fang Shi died, at most their spiritual consciousness would be seriously injured. I don't understand, I really don't understand. What a bunch of idiots. Only a poor genius would not do such a stupid thing. At this time, the little fat bird said to it alone with his spiritual consciousness. We all went out just now, except you. If mother dies, there is nothing to say. If mother can survive this time, what do you think she will do to you? Qiongqi shuddered. Based on its understanding of Fang Shi, it would be in great pain if it didn't die. The key point is that from now on, she will no longer be able to trust it or reuse it. Thinking of this, it roared. Xiao Shishi, let me out, I will take the thunder for you. As long as I can't be killed by the thunder, I will take it for you forever. Fang Shi quickly let it out without giving any instructions to the little fat bird or the others. Qiongqi. Is this the difference between a biological mother and a stepmother? While complaining, it helped Fang Shi resist the thunder and it resisted 5 thunders in total. However, it also paid a heavy price, as the wings that had just returned to normal not long ago turned into chicken wings again. It comforted itself that this was a good thing, at least it didn't have to be Xiao Shishi's mount for the time being. Fang Shi saw Qiongqi's miserable condition and thought that even his bones were probably burnt. Thinking of the bones, her heart moved. She thought of the hole above the little finger of her left hand. Since spiritual power can be poured in, it is natural to be able to get it out. The power of thunder and lightning can definitely work. So she gritted her teeth and cut off the flesh on her left little finger. Then, he directed the 5 dog spirit roots to pour the lightning power in her meridians into her little finger bone, and it came out of the hole almost instantly. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, having many skills is always a plus, and Nirvana's training was not in vain. A quarter of an hour later, the power of thunder and lightning in her body reached a balance. She decided to strive for the transformation into a god. Before, she was at the heavenly level of foundation building, and now she has reached the heavenly level of god transformation. Wuyunjue didn't notice anything unusual at first, but after a while it became suspicious. When it realized that Fang Shi actually wanted to use the power of thunder and lightning to impact the divine transformation realm, it became both angry and afraid. What made him angry was that Fang Shi had bullied Lei too much. What he was afraid of was that if Fang Shi Tianpin was allowed to become a god, he would definitely be punished again when he returned. It was also anxious, and gathered almost all the power of thunder and lightning together, suddenly descended in altitude, and struck towards Fang Shi. It all happened so suddenly. Fang Shi didn't even have time to take out the cage before the thunderbolt struck him hard. A deep pit appeared on the ground, with billowing black smoke. Wuyunjue finally got rid of his anger. Finally, this evildoer was killed. If she doesn't die soon, it will be pissed to death by her sooner or later. It remembered the grey wing that was stolen, so it shrank its body and floated into the deep pit. As soon as he floated down, he saw Fang Shi's greedy and immoral little face. It was pitch black, but its smile was particularly bright. Xiao Jue, do you think I look like before? Wuyunjue didn't dare to take a closer look and flew away in fright. When he was halfway in the air, he looked towards Fang Shi. At this time, Fang Shi was already standing outside the deep pit. He used the cleansing technique on himself and put on the red feng shui robe. She stood with her hands behind her back. Xiao Jue, thanks to your great help, I finally succeeded in advancing to the god transformation realm. I will give you credit for this achievement. As soon as she finished speaking, the nearby flowers and plants began to grow wildly, the air was filled with refreshing floral fragrance, and even the cracks in the ground began to heal. What's even more outrageous is that Wuyunjue discovered a rainbow appeared next to him. Wuyunjue. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1384 I'm still a little girl. Wuyunjue thought it was outrageous, too outrageous. Even if the pervert succeeded in advancing to the god transformation stage, there wouldn't be such a big show, right? Those who know about it think that he has advanced to the level of a deity, while those who don't know think that he has become a god. In a fit of anger, it blew away the rainbow. Another heavy rain fell, turning the flowers, plants and trees into withered flowers and dead willows. At the same time, it was also very confused. How come it failed to kill her with its full strength blow and instead allowed her to become a deity? In fact, Fang Shi thought he was dead the moment the lightning struck. The truth is pretty much the same. All the meridians in her body were shattered, her body was almost burnt, her hair was gone, and the dragon scale armor that Xiao Beidao gave her was also turned into powder. Fang Shi felt that his vitality was really strong. Even in this state, he was still breathing. Fang is so strong. Soon she discovered the reason why she was so strong. The 5 dog spirit roots in her danshan formed a star array to protect her danshan, and the small black ball also released chaotic energy to give her oxygen. Before, all the spirit pets came out to help Fang Shi take the thunder, only the little black ball did not move. Because it uses its strength on the blade. When Fang Shi was just lamenting about his own tenacious vitality, the voice of Zhu Shihuan came from his consciousness. What are you standing there for? Why don't you take this opportunity to advance to the god transformation stage? You are a shattered elixir that has become an infant. As the saying goes, there is no creation without destruction. If you don't transform into a god now, when will you? Fang Shi was startled, and immediately gathered her mind, and followed the method taught to her by the 2nd-generation ancestor to reach the state of incarnation. The star ray formed by the 5 dog spread roots shone brightly, and Feng Shi once again entered the mysterious realm he had been in at the Enlightenment platform. She saw her own charred body, the black smoke rising from the deep pit, the flowers, plants and trees destroyed by the thunder, and the lush greenery and vitality in the distance. All things are born and reproduce endlessly. This is the Tao. The mind and soul become one, advancing to the state of deity. Feng Shi's broken tendons healed quickly, his burnt body returned to normal, and even his hair grew back quickly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Wu Yunjue, who was gloating over others' misfortune. Feng Shi had a thunderbolt on his head, and he was watching Wu Yunjue's impotent rage steadily. Xiao Jue, that's all you can do. Go ahead and chop me. Keep chopping me. Wu Yunjue was so angry that he jumped around. If it didn't have only a little bit of lightning power left, he would have killed her with lightning no matter what. At this moment, it saw Feng Shi start to sit cross-legged in meditation, and it didn't know whether he had an epiphany or was about to make a breakthrough. Wu Yunjue. What, you scolded me and got some merit? So annoying. No, that's too infuriating. It could no longer bear such humiliation and flew away crying. I will be back. Feng Shi, and that thief who stole Grey Wing, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you, and none of you can escape. Feng Shi's cultivation level soared all the way until it reached the 3rd level of the Spirit Transformation realm. Feng Shi frowned and asked Zhu Shihuan. Grandpa, didn't my 2nd generation master say that I could directly advance to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation? How come I only reached the 3rd stage of the spiritual transformation? Did he remember it wrong, or am I just a loser? Blood-devouring world. They clearly said it was possible. Do you know what maybe means? It's not necessarily true. Forget it, he should stop talking nonsense with her, because she would definitely brag next, and he would never give her such an opportunity. So, Zhu Xuan remained silent, as if he had heard nothing. Even so, Feng Shi still heard a sigh. Oh, I'm such a loser. Even if the golden elixir advances directly to the spiritual transformation stage, it cannot cover up my incompetence. So what if he is a heavenly god? Isn't he still a weakling at the 3rd level of God? I am sorry to Wu Yunjue, to the 5 dog spread roots, and to the people of Juyu continent. I am guilty. Incompetence is a sin. Zhu Shihuan simply went into hibernation. To stop listening is to be quiet. Because he had a premonition that Feng Shi would definitely continue to show off after returning to Changsheng Sect. Although Zhu Shihuan has gone into hibernation, there are still people supporting him. Lin Xiangchuan said admiringly, General Feng, you are wrong. In the history of history, you are the first cultivator to reach the level of God transformation, not to mention that you have directly advanced to the 3rd level of God transformation. Even Wu Yunjue was frightened by you and ran away with his tail between his legs. Your achievement is unprecedented, if not unparalleled. Feng Shi was very satisfied and thought, no wonder his cheap grandfather was reluctant to let Xiao Chuanzi come out to teach, this emotion is of great value. Qiongqi, with its wings drooping, felt it necessary to improve its favorability. After all, it was a step slower than other spirit pets before. So, flatteringly said, Xiao Shishi, you are the most beautiful and bravest person I have ever seen. Apart from anything else, your feat of drilling bones and cutting flesh is enough for others to learn for tens of thousands of years. You are the #1 warrior in our Juyu continent. Feng Shi, the first warrior, and the first Bataru. In fact, she had no dissatisfaction with Qiongqi. After all, the contract had only been signed for a short time, and she did not expect it to sacrifice its life to save her. Today's performance was already very good. She took out beast cores and pills and distributed them to the spirit pets to help heal their injuries. She used the cleansing technique several more times and planned to return to the Changsheng Sect. After all, Sect Master Sima was still warming the wine for her. However, she soon thought of a problem. Mu Jian was half dead at this time, Qiongqi's wings had turned into chicken wings, and Da Jin and the others were also seriously injured. How could she pretend to be cool? Finally, Feng Shi set his sights on Bear Kai Lei. You, disguise yourself as a flying spiritual weapon and carry me back to the Changsheng Sect. By Kai Lei. It is now a lei with status, no matter whether it is Grey Wing or Cloud Wing, in short, it is no longer the same as before. Feng Go actually asked her to be her mount. Isn't that a bit insulting to it? Besides, it only has a little bit of lightning power left, and it wants to use it in critical places. It would be not worth it to use it to show off to her. Just as it was about to pretend not to hear, it heard Feng Shi say. 3 grey cloud wings are just the beginning. Sooner or later I will help you snatch all of Wu Yunjue's cloud wings. Before Feng Shi could finish speaking, Bear Kai Lei considerately twisted himself into a heart shape and landed at Feng Shi's feet. As a considerate owner, it is not shameful to use the phoenix dog as a flying spiritual tool. Feng Shi felt that the love heart was not majestic enough, so she asked Bear Kai Lei to try out several different shapes, but she was not satisfied with any of the results. Finally she decided on the cloud shape. After all, no one would believe it was really a dark cloud. At least the colors don't match. Whose real dark clouds are green? By Kai Lei, who are you calling indecent? I'm still a kid. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1385 King Hong, is the wine still warm? Feng Shi stood on the cabbage thunder and went towards the Changsheng Sect. On the way, Feng Shi said to Bai Kai Lei with a look of disgust, why did you turn green? Can't you turn red? Even black will do. Bai Kai Lei thought, you are such a shameless person. You were begging for food and you still complain about it being rotten. Besides, what's wrong with green? Green represents life and hope, which is something others are eager to have. In order to save the power of lightning, it flew very slowly. Feng Shi felt that it was not as fast as she walked. However, she didn't rush him. She just used this time to eat something. She was so hungry. Bai Kai Lei complained in his heart, you are already a divine transformation cultivator, why do you still need to eat? I think you are not hungry, but greedy. You greedy dog. At this time, there were many people standing outside the Changsheng Sect's mountain gate. Sect leader Sima originally planned to send people out to look for Feng Shi, but was stopped by Zhang Wen. Wait a little longer, I think my junior sister will be back soon. The reason why Zhang Wen thought so was, on the one hand, because of his mysterious trust in Feng Shi, and on the other hand, he found that it was raining. The dark clouds are crying, which shows that they have not gained any advantage. Junior sister must be fine. Besides, there was a rainbow hanging in the sky just now, maybe the junior sister has successfully become a spirit. If junior sister really advances to the divine transformation stage, given her personality, she will definitely want a grand scene. If everyone just disperses, how disappointing it would be. However, after waiting for a while, Feng Shi didn't come back, and he started to panic. At this moment, he saw the cabbage thunder flying over from a distance, and suddenly cried out. My little junior sister is back. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a green cloud floating over, with a girl in a red robe standing on it. After a while, he arrived near the crowd. Feng Shi stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. Brightly. King Hong, is the wine still warm? Sect Master Sima was stunned for a moment, then he took out a cup of strewed wine from his storage ring, raised his hands high, and said in a choked voice, General Feng is mighty, please drink this cup. Feng Shi took the wine glass and drank it all. Everyone cheered immediately. Very good. Feng Shui is back safely. Many people even burst into tears. Even Jiting couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Elder Bai was surprised. General Feng, you have advanced to the divine transformation stage. And, you have directly soared to the third level of divine transformation. Feng Shi nodded calmly. Yes, when I was cleaning up the dark clouds, I also became a god. Elder Bai, by the way, this word is very magical. Everyone was furious again. Feng Shui is worthy of being Feng Shui. Not only did he drive away the dark clouds, he also successfully advanced to the god transformation stage. It's really amazing. What do you know? Boyan is here to send lightning power to our Feng Shui. How sensible. Look at the flying spiritual weapon under our Feng Shui's feet. It's not only beautiful in shape, but also beautiful in color. It's really fresh. Ellipsis. Zhang Wen took the photo stone and recorded this historic moment. He kept changing the angle, trying to show the beauty of his junior sister from all angles. He was recording the video conscientiously when he saw Feng Shi smiling brightly at everyone. Do you believe in light? You shuddered when you heard this. He then realized that his junior sister couldn't drink much and her drinking habits were very bad. Normally, one glass of wine is not much, but the Sima clan leader is a flatterer, so the wine he took out must be good. A very strong one. It's over. Junior sister must be drunk. Sure enough, the next moment, Feng Shi said the familiar line, everyone, I'm going to chase the light. Then he patted Bai Kai Lei's butt, and said, go. Bai Kai Lei. Rush, where to? Zhang Wen's reaction was really quick. He immediately summoned the magic sword, stood on it, and flew towards the north. Bai Kai Lei quickly followed, leaving behind a group of confused people. Finally, someone said, what does Feng Shui mean? She went to chase the light. What light? You are stupid, it is the light. Our Feng Shui must have suddenly had some enlightenment, so he went to find a suitable place to have enlightenment. That makes sense. Our Feng Marshal must be about to have another epiphany. He's about to have an epiphany right after advancing to the divine transformation stage. Feng Marshal is truly a god. Ellipsis. Pei Zhou fanned himself without saying a word, wondering why I felt that junior sister was silly just now. Could it be that he drank too much? Can. 1 cup pour. But it seems that she doesn't drink much on a regular basis. Is it really possible that she can't drink much? But with Lao Wu following us, nothing will go wrong. At this time, Zhang Wen and Bai Kai Lei had already flown dozens of miles away. Bai Kai Lei couldn't fly anymore and landed on the ground. Feng Shi tilted her head and looked at Zhang Wen. Fifth senior brother, do you think I am powerful? Am I the best Bataru in the world? Zhang Wen, what is Bataru? What does it mean? However, for a drunk person, he naturally had to go along with him and nodded quickly. Yes, you are the first Bataru. Feng Shi snorted coldly. You are lying. You must be laughing at me in your heart for not understanding the sword power, right? Zhang Wen, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Feng Shi drew out his wooden sword and pointed it at Zhang Wen. Whether you are or not, come, let's fight. Don't worry, I won't use my cultivation to bully you. I will suppress my cultivation to the foundation building stage. Zhang Wen. You know how to embarrass people. Although I haven't advanced to the nascent soul stage yet, I have already reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and I'm only one step away from the nascent soul stage. You want to fight me with your foundation building stage skills. Besides, I don't want to fight with a drunk. However, Feng Shi refused to give in, so Zhang Wen had no choice but to agree. Soon he discovered that the wooden sword seemed to be damaged, because there was no sword edge at all. Although Feng Shi's moves were quite powerful, they were not very powerful and he could easily deal with them. Zhang Wen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since Mu Jian couldn't use his full strength, he could just let her go and fight with his junior sister for a while. Maybe she would sober up. Just then, Feng Shi frowned. Fifth brother, do you underestimate me? You actually let me win. Zhang Wen. You've drunk too much, why are you still so cunning? The next moment, Feng Shi said, you forced me to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shi's sword moves changed. To be precise, there was no sword move at all, it seemed like he was just swinging it randomly. But as the wooden sword was swung, there was the sound of wind and thunder. Zhang Wen even saw small purple lightning. He was totally confused. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Even though he tried his best, he was still forced to retreat again and again by Feng Shi. Feng Shi said proudly, Fifth senior brother, what do you think of my wind and thunder sword technique? No moves are better than moves. The sword moves as my heart moves. When the sword is out, wind and thunder surge. I am invincible in the world. Zhang Wen. Even if you're drunk, you're still so cocky. But it's no wonder that the junior sister is so proud. Her swordsmanship is truly amazing. Of course, the most important thing now is to make her stop immediately. He doesn't want to be stabbed into a sieve by his own junior sister. He yelled, "Little junior sister, stop hitting me. Master will be unhappy if he sees this." Although Feng Shi was drunk, Xiao Beidao's master Bai Yu Guang was extremely powerful, so he actually stopped after hearing what he said. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Wen. "Fifth senior brother, master is poor, we must work hard to make money for master. Come on, I will take you to rob the rich and give to the poor, and destroy the Shangsheng sect." Zhang Wen. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1386. She, the lord of the ninth netherworld, has lost all her face. Zhang Wen was about to cry. Let's just say that why your thought process is different from that of normal people. Why do you do whatever you want? When he was racking his brains to think of how to persuade Feng Shi to give up the idea of destroying the Changsheng sect, Feng Shi slapped his forehead. No, I am now the lord of Juyu. I have plenty of money, so there is no need for me to rob the Changsheng sect. Fifth brother, let's go home. Zhang Wen thought Feng Shi wanted to return to Changsheng sect, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard Feng Shi say, "Let's go back to the northern territory, let's go back to Xuanshan sect, I miss my master." After saying that, tears began to fall. Zhang Wen was suddenly at a loss. He quickly coaxed, okay, senior brother will take you home right away." As he said that, he took Feng Shi on his flying sword and flew towards the northern region. Bai Kai Lei also flew back into the Xiangyun hairpin and thought, Feng Go looks so beautiful when she cries. I like to see her cry. Zhang Wen didn't really want to bring Feng Shi back to the northern territory, but wanted to delay some time. This place is far away from the northern territory, enough time for junior sister to sober up. He felt that this move of taking advantage of the opponent's strategy was really smart. The next moment, Feng Shi said, "Fifth brother, why don't we take the flying boat? Is it because you don't have one?" Zhang Wen. Feng Shi summoned the flying boat and increased its speed to the fastest. Zhang Wen felt very disappointed as he saw himself getting further and further away from Changsheng sect. Fortunately, Feng Shi fell asleep quickly, and Zhang Wen quickly and secretly turned the flying boat around and flew back to Changsheng sect. In order to maintain the face of Feng Shi, the lord of Juyu, he secretly sent a message to Elder Bai, asking him to bring the two back to Feng Shi's yard without anyone noticing. As for the flying boat, since it belonged to Feng Shi, Zhang Wen and Elder Bai had no way to put it away. They could only temporarily set up a formation to hide it. Anyway, it could not be lost since it was near the Changsheng sect. Feng Shi didn't wake up until the next morning. She opened her eyes, was dazed for a moment, and then remembered what happened yesterday. She looked at the roof with despair. She, the lord of Juyu, has lost all her face. She actually got drunk and acted crazy in public. Even if she successfully advanced to the god transformation stage, it couldn't make up for her broken heart. Fortunately, Zhang Wen, who had been guarding the outer room, ran in and said, "Little junior sister, don't worry, except for me and Elder Bai, no one knows that you were drunk. They all thought you were going to find a place to have an epiphany. Even the senior brothers didn't know you were back, let alone that you were drunk and crazy." Feng Shi then breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Wen with a gratified look on her face. "Fifth brother, you have really grown up. Can stand on their own. It's worth it that she has been traveling with him all the time." Feng Shi thanked Zhang Wen with a smile, washed up, and ate breakfast happily. When she finished eating, Zhang Wen said, "Junior sister, can you practice the wind and thunder sword technique you used yesterday again?" After coming back yesterday, Zhang Wen had been thinking about Feng Zai's swordsmanship. He wanted to practice it, but this so-called wind and thunder swordsmanship didn't have any moves at all, so he had no idea where to start. For the first time, he doubted his talent in swordsmanship. Am I a waste? When Feng Shi heard Zhang Wen's words, she agreed readily, went into the yard, took out the wooden sword, and then nothing happened. She couldn't remember what moves she had used. She tried a few times, but they were not what she expected. Zhang Wen said, "Junior sister, this isn't the drunken sword. It can only be used when you're drunk." Feng Shi was silent for a while. "How about I try drinking some?" Zhang Wen shook his head like a rattle. "Forget it, I'm a little scared. I'm afraid you will destroy the Changsheng sect." Feng Shi. "It's really embarrassing that I, the lord of the nine netherworld, can't even drink." She felt that the blame should be put on the 5 dog spiritual roots. Since they could absorb even toxins, why couldn't they absorb the wine? What's outrageous is that they actually joined in the drunken madness. It must be intentional to embarrass her. 5 dog spirit roots. If it weren't for us yesterday, you would have died long ago, let alone advancing to the divine level. Not only did you not praise us, but you actually let us take the blame. Are you immoral? Did we let you drink the wine? You just wanted to show off. Of course, I can only think about these things. On the one hand, I can't speak them, and on the other hand, I dare not say them. Ugh. When you are in Danshan, you have to bow your head. In order to maintain her own image, Feng Shi asked Elder Bai to take her out again secretly. After putting away the flying boat, she came back in a loud bang on Bai Kai Lei. He even lied to his conscience and said that he had an epiphany. Although he did not advance, his state of mind had become much more stable, blah blah blah. When I said this, I added a 1,000-layer pancake filter to myself. Zhu Shihuan, who just woke up. He felt that he was very proud, but at this moment he could only admit defeat. Over the next few days, Feng Shi continued to consolidate his realm. On the one hand, her drunken behavior was related to her poor drinking ability, and on the other hand, it was because she had just advanced to the next level and her state of mind was unstable. Otherwise, even if she was drunk, she would only be a little crazy, not so stupid. After stabilizing his realm, Feng Shi began to ponder whether his next step should be to go to the extremely cold ice field or to the 10,000-meter demon abyss to find the remnants of the Yunsha sect. After much thought, I decided to look for the remnants of the Yunshao sect first. According to Jiting, the formation that suppresses the aura of death on the extremely cold ice field is still relatively stable, and the Tiank Alliance should not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Furthermore, she had made arrangements beforehand, and there were people patrolling the periphery of the polar ice field day and night, so any disturbance could be reported promptly. In comparison, the remnants of the Yunshao sect are more likely to have problems. First, the Tiank Alliance has been secretly supporting the remnants of the Yunshao sect. Maybe they have already pinned the blame for the extermination of the Yunshao sect on the Changsheng sect. After all, at that time, the Changsheng sect was the only one in the Jiyu continent that could compete with the Yunshao sect. Second, Shen Zhilin's joining will definitely not have any good effect, and will definitely discredit her as the Lord of Jiyu and other forces. If we don't quickly resolve the problem of the remnants of the Yunshao sect, once the Tiank Alliance attacks, it will be disastrous if a fire breaks out in the backyard. Of course you have to go, but how? Why? Zhu Xuan said, this is easy, you call someone. If you don't use your master of the 24 solar terms now, when will you use him? Then let your father, the Demon King, send you hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers and generals to directly wipe out the remnants of the Yunshao sect. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1387. I only ask you to imitate me, not to surpass me. Fang Shi felt that Zhu Xuan's proposal was inappropriate. Grandpa, first, although Jiting said that the Tiank League supported the remnants of the Yunshao sect, he didn't know the specific situation. Perhaps the remnants of the Yunshao sect were just used by the Tiank League. If we launch a rash attack, it is likely to push them completely into opposition with us. Now is the time to need people, and the remnants of the Tiank League are a powerful force, so it would be better to win them over if possible. Secondly, since the remnants of the Yunshao sect had been able to lie dormant in the 10,000-meter demon abyss for tens of thousands of years, they must have had some extraordinary means. Furthermore, they had the advantage of geographical location, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Third, if I mobilize the demon army on a large scale, if it goes well it will be fine, but if it doesn't, everyone will be trapped in the demon abyss, and what if the Tiank Alliance takes the opportunity to attack? Therefore, we cannot attack rashly. I want to go to the remnants of Yunshao sect and find out more before making a decision. Before Zhu Xuan could express his opinion, Lin Xiangquan said, Fang Shui, this is too dangerous. It would be fine if Shen Zhilin didn't go, but if she was really in the remnants of the Yunshao sect, she might have been elected as the leader by now. Wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if you went there? Fang Shi lip hook. Although Shen Zhilin holds the inheritance and treasure, how could the remnants of Yunshao sect allow her to take the position of the sect leader? On the one hand, it was human nature. The remnants of the Yunshao sect had been lurking in the 10,000-meter demon abyss for tens of thousands of years, and of course they were unwilling to let a stranger who came along halfway reap the benefits. On the other hand, Shen Zhilin did not have the order to be the leader, so she was not able to convince the others. Even if some of them truly support Shen Zhilin, there are definitely many people who hold opposing views, especially the previous vested interests. It is true that they want revenge, but tens of thousands of years have passed, people's hearts have changed, and they may not just want revenge. Therefore, as long as we make good use of this, the remnants of the Yunshao sect will not be a problem to worry about. Lin Xiangquan first flattered her and then said, General Fang, your analysis is correct, but what identity are you going with? You can't reveal that you have the sect leader's order, right? Or do you want to recruit them as the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds? Just as Fang Shi analyzed, if the remaining members of the Yunshao sect had any ulterior motives, the sect leader's order would be a death warrant. Fang Shi smiled and said, I'll go wearing a small vest. Blood-devouring Huan snorted coldly. Don't even mention wearing a small vest. Even if you wear a cotton jacket, it's useless. People will get suspicious as soon as you go there. Fang Shi lip hook. Have you forgotten that we still have a spy from the Tiank League? Jiting, the spy of the Tiank League, found that the Jiyu continent was a solid block after arriving there, and there was also a Jiyu lord like me. He had no choice but to seek help from the remnants of the Yunshao sect. Isn't this a logical thing to do? He is not familiar with the demons, so it is normal for him to accept a demon disciple, and I am the chosen one. Lin Xiangquan exclaimed. Great, great, Commander Fang's plan is really great. The wonderful thing is that Jiting is really a member of the Tiank League. No matter how the remnants of the Yunshao sect verify it, even if they contact the Tiank League, Jiting is the real one, so it is foolproof. In addition, Jiting's identity is higher than Shen Zhilin's, which makes it much easier for him to do things. Fang Shui, you are so smart and resourceful, your little grandson, really admire you very much. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. I have thought of this a long time ago, but I just didn't say it. I just wanted to test you. Lin Xiangquan. Fang Shi. The hindsight is really loud. Fang Shi and the other two discussed the details again, then gathered together several core figures of the Sima clan leader and told them about their plans. Everyone disagreed. Now that Fang Shi is the Lord of Jiyu, there is no need for him to put himself in danger. If anything goes wrong, who will take charge of the situation? Fang Shi said to them. The remnants of the Yunshao sect are the last missing piece of the puzzle for our Jiyu continent. If we can't take them down, they will become a hidden danger sooner or later. Precisely because I am the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, I should get involved. I have made up my mind, you don't need to persuade me anymore. When everyone heard her say this, they stopped trying to persuade her, but they all expressed the desire to go with her. Especially Elder Yin and Elder Bai, the two have the highest cultivation base, so they will be protected if they go along. Fang Shi shook her head. Jiting has just arrived in Jiyu continent. It is reasonable for him to subdue a small shrimp like me from the demon clan, but won't it make people suspicious if he brings you two along? Don't worry, Jiting's identity as the Tiank League envoy is very useful. The two of us are enough. Everyone can persuade her, so they had to agree. After everyone had left, Fang Shi felt something was wrong. Everyone else is fine, but why is fifth brother so quiet? This is not his style. Just as I was thinking about it, Zhang Wen came back and sighed. Junior sister, I have often recalled the days when my brothers and sisters from the Zhu clan shared the joys and sorrows in the demon clan. We worked together to gain a firm foothold in the Zhu clan and killed many enemies in Langyuan. Although I went through life and death ordeals, that was the happiest time of my life, because there were only two of us, brother and sister, relying on each other. What a pure brotherly and sisterly love. Now that the eldest senior brother and his companions have arrived, and you have become the lord of the 9 netherworlds, I, the 5th senior brother, can only look up to you silently, and I no longer have the qualifications to walk with you. Feng Shi. I just asked you to imitate me, not to surpass me. Wow, they have learned how to use moral blackmail. I was wondering why you were so quiet just now, turns out you were holding back a big move. After feeling sorry for a while, Junwen said, Junior sister, I also know the magic skills, and I am very familiar with the demons, so you can take me with you. Although I am not as skilled as you, nor as smart as you, I can still give you a hand. At the very least, I can still serve you tea and chat with you. When Feng Shi was hesitating, Zhu Shihuan said, We men are all smart, so it's okay to bring a fool with us, maybe he can be useful. Besides, although the little chicken seems to have no second thoughts, what if more people can help take care of him, so take him with you. Feng Shi heard him say this and nodded. Okay, then 5th brother, you can come with me. Junwen was immediately overjoyed. He knew that the junior sister would not be so cruel as to abandon him. 2 days later, Feng Shi and the other two left Changsheng Sect without anyone noticing. In order to prevent the remnants of the Yunsha Sect from suspecting her, Feng Shi asked Sect Master Sima and others to create the illusion that she was still in the Changsheng Sect, which was not a difficult task for them. On the way, Feng Shi and the other two kept changing their appearances and identities to avoid being discovered by the spies of the remnants of the Yunsha Sect. When passing by Xuanshan Sect, Feng Shi really wanted to go back to Xuanshan Sect to see Xiao Beidao, but gave up the idea to be on the safe side. Heading north, the three crossed the Endless Sea and entered the demon realm. Zhu Tianjue once gave Feng Shi some pills that could be used to disguise oneself as a demon. Feng Shi modified them and after eating them, he could pass even blood tests. Zhu Xuan also improved the transformation technique that Zhu Tianjue taught Feng Shi. The original version would greatly reduce the cultivation level when converting spiritual power into demonic energy, but the improved version is much better. Although it will also reduce your cultivation level, the magnitude will not be that great. Feng Shi was originally at the 3rd level of the spiritualization realm, and after transformation he became the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Junwen was originally at the 9th level of nascent soul, and after transformation he was at the 6th level. Feng Shi. No, why is my cultivation level after transformation lower than that of 5th brother? Zhu Shihuan actually didn't know the reason, but he said very seriously. Why, isn't it because you just advanced and haven't consolidated your cultivation yet? I told you not to drift away, how are you doing now? A spiritual transformation is not as good as a nascent soul, aren't you ashamed? I, as your grandfather, am telling you that you must be modest and prudent, but you are not like me at all. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1388, being cowardly is just my strategy, not my nature. Although Feng Shi knew that Zhu Xuan was taking advantage of the situation, he also took the opportunity to reflect on himself. Although she kept reminding herself to be modest and cautious, but her Jindan advanced directly to the Shenhua level, and the 3rd level of Shenhua at that. In addition, she was surrounded by flattery, so she was more or less a little bit arrogant. Now he has been awakened by Zhu Xuan's blow. Sure enough, behind every successful granddaughter there is a nagging grandfather. As for why her cultivation level after the transformation was not as high as Junwen's, she thought it might be related to the fact that she was formed into an infant by breaking the elixir. In other words, the martial arts improved by Zhu Xuan is powerful. If it was Zhu Tianjue's original martial arts, it might have directly brought her to the foundation building stage. Feng Shi was lost in thought while checking the conditions of the spirit pets. The other spirit pets recovered quickly, but the wooden sword was still half dead. However, since a similar situation had happened to Mu Jian before, Feng Shi was not too worried. The little black ball is the most prominent among them. The chaotic energy it had accumulated before was almost completely consumed. It took this opportunity to absorb a little more demonic energy. Combined with the spiritual energy it had stored before, it should be able to make up for the shortfall soon. In fact, it is good to follow the unscrupulous master. If it was someone else, they would either only absorb the devilish energy or the spiritual energy. How could they eat such a balanced nutrition? The journey was smooth, and that day, Feng Shi and the other two arrived at the foot of the demon insect mountain. Zhu Xuan said to her, although I have never been to the demon insect mountain, I heard that the demon insects and monsters there are different from those in other places. You should be more careful. In fact, Feng Shi really wanted to release the demon goblin, but he can guarantee that there might be spies from the remnants of the Yunsha sect on the demon insect mountain. After weighing the pros and cons, he gave up. Besides, she also wanted to take this opportunity to consolidate her realm, and it would be best to practice by fighting. Don't mention how disappointed the demon boy is. Its wounds have almost healed, and I thought it would be able to show its full potential this time. It has been holding back its energy for a long time and wants to prove itself so that people won't think it is Tao's partner. As a result, now they say they want to shelve it. But what can it say? Just obey. Ugh. There is no place for heroes. After entering the mountain, Feng Shi and Junwen walked in front. They're Jiting's disciples now, so naturally they have to clear the obstacles for him. Jiting was feeling very nervous and kept reminding himself not to pretend too much, in case Feng Shi, who was always vindictive, would take revenge on him later. The mountain is full of magical plants, many of which are unique to the Demon Worm Mountain. The 5 dog spread roots were beginning to stir. After noticing Feng Shi's death gaze, he suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Ever since the drunken incident, their status has plummeted, and they can only keep their tails between their legs and live as human beings, no, as spiritual roots. When Feng Shi and the other two were curiously observing the surrounding environment, they heard a rustling sound. A group of black magic insects flew over from all directions, and their number was so large that it could be described as overwhelming. These black demon insects were wrapped in demonic flames and came with great force. Jiting used his spiritual sense to say to Feng Shi, "Feng Shui, this is different from what we knew before. Don't these flame bugs live halfway up the mountain? How come I encountered them right after I came in? And there are too many of them." Although the magic flame insects are only equivalent to cultivators in the foundation building stage, they're still very difficult to deal with due to their large numbers. Of course, there would be no problem if Jiting took action. However, for the sake of the status of the Tiank Alliance envoy, he would not take action easily. Zhang Wen summoned the Earth Sword and was ready to take action immediately. He got this magic sword from Lang Yinyuan. Although the name is very childish, it is still very useful. Feng Shi stopped him and said with great pride, "Brother, you protect master, I'll do it." Zhang Wen. This doesn't fit your character at all. Generally speaking, you are the one who talks, and I am the one who does the work. Why do you suddenly want to be a laborer today? Feng Shi was also stimulated by Zhu Xuan and decided to consolidate his cultivation through actual combat. She transformed her demonic energy into a crescent-shaped machete. The last time she entered the demon world, she transformed into a black lightning. Lightning is too conspicuous to both humans and demons, and her Zhu Wuyu's vest has been exposed, so she feels it necessary to put a vest on the lightning as well. Finally, she drew inspiration from the word, kneel, which evolved into a small sap, and also referred to by Kai Lei's twisting dance moves, and with these twists and turns, she twisted the lightning into a crescent-shaped machete. You know what, it looks quite impressive. Feng Shi waved a machete and killed the swarm of insects. While killing them, he silently chanted sutras to help these evil insects to be liberated. Magic fireworm, you are so kind. Soon, the magic flame insects that were close to Feng Shi came under attack from spiritual consciousness, and fell down like rain. Jiting. Is Feng Zai's demonic cultivation so terrifying? Although Feng Shi had talked about her great achievements in the demon clan before, Jiting felt that there was a lot of water in it. Now it seems that she was still too modest. Feng Shi actually just wanted to try out the power of the Brahma sound technique, but he didn't expect it to be so useful. It seems that although her spiritual power was suppressed, her power of nirvana was not affected, and seemed to have even been enhanced. The combination of the Brahma sound technique and the crescent moon machete is simply invincible. She got high pretty quickly. Grandpa, what do you think of my chicken pecking rice trick? Isn't it beautiful? Zhu Shihuan, your naming skills are really poor. I think it would be better to call it Wild Boar Arch. Feng Shi, what a nice name. She was chatting with Zhu Shihuan while killing the magic flame insects, and her performance could be described as being at ease. Seeing that it could not gain any advantage, the magic fireworm had to give up the food in its mouth and ran away. Feng Shi collected the dead insects on the ground into his storage ring, and took advantage of the situation by plucking any passing insects. There's nothing she can do, she still has a large army of hungry sea snakes waiting to be fed. I guess they wouldn't dislike it even if it's a bug. Kyongchi said to the little fat bird. Look how good Shashi she is to you. These bugs must be left for you to eat. Since you have bugs to eat, can you give me the beast core and pills? The little fat bird thought that the wooden sword was cheap enough, but he didn't expect that there would be something even more cheap than that. It said coldly, don't you also have a pair of chicken wings? You should be able to eat bugs, right? I will ask the master to stuff all those bugs into your mouth in a moment. You have to eat them. Kyongchi. Insult. What an insult. I covered you with a white sheet that day, and this is how you repay me. Just as it was about to get mad, it heard the fat bird say. You are new here, and you may not know that the master is my mother, and I am her daughter, her only precious daughter. I usually don't bother to act like the eldest daughter, so you think I'm easy to bully. Haven't you noticed that Mu Jian never dares to go against me? Do you believe that if I cry a little, my mother will let me drink your blood? Kyongchi recalled that the wooden sword rarely provoked the little fat bird. Could it be that what Yuanyuan said was true? So, shut up. Being a coward is just my strategy, not my nature. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1389. Stay beautiful anytime, anywhere. The little fat bird snorted coldly and continued to practice. It has long passed the stage of being jealous of these idiots, otherwise all these idiots combined would not be its match. Just like Xiao Beidao's position in mother's heart, she is mother's white moonlight little girl. Only donkey dung eggs have the ability to fight. However, Donkey Fendon has learned his lesson and doesn't get involved in these things anymore. This is the situation of the eldest daughter and the eldest son. Feng Shi didn't know that the Spirit Pet Palace was plotting again. After she put away the insect corpse, she said to Jiting excitedly. Master, the swordsmanship you taught me is truly amazing. Jiting, not bad. He really didn't dare to say more, for fear that any of his words would step on Feng Shi's tail and she would come back to punish him. Anyway, as a master, and a master from the Tiank League, it is normal for him to be a little cold. He knew that Feng Zai's words were meant for the spies of the remaining members of the Yunxia sect, but he had just used his spiritual sense to check and found nothing unusual nearby. However, the remnants of the Yunxia sect are good at making talismans and are also very powerful in formations. You can't guarantee that they have some way to spy on you, so it's better to be careful. He used his spiritual sense to say to Feng Shi, General Feng, why did those bugs fall to the ground? Did you just use spiritual sense to attack? Feng Shi, there is no such thing as a spiritual attack. Have you ever heard of beauty that can make fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies, beasts drop to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on flowers? They're just attracted by my beauty. Jiting. If it was your original appearance, I could still believe it, but now after your disguise, you can only be described as pretty, not even close to being a beauty. But what could he say? Keeping silent was his last resort. Feng Shi felt very happy. Jiting's tiger skin was so useful. Even if the remnants of the Yunxia sect had doubts about her cultivation and magic, they would only think that it was Jiting who taught her. After all, in their opinion, everyone in the Tiank League was very powerful. I have to say, this little chick Jiting is so valuable. It was worth it that she had specially made more than 100 chicken catching plans for him. Fang Shi felt a little hungry after the battle, so he took out a meat bun and ate it happily. She was quite particular about details. She bought the meat buns from the demon world and did not eat the food brought by the human race. Of course, I also want to change the taste. Fang Shi ate meat buns while admiring the surrounding scenery. I have to say, the scenery of Mokong Mountain is really nice. While she was eating and drinking, Zheng Wen was looking around vigilantly. If he doesn't show his value, what will happen if his junior sister doesn't take him out to play in the future? He is a man known all over the world for his sword. He is the favorite of the little apprentice sister, not only because of his social skills, but also because of his hard work. It is his value. Jiting was also paying attention to the situation around him. He had now completely accepted his identity as Fang Zai's follower. What else can they do if they don't accept it? He has sold out the Tiank League. The Tiank League can kill him 800 times. Besides, he worked very hard in the Tiank Alliance but got nothing in return. Since he followed Fang Shui, he can say that he had achieved freedom of beast cores, but at least he had eaten a lot of white and red beast cores. Besides, what Fang Shui said was right. Introducing the aura of death and silence into the Jiu continent would be like drinking poison to quench thirst. It is not only immoral but also stupid. Maybe in the future he will have to follow Fang Shui to Tiank continent to find the source of the deadly aura. If he could really find the source of the aura of death, he would not only not be a traitor to Tiank continent, but also a hero, a great hero. Fang Shi had just eaten 2 meat buns when 2 colorful butterflies flew towards her. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Is it Shanbo and Yingtai? The 2 magic butterflies ignored her and began to frantically flutter their wings, with fine powder floating in the air. Jiting hurriedly reminded, hold your breath, this powder has a charming effect. In fact, Fang Shi knew without his reminder that the rainbow-winged magic butterfly's best attack method was charm. She is immune to all poisons, so naturally she has nothing to worry about. Far from being worried, looking at the pair of colorful rainbow-winged magic butterflies, she had an idea. She couldn't even imagine how beautiful she would be if her hair was adorned with these 2 little things. If you get into a fight with someone, it can also play a supporting role. So, she smiled. The 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies felt a little cold for some reason. Out of the demon insect's instinct, it wanted to escape immediately. Fang Shi certainly would not give them this opportunity. He immediately began to chant scriptures silently, and while their consciousness was damaged, he easily captured them. Then, start the contract. The 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies struggled desperately, but due to the huge difference in strength between them, they were finally contracted. Fang Shi said to them with a smile. Don't worry, I will terminate the contract with you after I leave Demon Insect Mountain. Normally you stay in the magic bag. When I need you, you come out and serve as my headdresses, understand? The 2 rainbow-winged devil butterflies never dreamed that they would end up in the situation of being destitute. It turns out that being beautiful is also a sin. Fortunately, the evil lady said that she would only use them when needed, and she probably only used them as headdresses occasionally. The next moment, Fang Shi put them on the top of his head. As a naturally beautiful little witch, I must stay beautiful at all times and in all places. 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies. Fang Shi took out a mirror and admired herself for a while, then asked, by the way, isn't your territory halfway up the mountain? Why are you all here? One of the rainbow-winged demon butterflies said, something happened on the top of the mountain recently. The demon insects there have all fled to the middle of the mountain. We had no choice but to migrate here. Fang Shi couldn't help but feel a little curious. Something had happened. Was it related to the remnants of the Yunxiao sect? Or was it related to the demon goblins in the 10,000 feet demon abyss? Turning a bend in the mountain, a rainbow-winged magic butterfly said to Fang Shi. The area ahead is the territory of the bloodthirsty cicadas. It is their breeding season now and they're very frantic. In 3 days, their breeding season will be over. I think you'd better wait until 3 days before continuing on your journey, so as not to offend them. Fang Shi gave a wicked smile. The breeding season is good, I like the breeding season. Jiting. What kind of tiger-wolf talk is this? Is this what a little girl like you, a lord of the netherworld, should say? You really demonstrate the diversity of species time and time again. An hour later, Fang Shi heard the sound of cicadas and knew that the territory of the bloodthirsty cicada was approaching. She said to Bloodthirster. Grandpa, you always teach me to be a floater. Do you hear the cries of those bloodthirsty cicadas? What do they know? Just knowing. It's all crazy. Blood-devouring world. Are you slandering even insects now? So is a real dog. Chapter 1390. We are only responsible for beauty, not fighting. Zhu Xuan ignored Fang Shi. How could he, such a refined, wise and steady man, be as crazy as a crazy girl like her? Fang Shi didn't care and hid in a bush. The dog secretly watched the short film in which the bloodthirsty cicada made a guest appearance. She even dubbed the scene in her mind. Spring is here, everything revives, and it's the breeding season for animals. The 2 rainbow-winged magic butterflies lying on Fang Shi's head think she is a pervert. What kind of good person would like to watch this kind of scene? It doesn't matter whether she is a pervert or not. If they are discovered by those bloodthirsty cicadas, they will all die. You should know that during the breeding period, the bloodthirsty cicadas are not only irritable, but their combat effectiveness is also more than 30% higher than usual. Now they just hope that the dead pervert hides well and won't be discovered by the bloodthirsty cicada. As they were thinking about it, they saw the pervert stood up and shouted. Don't just sit there and think you know what you know. If you know it. If you don't know, you don't know it. Do you understand? 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies. How unlucky are they to have made a contract with a hammer? Is she afraid that she won't die fast enough? Just as they expected, many male bloodthirsty cicadas that did not get the right to mate all stared at Feng Shi with their scarlet eyes. They were already in a mess, and then a demon appeared and started chattering. He was simply looking for death. Feng Shi said to Zhang Wen, who was standing beside him, "Brother, look, these cicadas actually have 5 eyes." Zhang Wen. Even the cicadas in the secular world have 5 eyes, okay. Is this something you should be surprised about? The next moment I heard Feng Shi say, "It's useless to have 5 eyes. They can't even see that I am their savior. As long as I take action, I can increase their reproduction efficiency by more than 100 times. Zhang Wen. Junior sister, you should have some limits when bragging. More than 100 times. Don't even mention those cicadas. I don't believe it." At this time, some angry male bloodthirsty cicadas were flapping their wings and flying towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi took out an enhanced version of the multiplying and blessings pill and threw it at them. Those male bloodthirsty cicadas subconsciously dodged, and the fertility and fortune pills fell to the ground, instantly exploding into powder and flying everywhere. The male bloodthirsty cicadas that were originally rushing towards Feng Shi changed direction instantly. They only wanted to concentrate on reproduction now, so how could they have the time to care about Feng Shi? The 2 rainbow-winged magic butterflies on Feng Shi's head looked at the bustling scene not far away and covered their eyes with their wings. "I don't have the eyes to see it, I really don't have the eyes to see it. What kind of pervert did they contract with?" Feng Shi said to Jiting and Zhang Wen, "Master, senior brother, let's go." When Feng Shi threw out the numerous and blessings pill, Zhang Wen had already used his magic energy to set up a protective shield for the 3 of them, so they were not affected. Jiting thought, no wonder Feng Shui likes this 5th senior brother the most, he really has good eyesight. After walking a few steps, Feng Shi discovered that there were many cicada shells hanging on the bushes and trees. Following the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, he began to put them into his storage ring. Jiting. It's already this late, and you still have the time to pick up cicada shells. Aren't you afraid that those bloodthirsty cicadas will suddenly wake up and attack us? His worries were obviously unnecessary. The effect of the elixir refined by Feng Shi was extraordinary. Those bloodthirsty cicadas didn't even give them a glance. After moving around for a while, Feng Shi and the other 2 finally left the sphere of influence of the bloodthirsty cicada. The 2 rainbow-winged magic butterflies on the head became particularly well-behaved, and those who didn't know would think they were fake butterflies. They're so scared. What if that pervert used that kind of elixir on them? The 2 rainbow-winged devil butterflies shuddered. They dared not think about it. They dared not think about it at all. At this time, Feng Shi asked them, what kind of demon insect territory is ahead? Poisonous earth dragons usually lie dormant underground. If prey approaches, they will suddenly jump out of the soil and spray venom. Their venom is extremely poisonous. Suddenly Feng Shi asked, is it poisonous to me? 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies. I have to say, you have a pretty accurate understanding of yourself. Feng Shi pouted. What, they're just a bunch of earthworms. They're really good at flattering themselves. But this thing is too disgusting, I don't want to do it myself, you 2 go ahead. 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies. Do you think too highly of us? If it were any other evil insects, we might be able to charm them by dancing, but the venomous boar usually hides underground, so we can't do anything about it even if we try. Besides, we agreed before that we are only responsible for beauty, not fighting. Feng Shi didn't actually want to count on them, but she was telling the truth. She thought the venomous boars were too disgusting and didn't want to fight them. So, he turned to Zhang Wen and said, brother, your chance to show off is here. Zhang Wen. You are really my dear junior sister. Although he was not very willing to take this job, he had no choice but to do it. He knew that the biggest reliance of the venomous drilling dragon was its venom. As long as he took good precautions, killing these venomous drilling dragons would not be a big problem with his skills. So, he not only activated the magic defense, but also activated several defensive magic weapons. When he was following Feng Shi in the demon clan, he got a lot of good things. In addition, he had already put on the set of flame demon heart guard armor that he had obtained in Lang Yinyuan before, and his main character was a coward. After making sufficient preparations, Zhang Wen transformed the demonic energy into a big knife and chopped at the ground in front of him. He is known throughout the world for his skill with not only sword but also knife skills. Speaking of this, he felt that the reason why Feng Shi twisted the lightning into a crescent-shaped machete was to match it with his magic sword. The little junior sister must want to use this reserved and implicit way to show that he is the senior brother she holds in her heart. As soon as Zhang Wen chopped out with his sword, a poisonous earth dragon as thick as a bucket drilled out from the ground and sprayed a stream of venom towards Zhang Wen's defense line. Zhang Wen dodged it smoothly. He could even dodge junior sister's 10 consecutive kneeling attacks, so avoiding these venoms was naturally a piece of cake for him. However, just as he dodged, several poisonous earth drilling dragons jumped out from the ground and surrounded Zhang Wen. Feng Shi stood beside Jiting and spoke to him with his spiritual sense. Don't just stand there and watch. At the critical moment, release some of the pressure of an 8th level spiritualization cultivator to prevent those little bugs from hurting my 5th senior brother. Jiting. Even the old hen can't protect her cubs like you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1391. It turns out to be a praying mantis. Even though Jiting complained, he still kept an eye on the battle situation. If Zhang Wen really got into trouble, he would definitely not be any better off. Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi, instead of letting the little chicken use his coercion to intimidate the earthworms, why don't you chant some spells to cooperate with those 2 idiots? Feng Shi's eyes lit up. Her cheap grandfather had provided her with a new idea. In the past, she relied on talking and speaking to provide help to her teammates, but in the future she can completely use spells. Besides, it's a good opportunity to practice the Sanskrit sound technique more. After all, it is a powerful weapon against the Tiank League. So, she began to perform the Brahma sound technique, secretly attacking those poisonous earth drilling dragons. Zhang Wen was a little puzzled at first, why these earthworms staggering here and there. Could it be that they're just like the little apprentice sister, drinking too much? However, he soon figured it out and realized that it must be his junior sister who was secretly helping him with the Sanskrit sound technique. He was touched but also a little ashamed. If he wasn't so weak, the junior sister wouldn't have helped him secretly. He said he wanted to help his junior sister, but it turned out that he couldn't even deal with a few earthworms. He is such a loser. If it was someone else, they might have fallen into self-pity, but with Junwen, even if he was frustrated, it only lasted for a moment. Soon, his confidence took over again. Do not. He is a gentleman with a sword known all over the world, so he is definitely not a waste. He is a strong man, he must be a strong man. He will not be a burden to junior sister, but her most capable helper. He wanted to become stronger, he wanted to show his junior sister and the little chicken that his reputation as a gentleman with a sword was definitely not in vain. He suddenly summoned the earth-moving sword, and the sword's light was like a dragon emerging from the sea, extremely swift and unpredictable. Wherever it passed, the poisonous earth-drilling dragons were all turned into powder. Jiting's eyes almost popped out. If he hadn't been a little wary, he would have shouted out loud. He used his spiritual sense to say to Feng Shi, General Feng, this is incredible, he actually comprehended the sword intent. This is the sword intent. Even in Tiang continent, there are few people who can comprehend the sword intent. Feng Shi asked doubtfully, sword intention, is it more powerful than sword force? Jiting nodded, of course. Sword power is just the perception of swordsmanship, while sword intent is the will of the sword holder and the sword combined into one, which is the legendary unity of man and sword. There are many people who can comprehend the sword's power, but those who can comprehend the sword's meaning are rare. Those who can comprehend the sword's meaning will surely become masters of swordsmanship in the future. Feng Shui, your fifth brother has a bright future. Feng Shi was surprised and delighted, she didn't expect that fifth senior brother could kill a worm and still show off his sword intent. At this time, Zhu Xuan's voice came from his spiritual consciousness, Shashi, you said that even idiots can comprehend the sword intent, why can't you even comprehend the sword force? Feng Shi. You lost my granddaughter for at least half an hour. Zhu Shihuan added, it must be because I asked you to use the Brahma sound technique to secretly help him, which provoked him. I am so wise. It's easy to stimulate a swordsmanship genius. Feng Shi said quietly, Grandpa, you have been talking for a long time, have you comprehended the meaning of the sword? Zhu Shihuan, in fact, sword power or sword intent are not important. The main thing is to have a good brain. Just like Jun Wen, that idiot, even if he can comprehend the sword intent, he is still a weakling in front of us men. Feng Shi, you are really famous for your double standards. Jun Wen no longer needed her help with the Sanskrit sound technique, so she just joked with Zhu Xuan while watching Jun Wen killing everyone. Although those venomous earthworms were ferocious, they were not stupid. Seeing that one would die if they went out, they all hid quietly underground and dared not come out again. Jun Wen raised the earth-shaking sword and shouted, Can't you spray venom? Keep spraying. Keep spraying. Aren't you outnumbering me? Come on, continue to attack me. Come out, everyone. Let me see who still refuses to accept this. Ellipsis. Feng Shi simply couldn't bear to watch it. It's so good. How can someone like him comprehend the sword's meaning? It seems that what Grandpa Bianyi said is right. Sometimes being too thoughtful is not a good thing. You could have taken a straight path, but because you think too much, you end up taking a lot of detours. Jun Wen shouted for a long time but no earthworm came out, so he had to give up. Although he didn't know that he had comprehended the meaning of the sword, he vaguely felt that his swordsmanship had reached a new level, and his heart was filled with joy. He said it, he is a gentleman with a sword known all over the world, there is no way he can be a waste. Even if I can't compare to my junior sister, I'm just a little bit behind. When he learned from Jiting that he had comprehended the sword intent, he became even more arrogant. I wish I could carve the words, sword intent, on my forehead. If he wasn't afraid of being overheard by the remnants of the Yunsha sect, he would definitely have given a tens of thousands of words acceptance speech. The three of them rested for a while and then continued to move forward. One of the rainbow-winged demon butterflies said, the mountainside is just ahead. The demon insects above came down from the top of the mountain. They are all very brutal. You must be careful. After hearing Feng Zai's retelling, Jun Wen patted his chest and said, Master, junior sister, you don't have to do anything from now on, just leave it to me. What mountainside or mountaintop? Aren't they just a few bugs? I can easily get rid of them all, just wait and see. Feng Shi looked at his smug look. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, she would have made him kneel dozens of times in a row. She didn't say anything either, because reality would teach him a lesson. Jiting was speechless, because he had been so arrogant before, but ended up becoming a little chicken. A quarter of an hour later, a huge dead tree appeared in front of them, lying there. The rainbow-winged demon butterfly hurriedly said to Feng Shi, This is the nest of the netherworld Coleoptera. They can attack spiritual consciousness and are very ferocious. Be careful. Feng Shi's heart moved. Can it attack the spiritual consciousness? This bug is great. If we catch more and release them when we encounter the Tiank Alliance in the future, it will be the right medicine for the disease. As Feng Shi was thinking about it, he saw several large green beetles, as big as ordinary rabbits, crawling out from the dead tree. When Feng Shi was wondering how these netherworld Coleoptera insects would attack his spiritual consciousness, he saw these netherworld Coleoptera insects start to touch the ground with their tentacles and nod their heads upwards, as if they were bowing. Feng Shi. It turned out to be a praying mantis. This thing suits me very well. They are all inheritors of the art of kowtow. While she was daydreaming, Jun Wen had already rushed up with the earth-shaking sword. Although his consciousness felt a little uncomfortable, he felt it was no big deal. With the sword in hand, the world is mine. As a result, he had just rushed out not far when he suddenly had a splitting headache. He immediately wanted to back down, but when he thought about how he had already boasted, he had to endure the pain and continue attacking those netherworld Coleoptera. The nether Coleoptera was angered. The frequency of kowtow is getting faster and faster, and even after images appear. Fang Shi was a little worried that they would knock their heads off. She couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Compared with these praying kowtows, her kowtow technique was so unskilled. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1392, these days, you still have to rely on your looks. Fang Shi was thinking about this and that here, and Zhang Wen felt like his head was about to split. Not to mention the sword intent, even ordinary sword moves are very stiff. If it were him back then, he would have to hold on for the sake of face, but now he is not so stupid. Junior sister, save me. Save me. Fang Shi was both angry and amused. He swung up the crescent-shaped machete and smashed the praying mantises with the back of the machete. Don't you like to kowtow? Knock for me. Knock hard. Those praying mantises are in bad luck. Normally, the tentacles would only lightly touch the ground, but now Fang Shi had smashed them directly into the soil. It was like planting a row of carrots. It's not that they don't want to resist, it's just that they're best at spiritual attacks and are not good at close combat. Strange, how come this pervert is not affected by their spiritual attacks? Fang Shi started to contract these praying mantises without saying a word. Fang Shi counted and found that there were 24 praying worms in total. Zhu Shihuan gloated, it just happens to correspond to your master's 24 solar terms. Fang Shi. She ignored Zhu Xuan and said to Jiting excitedly. Master, the contract technique you taught me is really powerful. I contracted so many praying mantises at once, and I didn't feel any discomfort at all. The spiritual attack and defense techniques you taught me are more powerful, so these praying mantises won't have much impact on me. Unfortunately, my senior brother is too stupid and only learned the basics. Zhang Wen, who was covering his head, said. Revenge. Qi Guguo's revenge. However, he didn't dare to say a word now because he felt guilty. He was so arrogant just now. He had completely forgotten all the reminders his junior sister had given him on a daily basis. His junior sister must have been angry. Jiting was also speechless. Did he teach him? He still wants to learn about contracting spirit pets, spiritual attack and defense. He finally realized that he was the one taking the blame. Fang Shi didn't care what he thought. Everything would be left to Jiting and Tiank Li. Her attention was now on the praying mantises. She made them stand in 2 rows and kowtow to her. The praying bugs. Although I don't understand, I have no choice but to do it. They were just kowtowing at this time, without launching any spiritual attack. Fang Shi looked at those praying worms and recalled the times he had kowtowed over the years, especially when he had kowtowed from time to time at the gate of Xuanshan Sect. He finally felt a little comforted. The head she knocked out finally returned in another form. The 2 rainbow-winged magic butterflies on Fang Shi's head couldn't help but feel very fortunate. Originally, they still felt that being the head flower was too cowardly, but now it seems that they're definitely better than these praying mantises. These days you still have to rely on your looks. Fang Shi made those praying insects kowtow to him 99 and 81 times, and then put them into the magic beast bag. Poor thing, those praying mantises are so drunk that they're seeing stars. Although they also kowtow normally, they're blessed by spiritual consciousness after all, and there is no need to kowtow so much. Their lives are so miserable. If they had known this, they would have hidden in the dead trees and never come out. Fang Shi asked the praying mantises, what insect's territory is next? One of the biggest praying mantises said hurriedly. Bloodthirsty 9 fragrance insects, they like to release poisonous gas that stinks. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no demon insect would like to deal with them. Fang Shi, I understand, fart bug. The insects on this demon insect mountain are more bizarre than each other. Fang Shi really didn't want to deal with a bunch of fart bugs, so he used his spiritual sense to send a message to Jiting. After a moment, Jiting said, time is running out, let me do it myself. After Jiting finished speaking, he released the pressure of the 8th level of the spirit transformation, and as expected, the journey was smooth without any obstruction. As they were about to reach the top of the mountain, the largest praying mantis said. Yes, the top of the mountain is occupied by a group of demon goblins, so we'd better not go up. Even if the 3 of you were all late-stage spiritualization cultivators, you would not be their match. Before Fang Shi could do anything, the demon CO in the magic bag said in surprise. Impossible, we, the demon CO clan, have lived in the 10,000-meter demon abyss for many years. Although we really want to get out, there is an invisible barrier blocking us, and we can't get up at all. Fang Shi was also very puzzled. He was sure he couldn't guess the answer, so he decided to go up and ask. So she ignored the brer bug's advice and continued walking towards the top of the mountain. After a while, the 2 rainbow-winged butterflies on her head trembled and said, Master, could you be kind enough to put us in your monster bag? Our claws are a little slippery. Fang Shi, if you're afraid, just say you're afraid. It's useless. However, I still put them into the monster bag. The 2 rainbow-winged demon butterflies thought that their master was actually quite good. Apart from being a little abnormal, greedy, and immoral, he didn't seem to have any other shortcomings. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Shi heard laughter coming from afar. Fang Shi also laughed. Giggle. Quack quack. Hey hey hey. Ellipsis. The laughter in the distance stopped abruptly. Fang Shi looked into the distance and shouted, Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like laughing? What responded to her was a roar, and a moment later, a group of demon goblins appeared in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi widened his eyes. That's a lot. The demons. You are the one, right? Your whole family is the same. We are the demon CO, the famous demon CO, okay. One of the demon goblins, who was tall and looked like the leader, roared. Stinky girl, you're looking for death. Fang Shi, let's not discuss whether I'm looking for death or not. Let me ask you, why are you running here instead of enjoying yourself in the 10,000 feet demon abyss? The leader of the demon goblins. You are talking nonsense. There is poisonous gas all over there. The demon beasts have eaten us all a long time ago. We have been living on grass for many years. You call this a blessing? Fang Shi was puzzled and asked, but there are only grass and bugs in this demon bug mountain. Could it be that you think disgusting bugs are tastier than grass? Demonic mandrill leader. If you can eat meat for thousands of years, you wouldn't find insects disgusting anymore. The meat of insects is also meat. Fang Shi asked curiously, how did you get up here? The demon leader sneered, what the hell is it to you? Do you three want to die, or do you want us to kill you? As the demon goblin leader spoke, he shed sad tears, well, they flowed from the corners of his mouth. Fang Shi felt a little strange. According to the style of the demon goblins, they would not waste time talking to her and should rush forward. So the question is, why are these demons sitting still? Either they have some reservations or something has gone wrong and they can only bluff. Fang Shi used her spiritual sense to ask the demon goblin she had contracted. Big monkeys, are there any problems with them? Demon CO, it's been a long time since I heard this strange and harsh name. Okay, let's just call it a big monkey. At least it has a name, unlike other demon monkeys which can only be called by the names. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1393. It smells so good. The big monkey comforted himself in his heart and said to Fang Shi, something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, with our impatient character, how could we still be squatting on the top of the mountain? We would have already gone down the mountain to rule the country. However, I couldn't tell what was wrong with them at the moment, and they looked quite bright. The reason it said this was because the demon goblin's face was streaked with red and green. If it was weak, the colors would not be so bright. Fang Shi heard what the big monkey said and decided to test it out. He said to the demon leader, oh, you may not know that my master can tell fortunes. He has predicted that your demon CO clan has encountered a difficult situation, a big difficult situation. He is a compassionate and kind-hearted person, and he wants to help you resolve the situation. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If we help you, you will have to pay the corresponding price. The demon leader subconsciously asked, what's the price? The big monkey in the monster bag thought, you idiot. When you ask this, aren't you admitting that the demon CO clan has indeed encountered difficulties? The demon goblin leader reacted after he finished speaking. He was so upset that his originally colorful face turned red. It stared at Fang Shi without saying a word. Fang Shi looked at it and said, I'll count to 3. If you want to tell me, then tell me. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. 1, 2, 3. After Fang Shi finished counting, the demon goblin leader didn't say anything. An ordinary person would definitely feel very embarrassed at this moment. After all, harsh words have been spoken, but for Fang Shi, the word embarrassment does not exist at all. She said with a smile as if nothing had happened. It seems that you haven't thought it through, so keep thinking about it, don't be in a hurry. Meeting is fate, I don't have anything good to give you, so I'll just give you some monster meat. Fang Shi rummaged around in her storage ring and finally found some aged monster meat, which she had stored when she was wandering around the demon realm. She threw the monster meat to the demon goblin leader. It's just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect. The demon leader didn't eat it. Who knows if the stinky girl poisoned it? It can't be fooled. It didn't eat it, but some demons couldn't help it. A little goblin hopped over with drooling mouthfuls, took a big mouthful, and then made a sound like, whoa. Obviously it was so delicious that it was incoherent. Seeing this, the other little demon goblins rushed forward and quickly ate up the monster meat that Fang Shi threw over. Fang Shi said with sympathy, a soft-hearted person like me cannot bear to see such a scene. Here, there are some meat buns. I'll give them to you too. As he said this, he threw dozens of meat buns over. The little goblins rushed forward and the meat buns were divided up in an instant. The demon goblin leader looked up at the sky because he was afraid that saliva would flow out if he lowered his head. So delicious. It smells so good. The big monkey in the monster bag felt that these fellow monkeys were so shameful. How did a great demon CO end up like this? When it was in the abyss, it might not have had the best food, but at least it never had to worry about food. It's really true that each generation is worse than the previous one. At this time, Fang Shi said to the demon leader, you have seen my sincerity. Tell me, what's going on? I don't know if it was because Fang Shi was too sincere, or if the demon leader was desperate. It jumped forward 2 steps on one leg. Follow me. Fang Shi turned to look at Ji Ting, Master. Ji Ting. Even at this time, you still remember to act, you are really dedicated. He nodded his assent. So, Fang Shi and the other 2 followed the demon goblin leader and continued walking towards the top of the mountain until they reached the very top. The demon leader pointed to the bottomless abyss not far away and said, below that is the 10,000-foot Devil's Abyss. Originally there was an invisible barrier, but it suddenly disappeared recently for some unknown reason, so we climbed up from below. We thought we could escape from the cage, but we never expected that after coming out, we felt extremely uncomfortable. Not only our bodies, but even our consciousness felt a little painful. At first I thought it was because I was not used to the new environment, but after more than half a month, it became more and more serious. Alas, we were just discussing whether we should just go back and eat grass, which is better than suffering outside. Fang Shi thought that the barrier could not disappear for no reason, and it was most likely related to Shenjilan or the remnants of the Yunsha sect. As for why the demon goblins showed symptoms of discomfort, she couldn't make a judgment at the moment, but that didn't stop her from fooling them. She asked Ji Ting, Master, what do you think is the reason? Ji Ting was like an old charlatan, pinching his fingers and muttering to himself. After a while, he said, if we want to resolve this disaster, we have to start from the water area in the northwest. However, this water area seems to be very dirty, which is really strange. The demon leader asked in confusion, northwest. A place with water. Dirty. Are you talking about that stinking swamp? What does this have to do with our physical discomfort? Ji Ting shook his head. It's hard to figure this out. We have to go down and take a look. But it is said that there is poisonous fog all over the place. We can't help. The leader of the demon goblins was originally skeptical about Fang Zai's words, but now seeing that Ji Ting had even calculated the stinking swamp, he believed it at least 80%. It hurriedly said, you are afraid of the poisonous fog, but we are not. Moreover, we have the ability to disperse the poisonous fog. Why don't you follow us and take a look? Don't worry, if you can really help us get through this difficult time, we can agree to any conditions. Ji Ting raised his eyebrows. Oh, can you really agree to any conditions? Even if I want you to help kill someone? The demon goblin leader readily agreed. It feels funny in its heart, but it doesn't make any sense anyway, so it might as well agree to you first. When we get to the abyss, when we still have the final say. These demon goblins were originally considering whether or not to return to the 10,000 feet demon abyss, but now they don't have to worry about it. The leader of the demon goblins immediately ordered all the demon goblins to return to the abyss. The demon goblins are quite proactive. When they were in the abyss, they tried desperately to get out. But after they got out, they found that there was no place better than home. Of course, the main reason is that it is too uncomfortable, otherwise eating insects would definitely be better than eating grass. When the demon leader was directing his men to climb down, Feng Shi said, Mala, let me discuss something with you. You arranged to Maluo to carry my master and my senior brother, and you carry me. Demon mandrill leader. You are really not shy. Aren't you afraid that I'll throw you off halfway? Jun Wen felt that his junior sister was definitely going to do something bad again, but he couldn't guess what Feng Shi was thinking for the moment. The demon goblin leader weighed the pros and cons and agreed. For the sake of the overall situation, just memorize it. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1394 Child, I am your ancestor. The leader of the demon goblins was really responsible. After all the other demon goblins had gone down, he carried Feng Shi on his back and climbed down the cliff. Feng Shi took out a fruit and stuffed it into its mouth. Here, this is your reward for your hard work. The demon goblin leader hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it, he realized that things had developed to this point, and the little girl would not poison him. Besides, now that she was on its back, she would fall if it exerted the slightest force. Flying was prohibited in this 10,000-foot deep demonic abyss, and she didn't have their climbing ability, so she would definitely be smashed into a pulp. Thinking of this, and because the fruit was so fragrant, it ate it. Its burnt green eyes suddenly lit up. It is juicy, sweet and sour, and really delicious. Feng Shi asked it, how is it? Is it delicious? Do you want to eat more? In order to maintain his remaining dignity, the demon leader said, just make do with it. Feng Shi didn't waste any words and stuffed 2 fruits into the dog's mouth and fed it 2 meat buns. The demon goblin leader has been in a bad mood recently and even felt that there is no point in living, but now he feels that everything is worth it. It turns out the world is so beautiful. Just as it was sighing, its consciousness was enveloped by a strange breath. It was shocked and angry, and instantly realized that it was the stinky girl on its back. She actually wanted to contract it. Really looking for death. Just when it was about to throw Feng Shi off its back, a fellow creature suddenly appeared beside it, grinning at it. Feng Shi also moved to the back of that fellow creature in an instant. The demon leader couldn't believe his eyes. Is it hallucinating? How come a fellow of its own suddenly appeared, and it was certain that it did not belong to its tribe? Are there demon goblins in other places? While it was stunned, Feng Shi left a mark of spiritual consciousness on it. It was terrified, angry, and wished it could tear Feng Shi into pieces. Just as it was about to attack Feng Shi with its spiritual consciousness, Feng Zai's eerie voice rang out from within its spiritual consciousness. Don't forget, your men are still hanging on the cliff. If you make some inhuman noises, they will be startled and fall down, which will be bad. You are mine now, are you sure you want to make things difficult for yourself? Besides, you'd better communicate with me using your spiritual sense. You don't want others to know that you are under my contract, right? The demon goblin leader swallowed back the roar that was about to come out of his mouth. Although they are good at climbing, the cliffs of the demonic abyss are no joke, and if they are not careful they will be doomed. As for the possibility of being heard by others, it thought Feng Shi was just talking nonsense. They were hanging on the cliff now, who would come to eavesdrop? However, it thought it would be a good idea to communicate using its spiritual sense. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. It was already feeling frustrated, and it didn't want to be filled with even more cold wind. It used its spiritual consciousness to ask Feng Shi, why? Feng Shi sighed, because I can't bear to see you suffer, I want to save you. Demon mandrill leader, #% and *#. After it greeted Feng Shi's ancestors for 18 generations in its mind, it asked Feng Shi. What do you want us to do? Feng Shi curled her lips, I haven't thought about it yet, let's put it away first. Demonic mandrill leader. It knew that it couldn't get any useful information from Feng Shi, so it gnashed its teeth and asked the big monkey. Where are you from? Why are you following her? The big monkey was very excited at this moment. I thought the hero had no place to use his skills, but unexpectedly, there were twists and turns and his highlight moment finally came. It said to the demon leader with a loving face, Child, I am your ancestor. The demon goblin leader was so angry that he almost passed out. Are you my ancestor? I am your father. Hey. You actually took advantage of me. If it wasn't still hanging on the cliff, the demon goblin leader would definitely beat the big monkey up and make him kneel down and call him ancestor. Next, the big monkey told his story. In order to support its words, it also listed a lot of evidence, such as secrets that only the demon Xiao clan knew, such as the layout under the 10,000-meter demon abyss and so on. The demon mandrill leader was concerned about, you said there are many humans hiding under the stinking swamp. After getting a positive answer, the monkey was completely upset. Meat is right in front of them, but they have been eating vegetarian food for thousands of years. Is there anything more tragic in the world than this? At this time, Feng Shi said, if I'm not mistaken, the disappearance of the barrier must be related to the remnants of the Yunsha sect. Your physical discomfort may also be caused by them. The demon leader was puzzled and asked, we have nothing to do with them, why would they do this? Feng Shi said, of course I have a purpose, maybe it's to seize your territory. If you don't leave, they will have to stay in the pit forever. The demon goblin leader was immediately furious. It transferred all its resentment towards Feng Shi to the remnants of the Yunxiao sect. If it hadn't been for them causing trouble, it wouldn't have led its tribe to the top of the mountain. If it hadn't climbed to the top of the mountain, it wouldn't have encountered the perverts. It's all their fault. They all deserve to die. After its anger subsided, it asked Feng Shi. Are you here for the humans in the cesspool? What do you want us to do? Feng Shi said with a smile, accompany me to perform a play, and as a reward, I will help you solve your physical discomfort problems. How about it? The demon leader had no choice but to agree. So, Feng Shi began to tell it the story. When the play was over, the leader of the demon goblins finally crawled to the bottom of the abyss. Halfway through, Feng Shi returned to the back of the demon goblin leader and took the big monkey away. The big monkey didn't expect that his screen time would be so short. He thought he was the protagonist, but turned out to be a supporting role. Pretending to be cool but dying before achieving success often makes one's collar full of tears. The demon leader was listening to Feng Zai's story while wondering, why did all the discomfort in his body disappear? Even his consciousness became comfortable. Is it because it has made a contract with the female devil? Can. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1395 Make a Fortune. After several hours, the demon goblins finally crawled to the bottom of the 10,000-foot deep demon abyss. It's not that they climb slowly, but the cliff is too steep, and there are wind blades formed by evil winds along the way, so they can only stay close to the cliff to avoid them. Feng Shi saw that the bottom of the valley was filled with poisonous fog, just as the big monkey had said. However, the demon goblins all have the ability to disperse the poisonous fog, and soon the poisonous fog in their area was dispersed. But this time, a demon said, why do I feel less uncomfortable? It seems like I'll be fine once I get back to my nest. The other demons also echoed, yeah, I feel much better too. It seems that we are suitable to live here. If we had known this, we should have caught more insects. It looks like we'll have to eat vegetarian food again from now on. Ellipsis. The demon goblin leader rolled his big green eyes and asked them, did you feel comfortable after you came down, or did you feel it while you were climbing? The demon goblins all said that the climbing process was still very uncomfortable, and the uncomfortable feeling was relieved when they reached the bottom of the valley. The demon goblin leader was in a very complicated mood. It seems that the contract with the female devil can really alleviate their physical discomfort. Why is that? It can't be because she's a pervert, right? Just when it was puzzled, the excited voice of the little black ball was heard in Feng Shi's consciousness. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. This isn't poisonous fog at all, it's the energy of chaos. Feng Shi. You said this is the energy of chaos. It's obviously poisonous. The little black ball said proudly, you don't understand this, right? Just like there are pure and impure spiritual energies, there must also be pure and impure chaotic energies. What I provided you before were all the chaotic energy after purification. These here are the chaotic energy with more impurities. However, even if there are a lot of impurities, it is still much better than me absorbing spiritual energy and demonic energy separately and then practicing. By the way, don't you want to practice chaos art? This is the perfect place for you. 1 day of your training here is equivalent to 1 year of your training outside. Feng Shi. Is this the abyss of the devil? This is my blessed land. It seems like wherever I go is a blessed place. It turns out that attitude determines everything. She guessed that the reason why the demon goblins were confused up there was probably because they were lack of oxygen. Although they were able to dispel the poisonous fog, they also inhaled a lot of it to a certain extent, which was much more concentrated than the evil energy above. The little black ball urged Feng Shi to practice for a few days before going to find the remnants of the Yunxiao sect. It also took the opportunity to absorb more poisonous fog to avoid any accidents. Feng Shi thought it made sense, so he made some temporary changes to the script. The two leading actors, Demon Goblin Leader and Ji Ting, were speechless, but they could only familiarize themselves with the script again. Then, the show started. The Demon Goblin Leader brought his men to surround Feng Shi and the other two, then laughed like a villain. I don't think you need to solve any problems for us. Since we returned to the bottom of the valley, we have been able to move freely. You are in big trouble. Speaking of which, we haven't eaten real meat for a long time, so this is just the right time to satisfy our cravings. Come on, boys, kill them and eat their meat. Those demon goblins had no idea that their leader was acting, and they were immediately delighted and rushed up to fight with loud cries. Ji Ting exuded the pressure of the 8th level of the spiritual transformation and said in a cold voice. A beast is a beast, you are indeed short-sighted. Although you don't have any problems now, do you want to stay at the bottom of the valley and eat grass forever? I advise you to think it over before you act, because no one can solve your problem except me. Upon hearing this, the demon leader signaled his men not to take action and stared at Ji Ting. Then tell me, why did we get confused as soon as we got there? Ji Ting said coldly, I just came down and I haven't figured out the situation yet. I'll observe it for a while and then I'll be able to come up with a solution. The demon leader's big eyes rolled around. Okay, I'll give you 5 days. If you can come up with a solution, I'll send you away safely. Otherwise, I'll eat you. Humph, don't even think about running away. Without our help, you can't escape even if you have wings. In addition, to prevent you from playing tricks, your 2 disciples have to serve as hostages for us. Ji Ting was very dissatisfied. After some bargaining, the leader of the demon goblins agreed to only detain Feng Shi as a hostage. It ordered its men to push Feng Shi into a cave and block the entrance with huge rocks. Feng Shi, who was locked in the cave, commented on the performance of the 2 leading actors, saying that it was natural, their acting skills were superb, and they were born actors, etc. The demon goblin leader thought to himself, you've been talking for so long, why don't you just give us 2 meat buns and some real money? Ji Ting had a similar idea. It would be fine even if you could just give me a white beast core. Feng Shi released the honey badger, pointed it in a direction, and asked it to dig a hole. The honey badger dug for a while and finally connected to another cave. Fang Shi took out some stones to block the cave, put the honey badger into the strip beast bag, and then gave it a red beast core. The honey badger said to the beast heart, "You should have told me earlier that there was a beast core. I can drill this mountain wall into a sieve." After Fang Shi was fully prepared, he released the little black ball. The little black ball jumped a few times on the ground excitedly, and then saw poisonous fog pouring into the cave. Because it was not the cave where Fang Shi was imprisoned before, the demons did not take it seriously. The little black ball greedily absorbed the poisonous mist, and it was so beautiful that it seemed to be bubbling. It says that the blessed ball cannot enter an unblessed door, and the master it found for itself is simply amazing. Fang Shi was also very satisfied. Just like what the little black ball said, she practiced the Chaos Sutra many times faster here than outside. She was practicing happily here, but Jun Wen felt extremely lonely. The junior sister must have gone out to cause trouble, but he could only wait outside. He felt really uncomfortable. But then he changed his mind and felt that there must be a hidden meaning behind what his junior sister did. Correct. He must be trying to get him to keep an eye on the chicks. Although the little chicken looks quite honest, the remnants of the Yunshao sect are nearby. The little chicken might have other ideas. He must help his junior sister keep an eye on him. How could he know that Fang Shi was just afraid that he would be poisoned, so he didn't let him enter the cave? At this time, the remnants of the Yunshao sect below the swamp were holding an urgent meeting. The main seat is empty, and there are 5 chairs under the seat. Sitting on 4 of the chairs were old men with white hair and beards. They were all wearing purple robes, but the patterns on their robes were obviously different, namely patterns of wind, frost, rain and snow. Sitting on the 5th chair was a beautiful woman, who was none other than Shen Jilin, who had disappeared before. At this moment, a man in a black wind-patterned robe said in panic. Reporting to the 4 guardians and the saints, those demon goblins have returned to the 10,000 feet demon abyss, and brought back 2 demons and a human. They call each other master and apprentice. The 2 demons have both reached the nascent soul stage, while the human's cultivation is unfathomable. We discovered them as soon as they entered the demon insect mountain, but the human's cultivation level was too high, so we were afraid of being discovered by him, so we didn't dare to get close. We thought that even if they had some abilities, they would be killed or scared away by the demon goblins on the top of the mountain, but we didn't expect that they would be taken back to the 10,000 feet demon abyss by the demon goblins. Shen Jilin's heart sank, and she asked, "Tell me in detail the ages and appearances of those 3 people." The man in black robe immediately recounted everything he had seen. Shen Jilin felt a little uneasy, vaguely feeling that the female disciple among the 3 masters and disciples was Fang Shi. After all, that bitch had the ability to disguise herself as a demon. But then I thought it was unlikely. That bitch was now the lord of the netherworld, how could she risk her life? What's more, the location here is very secretive, there's no way she could know it. In addition, there are spies watching near the Changsheng sect. That bitch has been in the Changsheng sect and has not left. Is it just a coincidence? Maybe she was overthinking it. However, I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1396, XXXXXXL-sized black ball. Shen Jilin thought for a moment and said, 4 guardians, I think those 3 might be coming for us, so it's best to find a way to get rid of them to avoid leaving hidden dangers. Yu Hufa frowned. It would be easy if there were only 3 of them, but don't forget, there is still a large group of demon goblins. I finally managed to get them up there, and I don't know what got into them that they never left. Now they're back again. It's really abominable. Frost Guardian echoed, yes, if those demon goblins knew of our existence, it would definitely be a big trouble. We don't want to expose our whereabouts because of those 3 people. Furthermore, they may not be coming for us, and they won't get any benefit from the magic goblins. They might be eaten by them in a couple of days. Even if they survive, they can't get out. Even if they get out, it won't be too late for us to arrange people to kill them at the foot of the mountain. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to drive those demons away. Saint, do you have any good ideas? Shen Jilin thought for a moment and said, how about we send out bait to lure the demon goblins down here, and then defeat them one by one? Her proposal was immediately opposed by the 4 guardians. On the one hand, they did not want to expose their existence, and on the other hand, they felt that there would be too many casualties. Shen Jilin cursed him in her heart as a waste. Being so indecisive, no wonder he can only live in the darkness underground. But she didn't know what to say, so she could only suggest that someone closely monitor the movements outside and not let the 3 masters and apprentices leave safely at any cost. 5 days passed in a flash. The poisonous fog in the 10,000-meter demon abyss has obviously become thinner. The demon leader was horrified. What on earth did the demon girl do? Where did the disappeared poisonous fog go? At this time, Little Black Ball was complaining to Fang Shi. I originally thought that the chaotic energy here was inexhaustible, but now it seems that there is not much left. I think it won't be long before I can absorb all this poisonous fog. Fang Shi looked at the small black ball no. XXXXXXL and said, I think you should stop inhaling for the time being. On the one hand, I'm worried that the remnants of the Yunshao sect will notice something, and on the other hand, I'm afraid you'll burst. Besides, I should also go to the remnants of Yunshao sect for a stroll. You can use this time to digest it. It won't be too late for you to continue after I come out. Her current situation is similar to that of Little Black Ball. Eating too much and too well at one time is not a good thing. She has a little indigestion, and she also needs time to consolidate her cultivation. Her demon cultivation is still at the 5th level of nascent soul, but she vaguely feels that her actual cultivation is much higher. How high it is will depend on actual combat. Then, she returned to the cave where she had been imprisoned. Soon, the demon leader asked his men to bring her out. The demon leader asked Jiting impatiently. It's been 5 days. Have you found a solution? My patience is limited. If you keep procrastinating, I will have to eat your apprentice first. Jiting did not show any panic, and said calmly. I have found some clues. As I said before, your situation is related to the stinking swamp in the northwest. How about this, you come with me and I will tell you in detail. The demon goblin leader rolled his big green eyes and nodded. Okay, then I'll go with you to take a look. So, it brought a dozen demon goblins, escorted Fangxi, and followed Jiting and Jun Wen to the northwest. 2 hours later, Fangxi smelled a foul odor, which became stronger the further he walked. The demon goblin leader said to her with his spiritual sense, well, why don't we just act out the ending? It stinks, I can't stand it. Fangxi. At her instruction, Jiting suddenly attacked, picked up Fangxi and Jun Wen and ran towards the stinking swamp. The demon leader and his men gave up after chasing for a short distance. He snorted coldly. There's a stinking swamp ahead, there's no need to keep chasing them, they'll be back sooner or later. I'm just a little worried that if they stay there for too long, they might get tainted by the smoke, and then it won't taste good. It would be best to make the female devil smell bad. The kind that stinks for 800 miles against the wind. Naturally, those subordinates did not dare to doubt the leader's decision. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to follow him. On the other side, Jiting blocked his sense of smell and carried Jun Wen and Fangxi all the way to the vicinity of the stinking swamp. Although there is poisonous fog in the 10,000 meters demonic abyss, the vegetation is actually still very lush, but there is no grass growing near the stinking swamp. But there is also an advantage, that is, there is no poisonous fog near the stinking swamp. When Jiting saw that the demon monkey did not chase after him, he let Fangxi and Jun Wen go. Fangxi looked worried. Master, even though they are not chasing us now, we still can't get out. I have always wanted to ask, why do you have to go down to this abyss? Isn't this asking for trouble? Jun Wen also muttered. Yes, master, there is poisonous fog and stench here, what do you want? Jiting ignored them and quickly formed seals with his hands. Soon a soul ring appeared behind him. Fangxi and Jun Wen were shocked, and Jun Wen even said stupidly, Master, you are a god. Jiting felt that this was the correct way to open it, but it turned out that she could only experience this feeling in the play. He said calmly, at this point, I will not hide the truth from you. I am not from your 9 netherworld continent, but from the upper realm. Fangxi pointed to the sky and said, you are from the upper realm. So, you are really a god. Jiting smiled but said nothing. At this time, the 4 guardians Fengshuang Yaxu had already received the report. When they saw the soul ring behind Jiting through the formation, they were immediately surprised and happy. It's God's messenger. It's actually a messenger of God. No wonder they could not only easily reach the top of the demon insect mountain, but also let the demon goblin take them to the bottom of the demon abyss. It turned out that they were God's messengers. Only a messenger of God has such great ability. Shen Jilin was also very excited. The envoy must be from the Tiank League. Not only could she use their power to kill that bitch Fangxi, but she might even be able to follow him to the Tiank continent. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1397, Jua really likes her. When Fangxi and Jun Wen were praising Jiting, fluctuations of spiritual power appeared above the swamp, followed by the appearance of an old man in purple robes. He said respectfully, Your subordinate greets the Lord God's envoy. Please forgive my offense, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me into the Yunshao sect. The disciples of the sect are waiting for your arrival. Jiting snorted coldly, then picked up Fangxi and Jun Wen in each hand and jumped into the barrier. In a moment, the figures of several people disappeared. A blinding white light flashed, and Fangxi regained his sight. Seeing the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but be a little surprised, because they were now in a huge square. When I looked up again, I saw blue sky and white clouds, which looked no different from the outside world. However, she soon discovered that the so-called blue sky and white clouds were just a formation, but no matter what, the remnants of the Yunshao sect did have some capabilities. The square was crowded with people, led by 4 old men in purple robes, including the old man who had just spoken. Standing behind them was a woman in white. It was Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin's gaze also fell on Fangxi. Although Fang's eyes' appearance and aura were completely different from before, for some reason Shen Jilin vaguely felt that she might be Fangxi. As for the reason, it's intuition. The first time she saw him, she hated him and wanted to kill him. Could it be that the messenger of God was deceived by this bitch Fangxi? Is that why he accepted her as his disciple? She must find an opportunity to expose this bitch Fangxi. At this time, everyone followed the 4 guardians Fengshuang Yaxu and knelt down to worship Jiting, welcome the divine envoy. Shen Jilin couldn't stare at Fangxi anymore, so she knelt down as well. The harm Jiting suffered from Fangxi was finally compensated in a peculiar way. He even wanted to cry a little. This is the picture he imagined. This is the treatment he deserves. God's messenger, this is the title that belongs to him, not some little chicken. He said calmly, no need to be polite. The remaining members of the Yunshao sect all stood up, and the 4 Dharma protectors stepped forward and bowed again. God's messenger, please come in. Fangxi thought that the remnants of the Yunshao sect had probably stayed underground for too long and couldn't even stand up straight. Look at how they are groveling and cringing. How can they have any of the integrity of Fang Shaoshan and his people? To put it bluntly, they're just a group of slaves raised by the Tiank Alliance. Of course, since she had just arrived, it was not appropriate for her to define others directly. She had to wait and see. Of course, she did not miss Shen Jilin's inquiring and hostile eyes. She had disguised herself like this, and this jinx still suspected her. She is really liked by Jua. Whether it is Wen Jua in the sky or Jilin Jua on the ground, they all like her so much. There's nothing I can do, his personality is too strong. Jiting arrived at the meeting hall surrounded by the crowd. It turned out to be quite spacious. Fangxi thought, these people are really good at digging. They can dig better than honey badgers. But it's true, if you don't find something to do after staying down here for tens of thousands of years, you'll probably suffocate to death. She was daydreaming here, and the 4 guardians Fengshuang Yaxu and a group of high-level officials saluted Jiting again. Fangxi felt that her group of young disciples and grandchildren were not as filial as the remnants of the Yunshao sect. Jiting's vanity was greatly satisfied. He sat on the main seat and waved his hand. Okay, no need to be polite. Protector Feng and others then stood up, but no one dared to sit down. They all stood respectfully. The guardian Feng asked cautiously, God's messenger, may I ask who the two people behind you are? Jiting said, I just arrived and I am not familiar with the situation of the demon tribe, so I thought about finding some helpers. Seeing that they had good aptitude, he accepted them both as his apprentices, naming the eldest Mingyu and the second Fangxing. Dharma Protector Feng said in a flattering manner, so you are my two beloved disciples. I am so sorry for your disrespect. Divine Envoy, let me introduce you. We have 4 Dharma Protectors in Yunsha Sect. I am the Dharma Protector of Wind, and the other 3 are the Dharma Protectors of Frost, Rain, and Snow. At this point, he pointed at Shen Jilin. This is the saintess of our sect, named Shen Jilin. She was originally a disciple of the Northern Region Hunyuan Sect. During a training session, she received the inheritance of our sect and was welcomed back by us to be honored as the saintess. When Fang Hufa was about to continue introducing the high-ranking officials of other sects, Jiting said impatiently. Okay, I'll introduce you later. Let's get down to business first. Protector Fang suddenly fell silent and nodded in agreement. Jiting frowned and said, I came to Juyu continent this time thinking that things would go smoothly, but I didn't expect the situation to be completely different from what I knew before. That Fang Shi actually integrated all the major forces together by himself and eliminated all our spies. I can't do anything alone, so I took the risk to come to the abyss to find you. Tell me, what do you think of the current situation? The reason why Jiting said this was because he himself didn't know much about the remnants of the Yunsha sect. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, so it would be better to let them speak for themselves. The Wind Guardian spoke first. God's messenger, although we have deployed many spies outside, we didn't expect that Fang Shi was hiding so deeply and connected the north and south regions together without anyone noticing. I feel that if we want to solve the current dilemma, it is best to first deal with Fang Shi, the so-called Lord of the 9 Netherworlds. This way, they will be leaderless and it will be easier to deal with them. Jiting frowned. Fang Shi is now the Lord of Juyu, how can he be killed just like that? As far as I know, the 2 guardian elders of the Changsheng sect are not inferior to me in terms of cultivation. Just the 2 of them are difficult to deal with, not to mention the others. Dharma Protector Feng choked and didn't know how to respond for a moment, fearing that he might say something wrong and anger the messenger of God. The other 3 guardians were also silent. At this time, Shen Jilin said, God's messenger, I have something to report, but I am afraid of offending you. Please forgive me first before I dare to speak. Jiting said coldly, I forgive you for being innocent. Tell me, what's the matter? Shen Jilin looked at Fang Shi. God's messenger, I suspect that the star behind you is Fang Shi. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden commotion in the hall. Jiting snorted coldly and immediately released his pressure, and everyone was immediately silent. In fact, among these people, the cultivation of the 4 guardians Fengshuang Yaxu has also reached the 8th level of the Spirit transformation, which is not lower than Jiting's cultivation. It's a pity that they're too cowardly. Jiting stared at Shen Jilin and said unhappily, what nonsense. Fang Shi is from the human race, and Fangxing is from the demon race. How could she be that Fang Shi? Although Shen Jilin was frightened by Jiting's pressure and broke into a cold sweat, she still said, You may not know this, but Fang Shi is a sinister and cunning person, and she is very good at disguising herself. She once used the alias Su Wuyu to stir up trouble in the demon clan. We must be on guard against her. Fang Shi said to Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, you see Jin Bazing knows everything about me. That shows how much she loves me. Zhu Shihuan, instead of bragging here, why don't you think about why she doubts you? There must be a flaw somewhere on your part. Fang Shi sighed, Grandpa, let me put it this way, she loves me so deeply that even if I turned into ashes, she would still be able to recognize me. But what if I recognized it? No one believed her at all. How wonderful it was to feel powerless and unable to defend herself. Blood-devouring world. If you were not my granddaughter, I would think you were a villain. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1398 I am really too bad. When Jiting heard Shen Jilin's words, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Fang Shi, his eyes full of scrutiny. Fang Shi was filled with anger and a bit of grievance. Master, you don't really suspect that I am the Fang Shi who deceived the world and stole the name, right? If I were Fang Shi, I would be struck by lightning, my soul would be shattered, and I would die a miserable death. Fang Shi saw Shen Jilin's surprised look and felt proud. Didn't expect it. I even scolded myself when I got angry. I am so bad in all aspects. At this moment, Jiting suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed Fang Shi's wrist, and then let go. Then he said to Shen Jilin, I have investigated and found that she is indeed a demon. The Fang Shi you mentioned cannot disguise her pulse as a demon, right? I have heard people mention that the Fang Shi evil spirit turned into lightning, but the Fangxing evil spirit turned into a crescent-shaped machete. In addition, how did she know where I would pass by? How did she know that I wanted to take her in? How did I just happen to be attracted by her? Therefore, your guess is groundless and even nonsense. Considering that you have good intentions, I will not punish you this time. If you mention this matter again, I will not let you off easily. Fang Shi was immediately touched, and then glared at Shen Jilin fiercely. Shen Jilin was a little uncertain now. Was she overthinking? She didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of angering Jiting. At this time, Jiting asked the 4 Fang protectors, you have been recuperating for so many years, tell me, how is your strength now? Dharma Protector Fang immediately took out the disciple list and handed it to Jiting with both hands, then said, There are currently 68 spiritual transformation cultivators in our sect, including 4 in the late spiritual transformation stage, 15 in the middle spiritual transformation stage, 49 in the early spiritual transformation stage, 3,590 nascent soul cultivators, and 93,677 others, for a total of 97,335 people. Fang Shi couldn't help but feel emotional. These people are really fertile. By the way, these people don't have contact with the outside world. Could they be marrying close relatives? No wonder my brain doesn't seem to be working well. However, it must be said that the strength of the remnants of the Yunsha sect cannot be underestimated. In other words, they had to capture this little brat Jiting. Otherwise, when they went to war with the Tiank League, it would be difficult to deal with these guys attacking from behind. The value of the little chicks is still rising. What Jiting was thinking was, if I had come to find the remnants of the Yunsha sect first, would the outcome have been different? What a wrong step, wrong step. But thinking about the big picture Feng Shi had painted for him, he felt that it would be a good idea to go with the flow. In fact, he felt that even if he came to find the remnants of the Yunsha sect first, the final outcome would be similar, because that person was too perverted. Jiting thought about it and said with a smile, not bad, it's no wonder that our leader thinks highly of you. Protector Feng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere in the hall became a little more relaxed. However, Jiting's expression turned cold again and he asked. Now the entire Juyu continent is filled with public opinion created by Feng Shi. I'm sure you've all heard about it. What do you think about it? Feng Hufa and the others, who had originally felt relieved, felt their hearts grow heavier again, and did not reply immediately. Jiting snorted coldly, Feng Protector, tell me. Feng Hufa thought to himself, why am I so unlucky that I have to speak first? But he didn't dare not say it, so he said immediately. Feng Zai's words may seem righteous on the surface, but in reality, she is just trying to use the matter of your alliance to seize power and achieve her ulterior motives. What is the hidden army? It's just a means for her and the forces behind her to make money. Under the pretext of opposing the Tiank alliance, they made up various excuses to plunder cultivation resources and spread stones, making the lower-level cultivators miserable. Furthermore, her remarks can only deceive ignorant people and cannot stand up to scrutiny. If your alliance really had evil intentions, you would not have rescued our ancestors that day. Your alliance wants to enter the Juyu continent in order to help lift the heavenly punishment on our Juyu continent, so that we can also achieve the right results and ascend to become immortals like the cultivators of the Tiank continent. As long as we make this known to the public, Feng Shi's lies will be exposed. Feng Shi immediately understood that the Tiank alliance attributed the destruction of the Yunsha sect to divine punishment. This was probably the reason why the remnants of the Yunsha sect did not dare to leave even though they already had very strong strength. Because I'm afraid of getting struck by lightning if I go out. I have to say, the Bird Alliance is really good at making up lies. Among all the monks, how many of them are not afraid of heaven's punishment? Jiting frowned and said, although what you said makes sense, after my observation over this period of time, Feng Shi has a very high prestige in Juyu continent. Even if we make the truth public, many people will not believe it. Therefore, we still need to think carefully about what to do next. By the way, what are those demons doing? Are you afraid that others don't know you are hiding here? If I hadn't found a way to get them down again, a large number of people might have come to the 10,000-meter demon abyss to investigate soon. Even if your hiding place is very secret, it might still be discovered. How stupid it is. Upon hearing this, Feng Hufa said in fear and trepidation, we are so stupid that we almost caused a disaster. Please punish us, the god. As he said this, he knelt on the ground, and the others quickly followed suit. Feng Shi simply couldn't bear to watch, and his servility was fully displayed at this moment. Jiting thought, this was the style of the people of Juyu continent in his mind, submissive and obedient. He snorted coldly, let's not talk about punishment first, tell me, why do we want to drive those demon goblins out? Feng Hufa said quickly. For nearly a year, we have not been able to get in touch with your alliance. Coupled with the turbulent situation outside, we feel very uneasy. We felt that we couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so we tried every possible way to bring the Sect back. After discussion, we felt that it was time to leave the demonic abyss. Now Feng Shi wants to win people's hearts. After knowing that we are the remnants of Yunsha sect, he will definitely accept us and even allocate territory to us. We will pretend to surrender first and lie in wait. When your alliance's army attacks, we will cooperate openly and secretly to make them attack from both sides. However, to achieve this, we must first get rid of those demon goblins, otherwise our people will not be able to migrate out on a large scale. Fortunately, the Sect girl inherited the Yunsha sect's tradition and had high attainments in talismans and formations. She found a way to remove the invisible barrier of the 10,000-meter demon abyss. After the barrier was lifted, the demon goblins couldn't wait to get out, but for some unknown reason they stayed on the top of Demon Insect Mountain, so we didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1399. Your name is quite creative. Jiting nodded. If that's the case, it makes sense. I think your pretending to surrender is a good idea. Who came up with it? Feng Hufa hurriedly said. It was the saint girl who proposed it. Jiting looked at Shen Jilin approvingly. Not bad, you are smart. Perform well and I will not treat you unfairly. Shen Jilin immediately expressed her loyalty. She was very proud of herself. It seemed that she had caught the eye of the envoy of God. As long as she kept working hard, the envoy of God might accept her as his disciple. She felt even better when she thought that when the Tiank League launched a massive attack in the future, Feng Shi and those who had wronged her would not have a good ending. As for what Protector Feng said just now, she actually didn't believe it at all. There is no such thing as nothing without benefits. How could the Tiank Alliance be so kind? But it has nothing to do with her, as long as she can get the benefits. Jiting encouraged Shen Jilin a few words, and then asked Feng Hufa. Do you have any other way to contact our leader or the two guardians? To be honest with you, if I commit suicide now, I can pass the news back from here, but the gain will outweigh the loss. It is more important to find a way to open the soul projection channel. If you have any other ideas, please give them a try. Feng Hufa shook his head and said, God's messenger, if we had other ways to contact your alliance, we wouldn't have taken the initiative to leave this place. However, with you in charge, it doesn't matter if the message can't be delivered for the time being. Jiting thought to himself, you really think too highly of me. How would you know that I have already been arrested as a little chicken? He nodded, and then said, I'm a little tired, let's stop here for today. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiufa hurriedly said, God's messenger, we have already built the God's messenger villa, please follow me. Fang Xi thought that even the villa for the God's envoy had been built, which showed that the leader of the Bird Alliance had long planned to send people down. Protector Fang and others surrounded Jiting and took many turns to the God's envoy villa. It was amazing that the God's envoy villa was built in a very grand style and the furnishings inside were also very elegant. The Wind Guardian asked cautiously, God's messenger, may I ask how you will accommodate your two beloved disciples? Do you want them to live in this God's messenger's courtyard, or arrange for them to live somewhere else? Jiting said casually, I like quietness, let's arrange 2 more courtyards for them. Protector Fang nodded in agreement and originally wanted to get closer to Jiting, but when he saw that Jiting was a little impatient, he immediately left on the pretext of arranging accommodation for Fang Xi and Zhang Wen. After leaving the Divine Envoy's courtyard, Fang the Protector asked Jiting and Fang Xi with a smile, Two Divine Envoys, may I ask what your requirements are for accommodation? Fang Xi and Zhang Wen. God Disciple. Your name is quite creative. Fang Xi said sarcastically, Doesn't your saint suspect that I am the Fang Xi? You might as well arrange for me to live next to her yard so that she can monitor me at any time. Fang the Guardian said with a smile, Star God Disciple, you misunderstood. The saint is also being cautious. After all, that Fang Xi is insidious and cunning, and we have to be on guard. Saint, you should quickly apologize to the Star God Disciples. Shen Jilin had no choice but to step forward and say, Starry God Disciple, I was hurt so badly by that bitch Fang Xi that I misunderstood you out of suspicion. I'm really sorry. Fang Xi sneered, what does it have to do with me that you were hurt by her? If it weren't for the wisdom of Master, I might be dead now. You were just apologizing verbally, which is too insincere, right? Shen Jilin. How come this greedy and shameless face is so similar to that bitch Fang Xi? Protector Fang and the others were afraid of making things awkward, so they kept winking at Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin suppressed her suspicion and said to Fang Xi, I am indeed wrong in this matter. I am willing to compensate you with 100,000 spread stones. Fang Xi was immediately furious, 100,000 spread stones. Are you sending away beggars? Or do you not take my master, the divine messenger, seriously at all? Shen Jilin now suspected that the person in front of her was Fang Xi. Before she could say anything, Protector Fang spoke first. Saint Maiden, 100,000 spread stones are indeed too few, how about 1 million? Shen Jilin didn't know what to say and could only take the money obediently. After Fang Xi collected the spread stones, he said to Shen Jilin, I don't need your 1 million spread stones at all. I just want you to learn a lesson so that you won't bite like a mad dog in the future. Shen Jilin was so angry that her head was buzzing. She was certain and positive that the person standing in front of her was that bitch Fang Xi. She must find a way to expose her true face and make her suffer neither the fate nor the death. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of Ming Yue, standing aside, and thought, Zhang Wen and Fang Xi always go in and out together, could it be that this Ming Yue is Zhang Wen? Fang Xi is a bitch with many tricks, but Zhang Wen is much easier to deal with. Why not find an opportunity to test him, maybe I can find his flaws. Protector Fang was afraid that Fang Xi would cause trouble again, so he quickly arranged his men to 2 courtyards not far from the God's Envoy's villa. Although these 2 courtyards are not as good as the God's Envoy villa, they're still pretty good. After everything was arranged, Protector Fang took his people away. Although Fang Xi felt that Fang Protector and the others would not dare to do anything in the house, he still checked it inside and out. He felt relieved only after finding that there was no problem. Even so, she and Zhang Wen still played their roles conscientiously. After a few simple words, Zhang Wen returned to his own yard. Fang Xi thought that she could contract with skeletons, she could contract with chicks, she could contract with Xiao Chuanzi's soul, but she didn't know if she could contract with a living person. It would be great if I could make a contract with the 5th senior brother. It's not anything else, the key is to be able to communicate with spiritual consciousness. She was just pondering when the voice of Zhu Shihuan rang out in her consciousness. You refuse to admit your stupidity when I say you are stupid. You have already reached the level of a divine being, can't you learn how to transmit your voice into secrets? Fang Xi. Yup. She is now a powerful and accomplished cultivator. Many things that I couldn't learn before can now be learned. Therefore, he hurriedly asked Zhu Xuan to teach her the method of transmitting sound into secret. Zhu Shihuan immediately started to explain to Fang Xi the method of transmitting sound into secrets. Lin Xiangchuan seemed to be hesitant to speak, but finally swallowed the words back. In a short while, Fang Xi learned it. She was a little itchy and wanted to give it a try, but she didn't have a suitable experimental subject, so she came to Zhang Wen happily. Zhang Wen was a little puzzled. Junior sister, do you have something to talk to me about? Fang Xi smiled mysteriously, and immediately used the secret transmission method that Zhu Xuan taught her and said, guess. Zhang Wen had no reaction. Fang Xi. What happened? She said again, guess. Zhang Wen still looked at her with a bewildered expression, wondering in his heart, what is junior sister doing again? Why are you just staring and not saying anything? Fang Xi used secret telepathy to say, guess, more than 10 times in a row, and seeing Zhang Wen's confused look, she knew that something must have gone wrong. At the same time, inside a cave, a giant beast turned over impatiently. Damn it, it can't even sleep peacefully. Which bastard keeps asking it to guess? Guess what? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1400, she never forgets her fish farming business wherever she goes. Although Fang Xi didn't know that the secret line of communication had been broken, he knew that something must have gone wrong. She felt that it was definitely not that she had learned it wrong, but that someone had taught her wrongly. Zhu Xuan felt a little guilty. He recalled that there seemed to be a small mistake when he was teaching. He coughed twice and said, well, that Xiaoxi, my throat has been uncomfortable these days, so I may not have explained it clearly just now. Let me explain it to you again. Fang Xi. Even a dead duck is not as stubborn as you. but she couldn't do anything to Zhu Shihuan, so she could only pretend that nothing happened. After Zhu Xuan corrected his mistake, when Feng Shi used the secret sound transmission again, Zhang Wen heard it this time. His eyes suddenly lit up. From now on, he will be able to receive news from his junior sister at any time. Although most of the time he could understand his junior sister's thoughts just by looking at her eyes, it was still more convenient this way. He has to practice hard and strive to achieve spiritual enlightenment as soon as possible. That way, he will be able to use the secret telepathy. His cooperation with his junior sister will definitely reach a higher level. After Feng Shi successfully showed off, he happily returned to his residence and began to practice. Zhu Xuan was particularly quiet at this time, fearing that Feng Shi would bring up something he had overlooked before. However, he soon thought of a problem. Logically, if there was a problem with the spell formula he taught her, she should not be able to perform it. Why did she succeed in performing it before? He couldn't hold it in any longer and asked Feng Shi. Feng Shi was silent for a moment, then said, "Grandpa, I did feel a little stuck there, but I didn't want to give you the chance to call me stupid, so I changed it according to my feeling, and then it became smooth." She was a little complacent at the time, thinking that she was just an ordinary little genius. Zhu Shihuan, don't change the spell randomly in the future, be careful not to cause trouble. Of course, he was just saying that. What kind of trouble can secret voice transmission cause? Besides, haven't I tried it many times just now? It's useless. After Zhu Xuan taught Feng Shi a lesson, he put the blame on Lin Xiangchuan. "Xiao Chuanzi, let me ask you, when I was teaching Shaoxi the secret transmission just now, why didn't you remind me that I was teaching her wrong?" Lin Xiangchuan said hurriedly, "Ancestor Zhu, I was indeed a little confused at the time, but then I thought about it and thought it might be the improved version you made, so I didn't dare to remind you rashly. Alas, this is indeed my fault. I admire you so much that I dare not imagine that you would make mistakes like ordinary people. I will definitely reflect on this." Zhu Xuan was originally a little angry with him, but after hearing what he said, he suddenly felt that he had gone a bit too far. Xiao Chuanzi just admires him too much, what's wrong with that? "Yes," he said with a big grin, okay, I just said that casually, it's not your fault." Lin Xiangchuan thought to himself, it is really not easy to serve this ancestor. If he had brought it up before, he would probably have been scolded. He has to take the blame no matter what he does. However, when he thought about the special meals he had eaten and the world he had seen, he suddenly felt that this little grievance was nothing. If you want to show off in front of others, you must suffer behind the scenes. The next morning, Jiting told Fang Hufer and others that he would be in seclusion for a few days, and if there was anything, they could talk about it after he came out. Fang Hufer and others naturally did not dare to raise any objections and agreed respectfully. While Jiting was in seclusion, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, the two followers, started to show off. Not only did they ask Fang Hufer for food and drink, but they also asked him to send someone to accompany them around. Protector Fang cursed in his heart, it is true that when the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. But he didn't dare to offend them. After all, the messenger of God valued these two disciples. Dharma Protector Fang was a little worried about the choice of person to accompany them. The four Dharma Protectors naturally did not want to suffer this humiliation. Naturally, Shen Zhilan, the saint girl who had a conflict with the followers of the Fangxing God, would not be a choice. After much thought, Protector Fang thought it would be better to choose a few of his own disciples to accompany the two of them. On the one hand, they're close in age and can get along better. On the other hand, if they offend believers, they, as the elders, may be able to redeem themselves. Fang Shi had no objection to this, but she had one request, she wanted a male disciple, and he had to be good looking. Fang Protector. Let's just say you don't look good, but you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Are you planning to pick a lover from among these disciples? On second thought, it's not a bad thing. If she really fell in love with one of his disciples, wouldn't that be equivalent to a marriage? Therefore, he selected a dozen male disciples with good looks. There were all kinds of styles among them, some were tall and mighty, some were elegant, some were eloquent, and some were taciturn. Fang Shi was very satisfied and read the fortunes of these male disciples one by one. Zhang Wen rolled his eyes silently. Are these rotten fish and shrimp worth your attention? Not to mention that my sword is famous all over the world, any one of the four guys in my family is 100 times stronger than them. However, he felt that his junior sister was not a superficial person and must have other intentions for doing this, but he could not guess it at the moment. Fang Shi asked these disciples to introduce themselves, and then said with a smile, "Who do you think is prettier, me or your saint?" Several disciples. Anyone with eyes can see it, right? The saint is pure and elegant, and you are barely pretty. Where do you get the courage to compare with her? Before they could say anything, Fang Shi snorted coldly, I know even if you don't tell me, you all think your saint is pretty, right? Shallow. How superficial. We practitioners should pay more attention to the inner qualities rather than the appearance. If you want a good-looking skin, isn't it easy? Can't disguise or elixirs easily do it. Your saint is hypocritical, arrogant, selfish, and she is not a good person at first glance. When Fang Shi said this, he was paying attention to the expressions of those male disciples. Although two of the disciples tried their best to hide it, they were still obviously very angry. I see. These two are the fish in Shen Zhilan's fish pond. It can be said that Jing Xuxing is really dedicated. She never forgets her fish farming career wherever she goes. This is also the reason why she is looking for good-looking male disciples, because only in this way can she catch Shen Zhilan's fish. After Fang Shi had criticized Shen Zhilan for a while, he said, Too many people will cause trouble, just leave two. Fang Shi chose two people, one of them was called Yuan Exabe. Fang Shi chose him because he was more capable of handling things. The other one was one of the two fish, named Luo Tianhen. As for why she deliberately chose Shen Zhilan's fish, it was naturally to give the other party a chance to trick her, otherwise it would be difficult for her to cause trouble. Yuan Exabe felt conflicted. On the one hand, he was proud of being chosen, but on the other hand, he was worried because he was afraid of A marriage alliance. Princesses in the secular world are often sent to marry foreign princes, but I didn't expect that such a tragedy would happen to him. However, for the Yunshao sect, he was willing to give it his all. Furthermore, although this star god disciple looks average, he is actually not bad, not to the point of being hideous. As for Luo Tianhen, he was absolutely unwilling to do so. Fang Xing had embarrassed the son repeatedly. If he hadn't been concerned about her identity, he would have wanted to teach her a lesson. At this time, Fang Shi asked curiously. By the way, I've always been curious. When your Yunshao sect was punished by heaven and was forced to hide here, how did you survive? Did you eat dirt? Yuan Exabe and Luo Tianhen. Eat dirt. Do you think we are earthworms? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1401 How can picking be as good as mining? Yuan Exabe hurriedly explained. You don't know that when our ancestors fled, they brought a lot of sect supplies with them, including some of the sect's most valuable treasures, which were able to transform the external demonic energy into spiritual energy, so they survived. It was much easier after we gained a firm foothold. We planted some crops, raised some strict beasts, and usually sent people out to buy supplies with the help of teleportation talismans. Fang Shi asked in confusion, since you have a teleportation talisman, why do you bother to drive away those demon goblins? Can't you just teleport away directly? Before Yuan Exabe could speak, Luo Tianhen sneered. You make it sound so easy. Not to mention that the number of people that can be transported at one time by a teleportation talisman is limited. The key point is that talismans are consumable items. One talisman can only be used a few times, and some can only be used once. Furthermore, it is very difficult to make talismans, especially teleportation talismans. Even if our Yunshao sect is good at making talismans, it may take several years to make one. When Fang Shi heard his words, she suddenly remembered that when she was in Langyuan before, the talismans she made were all discounted versions. Now that she has become a god, can she succeed? After we have dealt with the remnants of the Yunshao sect, we can give it a try. As she was thinking about the talisman, Luo Tianhen thought she was shocked by his words, and said with a bit of pride in his tone. Oh, right, we saints can make talismans. Although we haven't come across any teleportation talismans yet, we have successfully made defense talismans. Fang Shi came to his senses and said, oh. Luo Tianhen. He was so angry that he couldn't get over it. Don't even mention how aggrieved he felt. Yuan Exabe was afraid that he would say something unpleasant, so he quickly said, Two disciples, let me briefly introduce to you the layout of our Yunshao sect. Our Yunshao sect is divided into 4 halls: wind, frost, rain, and snow. This is also the same name as before, to remind us not to forget our roots. Fang Shi thought, forget it. You still don't forget your roots. You even recognize the thief as your father. Yuan Exabe continued to talk about the current situation of the Yunshao sect. Although it was underground, after so many years of continuous digging, the area of the remaining Yunshao sect was still astonishing. Fang Shi thought that the place was too small to accommodate everyone. After all, there were more than 90,000 people. Thinking of this, she interrupted Yuan Exabe and asked, by the way, how many of you escaped? Yuan Exabe immediately said, according to records, more than 2,000 people escaped at that time. Fang Shi, so all of you are related by blood, right? Yuan Exabe, in fact, sometimes when our people go out to buy things, they also bring back some abandoned babies or orphans. Fang Shi thought that the children brought back were probably those with good talents, which could explain why the remaining members of the Yunshao sect were so powerful. After chatting for a while, Fang Shi said with a smile, by the way, you don't know about Shen Jilin's great achievements outside before, right? Let me tell you about it. I heard that she was originally a disciple of Hunyuan sect in the Northern Territory, and it was at that time that she had a feud with Fang Shi, the Lord of Juyu. Not only did she steal the other person's herbs, she also injured the other person's danshan. Then she turned the tables and slandered the other person for harming his fellow disciples, forcing Fang Shi to switch to Xuanshan sect. Later, he wanted to climb up the social ladder, so he injured the leader of Hunyuan sect and ran away to Changsheng sect. I am a demon, and I look down upon her behavior. It is hard for you, the Yunshao sect, to worship her as a saint. Yuan Exabe listened with great interest, while Luo Tianhen was so angry that his face turned blue. If he had not had a trace of rationality left, he would have told Fang Shi to shut up. Just when Luo Tianhen was about to lose his patience, Fang Shi changed the subject. After all this talk, is there any fun place here? Let's go for a stroll. Before Yuan Exabe could speak, Luo Tianhen said, there's a mine in Frost Palace, why don't we go there? Fang Shi. Good guy. No wonder you can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks underground, it turns out you have a mine at home. Yuan Exabe frowned and quickly stopped him. The place he mentioned is not interesting at all. Let's go to the Rain Palace. There are many medicinal herbs planted there that are only found here, as well as many fruit trees. I'll take you to there to taste some fresh fruit. Fang's eyes flickered. We have plenty of time anyway, let's go to the Frost Palace first, and then go to the Rain Palace tomorrow. Luo Tianhen would not offer to take her to the mine for no reason. There must be something fishy going on. She couldn't wait any longer. How can picking be as delicious as mining? She is going to get rich again. What the unlucky star raises is not fish, but wealth. Yuan Exabe didn't know what to say after hearing her say that, and glared at Luo Tianhen fiercely. I thought, if something really happens, you'll just have to wait to be punished. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the mine that Luo Tianhen mentioned. The mine looked no different from the one on the ground. What surprised Fang Shi was that there were some low, dilapidated houses around the mine. This was the first time she had seen such a dilapidated place since she arrived at the remnants of the Yunshao sect. Fang Shi asked curiously, are those houses for the disciples who mine or to live in? Luo Tianhen said coldly, we disciples will not do mining. Those who are responsible for mining are all criminal slaves. They are also the culprits who suffered the punishment from heaven that day. Fang Shi. Wasn't the Bird Alliance the one who fabricated the divine punishment? How did they even reveal the culprit? She immediately became interested. The culprit who suffered the punishment from the gods. What happened? Luo Tianhen said impatiently. According to the divine decree, several elders of the Yunsha sect's Dharma Hall hid the ferocious beast Chaos, which caused the entire Yunsha sect to suffer a devastating disaster. Fang Shi asked in confusion, if you hide the beast Chaos, you will be punished by heaven. What kind of logic is this? If she was punished by God for this, wouldn't she have died more than 10,000 times since she hid 3 ferocious beasts? No wonder she was always struck by lightning. I finally found the reason. Terrible. The 3 heads in the spirit beast bag. Let's say, does your being struck by lightning have anything to do with our half a spiritual stone? Shameless. Shameless. Let's just say that you can't come back to visit your family after running away from home. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1402, a dog licker is also a dog. Seeing Fang Shi asking endless questions, Luo Tianhen became more and more impatient. The divine edict didn't mention it, so how would I know the reason? Anyway, Chaos must have done something against the will of heaven, and that's why he offended heaven. These criminal slaves are the descendants of the elders of the Dharma Hall. In order to punish them, they're made slaves for generations and make a living by mining. Just as Fang Shi was about to continue asking questions, he saw dozens of people coming out of a mine in the distance, young and old, male and female. They were all thin and their faces were pale. One of the slaves took out a few stones from his storage ring and handed them over to the disciple in charge of supervision. Fang Shi walked over out of curiosity. Perhaps noticing someone coming, the man turned around and looked over. Immediately, a supervisor disciple took out a special whip and hit him. What are you looking at? Do you think you can look at Master Shen too? If you look at me again, I will dig your eyeballs out. The criminal slave was beaten so hard that he staggered and dared not look anymore. Fang Shi frowned and looked at the ore handed over by the criminal slave, and was shocked. Because she felt a little breath of the power of time on the stone. Although it was very little and could not be compared with the time shuttle stone, it was enough to shock her. She felt that these stones looked familiar, and soon remembered that these stones were the magic stones she had seen in the Haoshan mirror before. It is said that those divine stones were originally the black bricks on the demon temple in the demon clan's capital. Later, the god-hidden army searched everywhere but could not find similar stones. Unexpectedly, there was a divine stone mine hidden underground. It seems that the Tiank Alliance brought the remnants of the Yunsha sect here not only to plant pawns for the future, but it must also be related to these magical stones. What a good plan. At this time, the supervising disciples nodded and bowed to Fang Shi and the other 3 in an attempt to get close to them. Regardless of whether it was Fang Shi and Zhang Wen's status as divine followers, or Yuan Exabe and Luo Tianhen's status as direct disciples, they were all objects of flattery. Fang Shi despised those idiots who would make things difficult for others just because they had a little power, so he ignored them at all. She looked at the slave who had just turned his head to look at her and asked, "What's your name?" Seal without restraint. Fang's heart was moved. His surname is Fang. Could he be the descendant of Fang Shaoshan? Oh, right, Luo Tianhen just said that several elders of the Dharma Hall hid chaos. Isn't Fang Shaoshan an elder of the Dharma Hall? If Fang Shaoshan knew that the remnants he sent out that day abused his descendants, I wonder if he would have disappeared immediately. No, he is a resentful demon. He will probably live longer after knowing this. However, since Dharma Protector Fang and his men have taken Shenjilin here, they should know that Fang Shaoshan and his men turned into evil spirits in order to avenge the destruction of their sect, and they also protected the sect's treasures and inheritance. Even if they are making amends, they should not treat Fang Shaoshan's descendants like this. In the final analysis, he is used to ordering people around, so why would he reverse the verdict for these people? Fang Shi already had a bad impression of Fang Hufer and others, and now he had an even worse impression of them. She asked Fang Wuji, "Is mining fun?" Fang Wuji obviously didn't know how to answer this question. It was just like the saying in the secular world, "Why not eat meat?" How can these high and mighty people understand their suffering? Fun. This is the task they have to complete every day. Not only will they suffer hardships, but they may also lose their lives. When a supervisor saw Fang Wuji remain silent, he immediately started to curse, "Are you dumb? Didn't you hear the disciple asking you a question?" As he said this, he raised the whip, and before the whip fell, Fang Shi kicked him away. "Get lost. I am asking you questions here, you have no right to interrupt me. If you keep talking, I will kill you." The supervisor was speechless. Fang Shi looked at Fang Wuji and said, "I just like your pitiful look. Don't go mining anymore, follow me." Fang Wuji's originally pale face suddenly turned red. He felt greatly insulted. He clenched his fists tightly, and warned himself not to be impulsive, because if he offended the believers, it would not matter if he died, but it would probably implicate other criminals. Luo Tianhen's eyes flashed with disdain. This Fang Xing was greedy for money and lustful, and she even had the nerve to slander the saint. With her character, she was not even worthy of carrying the saint's shoes. However, he didn't bring her here to let her have a male lover. Thinking of this, he said, "Star God, you want a slave, it's just a matter of a word. That's easy to say. Don't you want to find a fun place? Why don't we go take a look inside the mine? There are many special medicinal herbs in the mine, most of which are species that are rarely seen outside. If you are lucky, you can even find top-grade herbs inside. In addition, the process of these slaves mining ore is also very interesting. There should be people digging inside. Shall we go and take a look?" Yuan Exabe glared at him fiercely and said, "My 2 followers, don't listen to his nonsense. The mine is dark and damp, with a mixture of demonic energy and spiritual energy. As a result, many special monster insects have mutated. It will be bad if you encounter high-level monster insects." Fang Shi said indifferently, "I'm not even afraid of the bugs on the Demon Bug Mountain, so what are these monster bugs in this mine? But I want to ask, if I find something good in it, does it belong to me?" Before Yuan Exabe could speak, Luo Tianhen rushed to say, "Of course. Although there are indeed some special herbs here, there are basically no high-level herbs. Even if there are, they have all been picked by the slaves and handed over. As for the slaves hiding it, they don't have the guts to do that. Fang Shi heard him say this and immediately said happily. In that case, let's go in and take a look. Oh, right, Fang Wuji, you come with me too. Although Fang Wuji was reluctant, he didn't dare to say anything and followed Fang Shi silently. After the 5 people entered the mine, they walked along the corridor. Just as Yuan Exabe said, the mine was dark and damp, with water dripping from time to time. But as soon as Fang Shi came in, she felt extremely comfortable. It's like a fish returning to the water, or a little mouse falling into a rice jar. This feeling is more comfortable than absorbing the chaotic energy outside before. She felt that it should be related to the magic stone. After all, she was now a person who practiced the power of time. Fang Shi increasingly felt that Luo Tianhen was a lucky guy. But it is true that a dog licker is still a dog, and there is nothing wrong with calling him Wonkai. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1403. She now finds the remnants of the Yunsha sect pleasing to the eye. Luo Tianhen naturally didn't know Fang Zai's thoughts. He led Fang Shi into the mine not because he wanted to kill Fang Shi, but just wanted to teach her a lesson and vent Shen Jilan's anger. In his opinion, Fang Shi, the 5th level cultivation of the demon infant, was not good enough at all. He just happened to be lucky enough to curry favor with the messenger of God, otherwise he would be nothing. As for Zheng Wen, he didn't take him seriously, he was just a piece of trash. Yuan Exabe could more or less guess what Luo Tianhen was thinking, and secretly cursed him in his heart for being a fool. If you want to die, then drag me down with you. Therefore, he secretly sent a message to Protector Fang before entering the mine. Anyway, he had reported it in advance, so if something really happened, he could also shirk responsibility. However, even if he really encountered some mutated demon insects, it shouldn't be a big deal. He is at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, so he can deal with those insects. Even so, he kept finding reasons to persuade Fang Shi to get out quickly, and even said that this was the intention of Protector Fang. Unfortunately, Fang Shi was determined to go deeper into the mine to take a look, and no one could pull him back even with 9 oxen. Yuan Exabe couldn't persuade him anymore. How could he know that someone wanted to settle down here? At this time, Zheng Wen said, "Junior sister, look, there are really medicinal herbs here." Fang Shi looked in the direction of Zheng Wen's finger and saw some plants growing in the cracks of the stone wall. They were indeed species she had never seen before. Yuan Exabe said earnestly, "We call this herb golden fern, which is equivalent to yellow-grade herb. It can be used to replace the stone blue fern to refine hemostatic pills. Yellow-grade herbs are the lowest grade of herbs and are also the least valuable." Fang Shi lost interest when she heard that, but at this time, the 5 dog sprig roots in her danshan began to make a heart shape with her. Fang Shi. She felt that it was not that this herb was so precious, but that she wanted to try the 5 dog sprig roots. But, it's free anyway, so why not waste it? So, she said in a bossy manner, "Luo Tianhen, you have nothing to do anyway, so dig out all the herbs you come across. I want to give them to my master." Luo Tianhen. He gritted his teeth and agreed, then gave Fang Wuji a threatening look, motioning him to join in the digging. Fang Wuji didn't dare to disobey and had to follow them in digging. Fang Shi didn't say anything about this, but asked Yuan Exabe, "After all this talk, what kind of ore are you digging? What's its use?" Yuan Exabe said, "We don't know what these ores are used for. I heard that the Tiank League asked us to dig them, so we call them divine stones." Fang Shi, after going around in circles, "It's actually called the divine stone." She asked curiously, "How are you going to give it to us, the Tiank League, after you dig it out?" Yuan Exabe scratched his head and said, "It seems that none of them have been handed in. They are all kept in the sect's treasure house. We should wait for your alliance's instructions before making any arrangements." Fang Shi. She now finds the remnants of the Yunsha sect pleasing to her eyes. They're not recognizing the thief as their father, they're clearly enduring humiliation and mining for her. No wonder they live in a manure pit, don't they regard money as dirt. Fang Shi is so beautiful that it's bursting with beauty. At this time, Luo Tianhen said, "There are too many herbs here. We can't dig much with just the 2 of us. How about this? There should be some slaves mining ahead. Let them help dig herbs." Fang Shi thought that maybe Protector Fang and the others would come to find her soon, so she decided to go and see how to dig the magic stone first. So, he said, "Okay, let's do as you say." After walking for more than half an hour, we finally saw the slaves mining. They saw that Fang Shi and the others all looked uneasy, fearing that they would suffer an unexpected disaster. They all looked at Fang Wuji who came in with Fang Shi, and then came over to greet them. Fang Shi naturally did not miss this scene, and thought to himself, it seems that Fang Wuji has a very high prestige among these criminal slaves. As she thought about it, she said to Fang Wuji, "Can you explain to me how you mine?" Fang Wuji said expressionlessly, "The sacred stone is very fragile and can only be mined with a special matic." Fang Shi had noticed before that those criminal slaves were holding a hoe in their hands, which did look a bit like a crane's beak. She continued to listen, and heard Fang Wuji continue to say, "The matic not only consumes spiritual power and physical strength, but also consumes a large amount of divine consciousness, so it is very difficult to mine the divine stone." Luo Tianhen sneered, "In the end, you are still useless. If your consciousness is strong enough, what effort would it take to dig a stone?" Yuan Exabe, who was standing aside, already had a grudge against him. When he heard what he said, he immediately retorted, "You're wrong. Not only does activating the matic consume spiritual consciousness, but even being in this mine will consume spiritual consciousness. No one can stand it for years." Luo Tianhen snorted coldly, "That's what they deserve. Who made them the descendants of sinners?" Hearing him say this, Fang Wuji clenched his fists. Even if they are the descendants of sinners, so many years have passed, and they still haven't been able to atone for their sins. What did they do wrong? At this time, Fang Shi said with a smile, "It sounds interesting, but unfortunately I'm a magic cultivator, so I probably can't activate this matic, right?" Luo Tianhen's eyes flickered. "There is no limit, if you want to try, just try it." He sneered in his heart. Those mutated monster insects like the smell of the matic the most, and if you use the matic, you might attract the mutated monster insects. Even if I can't hurt you, at least I can scare you. Yuan Exabe wished he could stuff Luo Tianhen's mouth with his stinky socks. If you want to die, die by yourself, don't drag me with you. He quickly said, no. Star God, you must not do this. This matic can easily attract mutant monsters. You are worth a lot of money. It will be terrible if you get hurt. Fang Shi said nonchalantly, these criminal slaves don't worry about bugs, so I am even less afraid. Yuan Exabe said subconsciously, they're all worthless, so they're injured. But you are different. Hearing him say this, Fang Wuji clenched his hands even tighter. Zheng Wen, who had been observing him quietly, was a little worried that he had broken his hand bones. It's still a short refining. You have to have the ability to remain calm like him, otherwise you will never accomplish anything great. Despite Yuan Exabe's repeated persuasion, Fang Shi still took a matic from a criminal slave, and seeing a magical stone nearby, she started digging immediately. With just one hoe, the magical stone was dug out. Without her saying anything, Zheng Wen immediately picked it up and put it into his storage ring. The smoothness of the movements is breathtaking. However, what shocked everyone even more was that she actually dug out the magic stone with just one hoe. How is this possible? You have to know that even Fang Wuji, the most powerful of these criminal slaves, needed 200 or 300 times to dig out a piece, and that was when he was in very good condition and had very good luck. Luo Tianhen felt that Fang Shi was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse, it was just a coincidence. As a result, this idea was quickly refuted. Fang Shi dug out one magical stone with each hoe, and sometimes he could even dig out two. In a short time, he had dug out more than 100 magical stones. Of course, all these magical stones were put into Zheng Wen's storage ring. What the junior sister dug out with her own strength, of course, belongs to them. Besides, Luo Tianhen said that everything in here belongs to junior sister. He was afraid that Luo Tianhen would not keep his word, so he secretly recorded it with the photo stone. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1404, I dug in such a big mine. Fang Shi dug a few more times, and seeing the criminal slaves standing nearby, he asked, how many sacred stones do you need to dig per day? Those criminal slaves didn't dare to say anything, and finally Fang Wuji said, because mining will damage the divine consciousness, our slaves are divided into several teams to take turns to mine. Each team must dig up at least 5 divine stones before they can leave the mine and rest for half a day. Fang Shi asked in confusion, several teams. I didn't see many people. Could they all be resting? Fang Wuji was silent for a moment, then said, some time ago, the Saint Lady mobilized most of our sin slaves to open the barrier in the 10,000 feet demon abyss. They all suffered some injuries, so they are recovering from their injuries. Fang Shi had been a little confused before. Why were the people mining either old or young, with only a few young and middle-aged people? It turned out that they were injured. Shen Zhilan, this jinx, is really useless. Fang Shi didn't ask further, because Fang Wuji was obviously hesitant and wouldn't say too much even if she asked. She said to Zheng Wen, give them 5 divine stones and ask them to go out and report, so they don't stand here and get in the way. Zheng Wen did as he was told immediately. They didn't dare to take in those criminal slaves, let alone let them go. Fang Shi said, don't worry, just say it was me who said it. Those supervisors won't dare to embarrass you, or I'll kill them. The criminal slaves looked at Fang Wuji again, and when they saw him nod slightly, they left. After they left, Fang Shi picked up the hoe and started digging. She even swung the matic so hard that sparks flew out. How is this different from picking up money? Moreover, she discovered that when she was digging, the chaos art would automatically start to work. She could practice automatically while picking up money. Is there such a good thing in the world? Fang Shi dug more and more excitedly, muttering as he dug. I dug in such a big mine, planted such big seeds, and bloomed such big flowers. Yuan Exabe and the other two were stunned. How did she do it? Isn't she tired? Is this the reason why the angel of God chose her to be his apprentice? This is too perverted. What puzzled them even more was that she had been digging for such a long time, but how come she hadn't encountered a single mutated demon insect? Is she just lucky or is there another reason? Just when they were extremely puzzled, a rustling sound came from inside the stone wall. In just a moment, the sound was amplified countless times. Fang Shi then stopped and asked, what's that sound? Yuan Exabe's expression suddenly changed. No, that's not good. It's a swarm of insects. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen rushed out. They even saw after images. Yuan Exabe. Your reaction is too quick, isn't it? Besides, how come you two nascent souls can run faster than me, a spiritual transformation? He hurriedly followed, and Luo Tianhen and Fang Wuji followed closely behind. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the distance. Yuan stumbled in the northwest. It's over, the cave entrance collapsed. It must be those mutant monsters who did it. We are dead. He didn't run away because it was useless. Everyone in the Yunshao sect knows how terrifying the insect swarm is. What puzzled him was that the insect tide was still several years away, so how could it suddenly break out? He looked at Luo Tianhen angrily. If you hadn't insisted on instigating the Star God followers to come here, would we have encountered the insect swarm? It's fine if you're courting death yourself, but if you insist on dragging us into this, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Luo Tianhen also regretted it. He just wanted to vent the anger of the Saint, but who knew he would encounter a swarm of insects. At this time, Fang Shi and Zheng Wen came back strolling. Since we can't run away anyway, let's just stay together. It's more fun when there are more people. She just happened to hear what Yuan Exabe said and sighed. You may not know this, right? Shen Zhilan has a famous nickname called Jinx. Whoever gets involved with her will be unlucky. Before accepting her as their personal disciple, Hunyuan sect was the largest sect in the Northern Territory. but since accepting her, it has fallen to 4th place. That's not all, one of his closest disciples also died. Later she ran off to Changsheng Sect, causing Changsheng Sect to be struck by lightning every now and then. Now she's here to cause trouble for your Yunsha Sect. This insect tide is just the beginning, there may be some disasters in the future. Luo Tianhen gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense here, what does the insect tide have to do with the Saint girl? Fang Shi curled her lips. You don't believe it. Let me analyze it for you. Did she find a way to drive the demon goblin away after she came here? Luo Tianhen frowned. What does this have to do with the insect tide? Of course it does. Because the demon goblin climbed to the top of the demon insect mountain, the layout of the insects in the demon insect mountain changed. The mutated monster insects in these mines might be related to those bugs in some way, so they exploded into a swarm of insects when they got excited. Luo Tianhen. Can it be any more far-fetched? Fang Shi said, even if what I said just now is a little far-fetched, let me ask you, you tried every means to lure me into the mine, wasn't it just to help Shen Jilin? So we are stuck here, isn't it because of her? If she is not a jinx, then what is she? Luo Tianhen snorted coldly and said nothing. Yuan Exabe actually believed it. He had never had a good impression of the Saint Shen Jilin. As soon as she arrived, she stole the limelight from him, his disciples. Why? Now after hearing what Fang Shi said, I found out that he was a jinx, and I feel even more disgusted with him. At this time, Fang Wuji, who had been silent all this time, said, we better hurry up and think of a solution, otherwise when the mutant monster insects arrive, we will be dead. Luo Tianhen was feeling so frustrated that he had no place to vent his anger, so he immediately raised his hand and was about to slap Fang Wuji, but unexpectedly Fang Wuji grabbed his hand. Luo Tianhen said viciously, do you want to rebel? As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Wen came over and slapped him hard. Luo Tianhen was knocked back and staggered, and Fang Wuji let go of his hand. Fang Shi said coldly, what time is it, and you're still showing off? If you and Fang Wuji can only keep one, I'd rather choose him, because he is very familiar with the conditions in the mine. Luo Tianhen gritted his teeth in anger and was about to say something when Fang Wuji shouted. Watch your step. The next moment, a monster insect the size of a millstone crawled out from below. It looked a bit like a scorpion, but it could spray out sticky silk like a spider. If Fang Shi and the others hadn't dodged quickly, they would have been caught by the sticky silk. Fang Shi asked Fang Wuji, what's the name of this thing? It doesn't look very serious. The demon insect. How could I, an innocent bug, become so dishonest? Fang Wuji thought, what time is it now, and you are still talking about these nonsense? This insect is called the scorpion spider. Although a single one is not that difficult to deal with, there are probably many of them. Before he could finish, several more scorpion spiders emerged from the ground. The mine was not very big to begin with, and Fang Shi and his team were surrounded. Yuan Exabe and the other two couldn't help but feel despair. Even if they can deal with these scorpions and spiders, there are still countless mutated monster insects behind them, and they will not be able to survive. Even if Protector Fang and the others got the news and rushed to rescue, it would be too late, absolutely too late. The whole sect is the dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1405. If a dog bites me, I can't bite the dog back, right? At this time, Fang Shi asked Yuan Exabe and Luo Tianhen. Hey, do you have any teleporting talismans? Luo Tianhen gritted his teeth and said. No, besides, no matter the talismans, spells or formations, they're useless in the mine. It's a pity for Fang Shi, I thought I could get some benefits. She said, let's fight the bugs with the bugs. When Yuan Exabe and the others were wondering what Fang Shi meant, Fang Shi released 24 praying mantises. Come on, catch as much as you can. Enjoy the craving. The praying bugs. Kowtow is just a means for us to survive, not our hobby. Fang Shi added, killing them will give you a snack. The praying mantises suddenly became excited. Because ever since Fang Shi took them in, they have never seen meat again. Even though it's only been a few days, I'm still craving it. So, the 24 kowtow bugs kowtow together. They kowtow their heads and harvest meat. In order to eat meat every meal, I have to eat meat. Because of the spiritual attack from the praying mantis bugs, the scorpion spiders sprayed their sticky silk in a mess. Many of them even sprayed onto their companions, and some even wrapped themselves up like dumplings. Fang Shi and his companions were not idle either. They took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The scorpions and spiders saw that many of their companions had died, and the rest burrowed into the ground and escaped. Fang Shi naturally put the scorpion spider's corpse into the monster bag and let the praying mantises divide it up. The praying mantises really want to kowtow to her. It wasn't easy, I finally got to eat meat. Before Fang Shi and the others had time to catch their breath, many insects with colorful hard shells crawled out from the stone wall. Fang's eyes widened. Isn't this a dung beetle with a pointed beak? Those bugs immediately pounced towards Fang Shi frantically. Their sharp mouthparts emit blue light and are extremely poisonous at first glance. Fang Shi shouted to Yuan Exabe and the others, protect the emperor. Come and protect him. Luo Tianhen didn't move at all, only Yuan Exabe and Fang Wuji came over. Yuan Exabe was loyal to the sect, and since Protector Fang asked him to protect the followers, he had to do his best. Besides, he thought this Fangxing god follower was a bit weird, so maybe they could get out alive. In that case, of course he has to perform hard. As for Fang Wuji, he had a hope in his heart that if he could get out alive, this believer might improve the situation of their slaves in recognition of the fact that he risked his life to protect her. As for why he thought so, it was because he discovered that although this religious believer seemed ignorant of the sufferings of the world, what he did was actually helping them. This was true whether it was kicking the overseer or letting the criminals leave. Furthermore, if she had not asked those criminal slaves to leave early, they would probably have died here. So whether out of gratitude or for some other reason, he had to save her. Fang Shi hid behind Fang Wuji and quietly chanted a spell to attack the dung beetles. Those dung beetles bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that they could not attack this side for a long time, they turned around and pounced on Luo Tianhen on the other side. Luo Tianhen, who was originally gloating, said. He swung the magic sword desperately, but was still in danger. Fang Shi shouted, "Don't be afraid, we are here to save you." But she was just yelling so happily that she didn't move at all. Zheng Wen naturally wouldn't move, and Yuan Exabe and Feng Wuji didn't move either. Unconsciously, they have come to regard Feng Shi as their backbone. It was not until Luo Tianhen was about to attack that Feng Shi rushed forward with a crescent-shaped machete. The other three followed. After half an hour, they finally repelled the dung beetles and several people collapsed on the ground. In fact, Feng Shi and Zheng Wen didn't use their full strength at all, they were just pretending to fit in. Luo Tianhen swallowed a few pills and then looked at Feng Shi. "I thought you weren't going to save me." Feng Shi sighed, "If a dog bites me, I can't bite the dog back, right?" Luo Tianhen. Feng Shi added, "You don't have to be grateful to me. I saved you just because I didn't want to weaken our fighting power. After all, we still have a tough battle to fight." But this time, she looked at Yuan Exabe and Feng Wuji and said, "No matter what hatred we had before, no matter who we were before, if we want to survive now, we must put aside our past grudges and fight the enemy together. From now on, you will all listen to my command. As long as you obey, I promise to let you get out alive." Yuan Exabe was the first to express his opinion. "Star God disciples, I will listen to you." Feng Wuji also nodded, "As you wish." Finally it was Luo Tianhen's turn. He gritted his teeth and said, "You have the final say." Feng Shi felt that he was a real genius. Within a short period of time, the two forces within the sect shook hands and made peace. She even saw the grand scene of her becoming the leader of Yunsha sect. Just as she was daydreaming, she vaguely heard a mooing sound. She wondered, what's mooing? Are there cows in this mine? But this time, the mooing sound became louder and louder, and Yuan Exabe and the others also heard it. The faces of the three men were pale. "It's the Insect King. No wonder the insect tide happened ahead of time. It turns out the Insect King has woken up. We really can't survive this time." Feng Shi wondered, "Insect King. You really didn't get it wrong. Not locusts. Yuan Exabe. It's already this late and you're still playing word order with me. You have such a big heart." But this time, Feng Wuji said, "These mutant monster insects are led by the Insect King. Although no one has ever fought against the Insect King, it is said that the Insect King's strength is unfathomable. Fortunately, the Insect King sleeps most of the time, waking up only once every 1,000 years or so, eating the divine stone frantically, and then falling asleep again after 3 months. It's only been over 600 years since the last time the Insect King woke up. How come it woke up now?" Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. "Since it likes to eat the divine stone, it should look down on us. After all, it is a vegetarian." Feng Wuji, I heard that it actually prefers to eat humans, but it is afraid of the late-stage spiritualization cultivators in the sect, so it turns to eating divine stones. Feng Shi nodded. "It seems that it is coming for us, but we should always think positively. Since it has eaten so many magic stones, it should be very valuable, right? Let's kill it and we'll be rich." Feng Wuji. Are you sure you have that ability? Didn't it eat us all? I have to say, you are really confident. So confident that it's a little blind. Luo Tianhen sneered. If the envoy of God said this, it would be somewhat credible. How can you, a 5th-level demon infant, have the confidence to kill the insect emperor? Feng Shi thought to himself, you would rather believe a little chicken than me, the lord of the 9 netherworlds. How ignorant you are. Forget it, don't argue with fools. It's better to just sit back and wait for the Insect King to deliver the goods to your door. I just kept waiting, only to find that the mooing sound was getting farther and farther away. Feng Shi. She immediately swung up her crescent-shaped machete and rushed over, howling. Little bug, stop right there. Where are you running to? The 3 people from Yuan Exabe. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1406, a bug who can speak foreign languages. Yuan Exabe and the other 2 thought Feng Shi was a lunatic. A complete lunatic. It's such a blessing that the Insect King ran away, but you still chased him. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Yuan Exabe stretched his neck and shouted, Star God disciples, stop chasing, stop chasing. Luo Tianhen was so angry that he started cursing. Fangxing, it's okay if you want to die, but don't let us get involved. Yuan Exabe, isn't this the line I used to scold you? You still have the nerve to scold the Star God. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in danger. However, the more important thing now is to call back the followers of the Star God. Seeing that calling back was useless, he had to chase after them. Feng Wuji followed closely behind, and Luo Tianhen cursed a few words and followed. As for Zheng Wen, he had followed Feng Shi when she ran away. Junior sister goes ahead and senior brother follows her. But this time, Feng Shi finally saw the Insect King. Somewhat disappointed. She thought the Insect King was a majestic insect, but it turned out to be a colorful, big-bellied katydid. Apart from being larger in size and more colorful, it looks not much different from the katydids in the secular world. By the way, it can learn to moo like a cow. It's a bug that can speak foreign languages. But this time, the Insect King was sticking his butt out and trying hard to drill into the stone wall. Unfortunately, even though it used all its strength, it only managed to get its head halfway in, with its whole body still exposed. Feng Shi was a little skeptical that such a stupid thing could be the Insect King. Wrong. It knows the principle of closing the door and beating the dog. How could it be so stupid? There's probably a trap. Therefore, Feng Shi stood a few feet away from the Insect King, watching the Insect King desperately trying to drill into the stone wall, and sneered. Stop acting. I know you're setting a trap for me. You're an Insect King after all, but you are using such a despicable and shameless method to deal with a mere level 5 demon infant like me. Isn't that a bit shameless? The Insect King's movement of drilling inside paused, and then continued to drill inside. Feng Shi sighed, you forced me to do this. While the Insect King was still figuring out what she meant by this, a Stritchel Bastard smashed into it. Fang Shi originally wanted to use the Stritchel Brick, but to be on the safe side, he used the Stritchel Bastard. Although the effect is a bit weak, it is enough. Insect King, moo tilde 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 moo. It didn't want to prolong the sound, because its spiritual consciousness was in too much pain. It was good enough to be able to make a sound. It retracted its head from the stone wall, and as it turned around, its stomach swelled rapidly. Fang Shi knew that it was about to use its ultimate move. She quickly created dozens of layers of protective shields for herself. Zhang Wen behind her was even more exaggerated than her. Not only did he create dozens of layers of protective shields, he also activated a lot of defensive magic weapons. The three Yuan Exabe people who caught up with them. You are afraid of death, right? How dare you chase after the Insect King? But you are really brave, why are you doing this again? However, they followed suit subconsciously. To be honest, although they knew that the Insect King was terrible, they didn't know how terrible he was, because the Insect King would not leave the mine and no one came in to make trouble. They all stared at the Insect King nervously, and even had a premonition that death was imminent. The next moment, the Insect King spat out a divine stone, 2 divine stones, 3 divine stones. In an instant, a mountain of sacred stones appeared in front of Fang Shi. Several people. What do you mean? It was Zhang Wen who blurted out, Junior sister, this can't be the money to buy its life, right? When the Insect King heard this, he nodded vigorously. Fang Shi. A few people from Yuan Exabe. You are the Insect King after all, how can you be so useless? Even if you can't do it, don't you still have your subordinates? Even if you use the insect swarm tactics, you can still kill us. Why are you giving in? Besides, you can at least try and then admit defeat. If it was someone else, they might have happily put away the magic stones at this time, but Fang Shi felt that there must be something wrong and things were not that simple. Her eyes fell on those sacred stones. Although there seemed nothing unusual, she had a hunch that something was wrong. She immediately activated the Chaos Sutra and looked over, and saw that there was an oval-shaped object inside each of the divine stones. Could it be the eggs of the Insect King? If she put the magic stone into the storage ring, wouldn't she take these eggs out with her? Once the time is ripe, this guy's descendants will be all over the outside world. Not only that, there might be some other hidden magical power that killed her. How insidious and cunning. Since you don't follow the code of conduct, I won't be polite either. Fang Shi immediately put all the magic stones into the magic beast bag, and then let the praying insect kowtow inside the magic beast bag, using its spiritual sense to attack and knock all the insect eggs inside the magic stones to death. This way, the sacred stone will not be damaged and all the insect eggs will be killed. The praying bugs. We have fallen into the hands of our stepmother. There is no food to eat, and you still have to work hard. Fortunately, Fang Shi promised them that after she absorbed the power of time in the magic stone, she would feed them the insect eggs in the magic stone. They suddenly became energetic. This is the egg of the Insect King. It must be more nutritious than other insect meat. Go. The Insect King was pretending to be weak, but the next moment his transparent eyes instantly turned scarlet. Damned. This damn girl killed a whole nest of insect eggs. It took it thousands of years of hard work to produce this. Even though these eggs may not hatch successfully, it is still hope, right? She shattered its hopes time and time again. What's the difference between this and killing it thousands of times? It originally thought that its plan was perfect. With the help of the little girl, it could take the insect eggs out. Maybe when they get to the outside world, the hatching rate of these insect eggs would be greatly improved. It even thought that if it was lucky, the hatched eggs could even kill this little girl, which would be revenge for it. Unexpectedly, now it's all over. No need to ask, it must have been that little girl who did it. If I had known this would happen, I would have just eaten these people. What a misfortune is a hatred of the ages. The Insect King mooed angrily, and various insect sounds came from all directions. Then, a rustling sound was heard, and they were obviously gathering here. Yuan Exabe and the other two were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They had never had such an exciting day, no, half a day, as today in their lives. It's just that they're quite brave, otherwise they would have been scared to death. Zhang Wen was very calm. With his junior sister here, he would be fine even if the sky fell, let alone a group of bugs. At this time, Fang Shi transmitted the message into the secret passage. Catch the leader first. Go ahead. Zhang Wen took out the earth-shaking sword without any hesitation, and a beam of sword light pierced straight into the Insect King's eyes. Fang Shi once again used his spiritual power to attack the Insect King, and also slashed at it with the crescent-shaped machete. Not only that, she also began to chant a spell silently, and wanted to give birth to a child through the womb. You were simply lacking in virtue for 8 lifetimes. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1407, you have a big gap between your teeth. Fang Wuji and the other two reacted and quickly joined the battle. The three of them fought very hard, even Luo Tianhen. It is true that he hates Fang Shi, but he doesn't want to die. But he felt that even if all of them were added together, they would definitely not be a match for the Insect King. It would just be a matter of dying sooner or later. The Insect King thought so too. They were just a few small ants. Even though the little girl's spiritual awareness seemed very powerful, she was definitely no match for him. To put it another way, even if it loses, it doesn't matter, it still has so many subordinates. If it delays just a little while, its army will arrive. These people must die. Especially that stinky girl, he would poke hundreds of holes in her body to relieve the hatred in his heart. It had a good idea, but when the fight started, it was horrified to find that the two demons on the opposite side were definitely not just demon babies. Their cultivation is even higher than that of the other 3 humans. Especially that little bitch, I don't know what method she used, but she kept attacking its consciousness, and its head was about to split apart. It had clearly avoided that bastard, so why was it still attacked? It felt that if it delayed any further, it would be destroyed before the Zerg army arrived. Thinking of this, it suddenly crashed into the stone wall next to it. The next moment, its figure disappeared. Feng Shi and the others were all stunned. Did he get in? Didn't you see any holes? Feng Shi immediately activated the Chaos Art and looked around, and then he saw a transparent big-bellied katydid lying on the top of the cave, looking down with a shifty look in its eyes. It turns out to be invisibility. Although Feng Shi saw the Insect King, he did not show up. She gritted her teeth and said, "We failed at the last moment. That bastard escaped and the Zerg army will surround us soon. I'm afraid we won't survive." Yuan Exabe did not give up. He kept poking the stone wall with his magic sword, trying to find a flaw. Feng Shi secretly sent a message to Zhang Wen, pointing out the location where the Insect King was hiding, and then the two of them attacked at the same time. The Insect King was still feeling smug, but the next moment, Zhang Wen's sword and Feng Zai's demonic energy arrived. It was first nailed to the top of the cave by Zhang Wen's sword, and then imprisoned by Feng Zai's evil spirit. Its invisibility skill suddenly failed. Yuan Exabe and the other two were surprised and happy. Even Luo Tianhen's opinion of Feng Shi and Zhang Wen had changed. Originally people thought that the two of them were chosen by God's messenger just because they were lucky and had no real ability. Now it seems that there is a reason why God's messenger chose them. Therefore, strength is the bottom line at all times. As long as you are strong enough, even your enemies will be convinced. Feng Shi calmly looked at the Insect King who was almost turned into a specimen. "Tell all your men to get out of here. Otherwise, I will cut off your whiskers and use them as toothpicks." Insect King. "You have a big gap between your teeth. You can probably run a horse carriage, right?" It didn't dare not listen, and immediately moved a few times. The rustling sound gradually faded away until it disappeared. Feng Shi was too lazy to waste time talking to it, so he directly marked his spiritual awareness on it and then let the Insect King go. The miniature version of the Insect King was madly pupating and screaming in Feng Shi's sea of consciousness, trying to terminate the contract, but was beaten up in return. It decided to change its tactics and said pitifully, "You've already killed my children. Are you planning to kill everyone else? Please have mercy on me and let me go." Feng Shi said with a look of disdain, "Do you think I am willing to contract you? Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I will let you go in a while." The Insect King was skeptical. "Really? What do you want me to do? Call all the Zerg here and let them kill themselves." "Insect King, you'd better kill me. Although it doesn't care much about the lives of its subordinates, it can't kill them all. Besides, what if the dead girl is abandoned after she has done her job?" Seeing that it didn't agree, Feng Shi kicked it immediately. "I'll give you one last chance. Either all your men commit suicide, or you can redeem yourself with the Divine Stone." The Insect King immediately chose the second option. If Feng Shi had asked it to redeem itself with the magic stone at the beginning, it might not have agreed, but now it feels that the condition is simply too generous. It said, "I don't actually have many Divine Stones. After all, Divine Stones are not that easy to dig. Besides, most of them are used to nourish my insect eggs." It was just playing the victim when Feng Shi stretched out a finger. "Insect King, 1,000. Feng Shi shook his head. "Insect King, 10,000. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Not much, I only want 10 million. The Insect King collapsed to the ground. "You'd better kill me." 10 million. I have never seen so many divine stones in my life. Do you know that I dug out these sacred stones one by one with my claws? Is it easy for me? I've only saved up such a small amount over all these years, and you ask for 10 million just by asking. You've cheated me out of so many of these divine stones, and you still have the nerve to ask for such a huge amount. Why are you so greedy?" Feng Shi asked him, "How much at most can you give?" The Insect King said, 1,000, no more. I really don't have any more. Feng Shi, one price, 88,000. I can buy your life and the lives of those Zergs for 88,000. You won't suffer any loss, and you won't be fooled. Even the Insect King is about to cry. It really doesn't exist. After the final round of bargaining, the two parties reached a deal at 8,800. Feng Shi felt that this was not a good deal at all, it was simply a cut to the ankle. But how much is too much? It's enough. She is not a greedy person. The Insect King was afraid that Feng Shi would go back on her word, so he asked her to terminate the contract before giving her the magic stone. Feng Shi naturally would not agree. If she wanted to give it to him, she would give it to him. If she didn't, he would kill her. The Insect King had no choice but to bet that Feng Shi was a man of conscience and gave the magic stone to Feng Shi. Then just wait for Feng Shi to terminate the contract. I waited and waited, but there was no movement from Feng Shi. She was just eating melon seeds and drinking tea. Are you using me as tea? No one bullies insects like this. Just when it was about to get mad, Feng Shi said slowly. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. After I've rested, you take your men to clean up the fallen rocks at the entrance of the cave. I'll terminate the contract with you after I get out. Why don't you look in the mirror? With your current condition, even if you want to follow me shamelessly, I don't want a katydid as a pet. I can't afford to be embarrassed. Insect King. Do you think I would care about following you? Shouldn't I, the Insect King, be your pawn? How depressed I must be. I am a bug that you will never get in this life, the next life, or the next life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1408, Junior Sister, this chapter is absolutely sincere. The Insect King was very angry that Feng Shi looked down on him. He wanted to show off his abilities, but he felt that doing so was too stupid. What if the female devil takes a fancy to it and doesn't terminate the contract with it? So, it started to get tangled. Before a conclusion could be reached, Feng Shi was full of energy again. Xiao Chongza, tell your men to clear the fallen rocks from the cave entrance, and we'll go over and take a look. The three Yuan exabytes who were half dead at the side. Didn't you just say you wanted to take a good rest? It seems like only a quarter of an hour. Have you rested enough? They looked at Jun Wen, who stood up shortly afterwards. His face was flushed and he looked even more energetic than before. Could it be that the messenger of God gave them some special elixir or taught them some special skills? Suppressing the doubts, the three of them also stood up. After walking a short distance, Feng Shi said to the Insect King, "I can't walk anymore, please carry me." Insect King. I just sound like an old cow, I'm not a cow. Isn't it a bit too much to use me as a mount? Regardless of whether it was excessive or not, Feng Shi still sat on the back of the Insect King and patted it with his hand. Go. Insect King. Let me die. My insect face is completely disgraced. What's even worse is that Feng Shi said with a look of disdain. Can't you be more steady and crawl like a spider? You're making me dizzy with all your jumping. Insect King. If you like spiders so much, why don't you ride one? I think someone like you is suitable for riding a hedgehog. I'll pierce you like a sieve. But this time, Feng Shi said, I think it's because you were too light, so you didn't land steadily. Let me help you out of kindness. Let my brother come up as well. Insect King. I thank you. Jun Wen had been waiting for these words for a long time, and he jumped onto the Insect King's back in a flash. He said, Junior sister will not forget him when something good happens to her. The brother and sister sat on the back of the Insect King, talking and laughing, eating and drinking, they were so happy. The three Yuan Exabe people who were lying on their backs. If they had not experienced it themselves, no matter who told them, they would not believe that the Insect King would be used as a mount. When almost reaching the cave entrance, Feng Shi heard some noise outside, and thought it might be Protector Feng and the others coming to rescue people. Upon hearing that Feng Shi and the others were trapped in the mine, Protector Feng and the others were almost scared to death. If something happens to the two followers of God, the messenger of God will definitely be furious. Because Yuan Exabe reported to Protector Feng before entering the cave, Protector Feng and the others knew that the reason why the two disciples entered the mine was entirely because of Luo Tianhen's instigation. They wished they could kill Luo Tianhen. It would be fine if this evil creature died, but if he is not dead, he must be severely punished. In fact, they felt that there was no hope. Both the two disciples and Luo Tianhen and the other two were doomed to die. This is an insect swarm. Shen Jilin was very happy. Have a good death. I didn't expect that the bitch Feng Shi would be eaten by bugs. This is retribution. She said to the Wind Guardians. Although they are disciples of the God's Envoy, they are newly recruited disciples in the Nine Nether Continent after all. I don't think they have deep feelings for each other. If they die, they die. It's not a big deal. As long as we are sincere and show enough sincerity, I guess the Envoy of God will not blame us too much. Besides, it is not easy for the God's Envoy to want a disciple. We have so many outstanding young people in our sect, so he can just choose one. Protector Feng and the others felt that what Shen Jilin said made sense, and their originally anxious mood calmed down a little. At this moment, Feng's eyes voice came from the mine. Hey, why did I hear someone say that I would die if I died? Was it Shen Jilin who said that? Just wait for me, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will kill you. Shen Jilin's head buzzed. Not dead. She's not dead. She is now even more certain that the star inside is Feng Shi. Because only the bitch Feng Shi would be so lucky. She even suspected that Feng Shi had several lives, otherwise how could she still be alive and kicking after she had harmed her so many times? Protector Feng and the others were quite happy. Although Shen Jilin's words just now offended the two believers, as long as they were alive, it was better than anything else. Everyone knows that when faced with two evils, we should choose the lesser one. So, while comforting Feng Shi, he urged everyone to clear the stones quickly so as to open the exit. At this time, Feng Hufa heard various insect sounds coming from inside and wondered. Starry God disciples, are you safe now? Why are there so many demon insects chirping? Feng Shi said. You mean these bugs? They're kind-hearted. When they saw that we were trapped in the mine, they spontaneously helped us clear the collapsed rocks. Feng Hufa and others. Are those mutated monsters kind-hearted? We would have believed it if not for so many criminal slaves being killed by insects. However, now is not the time to ask. I can only ask after the person is rescued. After the unremitting efforts of the bugs and everyone from the Yunsha sect, Feng Shi and the others finally came out. But the way she appeared shocked everyone. I saw two gods sitting steadily on a huge insect, and behind the insect were a large number of evil insects crawling on the ground. By the way, Yuan Exabe and the others were standing in the group of demon insects, and the expressions on their faces were very complicated. Feng Shi said with a smile. Everyone, let me introduce to you, this big-bellied katydid is the Insect King. When this little thing heard that I was a follower of the Tiank League, it cried and shouted that it wanted to make a contract with me, so I had no choice but to agree. Insect King. If any of what you said is true, I will take your surname. It had a bad feeling. Would the little girl cheat and refuse to terminate the contract with it? If that's the case, it might as well die. Feng Hufa and the others didn't believe Feng's eyes words. The Insect King wasn't stupid, so how could he take the initiative to make a contract with someone? This star must have used some method to force it to sign a contract with her. At this time, Feng Shi chuckled. I was just joking with you guys. I used the beast taming method my master taught me to contract this big-bellied katydid. The method of taming beasts that my master taught me is extremely powerful. I have tried it before in the Demon Insect Mountain, and I was able to easily contract a demon insect with the cultivation level of a god. My master not only taught me how to tame beasts, but also taught me many other skills. The luckiest thing in my life is meeting my master. Jun Wen, who was standing aside, thought to himself, Junior sister was absolutely speaking the truth. If we hadn't caught the chicks, how could we have gotten so much? On the other side, Ji Ting, who was in seclusion, was very curious about what Feng Shi was doing, but he didn't dare to ask. He, as a messenger of God, feels so aggrieved. However, at least I got to experience the treatment of a god's messenger this time, so I should be content. Isn't this better than when I was a little chicken? People, be satisfied. If you are not content, you will continue to be a chicken. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1409. You are so ruthless. Protector Feng and others believed Feng Zai's words. They were originally very wary of Ji Ting, the messenger of God, and now they admired him even more. Shen Jilin was skeptical about what Feng Shi said, but there was one thing she was very sure of, that this Fang Xing was Feng Shi. When she was about to expose Feng Shi again, Feng Shi said, "Shen Jilin, shouldn't you say something to me?" Feng the guardian hurriedly said, "Starry God disciple, the saint just said the wrong thing because she was anxious. She is actually more worried about your safety than the rest of us, otherwise she wouldn't have rushed over so quickly." Feng Shi curled her lips. She is in a hurry to confirm whether I am dead or not, right? If my senior brother and I die, she will be so shameless as to take over the position and ask my master to accept her as a disciple. So, it is said that it is difficult to change one's nature, even if it is difficult to change the country. I heard that when she was a human, she liked to occupy other people's homes, and it is no exception here. Besides, she is a well-known jinx, you'd better stay away from her, so as not to be implicated by her. Shen Jilin gnashed her teeth and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense, she just wants to alienate us. I can guarantee with my life that she must be Feng Shi. If we don't quickly expose her true identity, the God's messenger will continue to be deceived by her, and our Yunsha sect will be doomed." Feng Shi was speechless. "Why do you have to say that I am Feng Shi? If you miss Feng Shi so much, then go to Changsheng sect to find her. Stop trying to change the subject here, just tell me how you're going to compensate me for my mental damages, okay?" Shen Jilin felt that she would never be able to win the argument with Feng Shi, so she might as well just take action. Although she was not sure of winning, as long as she forced Feng Shi to use some of her unique attack methods, she would be able to confirm her identity. Thinking of this, she sneered. "Feng Shi, even if you are pretending, I know you are Feng Shi. You only dare to use these inferior means to deal with me, do you dare to compete with me?" Feng Zai's eyes lit up. "Want to compete with me? Great, you have repeatedly slandered me as the fame-seeking Feng Shi, and I have long wanted to deal with you." As she spoke, a crescent-shaped machete appeared, and Shen Jilin also summoned the Feihong sword. When the situation became tense, several guardians including Feng stepped forward to stop them, and the guardian Frost even directly dragged Shen Jilin away. "Are you kidding me? It's already difficult to explain that the two followers of God were trapped in the mine. If they fight again now, the messenger of God will be furious when he finds out." Feng Shi sneered, "You're taking sides, huh? Very good, you're bullying me because my master isn't here, aren't you? I'm staying in the mine today. I will come out when my master comes out of seclusion. Let's see." After that, he said to Zhang Wen, "Brother, let's go into the cave." Then he said to the insect king, "You take your men to guard the gate. If anyone dares to come in, just show him off." After Feng Shi finished speaking, she took Zhang Wen back into the cave. Because the insect king and his men were blocking him, Protector Feng and the others couldn't force their way in, so they had to persuade Feng Shi earnestly from outside. Unfortunately, Feng Shi had no intention of coming out at all. "Are you kidding? I finally found the holy place for cultivation, only a fool would leave." She had to thank the jinx for this, otherwise she would have no idea what reason she had to stay. To others, Shen Jilin is a jinx, but to her, she seems to be a lucky star. Protector Feng and the others tried to persuade Feng Shi for a long time, but Feng Shi refused to give in. They had no choice but to have someone guard outside and then took Yuan Exabe and Luo Tianhen away for interrogation. They didn't take Feng Wuji away, because Feng Shi made a harsh statement before going in, saying that Feng Wuji was the pretty boy she had set her eyes on, and no one was allowed to touch him. After returning to the meeting hall, Protector Feng and others began to interrogate Yuan Exabe and Luo Tianhen with a lot of anger. Luo Tianhen wanted to conceal it, but Yuan Exabe did not give him the opportunity and told him the whole story. He did not exaggerate, he told the whole truth. Protector Feng and others were extremely shocked. That Fang Xing disciple is so powerful, and his Mingyu swordsmanship is also very exquisite. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the messenger of God. Shen Jilin gnashed her teeth and said, "She is Feng Shi, only she can be so perverted. Feng Shi's fifth senior brother Zhang Wen is also good at swordsmanship, and he has also followed Feng Shi to the demon clan. It must be them. While the messenger of God is away, we can capture and interrogate them, and we will definitely be able to find out the truth. This is our best chance to expose them. If we miss this opportunity, we will definitely regret it in the future." Even though Shen Jilin was talking so hard that foam came out of the corners of her mouth, Protector Feng and the others did not agree. In fact, they were somewhat shaken in their hearts, but they did not dare to take the risk. If it is, it would be fine. But if it is not, who can withstand the thunderous wrath of the God's messenger? Shen Jilin was furious. What a bunch of idiots. It seemed she couldn't count on them anymore. She has to find a way to expose the true face of that bitch Feng Shi on her own. But this time, Feng Shi was happily mining. She can make money and practice at the same time. This is not a mine, it is her blessed land. Zhang Wen also started digging, as he felt this was an opportunity to hone his spiritual awareness. However, although he was very talented in swordsmanship, there was obviously a big gap between him and Feng Shi in terms of spiritual awareness, and he soon stopped with a grimace. After seeing this, Feng Shi took out a handful of pills for repairing spiritual consciousness from her storage ring and handed them to Zhang Wen. "Brother, take this to replenish your consciousness." These pills were divine pills that Feng Shi had previously refined in the Shisuo Peak mine. Not only were they incredibly effective, they also had no side effects. In fact, Zhang Wen also had this kind of elixir in his storage ring, but he just didn't remember it. Of course, even when I think about it, I still feel a little reluctant. This is a miraculous elixir. Although the junior sister had refined a lot of them before, she was never able to refine them successfully again. Every time she ate one, there was one less. Feng Shi looked at his fumbling appearance and said, "Brother, if you want to get rich, saving money is actually useless, the main thing is to increase income. The same goes for elixirs. Even if you are reluctant to eat them, they will not give birth to offspring. So eat what you need, maybe one day I will give you a few more sacks. Junwen chuckled. Junior sister, you are right, I was thinking wrong. After saying that, he threw a pill into his mouth and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. After recovering, continue mining. If your consciousness feels uncomfortable, take some pills and meditate to regulate your breathing. After several attempts, he felt that the strength of his spiritual awareness had been significantly improved, so he dug even harder. The insect king swallowed his saliva. Although he didn't know what kind of elixir Feng Shi gave Junwen, it smelled so good. It wants to eat too. But it is the king of insects after all. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to open its mouth and ask for food? After struggling for a while, it decided not to save face anymore. Well, can you give me a pill too? Feng Shi, no. Insect king. You are so heartless. After all, I am your bug too. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1410, One Day of Favor, Lifetime of Favor. The insect king was very confident. As long as the contract is not terminated, it will become a perverted bug. She should provide it with food and drink and let it enjoy the same treatment as other spiritual pets. So, it said with great courage. Please, give me a pill. I can help you dig for the divine stone, digging and digging, not even sleeping at night. Feng Shi nodded. Okay, since you are so sensible, I will give you one. The insect king thought, reward. I clearly exchanged it for the divine stone. As for whether it is shameful or not, well, labor is the most glorious. I love working, I love mining, I love whoever I love. Feng Shi kept his word and immediately gave the insect king a divine elixir to repair his spiritual consciousness. The insect king sucked the food into his stomach without tasting anything. Although I didn't taste anything, my consciousness felt indescribably comfortable and warm. This feeling is so wonderful. It really wanted to ask Feng Shi for another one, but it knew that the female devil would not give it. Why is she so stingy? Compared to her, it was extremely generous, entrusting its nest of insect eggs to her the first time they met. It was just daydreaming when Feng Shi urged it. What are you standing there for? Why don't you start mining? The insect king had no choice but to accept his fate and mine. It was such a sad thing that the insect king had become a tool for mining. Regardless of whether it is sad or not, Feng Shi is quite happy, and she has come up with a good idea. Little Chongza, your men are idle anyway, let them help me mine. Insect king, have you forgotten that they are all guarding the cave entrance? Besides, although they can mine, their speed is very slow. You can get everything with just a few more swings of the hoe. After hearing what it said, Feng Shi had no choice but to give up and continue mining in Cuckoo. Of course, he couldn't keep digging. After getting tired, Feng Shi decided to take a nap. I don't know if it's because I'm too excited, but I can't sleep. She said to the insect king, stop digging and sing me a little song to cheer me up. Insect king. The insect king, sing a lullaby for you. You are really good at burying bugs. If I hadn't been contracted by you, I would definitely let you know what the wrath of the insect king is. But thinking of the fragrant pill, I thought, if I sing well, the female devil might reward me with a pill. Thinking of this, it began to sing with deep emotion. Moo, 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 moo. Feng Shi suddenly felt like he had fallen into a cowshed. Shut up, you are such a katydid that you can't even sing a ditty properly. What use do I have for you? The insect king's defense is a little broken. You can scold me, use me as a mount, and make me do hard labor, but you cannot question my professional skills. Its belly swelled up quickly. Feng Shi thought, is this thing going to lay eggs again? The next moment, a melodious chirping sound was heard. Junwen, who was lying there dead because of exhaustion, looked at the insect king in surprise. There was something strange about the cry. Not only did the fatigue in my body disappear, but even my mind felt soothed. Feng Shi also widened her eyes. It turned out that this was the correct way to open the katydid. She said, why does a grasshopper have nothing to do in learning a foreign language? It turns out that our mother tongue cannot be used easily. She had indeed planned to terminate her contract with the insect king after leaving the mine, because she really didn't like this big-bellied grasshopper. Apart from its ability to become invisible, it had no redeeming qualities at all. The key point is that its invisibility technique is not that advanced. She can see it by using the Chaos Sutra, and probably some cultivators with higher cultivation can also see it. But now she has changed her mind and she wants to be responsible for Xiao Chongza. Once a favor, always a favor. She is not the kind of person who will abandon her after having sex with her. After the insect king finished singing a song, Feng Shi gave him a thumbs up. Little bug, I apologize for what I said before. You are worthy of being the king of bugs. Your singing is so beautiful and touching. The insect king couldn't help but feel proud. Just kidding, when it comes to singing, no one has ever been better than him. The next moment, it couldn't laugh anymore, because Feng Shi said, it's a waste of your talent to stay in this mine. I have decided to take you out to see the scenery outside. Let's walk through mountains and rivers, go to the sky and into the sea, so that this life will not be in vain. A group of pets. She comes with her familiar routine. This is how we were tricked into joining the pirate ship by her. If it were the previous insect king, he would definitely refuse outright, but after eating the fragrant elixir, he felt that it didn't matter where he stayed. In addition to having more subordinates in this mine, the biggest advantage is probably that there are magic stones to eat. If you follow the female devil, you probably won't have to worry about not having magic stones to eat. After all, when that stupid guy said there were a lot of magic stones in the treasure house, the female devil was obviously tempted. It is estimated that it will be able to get it sooner or later. By then, it will have lots of magic stones to eat, and it doesn't have to dig them by itself. It will be so wonderful. Just thinking about eating one and throwing it away is so satisfying. Even if I don't have the magic stone, it's okay to have some delicious pills to eat. After the insect king found some excuses for himself, he said to Feng Shi, I can follow you, but you have to make sure I don't go hungry and give me pills regularly. Feng Shi agreed readily. The spiritual pets, who had been craving for one meal for half a year, expressed great sympathy for it. You won't starve, and you will be given pills, but it's a pity that they're fasting pills. But who will tell it? Getting wet in the rain alone is painful, but getting wet in the rain with a group of people is a carnival. After Feng Shi tricked the insect king, he generously gave it a magical pill. The insect king was so happy. It must have made the best decision in its life. Little did he know that someone was thinking at this moment, I have to make some medicine to protect the throat when I have time, otherwise my throat would be sore if the little bug kept singing all night long. As a caring owner, she must provide good logistical support for it. Of course, she wouldn't be so cruel as they were still in the mine, lest the insect king rebel. I don't know if the song sung by the insect king has a hypnotic effect, but Feng Shi fell asleep quickly. Zhang Wen didn't dare to sleep and stayed by the side. Although the insect king has been contracted, what if the other insects turn against him? The next morning, Protector Feng and others came again to persuade them, and they also brought Shen Jilin with them. Feng Shi didn't even show his face, he just asked the insect king to bring a piece of paper and stick it on the stone outside. The starry mine, no one is allowed to enter. Feng Hu and others. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1411, Tati opens his mouth. Protector Feng and others really didn't expect Feng Shi to be so thick-skinned. If you go in, this magic stone mine will belong to you. If that's the case, does that mean once you come to our Yunxia sect, our Yunxia sect will be yours? How shameless. Shen Jilin originally wanted to tell Feng Hu and the others that Feng Shi had behaved like this in the Changsheng sect before, but she knew it was useless to say anything. What a bunch of cowardly trash. Let this bitch Feng Shi jump around for a few more days. When the envoy of God comes out, she will tell him all the doubts. The messenger of God will definitely believe what she says this time. By then, the bitch Feng Shi will be dead. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Feng Shi's life is so fulfilling. Besides mining, she can also ask the insect king to sing songs for her. If she is really bored, she can ask the insect king to find a few crickets, and she and Zhang Wen can fight crickets. She is almost enjoying herself to the fullest. One day, while digging, she suddenly remembered the protagonist of the so-called Heaven's Punishment, Chaos, and asked Qiongqi and the others. Tell me about Chaos. Tao Wu sneered, that's just a fool, idiot. Let's put it this way, if it wasn't for the purpose of forming the 4 great ferocious beasts, none of us would want to be associated with it. The golden pig also said. That's right, Chaos is really a jerk. It's only slightly better than a fool. We are too lazy to deal with it because we are afraid of being pissed off by it. Qiongqi echoed, that's absolutely right. Back then, the 3 of us formed an alliance with it to attack the Dragon Clan, but this idiot got tricked into attacking us instead. Don't you think it's infuriating? I think what they said about the elder of Yunxia sect hiding it is most likely false. Maybe it trapped itself. That idiot is definitely capable of doing such a thing. Why are you asking this? Are you trying to find it? I advise you to give up this idea immediately, otherwise if you really find it, it will do something stupid that will make you angry to death. Feng Shi said, you guys are overthinking it. Even if I want to find it, I don't know where to find it. Who knows where those elders of the Yunxia sect's Dharma Hall hid Chaos? I just suddenly thought of asking, I have raised so many of you and you are all full, I don't want to raise another stupid chaos. 3 Qiongqi. If you talk about chaos, just talk about chaos, don't involve us. At this time, Zhu Shihuan asked Feng Shi, what are you going to do next? Feng Shi said with a smile, let's take it one step at a time. Zhu Shihuan sneered, if it were me, I should bring all those demon goblins down with me. Together with the little chickens and these Zerg, it would be enough to compete with the Tiank League. When the time comes, you can take out the leader's order. If they obey, that's fine. But if they don't, you will kill them all. What a waste of food. It's better to chop them all up and be done with it. Feng Shi. There are more than 90,000 remnants of the Yunxia sect. We can't kill them all, right? Feng Hufer and his men have such high cultivation levels, wouldn't it be better to keep them to deal with the Tiank League? Killing it would be such a waste, we should make the best use of it. Since they could be brainwashed by the Tiank League, they could naturally be brainwashed by her as well. In the final analysis, it all depends on who draws a rounder and bigger pie. In addition, when the Tiank Alliance placed the remnants of the Yunxia sect here, it must have had other uses besides being used to backstab the people of the Juyu continent. Why wasn't the sacred stone removed after it was dug up? Even if the remnants of the Yunxia sect are unable to send it to the Tiank Alliance, they can just let the people from the dark prison come and get it. There must be something fishy going on here. What exactly is the conspiracy? Could it be that the Tiank Alliance will use these magical stones when it launches a massive attack? Feng Shi thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out any clue, so he just continued mining. Being able to practice while mining is like pie in the sky. Although Feng Shi has always wanted to mine here, there are still many things waiting for her to deal with outside, and it is not a good idea for her to stay here all the time. So, she put forward 2 conditions to Feng Hufer and others. As long as these 2 conditions were met, they would leave the mine. The first condition is to give them 2 teleportation talismans. The second condition was that Shen Jilin apologized to them in front of everyone in the Yunxia sect and compensated them with 100 million strut stones. Feng Hufer and others. The mouth of a lion is not enough to describe you, your mouth is just like a glutton. However, what puzzled them was that Feng Shi did not mention Luo Tianhen. Logically speaking, he was the culprit who caused her to be trapped in the mine. Little did they know that Feng Shi thought Luo Tianhen was a lucky guy, so she was generous and didn't bother with him. Zhu Xuan said to Lin Xiangchuan, this girl is good in every way, except that she is too indecisive sometimes. What's the point of keeping someone like Luo Tianhen? Just kill her. Lin Xiangchuan, Old Ancestor Zhu, Old Ancestor Feng's move has a profound meaning. The reason why Luo Tianhen framed Feng Zhu was entirely for Shen Jilin, but Shen Jilin lost all face because of this incident, and she would definitely vent her anger on Luo Tianhen. In addition, Feng Zhu had repeatedly emphasized in the mind that Shen Jilin had a bad character and was a jinx. Luo Tianhen's good impression of Shen Jilin had already weakened a lot. Now that he was being taken out on, it was natural for his love to turn into hate. Comparing the two, he leaned towards Feng Zhu's side. Maybe it would play a big role in the future. In addition, when other people in the Yunxia sect see this, they will also feel that Feng Zhu is tolerant and generous, which will help win people's hearts. Of course, you must have thought of these things, but as an elder, you naturally want Feng Zhu to do things more perfectly, so your requirements for her will be more stringent. Feng Zhu is so lucky to have an elder like you to protect her. Zhu Xuan was a little unhappy at first, because he had never thought of what Lin Xiangchuan said, but after hearing the latter part, he grinned and laughed. Xiao Chuanzi is a good person. Not only does he dare to think and speak, but he can also see his good intentions. So, he said to Feng Shi, give me and Xiaowanzi some more energy from heaven and earth, so that we can replenish ourselves. Although Feng Shi didn't know what had happened, she could guess that Lin Xiangchuan must have provided sufficient emotional value to her cheap grandfather, so she agreed. While she asked Xiao Jingzi to distribute benefits to Zhu Xuan and Lin Xiangchuan, she was waiting for the response from Protector Feng and the others. She knew that the other party would definitely not accept it all, but she could bargain. She is not greedy at all, whatever she can get is valuable. After some bargaining, Protector Feng finally agreed to give Feng Shi 2 talismans, but they were not teleportation talismans, but defense talismans. Shen Jilin apologized to Feng Shi and Zhun Wen in front of all the senior executives, and paid 2 million spirit stones as compensation. Although Feng Shi felt that Protector Feng had bargained her down to a very low price, when she thought about the many divine stones in the treasury and the remnants of the Yunxia sect working diligently under the cesspool to help her mine and save money, she reluctantly agreed. After Shen Jilin apologized to Feng Shi, she became so angry that she fainted. Feng Shi. Why is the mental quality of the jinx getting worse and worse? The key point is that she didn't say anything, she just called her, Xiao Jua. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1412 Your master is not a monkey. After Feng Shi came out of the mine, he found Feng Wuji. I have already said hello to the insect king. From now on, when you are mining, those mutant monster insects will not attack you. Besides, they will help you mine, so you don't have to stay in the mine for too long. Feng Wuji almost thought he was hallucinating, otherwise how could he hear such dreamy words? He pinched himself hard to make sure he was not dreaming. Why would this star help them? He knew that even if this star had some intention towards him, it was not likely that she was after his beauty. He simply went straight to the point and asked, why do you want to help us? Feng Shi sighed slowly, because I'm kind. Feng Wuji. Feng Shi looked at him, you don't need to know the reason. After all, no matter how bad it is, it's better than now, right? Feng Wuji felt that this was correct, so he did not ask any further questions. The next morning, Feng Shi remembered that Yuan Exabe said that they could pick fruits in Yudian, so she asked him to accompany her and Zhun Wen to take a stroll in Yudian. Yuan Exabe was extremely unwilling, because he had been traumatized ever since the incident in the mine. This Fangxing god follower was a troublemaker, so it was better for him not to have anything to do with her. Unfortunately, it backfired. He didn't dare to confront Feng Shi, so he could only agree. The three of them had just walked a few steps when Feng Shi said, by the way, call Wongkai, no, Luo Tianhen, it will be more lively with more people. Yuan Exabe was eager to find someone to take the blame, so he immediately called Luo Tianhen over. Luo Tianhen was not punished, not because Protector Feng and the others were lenient, but because Feng Shi had not given the order, and they could not deal with Luo Tianhen. They just kept a record of the matter and planned to settle the score with him in the future. In just a few days, Luo Tianhen lost a lot of weight and had dark circles under his eyes. Feng Shi thought, Wongkai has turned into a panda. Luo Tianhen thought that after they met, Feng Shi would definitely call him to account or ridicule him, but Feng Shi acted as if nothing had happened and greeted him with a smile. The more she acted like this, the more unsure Luo Tianhen felt, and he simulated hundreds of ways of dying in his mind. The four of them soon arrived at the Tianxiang garden in the Rain Palace. As soon as they came in, the 5 dog spirit roots in Feng Shi's danshan began to kowtow frantically, more professional than the kowtowing bugs. Feng Shi scolded them and they finally calmed down. Yuan Exabe found Elder Huang who was in charge of Tianxiang garden and asked him to explain it to Feng Shi and Zhun Wen. After Elder Huang finished his introduction, Feng Shi said, Elder Huang, my master loves to eat spiritual fruits the most. Pick 10 sacks for me and I will give them to him when he comes out of seclusion. Elder Huang. 10 sacks. Your master is not a monkey. Are you sure he can eat so many spiritual fruits? Before he could speak, Feng Shi said, by the way, my master likes to make pills, and I need 100 plants of each herb. Elder Huang. Elder Huang naturally did not dare to make the decision, and immediately reported the matter to Protector Feng and the others. The 4 Feng protectors. After another round of bargaining, Feng Shi finally took away half a sack of spiritual fruits and half a sack of medicinal herbs. Protector Feng and the others discussed and decided that they must not let these 2 guys wander around anymore, otherwise their Yunxia sect would be wiped out by them. How to do it? It would be best to find a reason for them not to leave the yard, or just stay where they are and not move. The Snow Guardian said, they are only at the level of demon infants. They are probably very interested in improving their cultivation. Why not let them follow our disciples to attend classes in the Dharma Hall? They focus on cultivation, so naturally they don't have the time to wander around. Yu Hufa reminded, have you forgotten? They're demons, our skills are useless to them. Snow Guardian thought about it and realized that those 2 were demons. At this time, Frost Guardian said, got it, then let them compete with our disciples. With us watching, neither side will be in danger of losing their lives, and at most they will just get injured. Even if the envoy knew, he wouldn't say anything. The three Fang protectors thought that this was a good idea. Not only could it distract the two people's attention, but it also gave them the opportunity to test the bottom line. Of course, it would be even better if we could take the opportunity to teach them a lesson. To be honest, no matter how afraid they are of the Tiank Alliance, they're now quite resentful towards Feng Shi and the others. So, early the next morning, Protector Feng told Feng Shi and the others what happened. Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I love sparring with others the most. Then you should arrange it quickly, the sooner the better. Feng Hufa smiled and said. There's no need to make special arrangements. Most of the direct disciples in the sect are studying in the Dharma Hall. Why don't I take you there to have a look now? So, Dharma Protector Feng took the two of them to the Dharma Hall. There is a special fighting arena in the Dharma Hall, and Feng Shi jumped up in a flash. She didn't know if it was because of the contract with the Insect King, but she felt that her jumping ability had greatly improved. Zhu Shihuan was somewhat speechless. It was obvious that your cultivation had increased in the past few days. What did this have to do with the contract with the big-bellied grasshopper? Feng Shi stood on the arena and started to attract hatred. My master said that although I only have the 5th level of demon infant cultivation, I can easily kill 8 gods. If any of you are not convinced, come up and compete with me. Of course, if you are all cowards, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Someone immediately jumped onto the stage. Star God, let me compete with you. Feng Shi recognized it. Isn't this one of the two fish from Jinx? What's his name? Oh yeah, Zhu Ji. Feng Shi said disdainfully, with your ability, you still want to compete with me. I advise you to get out as soon as possible, otherwise you will be embarrassed. Zhu Ji gritted his teeth and said, stop lying here, let's see what's going on. He had long disliked Feng Shi. On the one hand, it was because Feng Shi made Shen Jilin lose face, and on the other hand, he felt that Feng Shi was too rampant. He must teach her a lesson today. He immediately swung the magic sword in his hand, and the sword light flew up and down, impenetrable. Unfortunately, he was so busy that he didn't even touch the corner of Feng Shi's clothes. Not only that, Feng Shi didn't make any move at all. She put her hands behind her back and moved around, cleverly avoiding Zhu Ji's attack. Excuse me, are you holding a sword or a pedicure knife? Why is there no sword energy at all? With someone like you, even 800 of you are no match for me, let alone 8 of you. Zhu Ji was anxious and angry, so he used his ultimate move directly. 10 Direction Cage. In an instant, several sword beams turned into an iron cage and came towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi finally made a move this time. The crescent-shaped machete transformed from demonic energy was swung casually. Boom. All the sword beams disappeared in an instant. Before Zhu Ji could react, Feng Shi was already behind him and kicked him off the arena. Feng Shi stood with his hands behind his back. I am Yunsha Sect's direct disciple, nothing special. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1413, almost becoming a golden chicken. There was a dead silence below the arena. Protector Feng's expression changed several times. Although Feng Shi had demonstrated his strength in the mind before, he had only heard about it and had not seen it with his own eyes. Now it seems that this follower of the Star God should not be underestimated. At this time, Feng Shi said on the stage, are you curious about why I, a 5th level demon infant, am so powerful? Of course, I have to thank my master. He taught me and my senior brother a special technique that can continuously consolidate our cultivation. This is called, heavy accumulation leads to a sudden release. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you know what my master is most amazing at? It is a method of attacking with spiritual consciousness. Humph, I'm not bragging, but all of you can't withstand a blow from my spiritual sense. Feng Shi was bragging so loudly on the stage that his disciples in the audience were very angry. Soon someone else came on stage. Starry God, no matter how much you say, it's better to show it. Hidaping is not talented, and I want to learn from him. Feng Shi nodded. Okay, then I won't use the crescent blade this time, I will only use the spiritual sense attack method. Hidaping sneered in his heart, as long as I am on guard, no matter how powerful your spiritual attack is, it will be useless. He swung the sword and pierced Feng Shi's throat. Feng Shi didn't even try to dodge and remained standing where he was. Hidaping was delighted, thinking that Feng Xing was really too arrogant. There will be consequences for your arrogance, so just wait for your embarrassment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, and the sword light deviated from its original direction. He was very puzzled. He had clearly taken precautions, so why did he still fall into the trap? Feng Shi didn't give him much chance to think and kicked him off the ring. Then several more people came on stage, but without exception they were kicked off the stage by Feng Shi, and no one of them lasted more than 10 rounds. Feng Shi yawned. If you are all at this level, don't come up, it's meaningless. If I had known that you were all a bunch of idiots, my senior brother and I would have gone to play with those bugs. After all, they still have the strength to fight. Someone in the audience gritted his teeth and said, Feng Xing, don't try to take advantage of us. We are better at sword formations, but we don't want to outnumber the weak. Otherwise, you will definitely not win. Feng Shi burst into laughter. Sword formation, who doesn't know how to do that? Senior brother, come up here, let's combine our swords to deal with their sword formation. Zhang Wen has been itching to do so for a long time. Zhang Wen and Zhu Xuan found many inconsistencies in the Yunsha Sect sword formation diagram that Shen Jilin had submitted before, but unfortunately they had never figured out the reason behind it. These Yunsha Sect disciples will practice sword formations later and maybe gain something. The direct disciples of Yunsha Sect still had some dignity and were embarrassed to use a sword formation with too many people, so they chose a 4-person sword formation, named the 4 C's Peace formation. Zhang Wen had seen this formation in the sword formation diagram before, and there was a suspicious point in it. Both parties started fighting immediately. Because everyone had seen Feng Zai's strength before, most of their attention was focused on Zhang Wen. They originally thought that the bright moon could not compare to the stars, but it turned out that they were wrong. In terms of swordsmanship, this person is stronger than Fangxing. It seems that the messenger of God has a very good eye for selecting disciples. Putting aside his character, his talent for cultivation is really good. Zhang Wen is now able to handle the situation with ease. When he was dealing with the monster insects in the mine, he had been paying attention to the swordsmanship of Yuan Exabe and Luo Tianhen. He dare not say that he knows Yunxia Sect swordsmanship very well, but it's almost the same. As the fight went on, Zhang Wen discovered the difference between the 4-piece sword formation and the sword formation diagram. Although it is just a small change in movement, a slight mistake can lead to a huge mistake. If they practiced according to the sword formation diagram provided by Shen Jilin, if they encountered the Yunxia Sect, it would be equivalent to leaving a weak spot to the opponent. Shen Jilin has such a vicious mind. Fang Shi once again sighed that the value of the little chicks was constantly increasing. It's almost becoming a golden chicken. However, she felt that Shen Jilin did not have the ability to change the formation. What secrets were hidden in this unlucky person? The competition was still going on, so Fang Shi had no time to think about it. He focused his mind and continued to think of ways to break the formation. Zhu Xuan quickly saw the flaw in the sword formation, but did not say it out loud. Young people still have to rely on themselves and can't always rely on old people. Besides, although Zhang Wen is a little stupid, he is still very talented in sword formations. He will find a way to break the formation sooner or later. It just takes a little longer. As Zhu Xuan had expected, after the two sides fought for dozens of rounds, Zhang Wen found a way to break the situation. He immediately swung his sword at the disciple guarding the sword formation. The Kanwei disciple was delighted, because what looked like the center of the formation on his side was actually a trap. If Zhang Wen attacked him, he alone could hold him back, and the remaining three could encircle Fang Shi. Not only was he secretly happy, the other three disciples also felt that they had a sure win. What they never expected was that Zhang Wen's move was a feint. He turned around suddenly and stabbed the disciple with his earth-shaking sword. The Liwei disciple was caught off guard and was stabbed in the right shoulder. Before he could even scream, Fang Shi's crescent-shaped machete arrived. The sword hit his left leg, and the disciple fell to the ground immediately. With the gap, the power of the sword formation was instantly reduced. A moment later, the four disciples were all kicked off the arena. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen stood proudly on the stage. Both of them stood with their hands behind their backs, their chins raised at a 45-degree angle. The so-called sword formation is nothing more than that. The two of them looked like they were carved from the same mold. Equally arrogant, equally hated. The disciples in the audience all turned green in the face. This feeling of being slapped in the face is so frustrating. Even Dharma Protector Fang and his men felt very uncomfortable. It was true that they usually flattered the Tiank Alliance, but it was too humiliating to be beaten by two young men with the cultivation level of demon infants. At this time, there was no time to care about gentlemen and villains, and 8 disciples immediately jumped onto the competition stage. If 4 people can't beat them, then 8 people can't beat the 2 of them. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. The remnants of the Yunxiao Sect are such a great place. Not only can you get money, but you also get free sparring partners, and most importantly, a sword formation diagram is also included. It's so enthusiastic. After the two sides fought, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were completely passive at first, and were more on the defensive. The two men were very fast, so although it looked dangerous, in reality not even their hair was touched. Zhang Wen kept walking around while comparing it with the sword formation diagram that Shen Jilin had handed over before. If it was someone else, they might have overlooked some of the seemingly plausible points, but Zhang Wen noticed them all. Not only did they notice it, but they were also able to quickly figure out the drawbacks after the changes. After figuring this out, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen stopped dodging and started trying to break the formation. Wherever Zhang Wen swings his sword, Fang Zai's spiritual attack will follow, mainly aiming to help the evildoer and collude with him. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1414, the moon and the stars shine together, the sword and the sword are unparalleled. The cooperation between Fang Shi and Zhang Wen is such a tacit understanding. Zhang Wen thought, the junior sister is now using a crescent-shaped machete. If she used a wooden sword, the power of their cooperation would be even greater. However, it is enough to deal with people from the Yunxia sect. In addition to being talented, Zhang Wen also received guidance from many kendo masters. No matter whether it is Zhu Shihuan or those old ghosts guarding the forbidden area of Changsheng sect, any one of them is a peerless master. In addition, Zhang Wen had comprehended the sword intent in Demon Insect Mountain before. Although he has not been able to use it successfully for a second time since that time, his understanding of the way of the sword has reached a new level. It can be said that in terms of kendo, Zhang Wen has a huge advantage over these disciples. Although his cultivation is not enough, he still has Fang Shi to support him, even though he doesn't know how high his cultivation is. What's more, Fang Shi can attack with spiritual consciousness, and Gugu Sui can launch a sneak attack at any time. With the tacit cooperation of these two, even though the opponent had 8 direct disciples, they still gradually fell into a disadvantage. As Zhang Wen stabbed Chanwei's disciple with a sword, the two began to counterattack. Less than half an hour later, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen successfully broke the formation again and defeated their opponents. The 8 disciples looked dejected, their self-confidence suffered a huge blow. But the 2 people on the stage didn't know what it meant to stop at the right time. Zhang Wen said with his hands behind his back, "Junior sister, I want to recite a poem at this moment. The bright moon and the stars shine together, and the combination of sword and knife is unparalleled in the world." Bloodbathed all the disciples of Yunxiao, and everyone gave him a thumbs up. Fang Shi. The first 2 sentences are quite cultural, but the last 2 are really not that good. No matter what, she has to show her support. So I gave a thumbs up. Good poem, good poem. The 2 of them sang the same tune, and the people from the Yunxiao sect below were almost pissed off. Dharma Protector Fang felt that if he didn't get his revenge today, these disciples would probably develop mental demons. So, he made up his mind and said, "Since the 2 disciples are so brave, why don't you try our Yunxiao sect's demon subduing constellation formation? Hearing what he said, Zhu Shihuan in Feng's eye sea of consciousness immediately started cursing. The demon subduing star formation. That's a sword formation of 28 people. They used 28 gods to deal with you two demon babies. They really don't even care about the dignity. Feng Shi didn't expect that Protector Feng would do this. However, since they can recognize a thief as their father, it doesn't seem surprising that they would do such a thing. Soon, 28 disciples surrounded Feng Shi and Zhang Wen, and the leading disciple said, "Although you have won several games before, you are definitely not our opponent. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now." Feng Shi immediately started laughing strangely upon hearing this, and Zhang Wen quickly followed. The laughter of these two people gives people goosebumps. Protector Feng thought to himself, the saint also said that these two are humans. If humans can laugh like this, I will twist my head off and let her kick it like a ball. At first glance, these two are insidious and cunning demons. The disciple who had just spoken gritted his teeth and said, "What are you laughing at?" Feng Shi stopped laughing and said quietly, 28 gods are fighting against our two demon babies, and you can still be so proud. This shows how shameless you people in the Yunshao sect are. I have heard before that the human race is full of shameless people. After seeing it today, I realize that your Yunshao sect is the best among them. Of course, this also reflects from the side how terrifying the strength of our brothers and sisters is. It's a pity that my master is in seclusion. If he saw this, he would definitely feel very happy. Fang Hufa and others had hot tempers on their faces, and the faces of the 28 disciples were even redder, but they had already gone on stage, and they were determined to defeat these two arrogant guys. So, the leading disciple said, "Stop talking nonsense. You are outnumbered, so you should attack first." Fang Shi said with a sigh. "You got it the other way around. The fact that you have more people means you are weaker. You guys should make the first move." The 28 direct disciples were so angry that they almost died. This galaxy of stars is so shabby. They didn't have the patience to waste time talking to Feng Shi and launched an attack immediately. Feng Shi and Zhenwen didn't dare to be arrogant this time, and both of them used their full strength. Even so, the two were very passive. If they were not very agile, they would have been injured long ago. Feng Shi decided to use an invincible cheat, blood-devouring world. The other side has 28 against 2, what's the point of talking about the code of conduct? Use whatever abilities you have. If this wasn't on the arena, she would have plenty of ways to kill them. Zhu Xuan was also very angry. These people from the Yunshao sect were so shameless. Although this demon subduing star formation is different from the sword formation diagram handed over by Shen Jilin, with Zhu Xuan's attainments in swordsmanship, he can still do it if he just wants to protect himself. So Zhu Xuan commanded Feng Shi, and Feng Shi used the secret sound transmission method to command Zheng Wen, and they finally managed to stabilize the situation temporarily. Protector Feng and others all looked horrified. These two people can actually withstand the star constellation demon subduing formation. People would believe them if they were said to be in the late stage of spirit transformation. But they were demon infants, and one was at the 5th level, and the other was at the 6th level. It seemed that the skills taught to them by the messenger of God were really too powerful. The Tiank Alliance is so terrifying. The thicker the filter they have for the Tiank Alliance now, the more disillusioned they will be when they learn that the so-called envoy of God has been contracted by Feng Shi. This is exactly the effect Feng Shi wants to achieve. This is nothing more than murder and heart-wrenching. Although Fang Hufa and others were shocked by Feng Shi and Zheng Wen's strength, they felt that the defeat was only a matter of time. The situation developed exactly as they expected. Although Zhu Xuan later discovered a way to break the sword formation, since Feng Shi and Zheng Wen were alone and the other side had more people and could cover each other, they had no chance to attack the core of the sword formation. The longer the time goes, the more disadvantageous it will be for Feng Shi and the others. It's an honor to lose, it's just a way for losers to comfort themselves. Failure is failure, and there is no one who doesn't want to win. The same is true for Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage, the two still firmly believed that they could win and would definitely win. Feng Shi decided to use his trump card, mouth cannon. When physical attacks don't work, you have to use magic attacks. Anyway, let's hold off for a while. Maybe you can think of a way to break the impasse. So, she kept beating him and talking. Do the 28 of you correspond to the 28 constellations? I remember the 28 constellations seemed to be some weird golden goat, willow deer, water earthworm, etc. It turns out you are all beasts. 28 of you can't win against 2 people. It's really shameful. No, you are all beasts. You are really shameful to beasts. I'm very curious about how you determine your location, isn't it based on appearance? I see you have a shifty look in your eyes, are you a Zuri rat? You are fat and big-eared, you must be a fire pig. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1415 The sword is awe-inspiring and invincible. The 28 disciples were so angry that they gritted their teeth, and some were even so angry that white smoke came out of their heads. The more anxious he was, the less likely he was to hurt Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. Instead, his own formation became a little confused. Fortunately, the leading disciple shouted, "Be careful, don't let her distract you." After his reminder, those disciples calmed down immediately, and no matter what Feng Shi said afterwards, they seemed not to hear it. Feng Shi thought that although the people of Yunshao sect were not very good in character, they were still good at teaching the disciples. Talking nonsense is useless, how can you win? She was anxious, but Zheng Wen was even more anxious than her. He hated himself for not being good enough. He had clearly comprehended the sword intent in Demon Insect Mountain before, so why couldn't he use it? This sword intent can't be a one-time thing, right? He was distracted for a moment and was caught in a weak spot. A disciple's sword pierced his back. It was too late for him to dodge, nor was it enough for him to put up a protective shield. Moreover, before the competition, both parties agreed not to use defensive spiritual weapons. It seemed that he had no choice but to take the blow. Fortunately it's the back, so I'll just give it a shot. Just when Zheng Wen was ready to be stabbed, Feng Shi flashed behind him and used a crescent-shaped machete to disperse the sword light. But in the process, a strand of hair was still cut off by the sword. Jun Wen was immediately furious. It doesn't matter if I hurt him, but I absolutely cannot hurt his junior sister. Not even a strand of hair. Our bodies and hair are given by our parents. What's the difference between this and chopping off the head of our junior sister? How dare you chop off junior sister's head? I'll fight you. With this amazing train of thought, he was filled with rage, and the blood in his body was boiling. He finally found the feeling of fighting against the swarm in Demon Insect Mountain. The sword is awe-inspiring and invincible. One of the disciples was so frightened that his movements were a little slow, and Jun Wen took advantage of the opportunity and stabbed him in the lower abdomen with a sword. Although his life was not in danger, he could not continue the competition. Fortunately, the star constellation demon subduing formation is very powerful. Even if there are casualties, disciples from other positions can make up for it, and its power will not be greatly reduced. Seeing their companions being eliminated, the remaining disciples were frightened by Jun Wen's sword intent and couldn't help but feel timid. This is the most taboo thing when the two sides are fighting. As one side gains strength, the other loses strength, and Jun Wen's momentum becomes even stronger. He and Fangxi switched from defense to offense, putting the remaining 27 disciples in a very embarrassed situation. At this time, the leading disciple shouted again. Everyone, don't panic. Even if they're skilled in swordsmanship, as long as we fight steadily, we can eventually wear them down. After he shouted like this, his disciples gradually stabilized their position and the two sides engaged in a tug of war. Protector Fang and the others finally put their minds at ease, because in their opinion, Fangxi and Jun Wen had already used up all the means they could. It is only a matter of time before the Yunshao sect wins. The Yunshao sect finally saved the last bit of face and also preserved the Taoism of these disciples. Fangxi felt that it was not a good idea to continue like this. She suddenly remembered the drunken sword she had performed in the Changsheng sect before. How about she drink some wine? Zhu Xuan said immediately, forget it. Although you should be able to win after drinking, are you afraid that your identity will be exposed if you say that you are bald? Fangxi was not worried about this. She was just drunk, not stupid. But being drunk would affect the image of the Lord of the Netherworld. If word got out that the Lord of the Netherworld was a drunkard, where would her face be? But how can we win without using drunken sword? At this time, Mu Jian said, Master, I painted myself black, otherwise you should let me out. I will kneel down and pierce them all into sieves. The wooden sword's words reminded Fangxi that although she didn't want to use the wooden sword for the time being, she could use the power of time on the crescent machete. She did what she said and immediately mixed about 1/3 of the power of time into the demonic energy. The disciple in Gen position saw Fangxi's crescent-shaped machete slashing towards the disciple at the center of the formation, and immediately blocked it with the sword. His sword was about to touch the crescent-shaped machete, but he didn't expect the machete to pause in the middle. In just that instant, his sword was a little too early. As luck would have it, at this moment, a disciple rotated to the position opposite him. Puff, the sword light pierced the companion's butt. The disciple who was stabbed let out a cry. He was stunned. At first I thought it was Fangxi and Jun Wen who did it, but when I turned around I saw it was actually my own family. No, why did you stab me? Are you blind or crazy? As he was distracted, Jun Wen immediately seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the vitals with a sword. The disciple who was stabbed had no way to escape and had to jump off the arena. After all, saving his life was the most important thing. It happened in an instant and many people didn't react. Why are they stabbing their own people? Dazzled. Or are you confused? The Gen disciple, as one of the parties involved, was also very confused. He clearly chose the right time to draw his sword, so why didn't he pierce Fangxi, but instead pierced his companion? What went wrong? Before he could figure out the situation, Fangxi used the same trick to trick other disciples. She calculated the position in advance, and then used the same trick again to induce a disciple to take action, and then the sword light mysteriously fell on another disciple. Jun Wen came over immediately to finish off the opponent. Their cooperation was seamless and smooth. In order to prevent the other party from discovering the pattern, Fangxi was quite wicked. Sometimes she used the normal crescent machete, and sometimes she used the crescent machete with the power of time added, and the amount of time power added was not certain. So even though those disciples were on high alert, they still couldn't figure out the pattern and fell into the trap again and again, so they were afraid to act and were always nervous when changing positions, for fear of being poked a hole by their own people. Those who drew their swords were also hesitant, fearing that they might accidentally hurt their companions. The main point of the sword formation is cooperation. These disciples are hesitant, so you can imagine what the result will be. With the smooth cooperation of Fangxi and Jun Wen, they were eliminated one after another. The elimination rate became faster as time went on, sometimes even two disciples were eliminated at the same time. In the end, only Fangxi and Jun Wen were left on the arena. Although both of them suffered minor injuries, they were in high spirits. The two of them gave each other a thumbs up at the same time. Brother, you are awesome. Junior sister, you are even more powerful. Brother, I have heard of the phrase, sword power is like a rainbow, before, but I thought it was an exaggeration. But after seeing you use the sword today, I realized that this phrase was tailor-made for you. Junior sister, your tactics for dealing with those disciples are simply exquisite. You draw a pattern and they follow it. It's really hilarious. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1416 bring it to you. These two were bragging about their business with each other, and everyone below was so green in the face. 28 people were actually defeated by 2 people, both of whom were in the middle stage of Demon Infant. One can imagine how frustrated those disciples must have been. They all looked depressed like eggplants hit by frost. They have always been arrogant and thought that they just need to stay away from the world, otherwise they would be defeated by the elite disciples of both the Changsheng sect and the Demon clan. In the end, they were defeated by the 2 demon babies. They were just like the toads and frogs sitting in the well and looking at the sky. The faces of the 4 Feng protectors were also very ugly. If they didn't want to save some face, the 4 of them would have formed a sword formation to deal with the 2 guys above. At this time, someone in the crowd gnashed his teeth and said, "Our Yunshao sect is best at making talismans, and sword formations are slightly inferior to them. Do you two have the ability to compete with us in making talismans? I heard that the magic skills of the demons are also very powerful. Do you dare to compete with them?" Zhang Wen and Fang Shi looked at the idiot who was speaking at the same time. "I just wanted to step on you, but you ended up humiliating yourselves. All right, since your desire to be abused is so strong, then I will grant your wish." Fang Shi immediately sneered, "Why not?" Zhang Wen frowned and said, "Junior sister, although you have learned the art of making talismans before, you have only learned it for a few years. There is no need to fight with them. Don't fall for their tricks." After he said this, the disciple who had just spoken felt more confident. He sneered, "Star God disciple, you won't back down, will you?" A trace of annoyance flashed across Fang Zai's face, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine to compete, but there has to be a prize, and it has to be a big prize, otherwise I won't compete." After she said this, everyone below thought that she was just making excuses and her ultimate goal was not to compete in the talisman making competition. The disciple who spoke immediately asked, "What prize do you want?" Fang Zai's eyes flickered, 2 teleportation talismans. There was a commotion in the audience. 2 teleportation talismans, you really dare to ask for them? That disciple actually had a teleportation talisman, but only one. He is the apprentice of Fang Hufa, and this teleportation talisman was given to him by Fang Hufa to save his life. He hesitated for a moment because he couldn't bear to do so. But on second thought, Fang Xing never said before that she could make talismans, so even if she couldn't be that good. He would definitely win this competition. So many people lost just now. If he could win this competition, not only would he be proud, but his master would also be proud. Thinking of this, he began to bargain with Fang Shi, agreeing that if Fang Shi won, he would give Fang Shi a teleportation talisman. On the contrary, if he won, Fang Shi would give him the 2 defensive talismans that he had extorted from him. But, one is a spiritual talisman, the other is a magic talisman, how can they be compared? After some discussion, Protector Fang and his companions selected 4 kinds of heavenly spiritual talismans and 4 kinds of heavenly magic talismans. Fang Shi and the disciple named Yuan Erbao each chose one from them. Both parties start making talismans at the same time. Whoever finishes first wins, regardless of the grade, only the speed counts. Protector Fang felt that his disciple still had a great chance of winning. Because Yuan Erbao's biggest advantage is that he can make talismans quickly, but the quality is average. The rules of the competition clearly favor Yuan Erbao. Fang Shi didn't care at all. After Yuan Erbao chose the talisman, she randomly picked a heavenly magic talisman. At a command from Frost Protector, both sides began to make talismans. Fang Shi did not use the Mountains and Rivers pen, but a very ordinary magic talisman pen. Although she had been using the talismans taught to her by the 3rd generation ancestor to nourish the Mountains and Rivers pen and conceal its original aura, she was still not at ease. Her plan has not been completed yet. If someone recognizes her, she will be in trouble. Besides, it was just a small competition. Not to mention an ordinary magic pen, she could still win even if she used a tree branch. She, the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, is so confident. On the other side, Yuan Erbao was also full of confidence. Among the younger generation of Yunshao sect, his talisman-making skills were second only to the Saint girl. He will definitely win. He calmed down and began to draw. Just when he had finished 1/10 of it, he heard a noise coming from below. Although he was curious, he did not look up, because the most taboo thing in making talismans is distraction. Then Zhang Wen said, "Okay, stop drawing. My junior sister has already finished. You lose." Yuan Erbao felt that Zhang Wen was lying to him, and secretly cursed him for being despicable and shameless for using such a low-level trick to interfere with him. The next moment, he heard the Wind Guardian sigh, "Stop, the Star God has finished painting." He turned his head in disbelief and looked at Fang Shi beside him. He saw that she was holding a top-grade heavenly magic talisman in one hand and a spiritual fruit in the other, which she was chewing. No, this is impossible. She must have cheated. Unfortunately, just before the competition, Fang Shi asked Fang Hufa and others to go on stage to supervise in order to avoid any disputes. If it were in the past, she might have been willing to play these games with the other party, making some little twists and turns, but now she is the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, so she has to be more stable. When Yuan Erbao saw that Protector Fang did not show any reaction, he knew that Fang Shi did not cheat. His head was buzzing. On the one hand, he was shocked, and on the other hand, he felt sorry for the teleportation talisman that was about to be sent out. There are only a few people in the entire Yunshao sect who possess teleportation talismans, and he is one of them. Sadly, that won't be the case anytime soon. He took out the teleportation talisman from his storage ring. Although he knew the situation was hopeless, he still wanted to struggle and asked Fang Shi, "Can you change the conditions?" Fang Shi, "No." As he said that, he snatched the talisman and said, "Give it to you. If it weren't for this teleportation talisman, I wouldn't bother playing house with you." Yuan Erbao suddenly looked ashen and wanted to die. Not only he wants to die, many people want to die. The Yunshao sect has completely lost face, it's so shameful. Fang Shi just rubbed salt into their wounds. She said to Fang Hufa, "It seems that there is no need for my senior brother and I to spar with them anymore, they're all too weak. Okay, I'm tired from playing today, I'm going to go back and rest." After saying that, Fang Shi took Zhang Wen away, leaving behind a pile of shattered self-esteem. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1417 Zhang Wen experienced what it means to be the most popular. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen returned to their residence happily. Fang Shi rested for a while and began to study the teleportation talisman. She had learned about teleportation talismans from the demon clan before. In fact, whether it was the human race or the demon clan, there was not much difference in the essence of talisman making. It was soon midnight. Although Fang Shi had figured out something, it would probably take a few more days to fully understand the situation. Zhu Xuan said, "You don't need to waste your time at all. When you want to conquer Yunshao sect in the future, you can just ask someone. Fang Shi said. Grandpa, over the years, the Yunshao sect has been brainwashed by the Tiank League. If you want them to abandon the Tiank League, the best way is to let them know that the Tiank League is nothing and that I am the one they deserve to follow. The interests of the country and the nation are of no use to them, and you cannot expect any moral integrity from these people who have lived in a cesspool for years. Therefore, whether it is in terms of cultivation or talisman making, we must convince them wholeheartedly. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. After all, you are still too weak. If you have enough strength, you can beat Fang Hufa and the others down, and they will naturally be convinced. If I cultivate a physical body, I can fight 4 people at once without any problem. Fang Shi, Grandpa, if you put the word, if, in front of anything, it will lose its credibility. Blood-devouring world. After Fang Shi and Zhu Xuan had some jokes, they realized it was already midnight, so they simply stopped studying and lay down on the bed. After tossing and turning for a while, she still couldn't fall asleep. When she was about to try the Sanskrit sound technique, she suddenly remembered the wrong version of the sound transmission secret that Zhu Xuan had taught her before. Since it can succeed, it should work. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, she decided to try again. Just say something. Got it. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Ellipsis. In a cave somewhere, a giant beast was sleeping soundly, but was awakened by the repeated echoing of, "Are you there? Are you there?" in his consciousness. It was so angry that it yelled, "Who is that? Who is talking to me?" Unfortunately, even after it had shouted itself hoarse, its mind still kept repeating, "Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" It's like a magic sound penetrating your brain. The giant beast couldn't bear it anymore, so it slapped its own head with one claw and successfully knocked itself unconscious. Suddenly, the whole world was quiet. Fang Shi didn't know that she had caused the tragedy. She felt sleepy while trying, so she yawned and fell asleep. The next day, she felt that working in isolation was not a good idea, so she suggested going to the Yunshao sect's library to take a look. Fang Hufa and the others thought that since she was just going to read books, there shouldn't be any problem. She couldn't take their books away in a sack, right? So, he agreed and asked Yuan Exabe to accompany him. After what happened in the mine, Protector Fang and the others still had a good impression of Yuan Exabe. At least he's smarter than Luo Tianhen. Yuan Exabe's heart was in turmoil and his right eye kept twitching. Is something catastrophic going to happen? With a nervous mood, he accompanied Fang Shi and Junwen to the library. As soon as he entered, Fang Shi was shocked. This is only the first floor, and the number of books is astonishing. It can be said that it is comparable to the library of the Changsheng sect. Fang Shi thought, no wonder the news that Shen Jilin had obtained the Yunshao inheritance had spread long ago, but the Yunshao sect did not go to pick her up. It is estimated that the treasure and inheritance in Fang Shaoshan's hands are only a small part, and the essence is all here in the remnants of Yunshao sect. As she thought about this, she took out a book on talismans and started reading it. Zhang Wen found a book on kendo and started reading. Yuan Exabe felt relieved when he saw the two of them reading quietly. It seems that he won't be frightened today. Fang Shi flipped through the book very quickly. In just half a day, he had read most of the first level of the book about talismans. Yuan Exabe was tactful and said nothing. As long as she didn't cause trouble, he would watch as fast as she wanted. On the other side, Zhang Wen was reading a book. One of his disciples hesitated for a while before finally mustering up the courage to walk over. Mingyu divine disciple, what did you mean by the sword intent you used earlier? What is the difference between it and sword momentum? Hearing his question, several of his direct disciples came over quickly. Some disciples were too embarrassed to come over, but they all pricked up their ears. You know Zhang Wen, he is actually quite vain and concerned about his reputation. But with Fang Shi in front of him, he doesn't have many opportunities to show off. Now is the chance. Of course he won't let it go. He held a book in one hand and put the other hand behind his back and began to talk. He is very talented in kendo, and has received instruction from several kendo masters, so what he says is not only meaningful but also very humorous. More and more disciples gathered together, and those who were reading on other floors also came over after hearing the news. Zhang Wen now finally understands what it means to be the center of attention. To say that the little chicken has something of something, the pseudonym Mingyu given to him is really appropriate. Fang Shi found it funny and took out the photo stone to record it so the fifth senior brother could show it off when he returned. While recording, I was sighing, they really are siblings, they're both so vain. By the time Zhang Wen finished showing off, it was already evening. Although Zhang Wen was still a little unsatisfied, he still understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little. He left several hooks when he spoke just now, and these people will definitely come to him again tomorrow. When he returns home tonight, he will prepare his lessons carefully and continue to teach and answer questions for these disciples tomorrow. Just when everyone was about to leave the library, the door of the library suddenly closed. It was pitch black inside the library. Everyone was suddenly at a loss. What happened? Why did the door of the library suddenly close? Yuan Exabe felt relieved. He said, how could nothing happen? This is the correct way to open it. Maybe because I had experienced it once, I was not so panicked this time. We were safe and sound despite the insect swarm, so there shouldn't be any problems this time, right? He was calm, but others were not so calm. Chaos. Fang Shi sent a message to Zhang Wen through the secret passage. Fifth brother, do you think it's not a good idea for me to take this opportunity to pack the books in a sack? Zhang Wen, there's nothing wrong with that. You're the leader of Yunshao sect, and this library is yours. Isn't it normal for you to take a few books? Fang Shi, yes, I'm the leader of Yunshao sect. Then there is no need for me to take it, it will be mine sooner or later anyway. If that's the case, Yuan Exabe and the others are all her disciples. Yuan Exabe noticed that Fang Shi looked at him in a strange way, a little kind. What a hell. It must be an illusion. While he was daydreaming, he discovered that Fang Shi looked at other disciples in a similar way to him, with that kind of loving look. Yuan Exabe shuddered. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. Could this star god follower be planning something bad? But no matter what, she didn't kill him in the mine before, and she probably won't do it now. After calming down, he asked, Starry God, what do you think we should do next? Fang Shi asked him, this library should be the Zumi spiritual weapon, right? Did you bring it from Yunshao Sect? Well, not only was this library brought over from Yunshao Sect, but most of the books inside were also brought over. Fang Shi immediately said, could it be that the library has fallen into disrepair over the years and something has gone wrong? Yuan Exabe shook his head and said, no, the elders in the sect checked it some time ago and there is nothing wrong with the library. Fang Shi heard this and said, in that case, the problem is probably not the library itself, but something inside it. Is there anything special in it? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1418 Is this the legendary killing of the familiar? While Yuan Exabe was hesitating, several disciples nearby spoke in unison. Special stuff. There seem to be some elder scrolls on the 7th floor of the library. Does that count? Apart from those elder scrolls, there doesn't seem to be anything special. However, there are no words on those elder scrolls. For so many years, no one has been able to decipher what these elder scrolls are for. Yes, after the Seine was brought back, I heard that she also went up to study it for a long time, but unfortunately she didn't figure it out. Ellipsis. Fang's eyes lit up. Then let's go to the 7th floor and take a look. Maybe my senior brother and I can understand it. This thing might belong to our Tiank League. Yuan Exabe. Yuan Exabe had a bad feeling that something big was going to happen. But he had tried it just now and there was no way to get the message out, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and persuade. Star God, why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe the people outside will notice something is wrong and find a way to save us. Fang Shi disagreed. Exabe, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you should never pin your hopes on others under any circumstances. As the saying goes, if you lean on the mountain will fall. If you lean on the water will flow. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. If you don't change your mindset and seek progress, I'm afraid you'll end up like your name, starving. Yuan Exabe. Is it too late to change the name now? Yuan Exabe wanted to persuade him again, but someone said, Brother Yuan, what the star god said is right, we should not count on others, but save ourselves. The longer you delay, the greater the risk. The starry god was able to bring you back from death in the mine before, and he will definitely be able to do it this time. We believe in the starry god's strength. Immediately, several people followed suit. Fang Shi. I don't seem to have done anything earth-shattering, but I've gained a bunch of crazy fans. Is my personality so strong now? Zhu Shihuan, if you hadn't activated the light of the saint, I would still believe it a little bit. In fact, it was not entirely due to the saint's light. Yesterday, Fang Shi and Junwen were killing everyone on the arena. Although they attracted a wave of hatred, everyone admired the strong. They can scold Fang Shi and Junwen for being immoral, but they have to admit that they're both really strong. Yuan Exabe knew that it was useless to persuade him any further, as this Fangting disciple was determined to go to the 7th floor of the library. Just when he gave up, things took a turn for the better. Someone said, but even if the Star God disciples want to go up, they can't. Let alone the 7th floor, we don't even have the permission to enter the 6th floor. Yuan Exabe was delighted, that's right. There are restrictions in the library. Only those who meet the requirements can enter the corresponding floors. The disciples can only go up to the 5th floor at most. Since the two believers are outsiders, there is no way they can go up. Fang's eyes inner thoughts, no authority. I am the head of Yunshao Sect, how could I not have authority? She was a little excited because the time to show off was coming again. She couldn't even imagine how much these disciples admired her. Again, her personality is so strong. She is even fascinated by herself. Zhu Shihuan, otherwise I'd better just hibernate. However, he was very curious about those elder scrolls, so he held back his anger and decided to see what was going on. Fang Master Shixio waved his hand and said, nothing is absolute. No matter what, let's go up and take a look first. Fang Shi immediately brought a group of people to the 5th floor of the library. In order to make Fang Shi give up, Yuan Exabe took the lead and walked towards the stairs connecting to the 6th floor. However, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. He tried several times but failed every time. Junwen said, how about trying to attack? Yuan Exabe said hurriedly, absolutely not. A disciple once did this and was seriously injured. Not to mention us, even if Fang Protector and others wanted to force their way in, it would be impossible. Junwen looked at Fang Shi, junior sister, how about forgetting it? Fang Shi hesitated for a moment and said, even so, I have to give it a try for everyone, even if I get hurt. Yuan Exabe. You didn't rule like this before. I can't accept your change. However, on second thought, when they were in the mine before, although this disciple of the Star God was arrogant and a little domineering, he still led the three of them out of the mine safely and did not abandon them halfway. Maybe he just has a more flamboyant personality, but he's actually a good person. Fang Shi, who was a kind person, took a few steps forward and came close to the barrier. She took a deep breath and tried to take a step forward. Then, in the incredulous eyes of everyone, she went up a flight of stairs smoothly without any hindrance. Fang Shi pretended to be stunned for a moment, then raised her leg and stepped up another step, and went up smoothly. She then turned to look at Yuan Exabe and the others. This barrier seems to be of no use to me. Does it only block humans and not demons? Yuan Exabe and others. How stupid would people from our Yunshao sect have to be to design a formation like this? This is definitely not the reason. But the question is, why was she able to go up there? Could there be something wrong with the barrier? Yuan Exabe immediately tried to enter again, but was still stopped outside the barrier. Junwen also pretended to step forward, but was also stopped. Fang's eyes flickered, and he walked down the steps and said to Junwen, brother, extend your hand. Fang Shi said, reaching out and holding Junwen's hand, pulling him over the barrier. Everyone. Is this okay? Little did they know that Feng Shi had hidden the mountains and rivers pen in his sleeves. With the leader's order, he could move freely. Feng Shi asked Yuan Exabe and the others, do you want to come up? If you want to come up, I will pull you up. Before Yuan Exabe could say anything, the others quickly shouted, go up. We want to go up too. Apart from anything else, they also want to go up and broaden their horizons. Feng Shi was just about to reach out to pull those disciples when Zhang Wen took out an animal skin glove from his storage ring and handed it to Feng Shi. It was similar in style to a glove. Junior sister, their hands are sweaty and too slippery. He actually wanted to say that those disciples had dirty hands, but now seeing that the junior sister seemed to be changing her personality, he couldn't spoil it. Feng Shi actually didn't care, but since fifth senior brother had such good intentions, she put the animal skin guard on her right hand and then dragged all the disciples up the stairs. In the end, Yuan Exabe was the only one left. He thought it would be better to go up, at least to see with his own eyes what kind of trouble this follower of the star god was going to cause. So, he reached out his hand. Feng Shi looked at him with a smile, you want to come up too? 10,000 strud stones. Yuan Exabe. After all, we are acquaintances. Is this appropriate for you? Is this the legendary killing of the familiar? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1419, the hit was really accurate. Feng Shi was actually just joking, but in the end he still pulled Yuan Exabe up. When they reached the 6th floor of the library, Feng Shi took a quick look around and found nothing unusual, so he immediately went up the stairs leading to the 7th floor. She followed the same method and dragged Zhang Wen and others up, then went up to the 7th floor of the library. As soon as I went up, I saw dozens of elder scrolls floating in the air. Feng Shi felt that this scene was extremely familiar. It was the same scene when he was in Xuanshan Sect. She had not forgotten how she had threatened the scrolls with fire, and was knocked unconscious by them. It was because of these scrolls that she developed a problem of bleeding from all 7 orifices for no reason. I wonder if these elder scrolls are the same as those in her Sea of Consciousness. Little Black Ball once said that the jade slips in her Sea of Consciousness actually belong to the same book. Could it be that these ancient scrolls of the Yunshao sect are also pages of that book? While she was thinking about this, a disciple reached out of curiosity to grab an ancient scroll to see what was inside. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his head and said, these scrolls will attack the strud consciousness, everyone be careful. Feng Shi turned around and asked Yuan Exabe, how do I check the contents above? Previously, a disciple said that Chen Zhilin had checked but to no avail, which meant that there was a way to view the contents of these ancient scrolls. Yuan Exabe said, the 4 guardians have a way to temporarily control these elder scrolls, but I don't know what method it is. Feng Shi asked other people and got the same answer. She didn't speak for a long time. It seemed that she was thinking of a solution, but in fact she was threatening the jade slips in her Sea of Consciousness. Since you followed me, not only have you not made any contribution to me, but you have also made me bleed from all 7 orifices from time to time. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? I am not greedy, just give me all these elder scrolls. Jade slips. You were speaking against your conscience. Your danshan was about to break at that time. If it weren't for us, would you still be able to talk like this? There are also those pill recipes, talisman recipes, and formations. You know all the disadvantages, but you don't mention a word about the advantages. Besides, even if we wanted to hook up, would those idiots out there take the bait? So Feng Shi threatened for a long time, but the jade slips didn't respond. The key point is that Feng Zai's threat is not very powerful. If she had a way to deal with these jade slips, she would have done it long ago. Feng Shi felt that she was such a coward. There are 5 dog strud roots in his danshan, a bunch of disobedient jade slips in his Sea of Consciousness, and a large group of freeloaders. She is such a sucker. Just as she was lamenting the unfairness of fate, an elder scroll suddenly flew towards her. Feng Shi's reaction was quite quick, he dodged it in one swipe. The elder scroll came back with a sudden force and hit Feng Shi again. Feng Shi's temper also came up. I haven't done anything yet, and you've already started doing it. Now I am right. Feng Shi immediately released his spiritual sense to smash the scroll. The hit was quite accurate and hit the target right away. The scroll fell to the ground crookedly. Feng Shi was feeling happy, but the next moment, the ancient scroll disappeared. Feng Shi. Touch porcelain. It's definitely a scam. She said to Yuan Exabe and others. Did you all see it? It disappeared on its own. It has nothing to do with me. I'm so poor, I can't afford to pay. Besides, it was the one that attacked first, and I fought back to protect myself, so I was right. Yuan Exabe and others. When everyone was confused, another ancient scroll flew towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi was afraid of being scammed, so she didn't dare to use her spiritual power to hit the other person again, and started to dodge left and right. With her physical skills, she could easily dodge it, but she never expected that the remaining elder scrolls would also join the battle. The 7 floors of the library were not very big in total, and Yuan Exabe and others took up a lot of space, so Feng Shi had very limited area to move around in, so it was a bit embarrassing for him to hide. Her little face sank suddenly. You forced me to do this. Yuan Exabe felt that this line was very familiar. By the way, it was after Fang Xing said this that the insect emperor got into trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, those elder scrolls fell to the ground like dumplings. Then it disappeared. Everyone was very puzzled. If they had not noticed when the first elder scroll disappeared, it would have been fine. However, this time they had been staring at it, and those elder scrolls actually disappeared out of thin air. But this time, Zhang Wen said. Invisibility. It must be invisibility. Just like the insect king, those elder scrolls are hidden. Trying to put the blame on my junior sister in this way is really insidious. Feng Shi was stunned by Zhang Wen's wit. 5th brother is getting smarter and smarter. Just when she was about to praise Zhang Wen through her voice transmission, she felt a sharp pain in her Sea of Consciousness. When she saw the scene in her Sea of Consciousness, she didn't know whether to be surprised or frightened. At this moment, a melee was taking place in her sea of consciousness. The Jade Slips and the ancient scrolls of Yunshao Sect that were originally in her sea of consciousness were fighting. I don't know how these Elder Scrolls got in here. Coincidentally, the two sides had the same number of people, so it was a one-on-one match. Just when Feng Shi was about to see who had the upper hand, her sea of consciousness shook, followed by a sharp pain, and then she knew nothing. When Junwen saw Feng Shi bleeding from all 7 orifices, he immediately screamed. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. He sighed in his heart. Junior sister, it seems that bleeding from all 7 orifices of your body is a unique label of yours. I guess the unlucky star will use it to make trouble again. However, what he is more concerned about now is whether his junior sister is in danger. He quickly took out the divine elixir that could repair spiritual consciousness and stuffed it into Feng Shi's mouth. Yuan Exabe and others were also at a loss. Why is he bleeding from all 7 orifices for no reason? Is the star god's follower going to die? If she really died, the messenger of God would probably be furious. Yuan Exabe was thinking, if he just said it, something strange would definitely happen. Sure enough. I hope the star god's followers are okay, otherwise there will be another uproar. No, even if she was fine, there would be a huge uproar. The Elder Scrolls are gone. Although no one has cracked the above content yet, it is also the treasure of the sect. It just disappeared like that. It would be nice if I could really become invisible, but I'm afraid I'll disappear. At this time, within Feng Shi's sea of consciousness, the Jade Slips and those ancient scrolls were still fighting, completely ignoring Feng Shi's life or death. Mu Jian suddenly became angry. A man's anger is for the beauty he loves, and his wooden sword's anger is for its master. Although it is often locked in a coffin by Jade Slips, it is fearless when it comes to its master. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1420. She is just a pixie who plucks feathers from a passing goose. The wooden sword shouted. Stop it, you idiots. If anything happens to my master, I would rather explode myself than kill you all. This time, the little black balls all stood on the side of the wooden sword, threatening the Jade Slip and the Elder Scroll to stop immediately, otherwise they would fight to the death. Qiongqi was quite active this time, because if Feng Shi died, its sea of consciousness would be damaged, which involved its own interests. The aboriginal Jade Slip that was originally in Feng Shi's sea of consciousness stopped first. In fact, they knew that this little disturbance in the sea of consciousness would not cost Feng Shi's life. After all, when she was struck by lightning, it was much more serious than this. However, they also don't want to arouse public anger. For some unknown purpose, those ancient scrolls of the Yunshao sect turned into several black Jade Slips, occupying a corner of Feng Shi's sea of consciousness, posing an attitude of, I will not offend others if they don't offend me. Anyway, there is a truce for the time being. Mu Jian suddenly felt that he had made a great contribution. If it hadn't stood up in time, there's no telling how long this melee would have lasted, and its owner's life might have been lost. As I said, without it, this family will fall apart. As soon as the fighting stopped here, Feng Shi woke up. She cleaned the blood off her face and clothes with ease, then said, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. I used up too much of my spiritual power when I was cleaning up those Elder Scrolls. Naturally, people would not laugh at her, nor did they dare to laugh at her. Besides, the Star God disciples suffered this unprovoked disaster in order to help them escape from the predicament. If they laughed at her, they would be inhuman. Just then, there were footsteps. Someone came upstairs. Everyone looked towards the stairs, and the first one to come up was Protector Feng. The first thing he noticed when he came up was that the floating Elder Scroll was gone. What about all those Elder Scrolls? Why is it missing? When he saw Feng Shi surrounded by people, an ominous premonition came to his mind. Before he could speak, Feng Shi said angrily, Protector Feng, I just came here to read a book, but I ended up being trapped in the library. Being trapped here would have been bad enough, but I was actually attacked by those Elder Scrolls, causing me to bleed from all 7 orifices and nearly die. You must give me an explanation. Junwen on the side clenched his fist. Yes, you must give us an explanation. Yuan Exabe looked down at the ground, not knowing whether this counted as the villain complaining first. The other disciples did not have this understanding. They felt that what Feng Shi said made sense. She was innocent. It wasn't her who caused the problems in the library, it wasn't her who made those Elder Scrolls attack her, and it wasn't her who made those Elder Scrolls disappear. Dharma Protector Feng's head was buzzing, and so were the other 3 Dharma Protectors. They could still tolerate what happened in the mine before, after all, it did not cause any substantial losses. But it's different now. So many Elder Scrolls just disappeared. They felt that ever since the arrival of the Divine Messenger, the Yunshao sect seemed to have become chaotic and there had not been a single day of peace. No, it seems that before the arrival of the God's Messenger, they were not very successful. In order to eliminate the barrier in the 10,000 meters demon abyss, many criminal slaves were killed and injured. In the end, the demon goblin climbed to the top of the mountain and refused to leave. Is it really like Fang Xing said, that Saint Shenzhilin is a jinx? Can. At this time, Frost Guardian raised a very critical question. There are barriers on the 6th and 7th floors. How did you get up here? Did they fail just now? One of the disciples said immediately, it didn't work. It was the Star God who pulled us up. The 4 Feng Protectors. Why could she come up here? Feng Hufa suppressed his annoyance and asked Yuan Exabe, what's going on? Yuan Exabe recounted the entire incident in detail. He felt that the value of his existence seemed to be to relay what the 2 gods had done, so he was equivalent to a photo stone. The 4 Feng Protectors became even more confused after hearing this. However, seeing that Feng Shi looked half dead, now was not the time to ask, so he had no choice but to let Junwen carry Feng Shi back to the yard. After Feng Shi and Junwen left, Protector Feng and the others began to interrogate the disciples present. What they said was consistent with what Yuan Exabe said. After the Wind Guardian sent everyone away, he asked the 3 Frost Guardians, what do you think? The three of them thought, what can we do? Just stand and watch. They were also very puzzled as to why Fang Xing could enter and leave the library freely, when even the saint did not have this qualification. It was they who specifically opened up the permissions to bring Shen Jilin to the 7th floor. Also, where did all those Elder Scrolls go? They intuitively felt that Fang Xi had taken her away. Although the time of contact was not long, they had already deeply realized Fang Xi's true nature, that is, a Paishu who plucked feathers from a passing goose. If she hadn't gotten any benefit, would she have left so obediently? There would definitely be a big fuss. The Rain Guardian gritted his teeth and said, it's really easy for the King of Hell to deal with the little devil. The Messenger of God didn't make it difficult for us, but the star kept giving us problems. It's really hateful. Frost Guardian frowned and said, both the stars and the moon are a bit weird. Even if the God's envoy is so powerful, he can't make two young demons so powerful in such a short time, right? Could what Shen Jilin said be true? Could these two really be Fang Xi and Zhang Wen? The Rain Guardian said immediately. Impossible. On the day of the competition, their shameless and arrogant faces clearly showed that they were demons. Even if we humans are bad, we are more reserved, unlike the demons who are so outspoken. The three Fang Guardians. For a moment we didn't know whether you were scolding Fang Xi and the others or scolding ourselves. But this time, the Snow Guardian said. The envoy of God shouldn't be so unable to distinguish between humans and demons. Besides, how did Fang Xi know that the envoy of God would come? And how did he happen to meet the envoy of God? This is too much of a coincidence. Although the outside world praises Fang Xi as a supernatural being, I think it is definitely exaggerated. How could a yellow-haired girl like her have such great abilities? Furthermore, the sword techniques and skills used by Mingyu and Fang Xing are obviously not available in our Juyu continent. They must have been taught to them by the gods. Only the Tiank League has such skills. Protector Fang felt that what both sides said made some sense, and it was difficult to judge the identities of Fang Xing and Mingyu at the moment. Frost Guardian said, if she is really Fang Xi, what should we do next? The three Fang protectors were silent. How to do? The Yunshao sect has already boarded the pirate ship. Although they were kept in the dark before, they knew they were fooled after Fang Xi delivered his inaugural speech. Even the disaster that destroyed the sect was not a punishment from heaven, it was related to the Tiank Alliance. But what can they do? The Tiank Alliance holds their lifeline, so they can only turn a deaf ear and dumb, or face death. Even if these four are not afraid of death, what about the remaining 90,000 people? I managed to escape with great difficulty, I can't just let it go like this, right? We can only maintain the status quo and pretend nothing happened. They lost their conscience in the difficult situation and were forced into a desperate situation. Especially with the arrival of Ji Ting, they were more convinced that the Tiank Alliance was still the one with the absolute upper hand. But at this time they were a little confused. If Fang Xing is really Fang Xi and Mingyu is really Zhongwen, they will have to re-evaluate Tiank League's chances of winning. Originally, they thought that the Tiank Alliance would win without any suspense, but now they're somewhat shaken. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1421 and, can you hear me? The four of them were silent for a long time, and Fang Hufa said. Let's take it one step at a time. Besides, she may not be Fang Xi. If we take the plunge, it will do us no good whether she is there or not. It would be better to send someone to Changsheng Sect to inquire about the news first, to confirm whether Fang Xi and Zhongwen really have not left Changsheng Sect, and then make the next plan. The most urgent thing is to find a way to make her stay in the yard and stop her from coming out to cause trouble to our Yunshao sect. The other three Dharma protectors agreed with this. She still had the nerve to call Shen Jilin a jinx. She was a real troublemaker. After discussion, the four decided to use the excuse of letting Fang Xi recuperate as a pretext to prevent her from leaving the yard. Although this move may offend the other party, I can't care less. Lock her up in the yard, and nothing bad will happen again this time. The next morning, Fang Xi discovered that she and Zhongwen were under house arrest in disguise. Fang Xi did not make a fuss, but just suggested that someone send more books about talismans. Protector Fang felt that this request was not excessive and agreed. In the next few days, Fang Xi looked through the talisman book in the yard. During this period, Protector Fang came once, mainly to inquire about matters concerning the Elder Scrolls. However, not only did he fail to get to the bottom of anything, he was almost blackmailed by Fang Xi. The Wind Protector never came again. You can't ask anything here, and there's a risk of being blackmailed, so what's the point of coming here? As for the missing Elder Scrolls, this matter is definitely not over. But they haven't come up with a charter yet, so they can only wait and see for the time being. Among the books sent to Fang Xi that day, there was a book about secret sound transmission. It was probably that someone in the library took it by mistake. Fang Xi flipped through the book casually, and as she read, her expression froze. Because she got some inspiration from it, and seemed to know what went wrong with her previous secret transmission. Simply put, she connected to the wrong Wi-Fi signal, and the key point was that the other party didn't set a password. So the question is, who was the person she summoned last time? Fang Xi was so curious that he used the modified version of voice transmission again. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Ellipsis. The giant beast finally woke up from its coma, and then the devil's sound pierced its brain again. It was so angry that it almost exploded. Just as it raised its paw to hit itself again, it heard the damn voice say. Although I don't know who you are, there must be a great destiny between us. You can try to talk to me with your spiritual sense, maybe we can communicate. The giant beast was stunned for a moment. It had torn its throat twice before but still couldn't find the person who called it, so it forgot to try to communicate through spiritual consciousness. So, it used its spiritual consciousness to say, Ant, can you hear me? Fang Xi actually didn't hold out much hope, but she didn't expect to actually receive a reply. Ants. This name gave her a bold guess. Could it be that the other end she was connected to was chaos? The reason why she had such a guess was because the feeling of this arrogant idiot was too familiar. When I first met Tao and Kyongchi, they were like this. Coupled with the theory of divine punishment, she subconsciously thought of chaos. As she thought about it, she sent a secret message again, "Are you chaos?" The beast shuddered. "How do you know it's me? Quick, let me out. I'll reward you handsomely." "Fangshi, I'm going to go to hell with you." No wonder Tao and the others said Hundan was a brainless man. She tricked him out. Not only did it expose its identity, but it also revealed that it was locked up. What a stick. Fortunately, I met such a kind-hearted person like her, otherwise I would have been cheated and nothing would be left. Fangshi felt that the best way to deal with this kind of beast was to be straightforward and not beat around the bush, because it couldn't understand. So, Fangshi said, "Tao, Kyongchi and Tati have all signed contracts with me. If you agree to sign a contract with me, I will find a way to save you. Otherwise, forget it." Chaos snorted coldly. "Bullshit. Bullshit. How can a little girl like you contract them? Even if what you said is true, I will not sign any contract with you. I am Chaos, the most ferocious beast in the world. If I get mad, I can even beat myself to death. Are you afraid?" "Fangshi. Kyongchi and the others are right, this is a bastard. If you don't want to, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Fangshi stopped talking after she finished speaking. Chaos waited for a while, and when he saw no movement, he became a little annoyed. No matter how bad or confused it is, it doesn't want to be locked up forever. How about pretending to agree and then killing her after you get out? Correct. Just do it. Those three idiots always call it stupid, isn't it quite smart? So, it said, as if to show favor, "I agree, please come and save me." Fangshi guessed what it was thinking at once, but that didn't matter. He should try to find out its location first. So Fangshi asked, "Where are you being held?" "Chaos, I don't know. Anyway, it's just a dark room with nothing in it." Fangshi frowned. "Are there any other clues?" Chaos said impatiently, "Why are you so long-winded? If you want to save me, come and save me immediately. If you don't want to save me, don't waste your time. I warn you, don't disturb my sleep again, or I will kill you." Fangshi. She doesn't want to save him anymore. WTF. Kyongchi gloated and said, "Seo Shishi, I told you the thing is a bastard, right? Just ignore it and let it die on its own. He has been fine for so many years, and he can probably live for many more years." Fangshi felt that Hundan had to be rescued. The reason the Tiank League gave to Yunshao Sect at the beginning was that hiding chaos caused divine punishment. Although this statement is totally untenable now, chaos is undoubtedly very important if they want to completely shatter this lie. She patiently said to Chaos, "You may not know this, right? Nowadays, Kyongchi and the others are very famous, but you, Hundan, are about to be removed from the list of the 4 great beasts because you haven't appeared for too long. I heard that they want to use a Pixiu to replace you." Hundan immediately started cursing. "Pixiu? How can that thing replace me? Is it as bad as me? Is it as fierce as me? Is it as cruel as me? Find a way to let me out right now, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Kyongchi thought, "You are wrong, the Phoenix Pixiu is much worse and more cruel than you." It must be said that the unscrupulous owner is quite self-aware and has taken the initiative to classify himself as a ferocious beast. In fact, Fangshi just said that casually. Pixiu is not very common after all. She can't classify pigs and dogs as ferocious beasts, right? Fangshi said to Hundan, "I also want to rescue you, but you have to tell me more about the situation so that I can determine where you're imprisoned, right?" Chaos didn't say anything for a long time. Just when Fangshi thought it wouldn't reply, it said, "Actually, it wasn't someone else who locked me up. I accidentally locked myself up. Fangshi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog." Chapter 1422, drinking really messes things up. Kyongchi waved his chicken wings in a gloating manner. How is it? How is it? Am I right? This idiot always does stupid things like this. It's a miracle that he's still alive." Fangshi was also speechless, but thinking that Tower would rather get lost in the barrier than ask someone for directions, and that the golden pig could show off his body, it seemed normal for chaos to be so muddy. Fangshi asked Hundan in a very calm tone, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Hundan originally thought that Fangshi would be gloating when she heard that it was herself who trapped herself, and it was ready to roar, but she didn't react much. From this perspective, this little girl isn't that annoying. Hundan said immediately, "Let me think about it. I always sleep and I forget a lot of things." Chaos thought for a while and finally remembered. He slapped his forehead with his paw in joy. And then nothing happened, it knocked itself unconscious again. Fangshi waited for a long time but there was no movement, so he had to urge. "Chaos, chaos, chaos." You know what, it might be that her cry was transmitted directly into Hundan's sea of consciousness, and it actually woke Hundan up. Hundan was very annoyed when he was woken up, but he remembered that he still had to rely on this naughty girl to get out, so he endured it. "When I get out, I'll kill you first." What is the concept of repaying a favor? That only applies to humans. I'm a ferocious beast and I don't care about that. I will kill anyone who makes me unhappy. It suppressed the anger in its heart and said. When the 4 great beast families became increasingly degraded, I felt that there was something wrong, and it was a big problem. Humph, those 3 things always call me stupid, but there is one thing they're far worse than me, and that is the perception of danger. Even the divine beasts have run into trouble, so it will definitely be the turn of us ferocious beasts next. After much thought, I think the best way is to hide. But where is safe to hide? Finally, I chose Yunshao Sect. After all, it is the largest sect in the Northern Territory and is definitely safer than other places. So, I went to Yunshao Sect. But I couldn't decide where to hide it. Seeing that Yunshao Sect had a lot of delicious food, I decided to eat first. I always remember to wipe my mouth after eating. Logically, those ants from the Yunshao Sect would have no way of finding me. Unfortunately, one day I drank too much and let them see my beautiful face. Their quarreling gave me a headache, so I taught him a little lesson. I felt that Yunshao Sect was too noisy and not a good place to hide, so I left Yunshao Sect. Then I found a cave on Guibei Mountain and prepared to take a nap first. Who would have thought that the ground would shake while I was sleeping, and then I was locked up here, in darkness, with nothing inside. Feng Shi's first thought was, drinking really does cause trouble. My second thought is that chaos is indeed the one to take the blame. Although she knew before that the so-called divine punishment must be a lie made up by the Tiank Alliance, she had no evidence. Now the evidence is irrefutable. Han Dun didn't hide in Yunxiao Sect at all. How could he be hidden by the elders of the Dharma Hall? Not to mention the heavenly punishment. But where is chaos imprisoned? At this time, Tao Wu said, could it be that when the remnants of the Tiank League were transferred here by the Tiank League using the power of time, it affected the chaos? The reason why Tao Wu said this is because it is a shining example. Feng's eyes heart suddenly moved. The demon goblin that was originally in the 10,000-meter demon abyss was dragged into the blood family secret realm. It was also reasonable that chaos was taken to other places by the power of time. The key is, where did it go? It's dark everywhere, can't get out. Why does it look a bit like the domain she was involved in at the border of the Yan tribe? It is the domain cut out by the power of time. The best way to break this kind of domain is to cause fluctuations in the power of time. The stronger the fluctuation, the better. This is not a difficult task for Feng Shi. The key is, where is the domain where chaos is trapped? Feng Shi felt that it was most likely among the remnants of the Yunshao Sect. After all, the coverage of the modified version of the sound transmission was limited. Thinking of this, she asked Chaos. Have you ever used a similar magical power like voice transmission before? If you haven't, I shouldn't be able to establish a spiritual connection with you. Chaos thought for a long time before he remembered that after being trapped here, he had tried many ways to escape but still couldn't. With its not-so-bright brain, it finally came up with a solution. Since the body can't leave, what about the spirit? So, it began to release its spiritual consciousness, even if only a small amount could get out. Unfortunately, it has been to no avail. This guy is such a jerk. He forgot about this matter as soon as he woke up. As a result, the spiritual consciousness has been in an outward state. It is precisely because of this that its spiritual consciousness has been consumed, so it is in a daze every day and just wants to sleep. If it hadn't been connected to Feng Shi by accident, it would probably have continued sleeping. Feng Shi was speechless again after hearing this. At this time, Zhu Shihuan suddenly said, it's not just because you changed the sound transmission, it's probably also related to your mastery of the power of time. Even if someone else used it, they would definitely not be able to penetrate the domain and establish contact with chaos. Feng Shi felt that what he said made sense. She thought to herself, even though her cheap grandfather was a little lacking in social skills, he was very smart in other aspects. However, she also knew that if Zhu Xuan put his heart into it, he would definitely be able to figure it out, but he just didn't want to waste time on it. If you can take action, don't talk too much. But where is the domain where chaos is trapped? She thought about it and remembered that of the 3 times she communicated with chaos, one was in Zhun Wen's yard next door, and the remaining 2 were in her own yard, so it was probably within this range. Want to try it? At this time, the 4 Feng protectors were talking about Feng Shi. The Rain Guardian said with a click of his tongue, I didn't expect that Fang Xing, a demon, would be interested in the talismans of our human race. Feng Hufa explained, in fact, whether it is a spiritual talisman or a magic talisman, they are essentially the same. She can also gain a lot from reading the book on spiritual talismans. At this time, the Frost Guardian said quietly, you have never thought that if she is Feng Shi, she will naturally be interested in the talisman because she practices both spirit and devil. The 3 Feng Guardians. Could you please stop bringing up this topic that's giving us a headache? They were somewhat repulsed in their hearts by the idea that Fang Xing was Feng Shi, because this would make them very conflicted and they would not know what to do next. So, Feng Hufa changed the subject. Anyway, she's been reading a lot lately, so she's calmed down a bit, and we've had a lot more peace and quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud noise coming from the guest house. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1423, Eat, Sleep, Fight Chaos. The faces of the 4 Feng protectors changed and they rushed to the scene of the accident. I saw that the house where Fang Xing originally lived had disappeared, and in its place was a deep pit. Where are the stars? Could it be that this is the case? The next moment, Feng Shi was seen climbing out of the pit with difficulty. She saw the 4 guardians and the crowd gathered outside and said, I just wanted to try out the talisman I made, but it accidentally exploded. This is the first time I made a talisman and it has such power. I am such a genius. Everyone. As a demon, how can you make talismans after reading talisman books for a few days? You were really good at bragging. You were almost blown to ashes, but you still didn't forget to brag about yourself. You were really dedicated. Protector Feng thought that putting her under house arrest would calm things down, but now it seems that he was too optimistic. But at least this time only the house where she lived was blown up, so the loss was not too great. Protector Feng walked to the deep pit to check it out and couldn't help but frown. Because this pit doesn't look like it was caused by an explosion, but rather like it was caused by something smashing into it. But if it was caused by something smashing down, such a large object falling from above should not have gone unnoticed. Seeing the doubtful look on his face, Feng Shi whispered. It was the insect king who did it. I asked it to sing a lullaby and it collapsed my house. This dog is so disobedient. Even if I have a grudge against it for killing my son, its life is in my hands. Let alone asking it to sing for me, even asking it to kneel down and call me daddy would not be too much. Feng Protector. Why do I feel like you are implying something about the remnants of our Yunshao sect? Can. Protector Feng felt a little embarrassed. Besides, he had no way to verify whether the pit was made by the insect king. After all, that thing could become invisible, so it was normal that no one saw it. So, after asking a few simple questions, he said, Starry God, your house has been destroyed. I will arrange a new courtyard for you. I wonder which one you like. Feng Shi said with a smile, let Shen Zhilan vacate the yard and I will move in. Feng Protector. He persuaded Feng Shi to give up the idea and move next door to Junwen. Originally her courtyard was located to the west of Junwen, but now it has been moved to the east of Junwen. She even expressed her feelings. Feng Protector, my moving experience is actually a reflection of my life experiences. I thought I would always live to the west of my senior brother, but who knew that I would suddenly move to the east? The sun rises in the east and it rains in the west. It is said that there is no sunshine but there is sunshine. So, don't be too stubborn, be flexible when necessary. It may seem like a dead end, but in fact, there is infinite hope as long as you think of a way out. Protector Feng was shocked. Is she pointing at me? Could she really be Feng Shi? And she wants us to surrender? He was in a state of confusion, and as he had not made a decision yet, he did not know what to say, so he just responded with a few vague words. Feng Shi didn't say anything else, because she still had to settle accounts with that bastard Han Dun. No wonder Qiongqi said that taking Han Dun would bring trouble upon himself, isn't it? She had just activated the time shuttle stone to cause a vibration in the force of time and space when this bastard fell from the sky. If she hadn't been alert, it would have been crushed into a meat patty. As for the fact that she made a contract with Chaos while he was unconscious, it is not worth mentioning. Isn't it normal to repay someone's life-saving grace with one's own body? Feng Shi moved to the new yard. Junwen leaned over the wall and chatted with his junior sister for a few words, then went back to the house to continue practicing. There was no way out. He was under house arrest in disguise. As a law-abiding person like him, he had to stay in the yard obediently. Of course, it was mainly because Feng Shi told him the reason through secret telepathy, otherwise he would not care about house arrest or not and would have run over to dig Feng Shi out long ago. Feng Shi looked around the new house and checked it carefully. Just as he was about to read something delicious to calm his nerves, a roar of chaos sounded in his consciousness. You stinky girl, you actually dared to contract me while I was unconscious, you were courting death. Feng Shi said nothing, but asked Qiongqi and the others to prepare a Manon banquet for Han Dun. The spiritual pets finally found an opportunity to show their skills, so naturally they wouldn't be polite. Whether it was out of the mentality of wanting to tear up other people's umbrellas after being caught in the rain, or just to join in the fun, everyone participated. Even the black jade sips that had just settled in the sea of consciousness came over to get involved. It can be said that chaos made Feng Shi's pets put aside the past grudges, unite as one, and bully the scum together. To be honest, Han Dun is really confused. If someone else saw him being taken advantage of, he would just give in. It's so good. Even though it was beaten to a pulp, it still pretends to be stubborn. You better beat me to death, otherwise you'll be waiting for me every time. Tao Wu, Qiongqi, Tao Ti, you three are cowards and shameful creatures. From now on, only I am worthy of being called a fierce beast. You little bitch, and you. Not only did you take advantage of my misfortune to contract with me, but you also let these bastards beat me up. Just wait for me. Ellipsis. Feng Shi felt that even if Han Dun was beaten to death, it would still not surrender. For a moment, she didn't know whether to scold it for being ignorant of the situation or for being too stubborn. She decided to try a different approach. Okay, stop fighting, I'll talk to it. Only then did Qiongqi and the others stop, but they were still a little unsatisfied. It's really fun to fight chaos. It would be great if I could just beat him up for no reason in the future. Just eat, sleep and play chaos every day. If chaos knew what they were thinking, he would be so angry that he would die. It stretched its neck and asked Feng Shi. You little bitch, I advise you not to waste your energy. No matter what you say, I will not give in. It's almost vomiting blood. It had a good idea at first. As soon as it was released, it would slap Feng Shi to death with one claw. No matter what, it would kill whoever it wanted to kill. Who knew he would faint as soon as he came out and be contracted by that little girl? Feng Shi sneered, Han Dun, you call this one a coward and that one a wimp, but I think you are the wimp, and a cowardly wimp at that. Chaos is about to explode. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. How am I a coward? How am I a coward? Feng Shi sneered and said, you clearly know that the Tiank League is the culprit for your being trapped, but you dare not seek revenge from the Tiank League and only take your anger out on me. If you are not a cowardly wimp, then what are you? Chaos was a little confused. What is the Tiank League? What does being imprisoned in the domain have to do with them? Feng Shi briefly explained the matter of the Tiank League, and then said, it's obvious that when the Tiank League used the power of time to transfer the remnants of the Yunxiao sect, they also dragged you into it, so you were trapped in the domain. You should seek revenge on them instead of repaying kindness with enmity and causing trouble for me. Of course, if you don't have the guts to seek revenge on the Tiank League, just pretend I didn't say anything. Chaos sneered, no courage. There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. You cancel the contract with me now, and I will seek revenge on the Tiank League. Feng Shi said, okay, then I will terminate the contract with you now. But let me be frank, the Tiank League is very good at using the power of time. If I trap you in the domain again, I will not save you. After all, you have nothing to do with me. Feng Shi pretended to terminate the contract with Han Dun, and then counted silently again, 1, 2. Before he could count to 3, Chaos said, there's no rush. You also said that the bastards from the Tiank League haven't arrived yet. It won't be too late to cancel the contract when they come. Feng Shi thought, where is your stubbornness? Where is your rebelliousness? As expected, no matter how bad a bastard is, he knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. After all, he is just bad, not stupid. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1424, it's powerful, but it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Feng Shi did not expose Han Dun, and said calmly, since you have made your choice, you should not regret it and stop talking about the contract. Also, what do you think about your ingratitude? I tried to save you with good intentions, but you almost crushed me to death and even threatened to kill me. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? I don't ask for much, just 100 million spread stones. If you don't have spirit stones, you can use other things to pay off the debt. Chaos. How dare you blackmail a beast like me? Are you tired of living? Besides, even if I want to compensate, I don't have the money. So, it said confidently. I never save money or store things. My storage space is cleaner than my face. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kyongchi and the others. Kyongchi said to Fengshi, it's true what it said. It will eat up anything it has. It can't keep anything. Fengshi. Well, other pets can at least give her something, but this chaos is definitely eating for nothing. She gritted her teeth and said, let's cancel the contract. As she said this, she was about to terminate the contract. Chaos panicked. Before, it was eager for Fengshi to terminate the contract with it, but now it is afraid that Fengshi will terminate the contract with it. It said hurriedly, I have the magical power to seek benefits and avoid harm. If I tell you in advance when you encounter danger, you can avoid it. Fengshi, so you have been trapped for tens of thousands of years. Chaos, well, even though I'm trapped, I'm still intact, isn't that better than the golden pigs? Fengshi. There seems to be nothing wrong with this. Seeing that Fengshi refused to give in, Hundun continued. I can also help you fight. I'm very good at fighting. If you don't believe me, ask Kyongchi and the others. Kyongchi, it's powerful, but sometimes I can't tell friend from foe. Chaos, shut up, you three are ganging up on me, so I beat you up. Take the time when we fought the Dragon Clan, for example. You three let me lead the charge. I fought hard in the front while you ate the dragon meat and divided the benefits in the back. It was obvious that you were treating me like a fool. That's why I helped the Dragon Clan deal with you later. Fengshi. The four of you perfectly illustrate what it means to have your own agenda and appear to be in agreement but not in heart. Fengshi was too lazy to argue with Hundun anymore. He had already accepted it and couldn't chase him away. Besides, we have to rely on it to clarify the matter of divine punishment. So, after Fengshi beat Hundun up, he gave it 3 divine pills for repairing its spiritual consciousness and a purple beast core. After Hundun finished eating, he said in a benevolent manner. As long as you provide me with good food and drink in the future, I will follow you wholeheartedly. Fengshi, Chaos was silent for a moment, and after a fierce ideological struggle, he said. You are my uncle from now on. Fengshi. That's not necessary. In any case, Chaos has been obedient for the time being. Fengshi began to think about the next plan. Through today's test, she could see that Protector Feng was already doubting her identity, and he might not be so devoted to the Tiank Alliance, but he definitely had concerns. Guessing that the Tiank League had used some means to threaten him, she tried to hint at Feng Wuji and Yuan Exabe, but unfortunately to no avail. Now all she had to do was sit back and wait for the other party's reaction. Thinking of this, she continued to ponder the teleportation talisman. While she was studying the teleportation talisman, the 4 wind protectors were at a loss as to what to do. Frost Guardian said. I thought everything would be fine if I put her under house arrest, but it turned out to cause such a big commotion. To be honest, I am worried all day long. I heard that Fengshi is a walking troublemaker, and she causes trouble wherever she goes. Also, the saint said Fengshi has the problem of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and that Fangxing also has the problem, so I think she must be Fengshi. The Snow Guardian disagreed. I still say that Fengshi can't possibly be that powerful. Only the disciples of the Tiank League can be that powerful. Frost Guardian sneered. I used to think that the Tiank League was very powerful, but if they were really that powerful, why would the God's messenger come to us for help? He has the ability to overthrow the Shenyan army alone. The Snow Guardian said unhappily, you are just trying to argue. Feng Hufa interrupted the argument between the 2 people, repeated everything Fengshi had said to him today, and then said. She is obviously trying to hit me and test me, so she is most likely Fengshi. After saying this, he sighed and said, we can't keep running away. It's time to make a decision. The first option is to reveal Feng Zai's identity to the messenger of God. Even if he doesn't believe what the Sun said before, he will at least believe it to some extent after we tell him. As long as he is determined to investigate, Fengshi will definitely be exposed. But once we do this, there is really no turning back. Before, he could use being deceived as an excuse, but once he offered Fengshi, the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, he would be completely tied to the Tiank Alliance. The second option is to be honest with Fengshi. She was able to integrate all the forces of the Juyu continent. She should be a person with a big picture and will not care about what we did before. In addition, the fact that she risked her life to come here instead of directly sending a large army to attack us is enough to show that she only wants to conquer us rather than be our enemy. The problem is that the Tiank Alliance holds our lifeline. No matter how capable she is, she probably can't solve this problem. So where do we go from here? What Feng Hufa said was also the idea of the other 3 people. No matter which choice is made, there will be pros and cons. It would be easy if it were just 4 of them, because they can bear the consequences of making the wrong choice. But there are more than 90,000 people behind them, and if they make the wrong choice, there will be no recovery. The choice was too heavy, so heavy that they just wanted to escape. But now, there is no way to avoid it and a choice must be made. The room was completely silent. Finally, Protector Feng said, show your opinions. Raise your hands if you agree to submit to the 9 Nether Alliance. He raised his hand first, and Frost Guardian also raised his hand. The Snow Guardian and the Rain Guardian did not raise their hands. Snow Guardian said, it's not that I have to choose the Tiank Alliance. The key is that I still don't believe that Fangxing is Fengshi. If she is really Fengshi, I will also choose the Juyu Alliance. The Rain Guardian sighed. If I could choose, I wouldn't want to choose the Tiank Alliance. After all, there is a blood feud between us. But compared to being alive, what does integrity mean? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I've been a Dharma protector for a long time. If only we had a leader, we would have a backbone. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of the leader's order is unknown, and the position of leader has remained vacant for so many years. I thought the master's order fell into the hands of the saint, but she didn't know anything about it. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1425 All under heaven belongs to the king. The snow guardian snorted coldly. The saint said it very clearly. Fang Xiaoshan told her at the time that the first thing he should do after finding us is to save him at all costs. I guess he deliberately kept the leader's order to threaten us. Ever since Fang Shi delivered his inaugural speech, Protector Fang and his men knew that the theory of divine punishment was just a rhetoric used by the Tiang League to deceive them. They also knew that they were sorry for those criminal slaves, but on the other hand, Shen Zhilin's words misled them, making them mistakenly believe that Fang Xiaoshan wanted to use them to revive and take charge of the remnants of the Yunxia sect. On the other hand, they were wary of the Tiang League, fearing that rehabilitating the criminal slaves would arouse the Tiang League's vigilance and dissatisfaction. So, everything remains the same. Of course, in addition to these, there are some thoughts that are difficult to express. In the past, all the dirty and tiring work was done by criminal slaves. If they are rehabilitated, who will do these jobs? Ultimately, human nature is selfish. It just so happened that Fang Xiaoshan had evil intentions, again, which gave them an excuse, and they felt even more at ease. At this time, Frost Guardian slapped his forehead. You said that Fang Shi was able to move freely in the library that day. Could it be that she had the master's order? You know, it wasn't just the saint that was captured by Fang Xiaoshan, Fang Shi was also captured. The three guardians Fang were all stunned. The snow guardian immediately retorted. Would Fang Xiaoshan be willing to give the sect leader's order to someone else? Besides, if Fang Shi really had the sect leader's order, why didn't she reveal her identity directly? Frost Guardian was somewhat speechless. Do you think Fang Shi is as stupid as you, showing the leader's order before you understand the situation here? Snow Guardian. Frost Guardian said excitedly, if Fang Shi really has the leader's order, we don't have to hesitate, we can just surrender to her. Anyway, she is the leader, so it is only natural for us to follow the leader. Even if we make the wrong choice, our ancestors can't blame us, since she will take the blame anyway. The three Fang Guardians. I know you want to pass on the blame, but please don't be so blatant, okay? After some discussion, the four of them decided to test Fang Shi and then make plans for the next step. It's not that they are indecisive, it's just that the matter is of great importance and they have to be cautious. So, the next morning, the four of them came to see Fang Shi. As soon as they met, he saw Fang Shi with a frown on his face, looking as if he couldn't bear to live. Fang Hufra asked hurriedly, Star God Disciple, what happened? Fang Shi sighed, oh, I thought it would be so difficult to transmit the talisman, but I finally found something challenging. Who knew that I would succeed with just a casual drawing? How lonely is the life of an invincible person? The four Fang protectors. The snow guardian snorted coldly, Starry God, are you kidding me? You said you made a teleportation talisman. Not to mention that you're a demon and don't know how to draw a talisman, even if you can, it is impossible to make a teleportation talisman in such a short time. Fang Shi looked at him sympathetically. You, a mediocre person, naturally cannot understand the troubles of a genius like me. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense, I'll make you a teleportation talisman to broaden your horizons. Then he stretched out his hand, please give me some gold-threaded rami paper for making talismans. She had extorted a few from Luo Tianhen before, and had used them all up during practice these few days. Of course Luo Tianhen didn't want to give it, but he couldn't resist Fang Zai's threat, so he had to give it. Fang Shi felt that he was becoming more and more prosperous. Protector Fang handed Fang Shi a piece of gold thread rami paper, and Fang Shi secretly cursed him for being stingy. However, when I think about it, it's a good thing to be stingy, otherwise I won't be able to protect this huge family business for her. Well, a good material for a housekeeper. Protector Fang naturally had no idea what she was thinking, and he stretched his neck to watch her make the talisman. The same is true for the other three guardians. They really didn't believe that Fang Shi could make a teleportation talisman. Let alone teleportation talismans, she couldn't even make ordinary talismans. This time, Fang Shi did not use an ordinary talisman pen, but took out the mountains, rivers and universe pen. The four guardians Fang stared at the mountain and river universe pen and did not see anything wrong. They knew that the leader's order of their Yunxia sect was actually a talisman pen, and it was obvious that the talisman pen in Fang Shi's hand was not the Shange Chankan pen. For a moment, the four of them didn't know whether to be disappointed or relieved. Fang Shi naturally did not miss this scene, and wondered in her heart, could it be that these four old guys guessed that she had the leader's order? Yes, she had free access to the library before, so it was normal for them to have doubts. She focused her mind and continued to make the teleportation talisman. Talismans are much more complicated than talismans, and teleporting talismans are the most complicated and difficult of all. So Fang Shi took a full hour to complete a teleportation talisman. The four Fang protectors opened their mouths so wide that their eyes almost popped out. They were not only shocked that Fang Shi actually succeeded in making it, but they were even more shocked that she only took 1 hour. You should know that in history, the fastest record of their Yunxia sect making a teleportation talisman took a day and a night. Only a genius among geniuses can accomplish this. Even a top expert like Fang Hufa would need 2 days and 1 night to complete it. The key is to succeed once out of hundreds of times. As a result, not only did this Starry Sky succeed in 1 try, it was also of top quality, and it only took 1 hour. Not a human, she is not a human at all. That's right, she is a demon. No, if she is Fang Shi, she is a human. They also realized that the biggest reason why Fang Shi could make the talisman so quickly was because her spiritual awareness was extremely strong. Whether it is the previous drawing of the patterns or the subsequent refining of spiritual consciousness, it requires spiritual consciousness. When they were shocked, Fang Shi started talking nonsense again. What do you think? I told you this teleportation talisman isn't that difficult, right? I just learned it, otherwise I could do it with my eyes closed. Is this thing also divided into grades? I think what I refined doesn't seem very good, could it be of low quality? Why don't you talk? Are you born not to like talking? Ellipsis. Frost Guardian was probably too shocked, or maybe he was stimulated by Fang Zai's words, and blurted out. Are you really Fang Shi? Fang Shi curled her lips, yeah. Upon hearing this, the 4 Frost Guardians were all shocked. Originally, they came here just to test the waters, but Fang Shi actually admitted it so readily, which really confused them. Fang Shi pulled over a chair and sat down and said, "No need to be polite. Let's sit down and talk." The 4 Fang protectors. "We didn't say we would salute you." Fang Shi's sudden exposure caught him off guard, so they were all a little confused and sat down in a daze. As soon as I sat down, I heard Fang Shi say, "Now that you know my identity, do you plan to go to the envoy of God and tell him about it, or do you plan to join me?" The 4 Fang protectors didn't expect Fang Shi to get straight to the point right away, and they didn't know how to answer for a moment. It was the Fang Guardian who reacted quickly and said, "I wonder why Marshal Fang has condescended to come to my Yunsha sect." Fang Shi smiled when she saw that he did not answer but asked instead, "I am the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds. All lands under heaven belong to me. Naturally, I can go wherever I want. Do I need a reason?" The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1426. It turns out that he is not a human being. The 4 Fang protectors were obviously frightened by Fang's eyes domineering aura and were speechless for a long time. Fang Shi didn't say anything either, but just sipped her tea. Finally, Fang Hufa said, "We were also deceived by Yunsha sect before." Fang Shi interrupted him, "This is not important, I just want to ask you what you are going to do now. Do you intend to turn back from the dark path and join the light, or do you want to take the thief as your father and continue down this path to the end?" Fang protector. "Is it really okay for you to be so straightforward? Don't you care about our face at all? Aren't you afraid that we will go all out and tell the messenger of God your identity?" Seeing that they were still reluctant to express their opinions, Fang Shi said, "Since you came to me first instead of looking for the messenger of God, this shows that you are inclined to my side. This is also consistent with my previous assumptions, because I always believed that the Yunsha sect, which was once the largest sect in the Northern Territory, even though it experienced the tragedy of the sect being exterminated, even though it had to compromise in order to survive, it never erased the integrity that was integrated into its blood. All you lack is a chance to break free from the cage. Now that this opportunity is right in front of you, you certainly won't miss it. So, I have been waiting for you to come to me. You have not let me down, nor have you let your ancestors down, nor have you let down the more than 90,000 disciples of the sect. You have made an extremely correct choice. From this moment on, you no longer have to bear the stigma and you no longer have to live in fear. You will live uprightly in the sunshine, and you will kill the bastards of the Tiank League with your own hands to avenge your previous shame." The 4 Fang protectors were moved to tears after hearing this. They felt that Fang Shi had expressed the thoughts even better than what they say themselves. If Fang Shi had questioned them sternly, they might have still been a little hesitant about which side they should lean towards. However, Fang Shi put them on a high moral ground and they had no choice. To be precise, in their hearts they were unwilling to join the Tiank Alliance. Who would be willing to betray their ancestors if there was a glimmer of hope? Who would be willing to bear the infamy? Who would be willing to be someone's grandson? Besides, who can guarantee that the Tiank Alliance will not abandon it when the time comes? Therefore, no matter from which perspective, joining Fang Shi is a wiser choice. Only. The Wind Guardian sighed. "General Fang, to be honest, as early as when you gave your inaugural speech, our Yunsha sect wanted to join the Juyu Alliance to fight the enemy together, but we had no choice but to do so. The lives of more than 90,000 people in our Yunsha sect are in the hands of the Tiank League. We have no choice." Fang Shi nodded, first said something to express his understanding, and then asked, "What means did they use to threaten you?" Fang Shi had actually always been puzzled by this question. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the leader of the Tiank League was, he can plant a divine mark on everyone in the Yunsha sect, right? What's more, he doesn't have the ability to leave a spiritual mark through the air. Poisoned. Not to mention that the Tiank League has not sent anyone down in recent years. Even if it did, how could he poison so many people? So, she was puzzled. The Wind Guardian sighed and said, "Everyone in the sect has sworn a solemn oath that they will never betray the Tiank Alliance. Once they do, their souls will be shattered and they will never be able to reincarnate." Fang Shi, "That's it. If swearing a poisonous oath works, towering trees will grow on my grave." Fang Guardian, "In addition, all of us have been cursed. If we leave this place for more than 3 months, our sea of consciousness will collapse and we will die. Only the leader of Tiank League has the ability to lift the curse. The leader of Tiank League has promised us that he will help us in the future." Fang Shi immediately asked, "Have you tried it?" Dharma Protector Fang nodded. "More than one person has tried it, and once they're outside for more than 3 months, their consciousness will be in extreme pain, until their sea of consciousness collapses and they die. But as long as we come back here, everything will slowly return to normal. Even if the 4 of us are not afraid of death, what about the remaining 90,000 people? So, we can't afford to gamble." After listening to this, Fang Shi asked, "Are you sure it's a curse, not poisoning?" Fang Hufa said decisively, "Although we in the Yunsha sect are not very talented, we can still tell whether it is poisoning or not. We have checked it countless times and it is definitely not poisoning. The Tiank League must have used some unusual means to curse us." Fang Shi, "You, a cultivator of immortality, are quite superstitious." She immediately said, "Put out your hand, let me see." The Wind Protector was quite cooperative and stretched out his right hand. Fang Shi, "Men are on the left and women are on the right." The Wind Protector was silent for a moment and switched to his left hand. Fang Shi put his finger on it, examined it mysteriously, and then said, "This is too slow. Pour half a bowl of blood and I'll test it." Fang Protector, "What method requires half a bowl of blood? Is Fang Shi deliberately trying to trick him?" However, Protector Fang still released half a bowl of blood. There was no way. Fang Shi was now his life-saving straw. If she could really break the curse, let alone half a bowl of blood, she would even take his life. Fang Shi took the half bowl of blood and smelled it, actually letting the 5 dog spread roots in his danshan analyze it. The results of the 5 dog spread roots also indicated that these people were not poisoned. Fang Shi asked Fang Hu for again, are you sure there is no divine consciousness mark or anything like that in your sea of consciousness? Fang Hu sighed, no, I really don't have this. Fang Shi thought so too. Since the leader of Tiank League could imprint spiritual marks on more than 90,000 people remotely, there was no need to send down any young chickens. So the question is, what is the so-called curse of these people from the Yunxia sect? At this time, the honey badger, who had been devoted to the straw weaving business, suddenly said, Master, do you think their situation is similar to that of the prisoners in the dark prison? Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Yes, before, the prisoners in the dark prison needed to take pardon pills regularly. In addition to the fact that they were fed poison, there was another important reason, which was Shisuo Peak. Shisuo Peak contains a large amount of time power, so the prisoners in the dark prison will suffer damage to their consciousness, and they must take the pardon pill on time. Could it be that the so-called curse of the Yunxia sect is related to the sacred stone mine? That's not right. If it was caused by the divine stone mine, it should be more comfortable to leave. Why is it that it's not working? Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. This is simple, because they have adapted to it. It is precisely because they have adapted to the power of time emanating from here that they cannot adapt to it when they're outside. Just like the bugs in the mine, why do they mutate? It's because of the power of time. Fang Shi was stunned. Are you saying that the people in Yunxia sect have mutated? Zhu Shihuan, you can understand it that way. Fang Shi. No wonder they can do such immoral things, they are not human beings. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1427. You really dare to say it, and we really dare to listen. Fang Shi felt that it didn't matter whether Fang Protector and the others were human or not. The key point was that their statements were somewhat contradictory. Since you can only stay in the outside world for 3 months at most, how do you explain your previous statement that you would pretend to join the Nine Nether Alliance first, and then attack from both sides after the Tiank Alliance arrives? Fang Hu hurriedly said. My excuse was just to fool the god's messenger. Our original plan was to occupy the 10,000 feet demon abyss first, because we have tried it before. Although we feel a little uncomfortable inside the 10,000 feet demon abyss, it is much better than the outside world. Besides, I also want to test the envoy to see if he will take the initiative to help us remove the curse. Fang Shi looked at him, really? The eyes of the Wind Guardian flickered, and the Frost Guardian said. It's already this time, just say whatever you want to say. General Feng, our original plan was to pretend to join the Jiyu Alliance and then ask for the area near the Demon Insect Mountain to be allocated to us. In this way, if we feel unwell, we can come back here to relieve ourselves and then go out again. Of course, we still have our hopes in the Tiank League. Once we launch a large-scale attack, they should be able to lift the curse for us. Fang Shi nodded and found that Frost Protector was more pleasing to the eye than before, at least he was more sensible about the current situation. In comparison, Protector Fang is too cunning and not honest at all. If I had known earlier, I would have let him bleed to death. Fang Hu probably saw that Fang Shi was dissatisfied with him, so he said defensively. Fang Shui, it's not that I concealed it on purpose, it's just that I was worried too much. I am afraid that telling the truth may cause your dissatisfaction. Fang Shi interrupted him, forget about the past, from now on I only want to hear the truth, understand? Protector Fang nodded hurriedly, yes, I understand. Fang Shi knocked the 4 people again before he began to think about how to solve the so-called curse. She did have a pardon pill in her hand, but the situation of the people of Yunxia sect was different from that of the prisoners in the dark prison, it could even be said to be completely opposite, so it was of no use at all. At this time, Lin Xiangchuan said, Fang Zhu, if the surrounding environment contains the power of time, it may be able to solve their problems. So, if there are enough divine stones, can the same effect be achieved? Fang Shi's heart moved, and she thought of the magical stones that had been mined. The Tiank League has never asked the Yunxia sect to hand over the sacred stone. Could this be the reason? That's right, they still want Yunxia sect to charge into battle. If they can't solve the problem of spiritual consciousness, won't all their efforts be in vain? It seems to make sense, but Fang Shi always feels that it is not that simple. Anyway, this is one way. If it really doesn't work, give each of you a few pieces of the magic stone and put them next to your pillow before going to sleep to smell them. The 4 Fang protectors were very nervous when they saw Fang Shi standing there in a daze with an expressionless face. Although I know the hope is slim, I still have a glimmer of hope. Finally, Fang Shi spoke. The curse you mentioned should be related to the sacred stone. After hearing this, the 4 Fang protectors were skeptical. Is it possible? Fang Shi saw this and said. Do you know why those demon goblins came down again? Because they have adapted to the poisonous gas in the 10,000 feet demon abyss, and they are not used to it without the poisonous gas. The same situation applies to you. After being affected by the time power of the divine stone for so many years, it has become difficult for you to adapt to the external environment. This can also explain why you only felt a little discomfort in the 10,000 feet demon abyss, because the 10,000 feet demon abyss is not too far from the Godstone mine. Frost Guardian said in despair, so, we can never leave here. Fang Shi smiled and said, then you have a lot of magic stones stored in your treasury. Distribute some to people to carry with them. Even if it can't completely solve the problem, it can at least alleviate some of the pain. We should be able to adapt over time, and it will probably not take a few generations to completely get rid of this so-called curse. Besides, this is just a temporary solution. I should be able to come up with a better solution if I think about it. Although the 4 Fang protectors still had some doubts, they felt a lot more at ease when they heard Fang Shi speak so confidently. Whether it works or not, you will know when you try it. The Wind Guardian asked. Fang Shui, then, what about the poisonous oath? You don't care about this, but we do. Fang Shi, don't worry, the only way God punishes people is by being struck by lightning. Now the dark clouds are bent on killing me and have no time to deal with you. Besides, even if it wanted to chop you, there are so many of you, it wouldn't be able to chop them all in a short time. The 4 Feng protectors. Are you sure this is to comfort us? Fang Shi seemed to have guessed the thoughts and sneered. When your Yunshao sect suffered a devastating disaster, where was the heavenly Tao? When the Juyu continent was invaded, where was the heavenly Tao? Why are you afraid of a heaven that does nothing? If you are worried, I will kill Tiandao in the future so that you won't be worried all the time. The 4 Feng protectors. You really dare to say that? We really dare to listen. Frost Guardian gritted his teeth and said, I think what Feng Shui said is right, the way of heaven is cruel, and there is no need for us to believe in it anymore. If you want to chop it, go ahead. It's better than hiding under this cesspool. The 3 Feng Guardians. At this time, Feng's eyes turned and he said, Can you tell me what the oath you swore was like? Dharma Protector Feng immediately repeated the content of the oath. The general meaning is that so-and-so swears hereby to be forever loyal to the Tiank Alliance and unconditionally obey the orders of the Tiank Alliance. If he breaks this oath, his soul will be scattered and he will never be reborn. Feng Shi was delighted when he heard this. All right, you don't have to worry about breaking your oath to heaven. The 4 Feng protectors all looked puzzled. Why didn't they need to be afraid? Doesn't the oath say that we will obey the orders of the Tiank League unconditionally? You can't contact the Tiank League now, so what the messenger said represents the Tiank League, right? So, as long as the Angel of God says that your oath is invalid, the matter will be over, right? Frost Guardian's eyes lit up. Feng Shui, do you mean that we should find a way to capture the envoy of God and then make him say this? The Snow Guardian shook his head and said, It's a good idea, but the key is that the messenger of God has a way to revive. Whether we can catch him is one thing, but even if we catch him, I'm afraid he won't surrender. After all, this is just a projection of his soul. The Wind Guardian and the Rain Guardian had the same idea. It might not be so easy to make the messenger of God submit. Feng Shi said calmly, Don't worry, he will do whatever I ask him to do. She was too lazy to explain, actually she just wanted to show off, and directly took the 4 protectors Feng to see Jiting. Junwen heard the noise here and ran out as well. Of course he cannot be absent from such a historic moment. The group arrived at Jiting's yard. As soon as they entered the house, Jiting bowed to Feng Shi. Greetings, General Feng. The 4 Feng protectors who were still skeptical at first. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1428 Meeting with Sect Leader Feng. The 4 Feng protectors simply thought they were hallucinating. Before, Feng Shi said that she could ask the messenger of God to release them from their oaths, and they thought she was bragging. But what did they see in the end? The envoy of God actually called her Feng Shui. And, he even saluted her. What does this mean? It means Feng Shi has already subdued the envoy of God. How did she do it? At this time, Feng Shi said lightly. I forgot to tell you that this envoy of the Tiank League has been contracted by me. The 4 Wind Guardians. Why can we understand each word she said, but not when they're put together? What does it mean that the messenger of God has been contracted by her? Can humans still make contracts with other humans? Well, the messenger of God is a projection of the soul and is not a real person. Even so, this is outrageous. Also, this messenger actually accepted the contract obediently. Is he so spineless? If Jiting knew what they were thinking, he would definitely spit in their faces. You guys brought your whole family to serve as lackeys for the Tiank League, and you still have the nerve to say that I have no backbone. However, he was somewhat surprised that Feng Shi had subdued these 4 people so quickly. They had only been here for a few days. Feng Shi gestured for everyone to sit down and talk, and then briefly told Jiting what he meant. Jiting naturally agreed readily. Even though he was now Feng Shi's little chicken, he was still the envoy of the Tiank League in name. He could naturally represent the Tiank League to lift the oath of the people from the Yunshao sect. The 4 Feng protectors were very scared. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Jiting and Feng Shi were in cahoots. Fortunately, they did not choose to expose Feng Shi to Jiting, otherwise. I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it at all. The 4 of them wiped the cold sweat from their heads almost at the same time. What a close call, what a close call. When they were getting scared, Feng Shi took out the Mountains and Rivers pen. This time, she did not let the Mountains and Rivers pen hide its aura. Frost Guardian's eyes widened immediately. Yes, it's the sect leader's order. The sect leader's order is actually in her hand. The 3 Guardians Feng also looked at the Mountains and Rivers pen in great shock. No wonder she could move freely in the library, it turned out that she really had the master's order in her hand. Junwen on the side snorted coldly. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go to see the master immediately? The 4 Feng protectors finally came to their senses and hurriedly saluted. Greetings to Sect Master Feng. Originally they had some other thoughts in their minds, but now they no longer have them. He is the real leader, so they just have to listen to whatever he says. Of course, it was also because Feng Shi now held the power of the Juyu continent, had shown his abilities before, and had even contracted with the god envoy of the Tiank Alliance, so they did not dare to disown him as the leader. Feng Shi said calmly, no need to be polite. Protector Feng, give me the key to the treasure house. Feng Protector. You are still as timid as ever. At this point, he had no more thoughts of resisting, and obediently handed the jade pendant that opened the treasure house to Feng Shi, and also taught Feng Shi the necessary seals. In addition, there is a list recording the items in the treasure house. Feng Shi took a quick glance at the list and finally found Protector Feng a little more pleasing to his eyes. Anyway, this butler is qualified. She put the list away and asked. Did Shen Jilin say a lot of bad things about Feng Shaoshan? Protector Feng was shocked and immediately repeated what Shen Jilin had said. Feng Shi sneered, then took out the communication talisman that Feng Shaoshan had given her that day, from which came Feng Shaoshan's sorrowful voice. The elder of Yunsha Sect's Dharma Hall, Feng Shushan, kowtows to Sect Master Feng and begs Sect Master Feng to reorganize the remnants of our Yunsha Sect, find out the truth about the extermination of our Yunsha Sect, kill our enemies with blood, and comfort the millions of lives that died tragically in our Yunsha Sect. The four Feng protectors immediately knelt on the ground, touched the ground with their heads, and cried bitterly. On the one hand, he was infected by Feng Shushan's emotions and thought of the blood feud with the Yunsha Sect. On the other hand, he felt ashamed. Although Shen Jilan's slander misled them, in the final analysis they were too selfish. Not to mention just a few kowtows, even death as an apology would be appropriate. Feng Shi watched coldly. Now she knew to cry and felt sorry for Feng Shushan and the others. What had she done before? If she hadn't come here, those so-called criminal slaves would still be enslaved and bullied. Although she didn't like these four people in her heart, for the sake of the overall situation and the future of those criminal slaves, she said, "It's not your fault, it's mainly because Shen Jilan is such a jerk, otherwise you would have rehabilitated those criminal slaves a long time ago, right?" Her words immediately gave the four people a perfect excuse, and made them vent their anger on Shen Jilan. Yes, it's all her fault. If she hadn't been talking nonsense, they would have vindicated those criminal slaves no matter how selfish they were. Shen Jilan really deserves to die. Frost Guardian said immediately, "I will go and capture Shen Jilan and ask her why she did this." Feng Shi remembered that Shen Jilan had escaped when he tried to capture her in Changsheng Sect last time, so he had to be more careful this time. So, he said, "Feng Protector, send her a message and tell her that the envoy of God has come out of seclusion and wants to see her. She will definitely come right over. When she comes, we will catch her in the trap." Protector Feng did as he was told and sent a message to Shen Jilan. Shen Jilan arrived soon. She had a plan in mind, and she was determined to expose Feng Shi's true face this time. Then she would become a follower of God. As a result, as soon as he entered the house, he was subdued by the four Feng protectors at the same time. In fact, it didn't need four people, any one of them would do. Just to be on the safe side, the four of them attacked at the same time. Shen Jilan was confused. When she saw Feng Shi sitting in the main seat, her first thought was that Feng Shi was taking advantage of the power of others and deceiving the four protectors Feng by pretending to be the messenger of God. Because Protector Feng clearly told her that the messenger of God had summoned her, but there was no sign of the messenger of God in the room. Shen Jilan gnashed her teeth and said, "Don't be fooled by her. She is not Feng Xing at all, she is Feng Shi. I want to see the angel of God, and he will definitely let the truth out." Feng Shi curled her lips. "Yes, I am Feng Shi, but you no longer have the chance to see the messenger of God. It's because he ran fast, otherwise he would be my prisoner just like you." Shen Jilan was obviously shocked by Feng Zai's words. "You, what did you say? God made him run away." "Feng Guardian, why do you want to listen to her? Do you want to be the enemy of Tiank League?" Feng Shi said with a smile. "Because I am the leader chosen by Elder Feng Shushan. He gave you the inheritance and treasure before just so that you can help me attract hatred. To put it bluntly, you are my scapegoat. Xiao Lanlan, my good sister, I really want to thank you very much." Shen Jilan went from being incredulous at first to gritting her teeth later, and finally had a ferocious look on her face. Okay, I told you that you're a bitch who is always good at stealing things. Why didn't you think of taking the Yunsha Sect's inheritance? It turns out that you got the big one." Feng Shi. Slander, pure slander. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1429, still need more practice. When Feng Shi was complaining in his heart, Shen Jilan roared. "Feng Shi, I don't accept it. I am obviously more talented and hardworking than you, why do these idiots choose you and abandon me in the end?" Feng Shi smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I'm prettier than you." As she spoke, she kindly took out a mirror. "Look at yourself, you look so hideous, who would like you?" Shen Jilan, "You are looking for death." Feng Shi sighed, "Yes, I have been looking for death, but I just can't die. Don't you think it's infuriating?" Shen Jilan was so angry that her head was buzzing and she wished she could strangle Feng Shi to death. But this time, Feng Shi restrained the playful smile on his face and said, "Why, ask yourself. Not to mention the distant past, why did you slander Feng Shushan when you watched those criminal slaves suffer?" Shen Jilan sneered. "Why, of course it's because that old man didn't give me the leader's order but gave it to you. He wronged me first, so of course I have to take revenge on him." Feng Shi said lightly. "But before this, you didn't know that Feng Shushan gave me the sect leader order, and what you said were just excuses. You found out that the Yunsha sect has now joined the Tiank Alliance, and you're afraid that if you tell Feng Shushan what he said, your position as the same will be unstable. You even caused the death and injury of several criminal slaves in your attempt to open the restriction of the 10,000-meter demon abyss. Shen Jilan, no matter how good others are to you, as long as there is one thing that is not to your liking, you will hate them. It was like this before in Hunyuan Sect, and it was also like this when I later went to Changsheng Sect, and it is still like this now in Yunsha Sect. So you have to blame yourself for everything, you can't blame me, and you can't blame anyone else." As Feng Shi spoke, his spiritual power like a brick suddenly smashed towards Shen Jilan. She said so much just to distract Shen Jilan's attention so that she could hit the target with one strike. This time Feng Shi used all her strength. Although she knew that Shen Jilan was protected by golden light and this blow would not kill her, it would at least break her skin. As Shen Jilan screamed, her entire body was enveloped by golden light. The four Feng protectors were bounced away by the golden light and vomited blood. Feng Shi and Zhun Wen were fine. On the one hand, they were far away from Shen Jilan, and on the other hand, they had activated various defensive spiritual weapons and defensive magic weapons in advance. Asking is a matter of habit. Feng Shi stared at Shen Jilan in the golden light, but this time, Shen Jilan was bleeding from all 7 orifices and unconscious. Feng Shi felt quite regretful, she was still too weak. If the big brick was more powerful, it would probably have killed Shen Jilan even with the golden light. However, it doesn't matter whether Shen Jilan lives or dies now. The owner of the golden light is the key. You are a coward, what's the point of hiding behind a jinx? If you have the guts, fight me openly. No matter who you are, listen to me, sooner or later I will kill you. Even if you hide in a rat hole, I will pull you out. Ellipsis. The golden light twisted, and a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the room. The four Fang protectors felt a sense of suffocation, as if someone was strangling their necks. Jun Wen also felt uncomfortable, but he could still bear it. Fang Shi swung the big brick of spiritual consciousness and smashed it towards the golden light. How can you pretend to be so cool in front of me, the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds? Then, a hole was smashed out of the golden light. Shen Jilin, who was wrapped in golden light, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Fang Shi estimated that there was at least half a bowl. The golden light twisted again and disappeared on the spot, even Shen Jilin disappeared. Fang Shi is so regretful. She thought the golden light was very powerful, but it turns out, all it takes is a few more hits. It seems that we can't rely on guessing for everything, we still need more practice. The four Fang protectors took a long time to stand up. Fang Shi took out 4 divine pills for repairing spiritual consciousness and gave them to them. The 4 of them almost popped their eyes out. Although he was reluctant to eat it, he did not dare to disobey Fang Shi's order, so he had to eat it with pain. As for Jun Wen, he had already shown off. Eat whatever you want from your own produce. But this time, Jiting also came out of the dark room. Just now Fang Shi specifically asked him to get away in order to avoid exposing his identity. Although Shen Jilin does not seem to be a member of the Tiank Alliance, but belongs to a third-party force, it is better not to expose her if possible. Seeing Fang Shi frowning and sighing, Jiting advised. Marshal Fang, although Shen Jilin managed to escape this time, she can't cause any trouble. You don't have to mind it too much. Fang Shi waved her hand. You don't understand, I just regret that I shouldn't have taken her storage ring away first. The treasure and inheritance of our Yunshao sect are still in her hands. As for her running away, I don't care. Have you ever seen a cat catching a mouse? Only a stupid cat will eat a mouse in one bite. A smart cat will slowly play with the mouse to death before eating it. Seeing the mouse go from hope to despair again and again, that's the fun. Jiting, I won't advise you anymore. However, after seeing Shen Jilin's golden light with his own eyes, he began to believe what Fang Shi had said before. Both the Tiank continent and the Juyu continent are just pawns of others. There must be a third-party force that is terrifyingly powerful, insidious and cunning. Jiting instantly felt that he had transformed from a traitor of the Tiank Alliance into the only sober person among the Tiank bosses. This is the legendary situation where everyone else is drunk but I am the only one sober. Maybe he will become a hero who saves Tiank continent in the future. By then, all his dark history will be glorified into the growth process of a hero. What a little chicken, then join the game and turn from darkness to light. How can you be so stupid as to reveal your name? That's called being above board and making a name for yourself. While Jiting was writing a short composition for himself, Fang Shi had already started discussing the next plan with Protector Fang and the others. Since I have become the head of Yunshao sect, I will naturally consider you. Some ugly things need to be beautified, so that you won't lose face and I, as the leader, won't lose face. These words really touched the hearts of the 4 Fang protectors. To be honest, they were indeed worried that someone would stab them in the back after they went out. Although they were deceived by the Tiank Alliance, it cannot cover up the fact that they recognized the enemy as their father. Just how to beautify it? While they were racking their brains, Fang Shi said. In order to find out the truth about the extinction of the sect, the remnants of the Yunshao sect pretended to submit to the Tiank League and hid in the dark underground. After going through untold hardships, they finally found out a lot of information about the Tiank League and mined a large amount of the magic stones needed to suppress the deadly aura. The remnants of the Yunshao sect put themselves in the game, endured hardships, and achieved extraordinary results. They can be regarded as the model of Juyu. The 4 Fang protectors. High. It's really high. Otherwise you can become the leader. We can't think of your word even if we try our best. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1430, Contract Holy Body. When the 4 Fang protectors were shocked by Fang Zai's language skills, Fang Shi said. What are you going to do with those criminal slaves? Fang Hufa knew that this question was crucial. If he didn't answer it well, he would probably end up in trouble. He quickly said. They're all innocent. Not only should their reputations be restored, but they should also be compensated, generously. Fang Shi nodded. It is a great honor to know your mistakes and improve upon them. I am very pleased that you think this way. The 4 of you are named Wind, Frost, Rain and Snow, which can sound like good weather and a bad omen. How about this, we will add an Elder King to represent that the rain has stopped and the sky is clearing up in our Yunshao sect. I think Fang Wuji is a good person. Although he is younger than you, he is mature and steady. He is also the descendant of Fang Shaoshan. Let him be the Elder King. After those criminal slaves regain their freedom, they will be under his command and some resources will be allocated to them. Do you have any comments? How could the 4 Fang Guardians not have any objections? Of course I have opinions. How could Fang Wuji, a little kid, be on equal footing with them? Besides, those criminal slaves must have resentment towards them, so why did they let them set up their own faction? This will cause too much trouble in the future. But if I have any opinions, I can only keep them to myself and dare not speak them out at all. After all, they have no way out now and can only behave themselves. So, the 4 of them expressed that they had no objection, and even praised Fang Shi for his wise move against their will. Fang Shi was very satisfied with this. On the one hand, she did this because she couldn't bear to see Fang Shaoshan's descendants being bullied, and on the other hand, it was also to check and balance each other. The strength of the remnants of the Yunshao sect cannot be underestimated. Although they are as obedient as grandsons now, they may cause trouble in the future after driving away the Tiank Alliance. So she had to support Fang Wuji and let him and Protector Fang check and balance each other. She took 2 sips of tea and said, "After rehabilitating the criminal slaves, we will prepare for migration. After all, this is the territory of the demons, so let's return to the human sphere of influence. I see that there is no force occupying the area near the border between the north and south regions, so you can stay there." The 4 Fang protectors. Of course, there is no force occupying the place, because the spiritual energy is scarce, and it is close to the border, so the people coming and going are a mixed bunch. You just want us to go there to guard the gate. Yes, Fang Shi is from Xuanshan Sect, so naturally they won't give them the good places in the northern territory. If they have any bad intentions towards Xuanshan Sect, the southern region Changsheng Sect will immediately send people in to destroy their Yunxia Sect. On the other hand, if the Changsheng Sect has any intentions towards the Xuanshan Sect, they must first get past the Yunxia Sect. I have to say, Fang Shi is really good to Xuanshan Sect. Why doesn't their Yunxia Sect have such a talent? If they had talents like Fang Shi, they wouldn't have to squat in the cesspool for tens of thousands of years. As I said, although the 4 of them were dissatisfied, they could only nod in agreement. Besides, no matter how bad the place is, it is better than under this cesspool. At this time, Fang Hufa thought of a very critical question. "General Fang, if we want to migrate on a large scale, the only way is to crawl out of the 10,000 feet demon abyss, but those demon goblins are still in the 10,000 feet demon abyss, how can we get out?" Fang Shi said lightly. "Are you talking about that? Don't worry, I have already made a contract with their leader. Not only will he not attack you, but he will also serve as your mount and carry the old, young, sick and disabled on his back." The 4 Fang protectors. What did she say? She made a contract with the demon leader. But then again, she was able to contract with the insect king and the god's messenger, so it seems normal for her to contract with the demon goblin leader as well, right? Could this be the legendary holy body of contract? The 4 Fang guardians were afraid again, if they didn't make the right choice, and Fang Shi let those demon goblins in. The 4 of them broke out in cold sweats again. Fortunately. Before they could recover from their shock, Fang Shi said, "By the way, although you have already guessed that the theory of heavenly punishment is just a means for the Tiank League to deceive you, it is estimated that some disciples still firmly believe it, so it is necessary to clarify it. Of course, if we just talk about it verbally, it probably won't have much effect, so let the beast in question, Chaos, speak for himself." The 4 Fang protectors. Why don't you listen to what you are saying? Let Chaos speak. Where can I find this thing? Even if we find it, are you sure it will listen to us? The next moment, Fang Shi said, "What a coincidence. I just made a contract with Chaos yesterday. After gathering everyone together tomorrow, I will let it clarify the matter in public." The 4 Wind Guardians. What did you say? You contracted Chaos? Even if you are a contracted holy body, this is too outrageous. Seeing their suspicious faces, Fang Shi released the smaller version of Chaos. Chaos was very reluctant. Who would want to expose their own embarrassing stories over and over again? It also has to save face, okay. But thinking of the beast call that Fang Shi promised, it stiffened its neck and simply recounted what had happened. Finally, he said, "She is my uncle now. If you dare to make her unhappy, I will kill you." Fang Shi. Okay, even though he's still a mess, at least he knows how to please her. At this time, the 4 Fang protectors had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Once again, we are glad that they made the right choice. Thank God, thank the earth, and thank our ancestors. The next morning, more than 90,000 people from the Yunxia sect gathered in the square. Protector Fang gritted his teeth and recounted what had happened. However, he concealed the fact that Jiting was contracted by Fang Shi, and said that the messenger of God had escaped. There was a commotion in the audience. Because what Protector Fang said overturned their inherent cognition. There were even many people who were skeptical and felt that Protector Fang was being coerced by Fang Shi. When Protector Fang saw this, he more or less wanted to watch the fun in Fang Shi. Anyway, I have said everything. As for whether you can convince others, that depends on your own ability. As he thought about it, he said, "Please welcome Sect Leader Fang." At this moment, a melodious chirping sound was heard, and everyone felt refreshed. The next moment, Fang Shi slowly climbed onto the platform. She had now regained her original appearance, wearing a fiery red battle robe and holding the mountains and rivers pen in her hand. She raised her hand and pressed down, and the chirping sound stopped abruptly. The insect king who was hiding behind the platform breathed a sigh of relief. The singing was finally over. Who would have thought that the great insect king would be reduced to singing for money? Fang Shi first released Chaos to clarify the so-called divine punishment, and then took out the communication talisman that Fang Shaoshan gave her. For a moment, the square was filled with crying. The voices of the criminal slaves are the loudest here. Some people even shed tears of blood. They're so bitter. They're so wronged. Finally, the day of redress has arrived. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1431 Hongxing cheats. Fang Shi said solemnly. Elder Fang and his men are heroes of my Yunxia sect. After I kill the bastards of the Tiank League, I will go and tell them the good news in person. Now follow me and pay homage to the ancestors of our sect to show respect. As Fang Shi spoke, he took the lead and bowed deeply in the direction of Guibei Mountain, and the others quickly followed suit. Especially those criminal slaves, their foreheads were bruised when they hit the ground with their heads. After a moment, Fang Shi said, Elder Fang and his men risked their lives for the sect, and even turned into evil spirits to protect the sect's heritage and treasures, but what did you do? You have made the descendants into criminal slaves and bullied them at will. You are worse than beasts. Don't say you've been deceived. If you have a trace of kindness in your heart, you should give them freedom after all these years. Not only you, but I, the leader, cannot escape the blame as well. If I had come one day earlier, they would have suffered one day less. If I could have come here earlier, I wouldn't have let the fakes in Shenzhen harm so many slaves. Follow me in bowing and apologizing to the descendants of these martyrs. Fang Shi said this and bowed deeply towards where the criminal slaves were standing. When others saw this, they followed suit regardless of what they thought. The criminal slaves cried even more and some even fainted from being too excited. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi announced the appointment of Feng Wuji. Because she had done a lot of groundwork beforehand, no one raised any objections. On the one hand, I don't have the courage to mention it, and on the other hand, I am too embarrassed to mention it. They felt guilty towards Feng Shashan and the others, and even more guilty towards these criminal slaves. Feng Wuji's eyes were red. He never dreamed that this day would come. The best outcome he could imagine was for the sect to improve the treatment of the criminal slaves. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi not only cleared their ancestors' names and restored their freedom, but also made him the sect's guardian. Not only that, she also put all the Sin slaves under his command. If these criminal slaves were distributed to the other 4 protectors, they would inevitably be ostracized and retaliated against by the others. He was filled with gratitude and swore that he would be loyal to General Feng in the future, even if it meant going through fire and water. Not only him, but all those criminal slaves, even the little kids were grateful to Fang Shi. They had prayed to heaven, to God, and to their ancestors before, but their suffering continued. It was not until they met Master Feng that they were freed from the shackles of suffering. From now on, sect leader Feng is the god. After Fang Shi dealt with the criminal slaves, he repeated his next plans. Some people were originally a little dissatisfied about the criminal slaves, but when they heard that Fang Shi could not only take them outside, but was also willing to divide their sphere of influence in the northern territory for them, they immediately cheered. There is nothing more appealing than getting out. They really want to leave this damn place. Looking at Fang Shi on the stage at this time, it seemed that his whole body was glowing, like a god. Someone shouted, "Master is mighty." What followed was a roar like a tsunami. The leader is mighty. Master is wise. Ellipsis. The Wind Guardian who was ready to watch the fun. He analyzed it and realized that Fang Shi first used the Insect King and Chaos to calm the crowd, then used the matter of Fang Shashan and the Sinner to suppress everyone. When everyone's emotions were suppressed to a low point, she threw out the good news later. It would be strange if these disciples didn't worship her. What a master at manipulating people's hearts. That's right, if she didn't have this ability, how could she become the Lord of the 9 Netherworld? None of the forces are easy to deal with. Fang Shi was very satisfied with his results, and said to Zhu Shihuan with his spiritual sense. Grandpa, how is it? My ability to win people's hearts is pretty good, right? Blood-devouring world sneered. If it were me, there would be no need to waste all this words. I could just slap one guardian to death and the others would naturally behave themselves. Fang Shi. She said a few more brief words and then asked everyone to disperse. The next thing is what Feng Protector and the others will be busy with. There are so many things that need to be done if the huge Yunshao sect wants to migrate. They're all busy flying around. Fang Shi was also very busy, busy counting the things in the treasury. Looking at the mountains of treasures, especially the magic stones, the 4 Feng Protector's favorability towards her grew rapidly. Originally she felt it was a pity that she didn't take Shenjilan's storage ring, but now she found that her stuff was not worth mentioning. The remnants of the Yunshao sect are the big boss. It has to be said that the Yunshao sect is definitely a qualified lackey. The Tiank Alliance asked them to dig for the Divine Stone, which means they're not lazy at all. Except for insect outbreaks, digging is done almost every day. So the number of Divine Stones is astonishing. Even though a certain number of Divine Stones needed to be distributed to each person before migration, Fang Shi still had a lot left. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh. It was only because this Divine Stone mine was big enough, otherwise it would definitely not be able to withstand such digging. It is really good to be below this 10,000-foot deep devil abyss, with both chaotic energy and divine stones. If she didn't have so many things to do, she would have stayed here to practice for a few years. While she was thinking about this, the Insect King said, "Once all these people from Yunshao sect leave, there will be no one to mine for you. The sacred stone is right here but no one is digging it. It's such a waste. Why don't you let me stay here? I'll bring my men to mine for you." What the Insect King said absolutely came from his heart. Ever since it made a contract with Fang Shi, its voice has been singing until it's smoking. The promised elixir was not delivered. It is even more pitiful than the singing girl outside. Instead of this, I might as well stay here and be the king. Fang Shi didn't say anything, but just gave it a divine pill. After the Insect Emperor finished showing off. "Well, Master, I've thought about it carefully. In fact, there's no rush to dig for the Divine Stone. It will be the same if we wait until we drive the Tiank League away." Fang Shi, haha. Han Dun's mind moved. It turned out that as long as he pretended to stay, the little girl would give him the elixir. So, it said to Fang Shi, "How about I stay here?" Fang Shi, "Okay." Chaos. Why is the script different when it comes to me? Qiongqi curled his lips. "You idiot, the Insect King really wants to stay. What you said is obviously false. If you want to eat more pills, just behave well in the future. Shashishi will give you the pills when she is happy. For example, if you rush to do any dirty or tiring work, Shashishi will definitely not treat you unfairly." Han Dun felt that what Qiongqi said made sense, so he nodded. Qiongqi was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that this idiot Han Dun was still as easy to fool as before, and from now on all the dirty work would be done by him. The next moment, Han Dun said to Fang Shi, "Uncle Shi, I forgot to tell you before, Qiongqi loves to hide things. The 3 of us only have 1 storage space, but it has 3. It must have hidden a lot of good stuff. You should ask it to hand it over." Qiongqi, hash, and asterisk, hash percent at percent. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1432 Chaos is about to burst into beauty. Qiongqi never dreamed that the boomerang would pierce himself. "Chaos, you bastard. I asked you to do the dirty and tiring work, and you reported me." Little did they know that Chaos was thinking this way. Although the 4 fierce beasts were not on good terms with each other, they could barely be considered allies. Isn't it dirty enough to stab an ally in the back? This is certainly a dirty job. Seeing how wise it was, Fang Shi rewarded it with a magical pill. Chaos showed off the elixir happily. When it thought about how it could use this skill to exchange for medicinal pills in the future, it was so excited. After reporting Qiongqi, report Tao Wu. After reporting Tao Wu, report Tao Ti. It doesn't even dare to imagine how happy it will be in the future. It was quite happy, but Qiongqi was almost vomiting to death. It quickly said to Fang Shi, "Xiao Shishi, don't listen to Han Dun's nonsense. Listen to my explanation." Fang Shi, to explain is to cover up. Qiongqi. It knew that if it didn't bleed, today's matter would definitely not be over. After all, its little tail is still in Fang Shi's hand. The last time the black cloud dove came, the other strip pets all rushed out to help Fang Shi resist the lightning, but it was the only one that did not move. Later, it went out only under the threat of the little fat bird. If it had known this, it would not have planned for chaos. It's really a waste of money. You can give it, but you have to cry poor, otherwise with the temperament of the phoenix Pixiu, you will definitely pull it bald. After thinking for a while, Qiongqi stammered, "Xiao Shishi, I do have 3 storage spaces, but there are no good things left." Chaos said in a muffled voice. "Uncle Shi, it lied to you. It told me that its biggest regret was that it only had 3 storage spaces, which were not enough for it to store its treasures." Qiongqi, hash, and asterisk, hash percent at percent. You said you were a mixed up person, but you have a good memory. In the end, Qiongqi reluctantly gave Fang Shi 10 heaven-grade medicinal herbs, 3 earth-grade spiritual weapons, and 3 earth-grade magic weapons. In fact, Fang Shi just wanted to pluck some fur, but she didn't expect Qiongqi to shed fur. Well, maybe it's the change of seasons. Fang Shi didn't ask for Qiongqi's things in vain, and also gave it a magical pill. Qiongqi finally felt better. Chaos came over and patted its little chicken wings with his claws. "You were borrowing my light." "Qiongqi. I'll lend you my daddy light. Come on, Thunder, just strike me to death. I shouldn't have dealt with a jerk." Mu Jian was watching the show happily from the side. Chaos is quite interesting. Whether this family is stable or not is determined by the wooden sword, and whether this family is chaotic or not is determined by the chaos. When you want to cause trouble in the future, just instigate these 2 idiots. Fang Shi spent 2 days to count the items in the Yunxia Sect's treasury, and then divided it into 2. She kept half and gave the remaining half to the Wind Protector. Fang the Guardian never dreamed that he could actually see the return of money. For a moment, he thought Fang Shi was testing him, and quickly said, "Master, this is inappropriate, isn't it? You are the master, and this treasure house should be managed by you." Fang Shi waved her hand. "I am not only the head of Yunxia Sect, but also the Lord of Juyu. I am afraid that I will not have much time to stay in Yunxia Sect in the future. It is not convenient for me to be in charge of the treasure house. Logically, I should have left everything behind, but in the face of a powerful enemy, I had to call upon some things so that I could give an explanation to other forces. After all, our Yunxia Sect has endured hardships for tens of thousands of years. In addition to finding out the news about the Tiank League, we have also dug up a lot of divine stones. We must use these divine stones to shut him up." Protector Fang felt a little ashamed. He used to think that the sect leader was just a coward. In fact, everything she did was for the Yunxia Sect, and he did not get much benefit. He didn't even think about the fact that the half that Fang Shi took away contained a lot of good things besides the magic stone. All I can say is that someone's personal charm is too strong. Even if she doesn't turn on the light of a saint, others will add filters to her. Of course, this is also because Fang Shi understands human nature very well. If she had proposed to take away half of the treasure house at the beginning, Fang Hufa and others would definitely think that she was too greedy. But by taking it all first and then returning half, Protector Fang and the others felt that they had made a profit. Sect leader Fang really has a broad mind. In the next few days, Protector Fang and his companions continued to be busy with the migration, while Fang Shi was reading in the library. Zheng Wen naturally followed along. As a mature senior brother, you must consciously follow the footsteps of your junior sister. On this day, everything was finally ready, and the Yunxia Sect welcomed the day of migration. For this purpose, Fang Shi also specially prepared a grand ceremony. This seemingly useless scene should still be staged because it can unite and inspire people. Of course, it can also enhance the prestige of Fang Shi, the leader. After the ceremony, Protector Fang opened the barrier of the swamp and accompanied Fang Shi and Zheng Wen to the outside first. Because Fang Shi had to greet the demon goblins in advance, otherwise they would show off to everyone that came out, and there would be no point in migrating. As for Ji Ting, since he has announced to the public that he has escaped, he cannot appear in public for the time being. He will just have to hide and follow him out when the time comes. After leaving here, just change your appearance and identity. After Fang Shi and Zheng Wen went outside, they didn't see a single demon goblin. This is understandable. This place stinks too much. The demon goblin leader even finished filming early to avoid coming here and smelling the stench. Seeing this, Fang Shi said to Fang Hufa, "Let the others come up as well." The Wind Guardian then began to make arrangements. The demon leader was wandering around in the cave where Fang Shi had stayed before. Why hadn't the demon girl come out yet? Could she have been killed by someone? No. If she did something wrong, it would definitely react. After all, a contract was signed. Could it be that he was locked up by the people in the pit? Although she is full of tricks, there are only 3 of them after all, and 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. It's better to lock her up for life. This contract is the same as if it didn't exist. It was just thinking about something good when one of its subordinates came to report that there was a lot of commotion in the swamp, as if something big had happened. When the demon goblin leader heard this, he didn't care whether it smelled bad or not and took his men to check it out. From a distance, you can see a huge crowd of people. The demon goblin leader swallowed his saliva. Meat. It's all meat. However, the next moment, Fang Zai's voice rang out in his consciousness. "Mala, come here quickly and be my mount." Demonic mandrill leader, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1433. They can eat many full meals. Although the demon goblin leader wanted to pretend not to hear, but thinking of the consequences of offending the female demon, he stuffed 2 balls of grass into his nose and went near the stinking swamp. Its subordinates followed suit and stuffed 2 balls of grass into their nostrils. Fang Shi saw the new look of the demon leader. You're a big demon, don't you know how to block your sense of smell? The demon goblin leader had actually blocked his sense of smell, but he still vaguely felt that everything stinked. It felt much better after plugging his nostrils. It asked Fang Shi, are you planning to give these humans to us as food reserves? We don't need so many. We can't eat them all. We can't eat them all at all. Fang Shi, you must be dreaming. However, Fang Shi did not let the demon goblin leader be happy for nothing, and made the Yunshao sect pay a hefty toll. They are not spirit stones, nor are they divine stones, but rather the spirit beasts, spirit birds and various spirit fruits raised by the Yunshao sect. The demon goblin leader was so happy that he didn't know what to do. They can eat many full meals. New Year. They are finally celebrating the New Year. Not only that, Fang Shi also said, I will arrange for someone to stay down there and send you food every 2 months. In return, if they are in trouble, you will help them with all your might. How do you think? Fang Shi originally planned to take these demon goblins away because they were good at spiritual attacks, which were just right for dealing with the Tiank Alliance. But later they discovered that they had no way of adapting to the outside environment, and the remnants of the Yunshao sect also needed someone to guard here. The remaining people of the Yunshao sect were too few, and it would be much better to have these magic goblins to escort them. The demon leader quickly agreed. This is simply pie in the sky, only a fool would refuse it. Even Zhu Xuan said to Lin Xiangchuan, Shaoxi made a good move. With these demon goblins in charge, no one dares to take over the Godstone mine. Lin Xiangchuan quickly said, Fang Shui is so outstanding, thanks to your daily advice and guidance. Zhu Xuan suddenly grinned and laughed, Xiao Chuanzi really knows how to talk. After everyone came out, Fang Shi took them to the exit. When they were halfway through the journey, Fang Shi felt a little uneasy and had a feeling that something was going to happen. Even Chaos was shouting, oh no, something is going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. Fang Shi was very confused. What could have happened here? The demon Xiao turned against us. Or is it that the Yunshao sect has turned against us? This is impossible. Even so, she still asked everyone to be vigilant and use all possible defensive measures. Although everyone found it baffling, although Fang Shi, the sect leader, had only been in office for a short time, his prestige was still very high. Except for a very small number of people who turned a deaf ear to him, most people did as they were told. Although the demon goblin leader thought Fang Shi was making a big deal out of nothing, he changed his mind and thought that anything that could scare the female demon must be very scary, so he quickly asked his men to use their best skills, especially to protect the old and the young. Just when everyone was ready, the surrounding stone walls made a crackling sound, and the huge stone wall actually began to move slowly. There was a commotion among the crowd. How could the stone wall move? Could it be that this stone wall is fake? Suddenly, dozens of people drew their spiritual swords and stabbed their companions. These dozens of people were the ones who did not make any defense. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and no casualties were caused. Unexpectedly, when these dozens of people saw that their attack failed, they actually prepared to self-destruct. Fortunately, these people's cultivation was not high and they were stopped in time. However, this also made the scene even more chaotic. Fang Shi shouted, execute the winter plan, break up into smaller units and form your own team. Before setting off, Fang Shi and the 5 guardians discussed several plans. Although Fang Shi is now the Lord of Juyu, he should not encounter any problems after going out, but what if? Therefore, there is no harm in preparing more plans, so we prepared 4 plans for spring, summer, autumn and winter. Protector Fang and the others had thought that Fang Shi was being too cautious, but they didn't expect that he would have to use it as soon as he left the stinking swamp. Everyone in the Yunshao sect immediately implemented the Dong plan. 100 people formed a team, forming a sword formation on the outside, protecting the old friend and the sick in the middle. The demon leader yelled, look above your head. Fang Shi looked up and saw a barrier appearing above his head. Together with the stone walls that were constantly gathering together, it formed a huge cage. Everyone fell into panic again. Fang Shi comforted him, don't worry, I will definitely get you out safely. If things don't work out, we can always go back to the swamp. All you have to do now is stay calm and follow my instructions. In fact, Fang Shi knew in his heart that even if they wanted to go back to the swamp now, they probably couldn't go back, but he had to say this in order to stabilize the morale of the troops. After she calmed everyone down, she began to check on the conditions of those crazy disciples. It is impossible for a person to become a madman for no reason. There must be a reason. After Fang Shi and Fang Hu checked, they did not find any external injuries on these people, nor did they find any signs of poisoning. Fang Shi began to check their spiritual awareness and indeed found something abnormal. Their sea of consciousness showed signs of having been attacked. At this time, Jiting, who was mixed in the crowd, said to Fang Shi with his spiritual sense. Fang Shui, do you know how to open the Yuanshan channel? Fang Shi. What time is it now? Are you still playing trivia with me? Fortunately, Jiting immediately said. Although the aura of death is slowly dissipating, the soul projection channel can be opened after a long time, but that is too slow. The fastest way to open it is to sacrifice a living person. To be precise, it is extracting the vitality of the living and accelerating the dissipation of the dead air. So, you say, could there be another channel for projecting the soul here? But it is too difficult to open, and the only solution is to drain the lives of many people. In the lives of many people. First make people crazy, then kill each other, isn't this a living sacrifice? Fang Shi's heart moved when he heard this. She had previously felt that something was wrong with the Tiank League not asking the Yunsha sect to hand over the Divine Stone, and that this 10,000-foot Devil Abyss was also very strange. Not only are there extremely rich reserves of Divine Stone mines, but there is also a complex chaotic aura. Perhaps, as Jiting guessed, there is a channel for projecting the soul hidden here. The real purpose of these remnants of the Yunsha sect is not to stab them in the back, but to open this hidden soul projection channel. These 90,000 people must be sacrificed alive. How vicious and cruel. Fang Shi suddenly remembered that Shen Jilin had proposed that the people from Yunsha sect should first go into the 10,000 feet demon abyss, and then find a way to get out. Fortunately, the demon goblins did not leave the top of the mountain yet, otherwise all the remaining members of the Yunsha sect would have died, and the soul projection channel would have been opened. Fang Shi was very scared. If the demon goblins hadn't left the top of the mountain, if she hadn't come here. Although they could deal with a surprise attack from the Tiank Alliance, they would definitely be passive at the beginning and there would definitely be unnecessary casualties. The demon goblins and the more than 90,000 remaining members of the Yunsha sect have to thank her for saving their lives, otherwise they will all become sacrifices. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about these nonsense. Fang Shi said, Grandpa, what is your opinion? Zhu Shihuan, well, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, you should think about it for a while. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1434 Only when the stick falls on oneself will one feel the pain. Fang Shi was not surprised that Zhu Xuan would say this, because it was impossible for him to say words like, I don't know, or, I don't understand. My cheap grandfather, who has always been strong-willed, has such a unique personality. Fang Shi thought about his previous thoughts again and found a suspicious point. According to past experience, stimulating the power of time can suppress the aura of death. So why did the Tiank League let the Yunsha sect dig so many divine stones? However, considering that a large number of time shuttle stones are needed to build the time and space chain, it is estimated that the soul projection channel is based on a similar principle. It is precisely because a large amount of time power is needed when it is opened that the time power can have a counter effect. The most urgent task now is to find this hidden soul projection channel. There must be a formation or something hidden around it. Only by solving it can the crisis be resolved. While Fang Shi was thinking, he released the Insect King and let it use its singing to calm everyone. Insect King. I have never sung as many songs in my entire life as I have in these few days. You really don't treat insects as human beings. Fang Shi shared his guess with Fang Qiufer and others. Protector Fang and his companions were immediately furious and started yelling curses at the Tiank League and Shen Jilin. Fang Shi thought, I've never seen you guys so excited before. Sure enough, one only feels the pain when the stick hits oneself. Everyone immediately began to search for the suspected soul projection channel, and even the demons joined in. They feel that their lives are so miserable. It's bad enough that he has to eat grass, but he has to be sacrificed alive. What evil have they committed? Fang Shi felt that it was thanks to these demon goblins, otherwise the Tiank Alliance's plan would have succeeded long ago. The demon goblin is good at spiritual attacks, so the Tiank Alliance was afraid of it and did not take action for a long time. Fang Shi thought about it and asked the demon leader. You have lived here for many years. Have you found anything special? Demon goblin leader, stinking swamp. Fang Shi, what else? The demon goblin leader scratched his head a few times with his claws, and his green eyes lit up. I didn't find anything special before, but a few days ago I found a place with more poisonous fog than other places. Fang's eyes heart moved. The poisonous fog that the demon goblin mentioned is the chaotic air with more impurities. It is estimated that too much of it was absorbed by the small black ball before, so the source appears to be thicker than other places. The source of this chaotic energy is most likely the soul projection channel. Fang Shi quickly asked the demon leader to lead the way. The demon goblin leader said with some difficulty, you can see that the stone wall has been moving and has changed a lot. I may not be able to find it. At this time, the little black ball said, don't bother wasting your energy. Just let me absorb it. I'll absorb all the chaotic energy. Wherever there is, that's the source. Fang Shi. There is a lot of selfishness in what you said. However, this is also a solution. You don't have to suck it all up, just suck a part of it and you should be able to see the clues. So Fang Shi moved away from the crowd, hid the little black ball in his sleeve, and let it suck. The little black ball was very happy. It was just regretting that it couldn't absorb all the chaotic energy here, and then the opportunity came to it. As expected, there is no need to worry if you have the blessed ball. From now on, please call it, Nierhulu Little Fortune Ball. During these days in Yunsha sect, although it did not refine all of the chaotic energy it had previously absorbed, its appearance has returned to its normal size. At this time, it began to expand rapidly again. The demon goblin leader standing by saw Fang Shi's sleeves puffed up as if by air. Fang Shi. She had forgotten about this. She asked the demon goblins to block the sight of those people from Yunsha sect, and then put the small black ball on the ground. She felt that the absorption by the little black ball alone was too slow, so she released the golden pig as well. Then they can eat everything. You should eat something too. Golden pig. These are two different things, okay. It doesn't dare to resist, just eat what it is allowed to eat. There's no harm in it anyway. As a result, a moment later, the golden pig, which had expanded several times in size, cried out, oh no, I'm going to explode, I'm really going to explode. Fang Shi. Yes, the golden pig exploded after swallowing spirit stones and lightning power before, so it's not surprising that it exploded after swallowing the chaotic energy. She must have been annoyed by the stench recently. Why does she always make such low-level mistakes? She said to the golden pig, get away from me. Jinju thought to himself, I do want to leave, but the problem is that I don't have time to leave. It saw a cave not far away and dived into it. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The little black ball, which had expanded to size XXXXXXL, was instantly scared into size L. Hey. Scared the ball to death. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, Chapter 1435, Unusual Luck. Fang Shi was also shocked. However, she had made preparations in advance and asked the demon goblin leader to act as her meat shield, so nothing happened. The demon goblin leader whose hair was turned into curly hair by the blast wave. You are noble. You are amazing. Your own pet caused trouble, and you want me to suffer for you. Are you immoral? At this time, Fang Shi turned to the people of Yunshao sect and said, It's okay, I just feel like morale is a little low, so I want to do something to cheer everyone up. Everyone. The leader is worthy of being the leader, his ideas are so different. At this time, someone said in surprise, Look, the mountain wall is not moving. When everyone looked, they saw that it was true. The mountain wall that had been moving slowly actually stopped moving. Someone very smart shouted, It must be the Sect Master's work. The movement just now was not only to encourage us, but also destroyed the formation. Yes, that must be the case. The Master can turn the enemy into ashes while just chatting and laughing, it's amazing. The leader is mighty. Ellipsis. Fang Shi. Could it be that the golden pig happened to blow up the formation? Is it such a coincidence? The golden pig, who originally thought that he had caused trouble, suddenly became frightened. Just like that, how could it possibly cause trouble every time? It's time to make some meritorious contributions. Fang Shi immediately asked people to clean up the ruins of the bombed cave, and actually found fragments of the formation plate, as well as bloodstains and some fragments of clothing. Fang the Guardian said in surprise, Why does this piece of clothing look like the saintly dress we specially made for Shen Jilin? At that time, in order to welcome Shen Jilin, Protector Fang specially had someone customize a saint's dress for her. Because her name contained the word, Lan, fabric with orchid patterns was specially used. Frost Guardian gnashed his teeth and said, No need to ask, it must be her. How could she be so vicious? I thought she was a good candidate before. I was blind. Others were also furious, especially former bootlickers like Luo Tianhen, who wished they could slap themselves in the face. Fang Shi didn't say anything. She had been a little puzzled before. Since the Tiank League had already sent Jiting down, and she didn't know that Jiting had already defected to her, she shouldn't have initiated this secret move. After all, this hidden chess piece is a trump card, and the magic stone is not in place yet. If it is activated at this time, it may not be possible to open the soul projection channel. It turned out that it was the unlucky star who was behind this. Her purpose was not to open the soul projection channel, but to kill her and everyone in the Yunshao sect. This is indeed in line with the style of a jinx. But it seems that she was seriously injured this time. After all, judging from the bloodstains, she bled a lot. Since they can find this place, it seems that the person behind her is not only unfathomable in strength, but also very clear about the deployment of the Tiank League. Where did she come from? At this time, the Snow Guardian asked doubtfully. Judging from the fragments of this formation disc should be of a very high level. Even if it is not as good as a divine weapon, it is not much different. How could it be blown into pieces so easily? Fang Shi was also puzzled. Although the explosion of the golden pig was indeed very powerful, it didn't seem to be this powerful. So, we carefully inspected the scene. At this moment, Zhang Wen screamed in surprise, and the place where he was standing collapsed. He reacted quickly and jumped to Fang Shi like a rabbit without falling. The collapsed area became larger and larger, and finally formed a huge deep pit. It was indeed a deep pit. Fang Shi threw a large rock down and it took a long time before the sound of it hitting the ground was heard. Fang Shi released the golden pig. Go down and take a look. Golden pig. Although he was reluctant, he still went down to the bottom of the deep pit. After discovering that there was no danger, Fang Shi led his men down. My goodness, the bottom of this deep pit is at least 20 miles from the ground. This looks like a stone chamber, but it has been blown beyond recognition. The explosion seems to be several times more severe than the one above. Little Black Ball secretly said to Fang Shi. I smell the scent of chaos. Look carefully, this must be the source of the chaos. Fang Shi immediately searched carefully, but did not find the so-called source. Instead, he felt the residual power of time. Fang Shi guessed that this should be the location of the soul projection channel. She had asked Jiting before how the soul projection channels were built, but unfortunately he didn't know much. After all, these soul projection channels were left over from before. But if one wants to connect the two continents, the power of time will definitely be used. From her experience in cultivation, the power of time and the energy of chaos are inextricably linked. Perhaps a large part of this passage has been completed, so some mixed and chaotic energy is emitted. Just now, when the golden pig exploded above, it triggered a chain reaction, causing the chaotic air in the stone chamber to explode, and perhaps even an explosion occurred in the unfinished passage. That's why the formation plate above was blown into pieces. It was precisely because the formation above bore most of the force of the explosion that they were not affected. Of course, this is also because this stone chamber is far from the ground. In fact, even if they searched more carefully, they would probably only be able to find the cave on the ground and would have no chance of finding this stone chamber. This is thanks to Fang Shi who accidentally let the golden pig swallow the chaotic energy, and also thanks to the golden pig for choosing this cave in a hurry. Fang Shi sighed. People should do more good deeds, just like me, I always help others when I have nothing to do, so this luck is really good. Not finished yet, there is still a small chapter, probably around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1436 Let them give birth to cubs quickly, each generation is stronger than the previous one. Everyone was silent for a moment. It's not that I disagree with Fang Shi's words, it's just that I didn't react. After all, most people wouldn't praise themselves so blatantly. After they realized what was happening, they all started to flatter me. They really mean it. After all, without Fang Shi, they would have no way out. After carefully surveying the deep pit, everyone found nothing else and returned to the ground. As soon as Feng Shi came up, he found that the leader of the demon goblins was squatting there with his head drooped, and the other demon goblins also looked like they could not live anymore. Feng Shi kicked the demon goblin leader and said, "What's wrong? If you don't like curly hair, I'll have someone shave it off for you." Demonic mandrill leader. If you have any conscience, you shouldn't say such things. Are you immoral? However, it couldn't care about this now, and said to Feng Shi with its spiritual sense. You know, we have adapted to the poisonous fog here, but now the poisonous fog has dissipated and there is no more of it. What should we do in the future? Feng Shi also found it a bit difficult. Mu Jian said to Feng Shi in a frivolous way. Master, the situation of these Mara is similar to that of the people in Yunshao Sect. You can copy Yunshao Sect's solution. Take all these Malus out, and when they feel uncomfortable, let the donkey dung spit out some chaotic energy to them. Over time, they will probably get used to it. If that doesn't work, give them some fertility pills so they can have babies sooner, and each generation will be stronger than the last. The little black ball was so angry that he almost exploded. You bastard, you try to please your master but I am the one who suffers. Is it easy for me to cultivate some chaotic energy? Do you still want me to feed you? You are such a cheap bitch. Feng Shi felt that although the wooden sword method was not very good, it was still a method. He can just watch these demon goblins fend for themselves. It's a pity that after taking the demon goblins away, the remaining members of the Yunshao sect were left without support. Although this passage has been destroyed, there shouldn't be any movement from the Tiank Alliance for the time being, but we still can't take it lightly. After much thought, she decided to send a message to the Demon Emperor after she got out and ask him to send people to guard the 10,000-meter demon abyss. Even without the poison gas, the demonic energy in the 10,000-meter demon abyss is still very strong, and it is a good place for demons to practice. It can also restrain the remnants of the Yunshao sect, which is more useful than the demon goblin. After making up his mind, Feng Shi said to the demon leader, I am a person who protects my shortcomings. Even if we have only signed the contract for a short time, I will not stand by and watch someone die. How about this, all of you follow me out. When you feel very uncomfortable, I will let the little black ball give you some chaotic energy. Although it may not be the same as before, at least you won't die. How is it? The demon goblin leader now had no other choice but to agree. It persuaded itself that although it would lose its freedom if it went out, at least it could eat meat every meal, which was a good thing. After a short rest, Feng Shi suggested taking a few people up to clean up the demon insects on the top of the mountain to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Protector Feng and the others now obey Feng's eyes every word and naturally agreed without hesitation. Feng Shi picked a few people and asked the demon leader to carry her and climb up. The demon goblin leader was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother to pay attention to Feng Shi and just kept climbing up. As it crawled, it found that its other subordinates were not catching up. It waited there for a while, and then saw the demon goblin carrying Jun Wen climbing up breathlessly. The demon leader asked, Second Scar, why are you so slow? The demon CEO called Erba said, Boss, ever since the poisonous fog is gone, I feel uncomfortable all over, just like when we were on the top of the mountain before. Are you okay? The demon mandrill leader, it's okay, I'm fine. After saying that, it was stunned. Why is it okay? It seemed to have discovered something remarkable. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1437, Junior Sister, we are returning home in glory. The demon goblin leader realized belatedly that when he came down from the top of the mountain, he felt all the discomfort disappear before he reached the bottom of the valley. The other demon goblins stayed at the bottom of the valley for a while before the discomfort slowly disappeared. It didn't think about it carefully at that time, but now it seems that it was probably because of the contract it signed with the female devil. Is the female devil really so powerful? Can I avoid the discomfort of leaving the poisonous fog by signing a contract with her? It is actually very easy to verify. Just let Herbe sign a contract with her and you will know. Of course, it is not a good idea to make a contract while climbing. It is not too late to try again once you are up. The demon goblin leader is now in high spirits. Climb up so fast. Feng Shi. I didn't promise you anything, why are you suddenly so stubborn? The demon goblin leader didn't expect that he could climb so fast. Could it be because of the contract with the female demon? The female devil is so terrifying. Finally, the demon leader carried Feng Shi to the top of the mountain. As soon as I came up, I saw a group of demon insects crawling away. The demon goblin leader suddenly felt extremely proud. These bugs must have all been scared away when they saw him. In fact, it was overthinking. It is true that these insects are afraid of it, but they're more afraid of Feng Shi. Ever since Feng Shi contracted 24 praying beetles, her notoriety spread among the insects. She can even wipe out the entire nest of praying mantis bugs, so it will be a piece of cake for her to deal with them. They also secretly gave her a nickname, the Insect Killer Queen. If Feng Shi knew about this, she would probably ask them to call her pesticide. This one is even more lethal. Seeing that Erba was taking no time to come up, the demon goblin leader simply climbed down again to meet Erba. It carried Jun Wen on Erba's back, and Erba's speed of climbing up was faster. When they reached the top of the mountain, Erba was panting heavily. The demon leader said to Feng Shi, You contracted it. Erba didn't know that his boss had been contracted by Feng Shi. When he heard the words of the demon goblin leader, he felt like the sky was falling. Boss, what do you mean? Is he planning to sell his brother for fame? Although it was reluctant, it did not dare to disobey and allowed Feng Shi to mark it with his spiritual consciousness. Then he was surprised to find that his boss had also been contracted. No wonder the boss listens to the female devil so much, it turns out he had been contracted by her a long time ago. The demon leader was concerned about, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Herbe realized belatedly that his waist and legs were no longer sore, and he could climb 3 times back and forth in one breath. Is it so magical? When the demon goblin leader saw this, he was immediately delighted. Saved. They are saved. The plan Feng Shi proposed before could only keep them alive, but now as long as they sign a contract with her, the problem can be completely solved. It felt very humiliated by the Fengshi contract before, but now it feels very proud. It is seeking light for its subordinates. It is so great. The more it thought about it, the more beautiful it became. It bared its teeth and said to Fengshi, "In a moment, you will have signed contracts with all my men. You will be making a profit." Fengshi glanced at it and said, "You said it's a contract. Doesn't a contract consume spiritual consciousness? Why? Demonic mandrill leader. We are demons. We're almost done with your contract, and you actually despise it." Fengshi continued, "Not only will I not contract them, I will also cancel your contract with Urbisa. They're both a burden." The demon goblin leader, "Don't force me." Fengshi sneered, "What if I force you?" The demon goblin leader, "Don't force me to beg you. Please, be kind and make a contract with us." Fengshi, "You are a demon boy after all, but you are so cowardly." The demon leader had no choice. For the sake of his clan, what else could he do except give in? Fengshi originally wanted to make a killing from it, but seeing how cowardly it was, he couldn't bring himself to do it. So, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, then I will reluctantly sign a contract with you." The demon goblin leader breathed a sigh of relief, and the cunning light flashed in his green eyes. It seemed that he had made the right bet. This female devil is actually very soft-hearted and will only respond to soft words and not hard ones. This is good too. Following her will definitely bring happiness. I will have meat for every meal and pills as candy. Thinking about the wonderful life in the future, it is so beautiful that it seems to be bubbling. The demon leader was immediately full of energy, and took Urba to go down again to meet the other demons. With the help of the demon goblins, all the people from the Yunshao sect climbed to the top of the mountain a few days later. Of course, because there were too many people, most of them had already arrived at the foot of the demon insect mountain and were waiting. Fengshi had informed the demon king in advance, so it didn't cause any turmoil. After resting for 2 days, Fengshi led the people of Yunshao sect and headed towards the Endless Sea. It has to be said that the demon emperor is really good at doing things. Not only did he arrange for people to pick her up on the way, he also specially sent people to give Fengshi a lot of good things to express his love as a father to his precious daughter. Fengshi did not disappoint him and asked the special envoy to bring back some magical pills and talismans for the demon king. After receiving it, the demon king was overjoyed. The best decision he made in his life was to adopt Fengshi as his daughter. Regardless of whether it was voluntary or forced at the time, I am absolutely happy about it now. After Fengshi led his men across the Endless Sea, they entered the jurisdiction of the human race in the Northern Territory. When passing by Xuanshan Sect, Fengshi asked Protector Feng and the others to continue moving forward, and she and Junwen planned to go back to Xuanshan Sect to take a look. Upon hearing this, Protector Feng immediately prepared a large number of gifts and asked Fengshi to bring them to Xiao Beidao. He said that he had heard of Sect Master Xiao's name for a long time, and he would definitely come often in the future. Fengshi did not refuse. After all, her master liked money and would definitely be very happy to see the gift. So, Fengshi and Junwen rushed to Xuanshan Sect in a hurry. As for the Yunshao Sect, they don't dare to do anything weird now. Besides, Jiting is watching them secretly. When they were almost at Xuanshan Sect, Junwen said, "Junior sister, we are returning home in glory, shouldn't we make some show?" Fengshi thought this suggestion was correct. Walking in the night in fine clothes is something only a fool would do. She and fifth brother are so vain that the ceremony must be a grand one. She felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she should have brought people from the Yunshao Sect with her. They would have shouted, "Master Feng is mighty," to the roar of the sea. How majestic it would have been. What a pity, what a pity. Mu Jian gave her a bad idea. "Master, it's okay if there's no one here. Didn't you contract a large group of demon goblins? Let them fill the scene for you. Although they look a little ugly, they're colorful and festive." The demon leader who has been on a diet since following Fengshi. "No wonder everyone calls you a bitch, you really are a bitch. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog." Chapter 1438 Master, your disciple is back. Fengshi thought Mu Jian's idea was good, so when he was almost at Xuanshan Sect, he released all the demon goblins and the Insect King as well, and asked it to play music. Insect King. I'm so unlucky to follow you. Other pets just can't eat meat, but I have to sing for you every day. I used to love singing, but now I feel sick when I think about singing. Are you kidding me? Can a hobby be the same as a job? When the Insect King was complaining, Fengshi stuffed a pill into his hand. Insect King, oh, I love singing and I love working. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In order to give Xiao Beidao a surprise, Fengshi deliberately did not tell him, but perhaps because of the connection between master and disciple, Xiao Beidao vaguely felt that Fengshi and Junwen might come back in the next few days. So, he kept people guarding near Xuanshan Sect, and sure enough, he heard good news. Upon hearing that his beloved disciple had returned, Xiao Beidao, who was counting spirit stones, quickly put away the spirit stones and rushed to the mountain gate with his men. Even the golden-haired Suani ran out in a hurry. The little girl promised to give it the skills but never fulfilled her promise. Shouldn't she fulfill her promise this time? In addition to the people from Xuanshan Sect, there are also several ancestors from Changsheng Sect who guard the forbidden area. They are now living in soul puppets and can move freely. They came to the Northern Territory to teach martial arts. When Phoenix Ancestor returned, they naturally had to go out to welcome him. So, before Fengshi and the Demon Xiao cheerleading team arrived at the gate of Xuanshan Sect, they saw a lot of people waiting there from afar. She immediately saw Xiao Beidao standing in the front, her nose felt sore and tears almost fell. Although she has many masters, many grandfathers, and many relatives, the closest one is still Xiao Beidao. Well, there is also Cheap Grandpa. She added this sentence not because she was afraid that Zhu Xuan would be jealous, but because she meant it sincerely. Although her step-grandfather always argued with her and poured cold water on her, the relationship between the two grew deeper as they spent time together. At this moment, Fang Shi no longer cared about the pomp and circumstance, and ran towards Xiao Beidao like a little swallow returning to its nest. Zhang Wen followed closely behind. His sword is famous all over the world and he is now better than before. The master will definitely be proud of him. The master will definitely praise him a lot in a while, and maybe even give him a big hug. Xiao Beidao was overwhelmed with emotions when he saw his two disciples and almost shed tears. I wanted to take a step, but my legs couldn't lift up. I wanted to speak, but my lips kept trembling and I couldn't utter a word. The reason is simple, I'm just too excited. Finally, Fang Shi arrived in front of him and fell to his knees. Master, my disciple is back. Xiao Beidao burst into tears and helped Fang Shi up with both hands. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. He has grown taller but has become thinner. He must have suffered a lot outside. Come on, follow the master in, the master has prepared a lot of delicious food for you, take good care of yourself. As he said that, he took Fang Shi's hand and prepared to walk inside. Zhang Wen, who had just knelt down. No, master, have you forgotten that you have a beloved fifth disciple? Xiao Beidao didn't forget Zhang Wen, he was just too excited. After hearing Fang Zai's reminder, he quickly turned around and slapped Zhang Wen on the head. You unfilial thing, you still remember to come back. Get up. Zhang Wen. This is not at all what I thought. How sad it is to live in a sect that values girls over boys. However, he also knew that although his master was partial, he loved him very much, but he was just not good at expressing it. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Xiao Beidao say to Fang Shi. Shaoxi, when you were not around, master could dream about you almost every day. Master Wuxiang really missed you so much. Shaoxi, master knows that you love to eat purple buckwheat nectar and white jade lotus root, so I have already prepared them for you. By the way, master also bought you several hundred new clothes. Ellipsis. Zhang Wen. It's not that he's not good at expressing himself, it's just that he's not good at expressing himself to me. Just when he was feeling sour, Xiao Beidao turned around and patted his shoulder. Not bad, you are much more stable than before. You didn't disappoint master. Zhang Wen felt a lump in his throat. Master still loved him. While Xiao Beidao and Zhang Wen were talking, Fang Shi greeted Elder Hai and the others, and did not forget to pat the golden-haired Suani. Garlic, you didn't slack off while I was away, did you? The golden-haired Suani originally wanted to settle accounts with Fang Shi, but now he has completely given up the idea. Because it found that Fang Shi had already become a spirit, it had no chance of defeating her. Moreover, there were a large group of ugly monsters behind her. It seemed that it could not defeat any one of them at random. It's useless. A dignified guardian beast of the sect has fallen to this point, it is just a waste. Fang Shi saw its drooping look and said. Wait until I have my hands free, I'll give you a surprise. The golden-haired Suani suddenly became energetic. He shakes his head like a golden retriever. After a few brief greetings, Fang Shi walked in surrounded by the crowd, and then he knelt on the ground with a plop. Fang Shi. She had been enjoying herself for too long and had forgotten about this difficulty. She really wanted to kowtow 981 times in one breath so that she wouldn't have to kneel down and kowtow every time she entered or left the mountain gate. Although she cursed Shunshan Sect's founder in her heart, for the sake of her character, she had to say it against her will. Ancestor, I, your disciple Fang Shi, kowtow to you. Although I have become the Lord of Juyu now, I should not forget my roots. I always remember that I am a disciple of Shunshan Sect. When everyone in Shunshan Sect saw this scene, they looked up to Fang Shi even more. Many people become arrogant once they gain power and lose track of where they are. But Fang Shi always keeps his original intention, which is really rare. Xiao Beidao and others also hurriedly knelt down to worship the founder of Shunshan Sect, and the mountain gate suddenly shone brightly. Everyone was suddenly enveloped in white light. Xiao Beidao was surprised and delighted. The Grandmaster has blessed me. It is the Grandmaster's blessing. Everyone quickly sat cross-legged in meditation, even the demon goblins were no exception. The leader of the demon goblins thought to himself, no wonder the Shunshan Sect could produce a female demon like Fang Shi, it turns out they have such a profound foundation. Half an hour later, everyone finished their meditation one after another. Only the golden-haired Suani was still practicing there. After a while, the golden-haired Suani opened his eyes and let out a thunderous roar. Some demon goblins with low cultivation levels couldn't help but tremble all over, and even the demon goblin leader felt threatened. It looked at the golden-haired Suani in disbelief. What happened? The golden-haired Suani was so happy that he almost went crazy. Its cultivation level was miraculously restored. It remembered that Fang Shi said he would give it a surprise, and immediately looked at Fang Shi with a touched face. This is such a big surprise. Fang Shi, who was just preparing to give it some elixirs, said. Okay, if you want to think so, then think so. She was also a little surprised that the Stingy Master was so generous this time. By the way, the jade box that the old man gave her has never been opened. Now it should be openable, right? So she took out the jade box, but still couldn't open it. Fang Shi. You drew a discus for me. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1439 My master's greatest strength is his greed for money. Fang Shi complained inwardly as he was surrounded by the crowd and walked to the meeting hall. Xiao Beidao recalled that when he first brought his little disciple here, she was still a little useless person with an almost shattered danshan. Now, not only has she become a spirit, but she has also become the lord of the 9 netherworlds. What does this mean? This shows that he, as a master, has a unique vision. Back then, he saw injustice and roared, and rescued his little disciple from the fire pit of Hanyuan Sect, which led to his becoming the lord of Juyu today. He is so loyal. It is truly a model of helping the weak and suppressing the strong. Other people in Shunshan Sect also had a lot of emotion. When Fang Shi came for the first time, they all believed that she would only be able to stay in the chi refining stage in her life. Who would have thought that she would become the one they looked up to now? Fang Shi didn't have so many feelings, because from the beginning to the end she firmly believed that she could get out of the predicament and become the person she wanted to be. Zhang Wen feels very good about himself. However, he behaved very properly and did not show any arrogance. He has followed junior sister for such a long time, and if he doesn't have this much acting skills, then his life would have been in vain. Xiao Beidao let Fang Shi sit on the main seat. After all, she was the master of Juyu. Fang Shi was not willing to sit down, and after some pushing and refusing between master and disciple, Xiao Beidao finally sat in the main seat. Xiao Beidao looked very pleased. The little apprentice hasn't changed at all, she is still that simple and well-behaved girl. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would spit in his face. It's okay to be well-behaved, but how can she be innocent? She's almost a sieve. Xiao Beidao briefly asked Fang Shi about her recent situation, and Fang Shi told him some things that could be said publicly. After a while, Xiao Beidao saw that his young disciple looked tired, so he asked everyone to disperse and let Fang Shi go back to the courtyard where he originally lived to rest. Fang Shi blinked cunningly. Master, I'm not tired at all, I just want to talk to you alone. Xiao Beidao couldn't help but laugh heartily, and took Fang Shi and Zhang Wen back to his own yard. As soon as he entered the house, Fang Shi began to present treasures. Zhang Wen was not to be outdone and kept taking out good things. For a moment, the eyes of the master and his disciples all turned into the shape of split stones. Zhu Shihuan, who had remained silent since arriving at Xuanqian Sect, sneered. I was wondering why a little girl like you is so stingy. It turns out that the top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. This Xiao Beidao looks so petty. I think he should change his name to Xiao Chanchuanzi. Fang Shi knew that he was being sour, and said with a smile. Grandpa, you are absolutely right. My master's greatest strength is his greed for money. I am the same. Blood-devouring world. Are you sure this is an advantage? He rolled his eyes and suddenly stuck his big head out, scaring Xiao Beidao. Fang Shi. Is it really appropriate to be so childish? When Fang Shi was about to introduce him to Xiao Beidao had already stood up and said with admiration. This must be the blood ancestor who sacrificed his life to guard the aura of death, right? I, Xiao Beidao, salute you. Xiao Beidao said this and respectfully performed the salute as a junior. Zhu Shihuan, who originally wanted to find fault, couldn't say anything now. He snorted coldly, no need to be polite. Xiao Beidao said with gratitude. Ancestor Zhu, I am just a master in name only. I didn't actually teach Xiaoxi anything, but I did take advantage of her. Xiaoxi can have what she has today thanks to your careful teaching and your protection. Please accept my greeting again. Xiao Beidao said this and bowed respectfully again. When Zhu Xuan saw this, he thought, actually, this Xiao Beidao is not that bad. Alright, we are all family, there is no need to say this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beidao was so moved that his eyes turned red. Uncle Zhu, to be honest, ever since I heard about your deeds, I have wanted to see your true appearance, and today I finally got my wish. I heard that you have high attainments in swordsmanship, alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. Although our nine nether continent has never lacked geniuses, a versatile person like you is truly unique. Zhu Xuan originally had a stern face, but now the corners of his mouth were curling up uncontrollably, almost becoming a pout. Lin Xiangchuan felt a huge crisis. He was wondering how such a wicked person appeared in Xuanqian Sect, and it turned out that the root of the problem was here. In fact, Xiao Beidao was not very good at this before. To be precise, it was not that he was not good at it, but that he disdained it. Although the Xuanqian Sect is poor, they have backbone. But since he accepted the little apprentice, he has opened the door to a new world. What's the use of face? He was quite shameless before, but ended up having to cut one fasting pill into 8 pieces before eating. Ever since I became shameless, the sky has turned blue, the clouds have turned white, and my pockets have become fatter. Fang Shi saw that her master had coaxed her step-grandfather into a state where he couldn't even find his way around, and she was too embarrassed to laugh, so she found an excuse to change the subject. Zhu Xuan felt a little unsatisfied and reluctantly retracted his big head. He has to practice hard. Even if he can't cultivate a physical body, at least he can live in a soul puppet. In this way, he can, well, give more advice to sensible younger generations like Xiao Beidao. As we were talking, it got dark. Although the 3 masters and apprentices had endless things to talk about, Xiao Beidao felt sorry for his apprentices and asked Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to go back to the yard to rest and come back early tomorrow morning. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were indeed a little tired, so they agreed and went back to the yard. Before leaving, Fang Shi left the Insect King to Xiao Beidao, asking the Insect King to sing songs for Xiao Beidao to entertain him. Although the Insect King was not happy, when he saw the pill Fang Shi took out, he immediately started singing. I'm a professional at singing. Fang Shi returned to her own yard, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. Before she had time to sigh, she discovered the shadow of the split sword hiding in the house. Speaking of which, these split sword phantoms came from the Wanjian sect. According to Mu Jian, unless she can comprehend the sword power, these split sword phantoms will continue to haunt her. Chaos felt that his chance to make a contribution had come. So he took the initiative to ask for help. Master Shi, I'll take care of these little bastards. Fang Shi ignored it and said to the split sword shadows. My 5th senior brother has already comprehended the sword intent, and his sword skills are much more powerful than yours. If you don't believe it, just go and see for yourself. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, those split sword phantoms swarmed towards Zhang Wen's yard. Chaos said with emotion, Uncle Shi, we are indeed a family. We all like to do the dirty work of backstabbing our companions. Fang Shi, if you can't speak, just shut up. No one thinks you're dumb. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1440. This is the treatment only given to close senior brothers. The wooden sword roared at Chaos. You know nothing. The master wants to let Zhang Wen, that idiot, use these sword moves to better understand the sword's meaning. The master has good intentions. Chaos scratched his head. Is that so? Why do I feel like this isn't the case? Jun Wen next door was sighing in the house, but the next moment he saw a group of straight sword phantoms rushing towards him. He was surprised at first, and then excited. When he was in Xuanshan Sect, he was often fooled by these straight sword phantoms. Although they did not cause any physical harm to him, they did hurt his mind. Now it's finally time for him to take revenge. He jumped into the yard, took out the heaven-shaking sword, and shouted. Today I will show you what it means to be a gentleman whose sword is known all over the world. He was fighting fiercely, but Fangxi was already yawning. She simply washed up and fell asleep. Inside the strip beast bag, Mu Jian was giving a speech, the main content of which was about how he had a keen eye for talent and had crawled out from underground to choose Fangxi as his master, and had become his master's right-hand man. The strip pets just thought it was making a noise and no one paid any attention to it. Mu Jian was not embarrassed either. I was having a good time talking to him anyway. It was up to you whether you listened or not. At this time, the little fat bird suddenly asked. Logically, you should be in Changsheng Sect, why are you in Xuanshan Sect? The wooden sword actually wanted to know, but it couldn't remember anything at all. However, it did know one thing, the broken swords in the Wanjin Sect sword tomb were related to it. To be precise, it was its doing. Why is it chopping those spiritual swords for no reason? Chaos blurted out, because you were cheap. Wooden sword. Forget it, I won't bother with that bastard. Early the next morning, Fangxi and Junwen came to see Xiao Beidao. Although Junwen didn't sleep all night, he was still in high spirits. Junior sister, I defeated those straight sword phantoms yesterday. It was so satisfying. Since I comprehended the sword's meaning, I feel that my understanding of the way of the sword has reached several levels. It's a pity that you haven't comprehended the sword's power yet, let alone the sword's meaning. You can't understand my state of mind at all. Ellipsis. Fangxi looked at him silently twice without saying anything. When Xiao Beidao saw the two people coming, although he said that why did they come so early, he might as well sleep a little longer, but he couldn't suppress the smile. How can a master not be happy when his apprentice is filial? Fangxi placed the breakfast that he had begged from various places on the table. The three masters and apprentices ate and chatted, and they were so happy. As they chatted, Fangxi said, Master, you don't know yet, do you? My fifth senior brother has already comprehended the sword intent, how amazing. How about we brothers and sisters fight now and let you comment on it? Xiao Beidao readily agreed. Junwen was also very excited and immediately took out the Jingshan sword and started fighting with Fangxi. As a result, Fangxi used the convulsion kneeling technique as soon as he came on stage. Junwen. No, it's murderous. Only then did he realize that he was too cocky just now and stepped on the cat's tail of his junior sister. What kind of competition? The junior sister is taking revenge on him. You will regret it when you hear this. However, on second thought, he is now also someone who has mastered the sword intent. Although it is sometimes effective and sometimes not, his understanding of the sword way is definitely better than that of little junior sister. Moreover, junior sister has suppressed her cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Maybe he will unexpectedly show up today and defeat junior sister. Thinking of this, he suddenly became energized and swung the sword in his hand as fast as the wind. Zhu Xuan couldn't help but sigh, although this idiot is stupid, his swordsmanship is really good. Shaoxi, you have to work harder, otherwise you will lose. Fangxi originally just wanted her senior brother to stop being so arrogant, but after hearing what Zhu Xuan said, her competitive spirit was also aroused. She no longer used the convulsion kneeling technique blindly, but instead used every move to counter Jun Wen's moves and started fighting with him. Xiao Beidao watched from the side, stroking his beard constantly. Both Xiao Wu and Xiao Liu are now completely different from before. They are all better than his master. However, in terms of swordsmanship alone, Xiao Wu is still better. Fangxi also knew this and felt somewhat anxious. Although Jun Wen would definitely lose if she continued to use the convulsion kneeling technique, it would be an unfair victory. It's really infuriating, why can't she comprehend the sword power? However, she didn't think it was because of her poor understanding, but rather, the wooden sword. If it wasn't so useless, she would have comprehended the sword's power and sword intent long ago. Wooden sword. No, does this have anything to do with me? Aren't you just passing the buck? But as a loyal lackey, you must have the courage to take the blame at this time. So, it reviewed. Master, you are right. As a mature spiritual sword, I should be able to help you comprehend the sword's power and even the sword's intent. I am so useless. I am so sorry. Master, otherwise you should drink. After you got drunk, your sword skills were as if assisted by God. Not to mention Jun Wen, the idiot, even the leader of the Bird Alliance is no match for you. Fangxi was a little moved. But thinking that if I got drunk, I would definitely be scolded by my master, I gave up the idea. At this time, Zhu Shihuan said, have you ever wondered why you were more adept at swordsmanship when you were drunk? In fact, he didn't know the reason either, but that didn't stop him from raising the question, which made him seem like a very knowledgeable and unfathomable grandfather. You know what, Fangxi felt something in her heart after hearing this. Yeah, why did her swordsmanship become so powerful after she got drunk? Suddenly, my eyes lit up. When she's drunk, she doesn't have so many concerns or so many rules. That's why you can make the sword move as your heart desires, and no moves are better than moves. Thinking of this, it seemed as if an invisible restraint disappeared. She smiled at Jun Wen, fifth brother, I'm really going to do this. Jun Wengson said, it's as if you were just pretending to fight. We are brothers and sisters, who don't understand each other. As long as you don't keep kneeling, I have the confidence to win you. The premise is that we only compete in swordsmanship. If any method works, he will have to die 10,000 times. As he was thinking about it, he saw that Fangxi's swordsmanship was completely different from before. There is no trick or method, but I can restrain him. He almost blurted out, Junior sister, have you been drinking secretly? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi felt Xiao Beidao's scrutinizing gaze shooting at him like a sword. Fang Shi gritted her teeth in anger. Why would I drink alcohol so early in the morning? Besides, I've quit drinking a long time ago. Zhang Wen asked in confusion, why is your swordsmanship the same as last time when you were drunk? Are you going to act crazy again? Fang Shi immediately received a death stare from his master. She glared at Zhang Wen fiercely and her sword moves became even more fierce. Zhang Wen also realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. The main reason was that he defeated those spirit sword phantoms last night and was so excited that he lost control of his mouth. But it doesn't matter, he is the junior sister's senior brother. Even if the junior sister is angry, she can't bear to do anything to him. The most she can do is give him a good beating. Beat me up if you want to. Others don't have the chance to be beaten up yet. I'm honored to be beaten. This is the treatment only given to close senior brothers. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1441. You are really cruel to yourself. Fang Shi also felt that his senior brother looked like he deserved a beating. He was really asking for trouble. Originally, in my master's mind, I was a well-behaved and sensible child, but after hearing what you said, my master must think that I am a little drunkard. As a result, his sword moves became more and more fierce, forcing Zhang Wen to retreat step by step. Zhang Wen felt regretful and anxious, but he just couldn't use his sword power. He tried hard to recall how he had used the sword power the previous 2 times. It seemed as if he was forced into a desperate situation. The situation is quite urgent now, why doesn't it work? Seeing that he had not yet used his sword intent, Fang Shi felt something in his heart and snorted coldly. Fifth senior brother, don't you claim to be a genius in swordsmanship? Is that all? I'm not saying anything harsh, it's just that your swordsmanship is far inferior to mine. No, you are not even qualified to be compared with me, you are just like a 3-year-old child. If I had known you were so weak, I wouldn't have competed with you. Isn't this just making a fool of myself in front of my master? You've wasted your heaven-shattering sword. Why don't you switch to a pedicure knife? Ellipsis. You heard this anger. Even if it is said by my dearest junior sister, it is still hard to hear, okay. Although he was full of energy, he still couldn't unleash his sword intent. Fang Shi was so disappointed. He thought that 5th senior brother was just like Mu Jian, and that only by being scolded could the potential be stimulated. Mu Jian said in a sly voice, Master, do you think he is as mean as me? Fang Shi. For a moment, I didn't know whether you were scolding yourself or 5th brother. However, Mu Jian's words did serve as a reminder to Fang Shi. Being scolded for the wooden sword can stimulate its potential, just as it is said, it is rather cheap. It is obvious that 5th brother is not on the same path as it. How can we stimulate his potential? She recalled the previous 2 times Zhang Wen had displayed his sword power. The first time was when she asked him to kill the poisonous earth-drilling dragon, and the second time was when they broke the sword formation, when the sword energy of the Yunshao sect disciples cut off several strands of her hair. Zhu Xuan said, although I don't know much about sword intent, I estimate that it is not much different from sword power. Zhang Wen, the sword intent that this kid cultivates may be protection. Fang's eyes lit up. Protect me, right? Blood-devouring world. You can really put gold on your face. No matter what Zhu Xuan thinks, Fang Shi is certain that she is the key to the sword intent of her 5th senior brother. So she immediately changed her painting style. 5th brother, I just said those words to encourage you. It's all for your own good. Zhang Wen hurriedly said, little junior sister, don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Fang Shi, no, you have to take it to heart. Zhang Wen. Xiao Bai said at the side. Are you two fencing here or chatting? Could you please concentrate? But to be honest, even though the 2 of them were chatting animatedly, it didn't seem to affect the power of their swordsmanship. At this time, Fang Shi said earnestly. 5th senior brother, you also know that we brothers and sisters have always been together. You are the senior brother, you have to protect me. If you don't make any progress, how can you protect me? Just imagine, when we meet the Tiank League in the future, and I am captured, you will be anxious but unable to exert your sword power, and you will only be able to watch me being bled, cut, skinned, tendons pulled out, and bones removed by the people of the Tiank League. Zhu Shihuan thought to himself, you are so cruel to yourself. However, Fang's eyes words did stimulate Zhang Wen. His eyes suddenly burst into tears when he thought of this scene. Do not. He absolutely cannot allow this to happen. He must become stronger, he must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he protect his junior sister and the people he wants to protect. Xiao Beidao's eyes almost popped out. Because the 5th apprentice's aura suddenly changed, he instantly turned from a naive idiot into a great hero. The sword is powerful and unstoppable. Fang Shi was also forced to retreat several steps, but he was very happy in his heart. Although she is jealous sometimes, of course she hopes that her senior brother will become more and more powerful. However, her competitive spirit was also aroused, and her sword moves became more and more free and easy, with the faint sound of wind and thunder. The 2 of them fought evenly for a while, and there was no one better. Xiao Beidao was so shocked to see that his 2 disciples had such superb swordsmanship that he couldn't help but burst into tears. Ever since his 2 disciples came back, he felt like he was turning into a crybaby. But these are tears of relief, tears of joy. Zhu Xuan was also very pleased and said to Lin Xiangchuan, although these 2 brats are worse than me, they are still pretty good. Lin Xiangchuan. Are you a drunken swordsman or have you comprehended the sword's meaning? Doesn't your face hurt when you say this? I thought so in my heart, but said. Whether it's Fang Zhu's realization of the true meaning of the drunken sword or Zhang Wen's ability to display the sword intent, it's all inseparable from your advice. You are the undisputed #1 swordsman in our Juyu continent. No, I am being conservative. Even in Tiank continent, there is no one who can surpass you. You are the best swordsman in both worlds. Zhu Shihuan would be so happy. Xiao Chuanzi is really good at talking, every punctuation mark and radical capital he used touched his heart. The competition between Fang Shi and Junwen ended in a draw. In fact, if time is a little longer, Junwen will definitely lose. It's not that his swordsmanship is not as good as Fang Shi's, but that his physical strength and spiritual power are not as sufficient as Fang Shi's. Fang Shi felt that it would be unfair to do so. After all, she was a divine transformation cultivator, and even if her cultivation was suppressed, she would still have the advantage. So he took the initiative to stop the competition. She bowed to Junwen and said, "Fifth senior brother, I'm honored. The reputation of a gentleman with a sword known all over the world is well deserved." Junwen also bowed to Fang Shi and said, "Junior sister, admit it. The power of the Lord of the Nine Netherworld is so terrifying." Xiao Bai said at the side. These two disciples are not at all like him in terms of humility. He had never boasted to others that he had taught 6 outstanding apprentices. He had never boasted that he was the master of the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds. At most, I just share my experience in training apprentices with others. However, thinking of Junwen's drunkenness, his face suddenly darkened. Xiao Wu, you just said that your sister got drunk in Changsheng Sect before. And she was drunk and crazy. Junwen shrank his neck, looked at Fang Shi apologetically, and told him everything. Fang Shi stood there like a little quail, and was about to admit his mistake when he heard Xiao Beidao shouting angrily. "Xiao Wu, how did you become a senior brother? She is young and naive, and you are also naive. Can't you stop her from drinking? Just watch her drink. Are you a wooden stake?" Junwen. Oh my god. Can this be blamed on me? At that time, in order to show off, the junior sister insisted on killing Wen with warm wine. If I stopped her, how would she, the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds, put her face? "Master, you are so greedy that you have reached my armpits." Fang Shi also felt that the master was going a bit too far. Even if he was biased, it couldn't be so obvious. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1442-1 The sword has been drawn, who dares to fight? Fang Shi knelt down in front of Xiao Beidao with a plop. "Master, this matter has nothing to do with senior brother 5. It's all because I didn't learn my lesson. If you want to punish me, punish me." Junwen was really nice. He said without any hesitation. "Master, no, it's my fault. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a senior brother. If you want to punish me, punish me." Xiao Beidao felt very relieved. Is he partial? It is indeed biased. After all, the little apprentice was smart and considerate, and he was not in good health at the time, so he would naturally favor him. But the other 5 disciples are also his treasures, and each one is very important. Why did he train Junwen? Because he knew that his little disciple was protective of her. If he talked about herself, she might not take it to heart, but if he scolded Junwen, she would reflect on it. Furthermore, boys have to be tough. If they don't even have this ability to endure, they will never achieve anything great in the future. He felt that in this respect, the 5th brother was better than the other 4. He has been taking the blame since he was young, but now he is becoming more and more confident. Although Xiao Beidao was very pleased in his heart, he kept a stern face. He felt that the time was right, so he let his 2 disciples get up. With a powerful enemy at our doorstep, any negligence could be fatal. Especially Shaoxi, you are the Lord of Juyu, your situation is very dangerous, and a small mistake will cost you your life. Therefore, you must be careful and don't be careless. Xiaowu, you have a bad temper and you don't hold back when you speak. You can't always rely on your junior sister, nor can you always let her clean up your mess. You have to stand up for yourself. Xiao Beidao spoke with great sincerity, and Fang Shi and Junwen took it all to heart. Zhu Shihuan said to Lin Xiangchuan. "This is what I despise the most about you humans. You always preach to me for no reason. What the hell? As long as you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about anything else, just kill with a snap." Lin Xiangchuan, you were right. You really just wanted to kill, and ended up killing yourself like this. The wooden sword in the spread beast bag is also showing off. My name is Niu Jian, and the sword technique our master uses is called Drunken Sword. We are now a combined force of 2 swords. Qiongqi thought, to be exact, it was a combination of 2 villains. But it wouldn't dare to say this even in its dreams. It is now afraid that Fang Shi will take advantage of it, so it tries not to speak for fear that Fang Shi will catch it. Thinking of this, it glared at Chaos fiercely. It's all this bastard's fault. After Chaos noticed it, he looked at it and said, "You want me to do the dirty work again?" Qiongqi. At this time, Xiao Beidao had finished preaching and praised the swordsmanship of his 2 disciples. As a qualified master, it is not enough to just preach, but you also need to give affirmation to your apprentices. Sure enough, Junwen and Fang Zai's faces turned red due to the praise. While the master and his 2 disciples were talking, Xiao Beidao received a message. The leaders of the other 3 sects have arrived. Xiao Beidao cursed in his heart. They got the news that Shaoxi had returned, so they carried the flying boat here overnight. Their noses are sharper than dogs. Only then did he remember that he had accepted 3 masters for Fang Shi. Xiao Beidao really wanted to stay away from the meeting, but it was obviously not realistic. He was just about to ask Elder Hai and others to invite the 3 people in. After all, Fang Shi was now the Lord of Juyu, and it would not be convenient for him to go to the mountain gate to pick him up. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi took the initiative to say, "Master, let's go to the mountain gate to pick him up. Although I am the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds, as a disciple, how can I not go to greet my master? Besides, the 4 major sects are of the same blood and will help each other in the future, so we still have to give each other the face we deserve." Fang Shi thought long term. After the Tiank alliance was defeated in the future, the situation in the Juyu continent would still be very complicated. With the capabilities of the Xuanshan sect, it has no ability to protect itself and must unite with the other 3 major sects. Only in this way can we compete with the Yunshao sect and the Shangsheng sect. Where there are people, there is conflict. No matter how capable she is, she cannot change this objective law. She had to maintain harmony among the 4 major sects, and even merge them into a new sect in the future. So, it was reasonable for her to go out and greet them. At this time, Bailey Muchen and the other two outside the mountain gate were feeling a little uneasy. They knew exactly how their master got the title. Although Xiao Beidao agreed, what did Feng Shi mean? She is no longer the same person she used to be. She is no longer the little disciple, but the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds. Behind the three of them were a group of disciples. They hadn't seen Feng Shi for a long time and were very excited. Especially Xing Wu. He felt that he was the seventh direct disciple of Xuanxin Sect and had a closer relationship with Feng Shi. When he thought about the fact that he was the elder brother of the Lord of Juyu, he walked with the wind. However, he was a little worried at this time. People always change. Feng Shi is so famous and capable now. Will he still treat him the same way as before? When everyone was daydreaming, the gate of Xuanxin Sect opened. Before he saw anyone, he heard Xiao Beidao's hearty laughter. "Three of you, I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to come so soon." Then they saw Feng Shi, who was kneeling obediently. "Everyone. Showing great courtesy as soon as you meet. The Lord of the Nine Netherworld is too polite." How could they know how miserable Feng Shi was feeling? She has no choice. He fell to his knees just before he took a step forward. However, she reacted quickly and kowtowed to Bailey Muchen and the other two. "Three masters, I, your disciple Feng Shi, kowtow to you." Bailey Muchen and the other two were surprised and happy. It seems that they are judging others by their own standards. Feng Shi is still the same Feng Shi, the good seedling that they spotted at first sight. The three of them ignored Xiao Beidao, who was greeting them with his teeth bared, and rushed forward to help Feng Shi up. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi took out a tray from the storage ring with 3 teacups on it. "Three masters, please have some tea. When you become a disciple, you must bring the disciple tea." Bailey Muchen and the other two were even more moved. They thought the beloved disciple was so thoughtful. It can be seen that she identifies with these 3 masters from the bottom of her heart. With red eyes, they took the teacup and drank it all. The 3 of them were also very considerate and took out gifts, all of which were expensive. They are not stupid. For both public and private reasons, the gift cannot be too small. Feng Shi didn't hesitate and accepted it happily. Then a gift package for apprenticeship was given. Bailey Muchen and the other two almost popped their eyes out. Although they didn't recognize some of the things, they could tell at first glance that they were good things. "My dear disciple is so filial." Xiao Beidao resisted the urge to snatch back the apprenticeship gift package and started greeting Bailey Muchen and the other two. Feng Shi greeted those disciples again, making everyone feel as if they were in the spring breeze. The worries in Xing Wu and others' hearts were also swept away. The little junior sister was still the same little junior sister, she hadn't changed at all. Zhang Wen also came over to pay his respects to the 3 sect leaders, and then said hello to Xing Wu and the others. He is no longer the same person as before. In the past, he would be jealous of these wild brothers and sisters, but now he has gotten rid of this low-level game of competing for favors. He, a gentleman with a sword known throughout the world, wants to rely on his abilities to become the right-hand man of his junior sister. He is the first person in Juyu continent to comprehend the sword intent. Once the sword is out, who dares to fight? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1443 has grown into the existence they look up to. Zhang Wen's little tail had just stood up when he felt his master's death gaze and quickly tucked his tail between his legs. He couldn't help but wonder, he disguised himself so well, how could the master see that he was drifting? Yes, as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. The master treats him as his own son, so naturally he understands him very well. Master really loves him the most. As for the junior sister, she is a little girl and is not included in this list. Xing Wu originally thought that Zhang Wen would fight with him until they were black and blue, but he didn't expect that Zhang Wen had changed. She actually smiled at him very sincerely. However, he always felt that this sincerity was not pure enough. How to describe it? It's just like how he looks at his other direct disciples. Oh, yes, a sense of superiority. It's a sense of superiority. How can you not feel superior? Feng Shi takes him with her wherever she goes. His cultivation level is improving rapidly, and I heard that he has reached the nascent soul stage. There's no comparison. Xing Wu felt jealous, blaming his master for being so stupid. Feng Shi had offered to ask him to be her second master, but he did not agree. If he had agreed at that time, maybe Feng Shi would have taken him with her when she went to Xuanxin Sect. What a mistake. Forget it, I can't compare with Zhang Wen and the others, but at least I'm better than the other direct disciples. After exchanging greetings for a while, everyone followed Xiao Beidao to the meeting hall. Although life in Xuanxin Sect is much better now, Xiao Beidao is still very frugal. After all, it is not easy for his young disciple to earn money to support the family, so he cannot be extravagant. So, the tea and snacks served to the guests cannot be said to be shabby, but they are not very good either. Bailey Muchen and the others naturally wouldn't argue with this now, let alone serving them tea or snacks. Even if they were served a basin of soil as a token of respect, they wouldn't dare to say anything. After chatting for a while, Feng Shi said, "Three masters, you came at the right time. Otherwise, I would have liked to find time to gather everyone together to ask about the preparations of the Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp." Bailey Muchen and the other two immediately told each other the information they had, and Xiao Beidao also added some information. Feng Shi nodded after listening, and then began to express his own opinions. Originally, everyone thought Feng Shi was no different from before, except that she was a little taller. There was no other change. But then they realized that they were wrong. Whether it was the invisible pressure and aura she exuded, or her control over and unique insights into the entire battle situation in the Juyu continent, it all represented that she had grown into someone they looked up to. Bailey Muchen and the other two were more relieved than proud. After all, Feng Shi was an elite cultivated by their Northern Territory human race. Xing Wu's direct disciples felt tremendous pressure. Although they are all direct disciples, the 6 people from Xuanxin Sect have left them far behind. If they don't work harder, they will probably never catch up with them. Of course, even if you try hard, you may not be able to catch up, but at least you can narrow the gap. After Feng Shi's comments, he made some arrangements and briefly talked about the Yunxia sect. Bailey Muchen's brows suddenly twisted into a knot. Xiaoxi, I'm not trying to be mean, but the Yunxia sect is a fence-sitter. We'd better be on our guard to avoid them stabbing us in the back. Why don't we send out some spies to keep an eye on their movements? In addition, if the Tiank League attacks, send them to meet the enemy first. On the one hand, we can see how strong they are, and on the other hand, we can stop them from wavering. Feng Shi thought to himself that Bailey Muchen was indeed the most cunning of the 4 sect leaders. What a pity, no matter how smart he was still blinded by Shen Jilin. But it is also true, Shen Jilin is the heroine after all, and there is a mysterious force behind her. Let alone Bailey Muchen, aren't her 5 brothers all licking dogs in the book? Thinking of this, she glanced at Zhang Wen out of the corner of her eye. Seeing the seemingly bright and beautiful scene, but in fact like a strut, it felt for the first time that what was written in the book might be different. Given the 5th senior brother's condition, would he be so crazy about Shen Jilin? It would be almost accurate to say that he is crazy about farts. Feng Shi nodded to Bailey Muchen while thinking wildly. Master Bailey is right. Although Yun Xiaozong is a good sword, we must be careful. If we are not careful, we will not only hurt others but also ourselves. So let's do as you say. Bailey Muchen was somewhat nervous before coming. He was different from Lu Zhenkuan and Hu Wangkui. He was Feng Shi's opponent before. I didn't expect that the little girl didn't bear grudges at all. She is 100 times better than that ungrateful Shen Jilin. The thing he regretted most in his life was accepting her as his disciple. Originally, Hunyuan sect was the leader among the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory, but now it has fallen to 4th. It was Feng Shi who showed mercy, otherwise their sect would not be far from being destroyed. At this time, Hu Wangkui asked with a big grin. Xiaoxi, are you planning to stay in Xuanshan sect for a few more days this time? Feng Shi sighed. I also want to stay a few more days, but there are still many things that I need to deal with. As long as the Tiank League is not eliminated, I will not feel at ease. So you're going back to Changsheng sect next? Feng Shi nodded. Well, I will go to Yunxia sect first to take a look, and then return to Changsheng sect. In fact, Feng Shi was going to the polar ice field next, but she felt there was no need to say it. On the one hand, she didn't want Xiao Beidao to worry, and on the other hand, the fewer people who knew the news, the better. Although Bailey Muchen and the others wanted to stay, they also knew that Feng Shi rarely came back and would definitely have a lot to talk about with Xiao Beidao, so it would be better for them to be tactful. So, after a shabby dinner, I said goodbye. Xiao Beidao pretended to try to keep the guest, then served him tea and sent him away. Bailey Muchen and the other 2. Before leaving, Feng Shi gave each of Xing Wu's disciples a big gift package. When Xing Wu and others opened it, they were so moved that their eyes filled with tears. Because this gift is too great. Any one of them is enough to cause turmoil in the outside world. Everyone thanked him. Feng Shi waved his hand. Although your peers from the Changsheng sect, Yunxia sect, and the Demon Clan have higher cultivation than you, it's not because they're more talented than you, nor are they more hardworking than you. It's just that they have an innate advantage in resources. Now I have bridged this gap for you, and the rest is up to you. Once the Tiank Alliance attacks, you are the backbone of the Shenyan army, and the Juyu continent will rely on you to protect it. I am optimistic about you and believe in you, because you are all outstanding people, and you are the future and hope of our Northern Territory human race. Originally Xing Wu and the others were a little confused, and even had a little bit of inferiority complex, but now all of that was gone. I just felt my blood boiling and I wished I could find a place to practice right now. They can do it. The 9 nether continent depends on them. Xiao Beidao and the other 3 on the side. You didn't fool the Changsheng sect in this way, did you? Is this how the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds came about? Although Bailey Muchen and others were reluctant to leave, they still said goodbye with tears. Feng Shi accompanied the 3 masters all the way to the mountain gate and knelt down to see him off. Bailey Muchen was so moved that tears and snot flowed down his cheeks. With a disciple like this, what more could one ask for? Xiao Beidao thought to himself, no wonder Xiaoxi could become the Lord of Juyu, his acting skills are better than mine, his masters. The key is to be able to give it your all. Kneeling to welcome and kneeling to see off, what a filial son. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1444, what a united and friendly group of brothers and sisters. After Bailey Muchen and the others left, they returned to Xiao Beidao's study, and Feng Shi advised. Master, we are not short of money now, can you please stop being so frugal? To put it bluntly, even the dogs in the Changsheng sect wouldn't eat the dinner today. Xiao Beidao waved his hand. Xiaoxi, as the saying goes, increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Increasing revenue is one aspect, but reducing expenditure is also crucial. We can't forget the feeling of hunger after having a few full meals. After he finished his long speech, Feng Shi said. Don't be offended by what I'm saying. Anything I gave Xing Wu and the others would be enough to prepare dozens of decent dinners. I have given away such expensive things, why do you treat them badly in terms of food and drink? Xiao Beidao narrowed his eyes and said. Xiaoxi, you are still young. Only in this way can you, the Lord of the 9 Netherworld, appear generous. My dear master has to eat only coarse food, but you are willing to give them so many good things. How can they not be grateful to you and be loyal to you? Feng Shi. Although what you said seems to make sense, I still think it's because you are stingy. Forget it, as long as you are happy. What else can a dear master do besides pampering? Feng Shi and Zhongwen stayed in Xuanshan sect for another 2 days and then prepared to leave. Even though Xiao Beidao was extremely reluctant to let his little disciple go, he also knew that he was shouldering the heavy burden of the Juyu continent and had no choice. He sighed. Xiaoxi, master is useless and can't help you at all, you must take good care of yourself. Remember, nothing, not even the 9 Netherworld is more important than your life. If you really encounter something that requires sacrifice, don't rush forward foolishly. There are so many people in Juyu continent, just let them go. If it doesn't work, Master will do it for you. Master just wants you to be well, understand? Fang Shi held back her tears and forced a smile. Master, I understand. We men don't do business that will lose money. I won't be so stupid. If it really doesn't work, I'll let fifth brother go first. Jun Wen, how about considering the fourth senior brother first? Xiao Beidao. What a united and friendly group of brothers and sisters. This interruption did dispel some of the sadness of parting. Xiao Beidao gave Fang Shi many instructions again, and Zhu Xuan said to Fang Shi impatiently. Why is this money spinner like an old lady, chattering non-stop, so annoying? If he keeps chattering, it's already noon. At this time, Xiao Beidao said. Shaoxi, Master Zhu has a lot of experience, you must listen to his teachings and don't be willful. Uncle Zhu's simple advice to you will be enough for you to benefit from for the rest of your life. Zhu Xuan said to Fang Shi, it's a little cold this morning, so we can set off later. Fang Shi. Zhu Xuan wanted to listen a little longer, but unfortunately Fang Shi had already walked out. Other people from Xuanshan Sect, including the golden-haired Suani, came out to see him off. Fang Shi appeared cheerful and talkative on the surface, but was a little worried in her heart. Ugh. Kneel down again. When will it end? Xuanshan Sect is good in every way except that it has a wicked founder. When she was almost at the mountain gate, she thought it would be better to be more conscious. It was better than being suddenly attacked and falling to her knees. So, he knelt down at the gate of the mountain. Ancestor, I, your disciple Fang Shi, cut out to you. This time, I am leaving the sect with a heavy responsibility. I will definitely lead the Shenyan army to defeat the invading enemies, protect our Juyu homeland, and spread the glory of Xuanshan. Jun Wen hurriedly shouted, protect my Juyu homeland, and spread the glory of Xuanshan. After he took the lead, Xiao Beidao and others also raised their arms and cheered. Even the insect king chirped in response. Singing must be used wisely. Its cries are worth at least one pill. Fang Shi has been staring at the mountain gate, wondering if the stingy ancestor will come to bless him again. As a result, my legs became numb from kneeling, and I had no reaction. Fang Shi then stood up. Others, however, thought that she was doing this out of respect for the founder and reluctance to leave the sect, and they felt that Fang Shi was a really good person. After leaving the mountain gate, Fang Shi made up his mind, summoned the wooden sword, and flew away crying. Jun Wen clasped his fists towards everyone and followed closely behind. Xiao Beidao kept looking there until he could no longer see anything, then he went in with a disappointed look on his face. Everyone else also dispersed. No one noticed that there was a faint light at the mountain gate, and then it returned to silence in an instant. Jun Wen hurried over to catch up with Fang Shi. Seeing her wiping her eyes with her sleeve, he advised. Little junior sister, don't be sad. Once we defeat the Bird Alliance, we will be able to come back. Fang Shi turned her head and glanced at him, who is crying. The strong wind makes my eyes blurry. Jun Wengson said, junior sister's mouth is harder than a dead duck. Just cry if you want to, why are you too embarrassed to admit it? He doesn't feel good either. In fact, Fang Shi is really eye-catching. The bastard Mu Jian was doing acrobatics all the time, and because she was sad, she forgot to use the spiritual shield, and the wind made her eyes feel uncomfortable. But seeing Jun Wen's expression, she was too lazy to explain. The two changed their appearance again and arrived at the place they had agreed to meet with Ji Ting. The reason why Ji Ting was brought along was, on the one hand, because of his high level of cultivation, and on the other hand, he was a member of the Tiank Alliance, and there would be many places where he would be needed in the polar ice field. Ji Ting has been very happy these days because when Fang Shi is not around, he can temporarily forget that he is a little kid. Happy days are always so short, and even though we are reluctant, we have to arrive at the agreed place as scheduled. The three changed their appearances again and headed to the polar ice field. On the way, Ji Ting said, I have heard people mention the polar ice fields. I heard that the ice monsters there are very ferocious, and the deeper you go, the higher their cultivation levels become. Even a divine transformation cultivator would have a hard time escaping. Can the three of us do it? Although he knew that Fang Shi had many spiritual pets and demonic pets, they were not used to the ice field and could not exert their full strength, so they probably would not be of much help. Fang Shi said quietly, don't worry, I have an insider in the polar ice field. Although his cultivation is not that good, at least he can serve as a mount for us. But this time, Ji Ting. Do you have an insider in the polar ice field? You're not talking about an ice monster, are you? What Fang Shi was thinking at this moment was, she wondered what had happened to her two free-range ice-type stret pets. Big Bear, Little Wolf, your dear master is back. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1445 Shung Shung, I am finally going to be proud of myself. That day, Fang Shi and the other two finally reached the polar ice field. There are some spies from the four major sects on the outskirts of the ice field, but they have no way of tracking the whereabouts of the three of them. Fang Shi said to Ji Ting. See, I told you to develop some ice monsters as spies. These humans are too unreliable. Ji Ting, you talk as if you are not human. But what you did was really not like what a human would do. After entering the ice field, Fang Shi was planning to tell Ji Ting about her great achievements in the polar ice field, but unexpectedly she sensed the breath of the ice field's earth-shaking bear and the polar bloodthirsty wolf king. How did these two things get to the edge of the polar ice sheet? Is he here to greet her? Is this the legendary telepathic connection? At this time, the Icefield Earthshaker Bear and the polar bloodthirsty wolf pack were fleeing in panic. The Icefield Earthshaker Bear cursed Fang Shi in his heart. It's all that irresponsible woman's fault. The contract abandoned us. Abandoning stray animals in the middle of winter is a sign of great moral weakness. It completely forgot that it had used a different set of words before. The little bitch said she would cancel the contract but she didn't. What a bastard. The Icefield Earthshaker first scolded Fang Shi, and then began to scold the Wolf King of the polar bloodthirsty wolves who were following behind him. If I hadn't brought you guys along as a burden, I would have been free and easy a long time ago. Now I'm being chased like a grandson. The Wolf King thought, if we hadn't sacrificed a few old wolves to lure away the pursuers, would you still be talking here? But it dared not speak out and could only remain silent. If this continues, none of them will survive and will sooner or later become food for the polar storm lions. Unless that stinky girl named Fangxi comes back, but can she come back? It misses the bad self it used to be. When the Wolf King was in despair, a clear voice sounded in his consciousness. Big Bear, Little Wolf, I'm back. The Wolf King thought he was hallucinating, but then he heard the roar of the Earthshaker bear on the ice field ahead. The unfaithful girl is back. She actually came back. Before the Wolf King could react, he saw the ice field Earthshaker jumping out like a rabbit. It's incredible that it can run so fast given its huge size. They all became after images. The Wolf King quickly called on his men to chase after him. The Wolf King thought of his dead companions, the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Earthshaker bear on the ice field, and the days of escape, and 2 icicles appeared on his face. It's so cold that my tears have frozen into ice. The icefield Earthshaker ran wildly and finally saw the little figure of Risi Mengxiang. Correct. It's this little damaged one. It echoed in its mind thousands of times. It howled and pounced towards Fangxi. Shung Shung, I miss you so much. Fangxi looked at the icefield Earthshaker that was rushing towards him and quickly stopped it. Stop, don't come over here. With its weight, it would crush her into a meat patty. The icefield Earthshaker was really obedient. It stopped suddenly, lay on the ground and pounded the ground with its paws. You're finally back. You don't know how miserable I've been. It would be okay for just myself, but I also have to take care of these wolf cubs for your sake. Poor me, I can only lick the bear paws to satisfy my hunger every day, and I can't bear to eat them. Look, my bear paws are all licked and peeled. As the icefield Earthshaker bear spoke, he actually stretched out a bear paw for Fangxi to see. Fangxi. At this time, the Wolf King also ran over with his men. Fangxi originally thought that the icefield Earthshaker was deliberately playing the victim, but when he saw that the wolf pack was not only skinny but also had several wolves missing, he knew something was wrong. She took out some pills and gave them to the icefield Earthshaker and the wolf pack. Although pills cannot satisfy your cravings, they can quickly replenish your physical and spiritual power. Sure enough, after taking the pills, both the icefield Earthshaker and the wolf pack looked much more energetic. Fangxi then asked, what happened? Why are you guys so embarrassed? Icefield Earthshaker sighed and said, when you abandoned us, I was heartbroken. I haven't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. The Wolf King thought, you finally regained your freedom and slept for 3 days, okay. However, it didn't dare to expose it and just lowered its head and listened. Icefield Earthshaker continued. Although it's sad, we still have to live our lives. I will leave these wolf cubs to live their lives. Everything was going well, but about half a year ago, I don't know what happened, but a group of polar storm lions suddenly came. We were no match for them, so we had to abandon our original territory and run to the periphery. You also know that we ice-type monsters cannot practice if we leave the ice field, and the further we go outside, the worse it is. Originally it was okay not to be able to practice, but after a while I noticed something was not right with my body, so I had to sneak back to practice occasionally. In the end, I was discovered by those damn lions, and I almost lost my life several times. Fangxi's heart moved. Why is their situation similar to that of the demon goblin and the people from the Yunxia sect? By the way, there must have been a reason why the Tiank Alliance used the polar ice field as its headquarters. Maybe the power of time was also involved. After the icefield Earthshaker bear finished speaking, Fangxi asked, what is the cultivation level of those polar storm lions? Icefield Earthshaker bear said, the leader is in the middle stage of Yuanying, and the others are in the early stage of Yuanying. Fangxi was surprised and said, nascent soul stage. What a niche term. Since I became a spirit, I haven't seen a little nascent soul cultivator for a long time. Zheng Wen, who was still in the nascent soul stage. He had every reason to suspect that the junior sister was trying to point it at him. The Icefield Earthshaker bear and the Wolf King then realized that they couldn't even see through Fang's eyes cultivation. Has she become a god? Is the human race's cultivation speed so fast? The Icefield Earthshaker bear stuttered and asked, you have become a god. Fangxi immediately released his mighty power, and the Icefield Earthshaker bear and the wolf pack trembled in fear. Fangxi whispered to Zheng Wen, 5th senior brother, we suffered a lot from those bastards in the beginning, and now we have finally got our revenge. In the past, I relied on strategies to deal with them, but now I rely on my strength. The strength of a divine transformation cultivator. Zheng Wen. I want to become a god. Even if I don't eat or sleep, I will become a god. Fangxi put away his coercion and said to the Icefield Earthshaker and the Wolf King, come on, take me to find those lions, and I will help you get revenge. The Icefield Earthshaker bear suddenly stood up. Shung Shung, I am finally going to be able to hold my head high. When I catch the group of lions, I will show off 3 of them at once. Take good care of yourself. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1446 I think it has awakened the fox spirit bloodline. Fangxi was about to let the Icefield Earthshaker carry her, when the 8-tailed snow fox, who had always had little presence, said, Master, please let me go. I haven't done anything for you since you took me in. Now that we are in the polar ice field, it's time for me to contribute. In fact, it can no longer be called the 8-tailed snow fox, because it has advanced to the 9-tailed celestial fox. It now has a new name. Little T Fox. This is the name given to it by Mu Jian. It cries all day long, but actually it has a lot of twists and turns in its mind. Although the 8-tailed snow fox didn't like this name, Mu Jian called it that all day long, and other pets followed suit, so it didn't bother to care. Tea is tea. If you have the ability you can also drink tea. Although the little T Fox grew a 9th tail, it was much shorter than the other 8 tails. The reason was simple, it was not strong enough. It is actually very hard-working, and its training speed is fast compared to other spirit pets, but it still feels it is too slow. It is thoughtful and feels that it is different from other spiritual pets. It was originally Shen Jilin's spiritual pet. Although its owner took it in despite past grudges, it has not made any contribution since it came here. It only helped resist the thunder last time. Now that it has arrived at the polar ice field, it is finally time for it to show its prowess, so it naturally volunteers to do so. Fang Shi agreed with a smile. Compared to the stupid and ugly icefield earthshaker, she certainly prefers a mount like the little tea fox. Not only majestic, but also beautiful. So, Fang Shi sat on the back of the little tea fox, let the icefield earthshaker bear carry Junwen, and let the wolf king carry Jiting. The icefield earthshaker bear trembled and asked Fang Shi, it can't be the nine-tailed heavenly fox, right? After getting Fang's eyes affirmative answer, the icefield earthshaker decided to behave like a bear and keep its tail between its legs. After a while, icefield earthshaker asked Fang Shi again stealthily. Who is that old man? His identity is not important. You just need to know that he is at the 8th level of the spiritual transformation realm. The icefield earthshaker staggered and almost fell down. Oh my god. She actually took an 8th level spirit transformation cultivator as her follower. Scared Shung to death. However, now it is more confident in dealing with the group of lions. Fang Shi sat on the back of the little tea fox, pointed at the vast ice field, and said to Junwen. Fifth brother, this is the kingdom I will build for you in the future. Junwen was immediately moved to tears, and the next moment he said to Fang Shi. Fifth brother, as the saying goes, it's easy to conquer an empire but hard to keep it, you still have to work hard. A tiny yuanying is far from enough. Junwen. It's too early to be touched. Jiting looked at the two brothers and sisters chatting and laughing, feeling somewhat envious. He also has senior and junior brothers, but their relationship is not as good as theirs. They hide their intentions from each other when they're learning their skills, and once they have real power, they become even more scheming and deceitful. When Jiting was sighing, a lion's roar was heard in the distance. The icefield earthshaker said excitedly, here they come. They're coming. Fang Shi was quite mean. Not only did she suppress her cultivation to the early nascent soul stage, she also suppressed Junwen and Jiting's cultivation to the early nascent soul stage as well. Seeing this, the little tea fox suppressed his cultivation to the middle stage of foundation building, and hid 5 of his tails, leaving only 3.5. Fang Shi was too lazy to care about it. She didn't know if this little guy had reached the extreme point where things would turn into the opposite, and now. He was both tay and gloomy. Mu Jian's explanation for this was, Master, I think it has awakened the fox-spirit bloodline. Fang Shi. The lions arrived soon. The leading lion king looked at Fang Shi and the others with contempt, then roared a few times at the icefield earthshaker bear. The general meaning is, you actually defected to the human race, how shameful. The icefield earthshaker roared, unwilling to be outdone. What's wrong with joining the human race? Just wait for your death. I've long wanted to eat lion meat. My master will take care of you in a moment. It was just enjoying itself when Fang Shi said, Big Shung, come on. Icefield earthshaker. I'm going to have sex. I'm in the middle stage of the golden core, and you want me to deal with the lion king who is in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Am I not asking for death? But it didn't dare to disobey, so it had to bite the bullet and fight the lion king in a duel. The lion king didn't take this stupid bear seriously at all. He could kill it even with his eyes closed. The result was just as expected. It didn't even use much strength, but the icefield earthshaker was forced to roll and crawl. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. The icefield earthshaker bear felt sad. I thought the unfaithful girl came to save it, but it turned out to be there to laugh at it. The lion king became more and more excited as the fight went on, and couldn't help but let out an excited roar. Just as it was roaring with excitement, it felt a sharp pain in its consciousness. Although the icefield earthshaker was stupid, it still had a strong sense of combat. It noticed the abnormality of the lion king and swung its bare paw to give him a big blow. The lion king staggered after being hit, and just as he was about to launch a counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness again. The icefield earthshaker went up and threw another big punch. Then the icefield earthshaker rode on the lion king and gave him a big punch on the left and right, smashing the lion king's head into a pig's head. Fun. So enjoyable. This is the correct way to open it for me. The lion king was so angry that he almost died. It knew that someone must be using dirty tricks. The most annoying thing is, are all its subordinates dead lions? Why don't they come up to help? How could it know that Jiting exerted pressure on the lions, and they were all trembling with fear, how could they dare to move forward? When the icefield earthshaker was about to kill the lion king with one gulp, Fang Shi said. Leave it alive, I can use it. Although the icefield earthshaker was unwilling, he had to let go of the lion king. Fang Shi said to the lion king, why did you run out to grab Shung Da's territory? Did something happen in the heart of the ice field? The lion king turned his nose up and said nothing. Seeing this, the icefield earthshaker went up and threw another big punch. Are you deaf, or dumb? Speak. The lion king's consciousness was already seriously injured, and he was knocked unconscious by this claw. Fang Shi. Forget it, let's be a good person and sign the contract while it's unconscious. She is such a kind-hearted girl. When the lion king woke up, the sky fell. It was actually contracted by a human. While it was still confused, Chaos came up and gave it a beating. You don't have to say anything, because I came here from your time, I know what you're thinking, and I have arranged it for you in advance. Lion King. What am I thinking? You just arranged it for me. I am so unlucky. Fang Shi asked Hun Dun to stop, and then said to the Lion King earnestly. I came to the polar ice field not to target you, but to save you ice monsters, and also to save the 9 nether continent. Fang Shi briefly explained the matter of the Tiank League, but after listening to it, the Lion King stiffened his neck and said, what does it have to do with me? Fang Shi glanced at Hun Dun. Chaos suddenly became alert. Arrange. So the Lion King got beaten again. It lay on the ground, roaring at the top of its lungs. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of the lion. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1447 The Road to Richness from a Poor Family. For a moment, Fangxi didn't know whether to praise the Lion King for his culture or scold him for being a cheapskate. You can't talk it over nicely, you have to be beaten before you obey. What kind of bastard is that? Tell me, why did you run out to grab Shung Da's territory? The Lion King said weakly. We don't want to do this, but we are forced to do so. I don't know what happened in the hinterland. A large group of divine beasts came out to fight for territory. Our territory was taken away by a group of snow-walking ice leopards. They rob us, so we can only rob the bears. This is called big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, shrimp eat the land. The Icefield Earthshaker goes up and throws a big punch. You are the bear, your whole family is a bear. Fangxi waved his hand, and the Icefield Earthshaker bear stopped cursing. Lion King, Big Bear and the others are my spiritual pets. If you bully them, you are bullying me. Logically, I should kill you all and give it to Big Bear and the others as food reserves, but I'm a soft-hearted person and cannot stand seeing too much blood, so you have to pay for your life. Lion King. I'm a monster, and you want me to pay for my life. Where can I get the money? Do I make you money right here? Finally, the Lion King had to sell himself to pay off his debts. To be precise, it was selling the lions to pay off debts. With Fangxi as witness, he expressed his apologies to the Icefield Earthshaker and the Wolf King. Although the Icefield Earthshaker and the Wolf King were reluctant, they had no choice but to shake hands and make peace. After Fangxi mediated the conflict, he saw that the Lion King looked half dead, so he gave it some top-grade pills to heal its spiritual consciousness. After the Lion King finished eating, he immediately made a snoring sound and tried to rub his big head against Fangxi to get close to her. Fangxi said with disgust, "Get lost. I still prefer your previous rebellious look." After a short rest, Fangxi took the Avengers to settle accounts with the leopard group. On the way, he did not forget to ask Big Bear and the others to help pick herbs he encountered, and even asked them to dig a lot of ice. Ji Ting. Plucking feathers from a passing goose is not enough to describe you, you are really good at it. Fangxi argued, "Have you heard of a poor family but a rich road? Do you know what this phrase means? Fifth brother, explain it to him." Zheng Wen, who was standing by, said hurriedly, "The so-called poor home makes the road rich means that you can bring home all the good things you see on the road, and make your originally poor home rich." Ji Ting. While the Lion King and the others were working hard, the Icefield Earthshaker complained to Fangxi. "I've been busy for a long time but I haven't had a single bite of meat. If you don't want me to eat lions, you can give me some other monster meat." Fangxi glanced at it and said, "My pets are all self-reliant. When we meet a group of leopards later, you can help yourself." Icefield Earthshaker. When I didn't say anything. If I could kill the divine beast, I wouldn't have to lick the bear's paw. Forget it, I'd better lick the bear's paw twice. Poor me, my bear paws are getting thinner and thinner. After Fangxi sent the Icefield Earthshaker bear away, he said to Ji Ting. "Xiaoyu, I told you before that there were spies on the ice field. Were you still a little skeptical? Do you believe it now?" What could Ji Ting say? Of course, he would praise her. As soon as Fang Zai's little tail lifted up, the voice of Zhu Shihuan rang out in his consciousness. "What kind of ability is that? It's just taking advantage of others. It will probably take a long time for you to subdue all the monsters using the same method. If it were me, I would kill one with one slap." Although Fangxi knew that her cheap grandfather was just talking nonsense, she thought about it and realized that what he said made sense. How long would it take to put all the dolls together one by one? She asked the Lion King, "As far as you know, how many more territories of ice monsters are there further ahead?" The Lion King said, "I know there are more than 20 of them. I guess there are some extremely powerful monsters further in. However, those monsters are mostly solitary, unlike us who have families with us." The Icefield Earthshaker bear couldn't help but feel a little proud. It turned out that powerful monsters all traveled alone, just like me, little bear. Fangxi thought for a while and said, "It's too troublesome to look for them one by one. Let them come to me." Not to mention the Lion King and the others, even blood-devouring Huan looked confused. "What do you mean?" Fangxi looked at the little T-Fox that was practicing. The little T-Fox shuddered and vaguely felt that something bad was going to happen. When it first surrendered, Fangxi was probably worried that it had been traumatized physically and mentally, so she was really nice to it. "Speak softly." But later on, it became no different from other spiritual pets. The cinnabar mole finally turned into mosquito blood. Sure enough, Fangxi said with a smile, "Xiao Cha Cha, do you want to satisfy your craving for fishing bait?" Little T-Fox. Why would a fox like me indulge in fishing bait? I thought so in my heart, but said, "Master, you saved my life. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Anyway, you won't let me fall into danger, right?" Fangxi. Mu Jian's naming is really good. It's really good tea. Don't worry, I'm here, there won't be any danger. Find a way to spread the aura of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and attract those high-level ice monsters. Little T-Fox. It really is fish bait. The Lion King thought Fangxi's method was too stupid. Although you are very powerful, there are hundreds of ice monsters in the spiritualization stage ahead, and even some in the late spiritualization stage. Are you sure you are not asking for trouble by doing this? Fangxi praised, "You also know the phrase, to stir up trouble. You are quite cultured." Lion King. Is your focus off track? Ji Ting felt that the Lion King's worries were not unreasonable. If it were in the outside world, it would be fine. Fangxi has many spiritual pets, but this is an ice field. The combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. If the largest army of sea snakes is released, they will be frozen into icicles and will be of no use. The demon bird is useless, it can't fly. The only ones she could count on were the demon goblins and praying mantises she had subdued in the 10,000-meter demon abyss. But can they withstand such extreme cold? Hearing his concerns, Fang Shi said with a smile. Don't worry, I have prepared some flaming warming pills in advance. I guarantee that the demon goblins won't feel cold at all after eating them. Zhang Wen heard this and said, Junior sister, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had this good stuff? Fang Shi, fifth brother, it's not that I won't give it to you, the point is that this fiery flame warming pill has a drawback. After eating it, your whole body will grow hair, and it's quite long. If you don't mind, I'll give you a few. Zhang Wen, forget it. Don't I want to become that? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1448. They're finally going to have a feast. The demon goblins don't mind growing hair or not, they just hope to take this opportunity to get some meat to eat. Although the Yunsha sect had given them a lot of strip beast meat before, the leader of the demon goblins left all the strip beast meat to the old, weak and sick. These middle-aged demon goblins could only survive by eating fasting pills. They used to dislike eating grass, but they didn't expect that since they followed Fang Shi, they couldn't even eat grass. How miserable is that? Now it just hopes that the group of leopards can have some backbone and not be as unpromising as the Lion King, and then, they can start eating meat. Fang Shi said to the little T-Fox, let's get started. The little T-Fox returned to its original appearance, then made a shrill cry and intentionally emitted an aura unique to the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Zhang Wen asked Fang Shi, Junior sister, the ice field is so large, the voice and breath of the little T-Fox should not cover a large area. Are you sure you can attract those high-level monsters? Don't worry, since those monsters were forced to move away, they must be frightened birds. Any movement will attract their attention. Word of mouth spreads from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 people to 100 people. Soon it will spread everywhere. At worst, we can just sit back and wait for a few more days. Just subdue the ones that come first, and then let them deal with the ones that come later. This is called making use of local resources. Zhang Wen silently gave a thumbs up. Jiting on the side. With you brothers and sisters, idioms have a new life. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she asked the wolf pack and the lion pack to build her a palace. Are you kidding? As the lord of the 9 netherworlds, she has to be very presentable when summoning the ice beasts. The Lion King thought to himself, I never dreamed that I could be a bricklayer. When everyone was busy here, the first group of monsters came rushing in. The Lion King gnashed his teeth and said, it's the snow-treading frozen leopard. They're best at freezing, which can instantly freeze the enemy, and they're very fast. The Lion King was right. The snow-treading frozen leopard was indeed very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was only a dozen feet away from Fang Shi and the others. At this moment, the attention of the group of snow-walking ice leopards was all on the little T-Fox. It turned out to be the 9-tailed heavenly fox. My goodness, if they showed it off, their cultivation would definitely soar. Maybe it will awaken the ancient bloodline. As for the 3 humans and that group of trash, they could be easily dealt with. As for why they had this perception, it was because Fang Shi and the other 3 had disguised themselves as nascent soul stage, or even in the early stage of nascent soul, just like before. At this time, Fang Shi released the demon goblins that had eaten the flaming warming pill. When they were released, the leopards were so frightened that they staggered collectively. Where did this hairy monster come from? Not to mention them, even the Lion King and others were confused. The demon goblins are ugly to begin with, and now with their long hair covering their bodies, they look even uglier than ever. Especially when the wind blows, revealing a colorful face. The leopards suddenly became agitated, and some wanted to retreat. But the attraction of the 9-tailed heavenly fox is too great. Furthermore, a rough calculation shows that the strength of both sides seems to be similar. After all, they have the advantage in numbers. Fang Shi was quite mean. There was a large nest of demon goblins in the magic bag, but he only released 6 of them to avoid scaring away the leopards. The leopards felt that they had a better chance of winning, so they rushed forward. Fang Shi said to the demon leader, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The leopards killed before the peace talks don't count. The dead ones are yours. The demon goblins suddenly became excited. Don't miss this opportunity, it won't come back again. Kill one if you can. This is all living meat. Originally, Fang Shi was planning to send a few more demon goblins for reinforcement, but because the demon goblins leader was too eager to eat meat, he didn't use Fang Zai's backup plan and just started a bloody massacre. Everyone cursed in their hearts, you're such a jerk. Bite faster. Although the leopard's ice magic was powerful, they could not withstand the spiritual attacks of the hungry ghosts, and soon half of them were killed or injured. Fang Shi was afraid that the demon goblin leader would directly wipe out the leopard group, so he quickly called a halt. Although the demon goblin leader was still not satisfied, he had no choice but to give up. It cursed itself inwardly for being so useless. If it had been more efficient, it might have killed 2 more leopards. The meat that was right next to my mouth just flew away. What a shame. After some friendly negotiations, Fang Shi harvested a group of leopards. While Fang Shi was talking to the leopards, the Icefield Earthshaker sneaked to the fight scene and licked the remaining meat and blood on the ground. Although it's a bit embarrassing, only those who are hungry know what's going on. Besides, this is the flesh and blood of a demon beast in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, it is a great tonic. Upon seeing this, the Wolf King hurriedly took his men to lick together. The Lion King and the Leopard King who had just surrendered. What kind of life is this following this female devil? Is it too late to regret now? At this time, the voice of the leader of the Kowtow Bugs rang out in Fang Shi's consciousness. Master, we also want to contribute to you. Let us fight next time. Before Fang Shi could agree, the sea snake leader said, Master, we can grow hair after eating the elixir, and we can also pupate on the ice. At worst, we can just pretend to be caterpillars. The furious moray eel chimed in, yes, I can be a caterpillar too. Ellipsis. Fang Shi certainly knew why they were so active, because they all wanted to save some food. How embarrassing. Do I need you to eat? Didn't I give you the bigoo pills in pots? Each and every one of them looks like a starving ghost reincarnated. She silently made up her mind that after returning to Changsheng Sect, The first thing she would do was to replenish supplies and stockpile 100 million kilograms of spirit beast meat. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Whichever unlucky guy comes up in the next wave, I will not leave any of them alive and will just feed them all to my spirit pets. Spirit pets. It's not easy. They are finally going to have a feast. It would be better to have a group of elephants, they have a lot of meat. The spirit pets waited eagerly, and finally there was movement in the distance. They suddenly became energetic and came. They are coming with fresh flesh and blood. As a result, when the other party came closer, they saw that they were a group of evil plants that looked like sunflowers. Fang Shi was a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be magical plants in the polar ice field. She was just surprised, and the demon goblins were so angry that they almost died. What's the use of evil plants? They're about to vomit from eating so much grass. The other spirit pets were also very angry. Especially the army of violent moray eels and sea snakes. They made such a great sacrifice and were almost turning into caterpillars, and this is the result. Fang Shi looked at the group of ice sunflower monster plants and said, "Shouldn't you sunflowers chase the sun? Isn't it a little inappropriate to live in an ice field? Ice sunflower demon plant. Have you eaten too much salt? Why do you care whether I am suitable or not? Anyway, we are living a good life." The ice sunflower demon plants were immediately enraged, and their flower discs suddenly burst out with countless melon seed-shaped ice cones. Fang Shi did not release the demon goblin this time, but released another group of evil strits. The praying beetle that kowtows while lifting its hair curtains, the army of sea snakes that are like crazy locust pupae, the violent sea eel that turns itself into an afro by emitting electric discharges. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1449 Feng Shui is showing off. The ice sunflower demon plants were all stunned. What a mess this is. Forget it, although the nine-tailed heavenly fox is a good thing, these monsters are too scary. It's better to escape quickly. So, they fled in all directions. This is really hard for Feng Shi and his group of spiritual pets. Either they lie madly on the ground, or they kowtow on the ground. These things are good in every way, except that their ability to move is limited. Seeing this, Feng Shi had no choice but to release the demon goblins again. Even though the goblins only have one leg, they can jump very fast. Pew, and he caught up with the ice sunflowers in a few strokes and drove them back like a sheepdog. With a crazy cricket pupa caterpillar in front and a disheveled hairy monster behind, Binkui and the others feel weak, pitiful and helpless. At this moment, they finally understood that the nine-tailed heavenly fox was just a bait. Although the ice apricots are demonic plants, they are very cunning. Since you can't beat them, then, just join them. Therefore, leader Binkui strongly demanded to surrender. Fang Shi signaled the Avengers to stop, then looked at the leader of Binkui. Have you thought it through? Do you regret it? Leader Binkui thought to himself, you are talking nonsense. If we don't surrender now, we won't even have a chance to regret it, okay? So, I nodded frantically. Fang Shi was a little worried that its flower disc would fall off. Since you have voluntarily surrendered, I will reluctantly contract you. Binkui and others. Don't you know whether we are doing this voluntarily or not? After the contract, leader Binkui was brutally beaten. The demon goblins beat and cursed at the same time. Who told you to come here? Why you, a demon plant, joining in the fun? You don't even have 2 pounds of meat on your body, and you have the nerve to come here to join in the fun. Ellipsis. Leader Binkui was beaten so badly. They were all opened. After being beaten up, the leader of the ice queen trembled as he held a handful of sunflower seeds and said to Fang Shi, I don't have anything to offer, so I'll just give you my fruit. From now on you will be my son, and sunflowers will always face the sun. Fang Shi wondered, why are these monster plants and monsters so sensible after being beaten? Could it be that he got enlightened after being beaten? Mu Jian said in a frivolous tone, Master, I see, they are not enlightened, they are just like me, all cheapskates. Fang Shi. Then came several waves of ice-type monsters, each one more sensible than the other, and surrendered as soon as they were at a disadvantage. This also resulted in the sea snake army getting nothing. I didn't even taste any meat. Collapse, twist, curse, cry. They all had disheveled hair to begin with, and now they look like crazy. Fang Shi. It's over. I seem to have raised a bunch of perverts. Her conscience returned briefly, and she took out some beast cores and fed them. The spirit pets finally calmed down. Ji Ting felt extremely heartbroken. You just fed such a precious beast core to your pet. Did you know that in Tiang continent, even white beast cores will be snatched up by people? What a waste of natural resources. At this time, Fang Shi casually handed him a purple beast core. Here, this is for you. Ji Ting was immediately moved to tears. It's not just because of the purple beast core, but also because Fang Shi said it was a gift instead of a reward. What does this mean? This means that she no longer treats her as a little chicken, but as her own person. After Fang Shi calmed down the pet, he inspected the progress of the palace. Very dissatisfied. Is this called a palace? Isn't this just digging a big ice hole? Lion King and the others. We have no other choice. You asked a group of monsters to build a house. Isn't that too much for a strong beast? Besides, isn't this also to satisfy your request for ice? Just tell me, are there enough ice cubes? Fang Shi actually didn't really want a palace, she just wanted to use this incident to train the Lion Kings to be obedient. After all, we have just signed the contract and there is no emotional connection between us, so we can only use discipline to restrain us. At this time, Zheng Wen asked in confusion, Junior sister, didn't you say there are some monsters that like to be alone? Why didn't any of them come? Fang Shi was also a little puzzled. Logically, they should have heard the wind a long time ago, so why was there no movement? Just as I was thinking about it, the ground shook slightly, and then 4 huge monsters appeared in the distance. Ji Ting frowned and said, I can't tell their level of cultivation. They may be at the 9th level of the spiritualization stage. Even if we can barely win by relying on our numbers, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy casualties. Although he is at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, seemingly only one level away from him, with the higher the level of cultivation, the slightest gap becomes like an insurmountable chasm. Fang Shi was a little puzzled. According to what Bing Hui and the others had said before, these 4 monsters seemed to have only the cultivation level of the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. How come they suddenly reached the 9th level? Could it be related to the changes in the core area of the ice field? As they were talking, the 4 huge monsters had already approached. They were actually 4 giant white apes. Mu Jian said to the demon leader in a mean way, "Hey, your relatives are here." Demonic mandrill leader. But this time, you still have the mind to be a bitch. To be honest, if it were in the 10,000-meter demonic abyss, it would still feel a little confident, but here, even after taking medicinal pills, their strength was still greatly affected. The 4 white giant apes had looks of contempt and disdain on their faces, and looked at Fang Shi and the others as if they were ants. They have already started discussing how to divide the spoils. I only want the 9-tailed fox, the rest belongs to you 3. What use do we have for those bastards? If it weren't for the 9-tailed heavenly fox, I wouldn't even bother coming out. That's right, everyone is here for the 9-tailed fox, let's divide it equally after we kill it. Ellipsis. Little T Fox. You must be dreaming. Just wait for the bad news from the unscrupulous master. When the 4 white giant apes were discussing how to divide the 9-tailed fox, Fang Shi shouted. You 4, why don't you kneel when you see me? 4 white giant apes. One of the white giant apes stomped the ground suddenly, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ice surface. If Fang Shi hadn't been more alert, she might have fallen in. The monsters were already very scared, and now they were trembling with fear. Fang Shi cursed inwardly, what a bunch of useless people. I called you the Avengers, but you turned out to be a bunch of losers. She sneered and waved her right hand casually, and a purple lightning struck the ice surface. Then the ice surface began to melt rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a huge ice hole that was bottomless. The 4 white giant apes couldn't help but take a few steps back. Because they sensed the terrifying aura of heavenly thunder. The power of thunder and lightning. It must be the power of thunder and lightning. This little girl actually has such powerful lightning power. They stared at Fang Shi. His cultivation level was originally only in the early nascent soul stage, but now it had soared to a level that they couldn't even see. Could it be that she has reached the 9th level of the spiritual transformation realm? By the way, what did she call herself just now, Ben Shui? What is she handsome about? If Fang Shi knew what they were thinking, she would definitely tell them that she was trying to be cool. She just hid the cabbage thunder in her sleeves, so the purple lightning came out. Then he used his sleeves to cover himself and threw out the 10,000-year fire marrow. Although this thing didn't have much other abilities, it could still melt ice quickly. As for her cultivation level, it was naturally because she had taken the elixir that faked her cultivation level in advance. As I said, life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1450. The spiritual pets feel that today is almost like Chinese New Year. The 4 white giant apes' original contempt was replaced by fear. One of the white giant apes asked Fang Shi. Who are you? Why are you here in my polar ice field? Fang Shi thought, you are quite good at making pretentious remarks. This polar ice field is full of cultural heritage. She snorted as she thought. I am Fang Shi, the Lord of Juyu. As for why I came here, you are not qualified to ask, and you are not worthy of asking. The entire 9 netherworld is under my rule, I can go wherever I want. Let alone the 4 of you, even the laws of nature can't control me. 4 white giant apes. This little girl is so crazy. Crazier than us. The 4 giant apes became even more wary of Fang Shi. After all, in their opinion, Fang Shi must have some real ability to be so arrogant. That's right, if she didn't have real ability, she wouldn't be able to subdue all those bastards. Could it be that she really has reached the 9th level of the spiritual transformation realm? Can. When they were doubtful, Fang Shi said, I have important things to do and I don't have time to waste on you. How about this, we decide the winner in one game. 4 white giant apes, what do you mean? Fang Shi raised his chin. Whether it's a cultivator or a demon beast, the most representative of strength is the strength of the spiritual consciousness. I will contract with all 4 of you at the same time. If my contract is successful, it means that my spiritual awareness is stronger than all 4 of you put together. If my contract fails and I am directly attacked by you, I will admit defeat. Not only will I be at your disposal, but all my subordinates will also belong to you. How is it? Do you dare to compete? The 4 white giant apes were stunned. They really didn't expect Fang Shi to come up with such a competition method. She was really crazy. Even if she really had reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, it would be impossible for her to contract all 4 of them at the same time. She will definitely lose. But, could this be a trap? At this time, Junwen said anxiously. Junior sister, what kind of bad idea is this? Even though you are stronger than them, you can't fight 4 of them at once. Jiting also said, yes, Fang Shui, 1 on 4 is too unfair to you, while they haven't agreed yet, change it to 1 on 1. The 4 white giant apes looked at each other, and saw a small spark in each other's eyes that the opportunity would not come again. So, they said. Then let's do as you say. You contract us 1 against 4. You took the initiative to bring this up, so don't accuse us of bullying you. That's right, you humans have a saying that goes, once you say something, it's hard to take it back. Don't regret it when the time comes. Ellipsis. Fang Shi sneered, okay, since you agree, let's get started. Junwen and Jiting were so anxious that they were sweating. He looks like he wants to persuade someone but doesn't dare to do so too deeply. The 4 white giant apes were overjoyed. It seems that Fang Shi is a stubborn and self-willed person. He dug a hole for himself and buried it in it. He really deserves it. Let you go crazy, and then you will cry. Humph, God will punish you for your arrogance. Fang Shi signaled Zhang Wen and the others to give up the venue, and then tried to mark the 4 white giant apes with spiritual awareness at the same time. The 4 white giant apes had never been contracted by anyone, so naturally they didn't know the contract process. Therefore, they didn't think Fang Shi's contract method was special. They sensed that Fang Shi's spiritual sense was trying to envelop their spiritual aura, so they naturally resisted with all their might. As a result, as soon as he resisted, he found that Fang Shi's spiritual consciousness immediately retreated. They were immediately delighted. It seems they made the right bet. No matter how powerful this little girl's spiritual awareness is, she can never be a match for the 4 of them. I'll deal with her first, and then deal with those bastards, and finally divide the 9-tailed heavenly fox happily. Fang Shi was waiting for this moment. As soon as they relaxed, Fang Shi's spiritual sense suddenly became extremely fierce, forcibly wrapped around their spiritual aura, and then began to imprint their spiritual sense. The 4 white giant apes realized they had been tricked and struggled frantically, but it was too late. What's more, Fang Shi's consciousness is much more powerful than they thought. The most crucial thing is that the 4 white giant apes took the initiative to let Fang Shi's spiritual consciousness invade the sea of consciousness, which greatly reduced the difficulty of the contract. Finally, the contract was completed. The 4 white giant apes struggled wildly, twisted wildly, rolled wildly, and were beaten wildly. The Sprigpets feel that today is almost like Chinese New Year. Not only can he eat beast cores, but he can also vent his anger on 4 unlucky guys. The key is that these 4 can take a beating. Chaos was grinning with his teeth bared, looking so heartless. This is a good dirty job, I love it so much. The 4 white giant apes wanted to die. They have never suffered such humiliation. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Monkeys also have backbone. They would rather self-destruct than surrender. After Fang Shi realized their intention, he said, "Didn't you ask me why I came here? It's not too late to die after you listen to me." The 4 white giant apes thought, it doesn't matter if they wait a little longer, let's just listen. At least be a sensible ghost. Fang Shi immediately told the story of the Tiank League, and then said, "That day, I came to this polar ice field in the Shenyan Army's obsession illusion, because the Tiank League's base camp is located in the core area of the hinterland. Do you know what kind of lamps the Tiank League members light? They're oil lamps made from the fat of your ancestors. It's lit in broad daylight, just for fun. Do you know what they wear? They are all made of your ancestors' fur, and they only need the soft skin on their bellies. I remember very clearly the monkey hair cloak that Commander Lu was wearing. As for what you eat and drink, there is no need to ask, of course it is the flesh and blood of your ancestors. People in the Tiank League don't compete in drinking, but in beast blood. It's the blood of your ancestors, jar after jar." The 4 giant white apes were so angry that their fur stood on end. Outrageous. This is really unreasonable. The people of Tiank League really deserve to die. Not only them, the Lion King and the others were also very angry. After all, it couldn't be that only the ancestors of the white giant apes were persecuted, but also their ancestors. The monsters had red eyes and howled for revenge on the Tiank Alliance. Fang Shi said to the 4 white giant apes, "If you are afraid of the Tiank League and don't dare to seek revenge on them, then just blow yourselves up. I won't stop you. After all, I don't want to keep 4 cowards as my pets." The 4 giant white apes glared at her. "Why would we be afraid of the Tiank League? We must avenge our ancestors." "That's right, I will not be a monkey until I kill those ants of the Tiank League. Since you have done some good things, we will temporarily form an alliance with you. Just tell us what you want us to do." Ellipsis. Jiting on the side. He now doubted that if Fang Shi went to Tiank continent in the future, she would not need any help at all and could overthrow the rule of Tiank League with just her mouth. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1451, the rebellious body suddenly became a chicken bone. Fang Shi saw that the 4 white giant apes had given up the idea of self-destruction and began to stroke their fur. "The competition I proposed was full of loopholes, and you must have seen through it long ago, but for the sake of the overall situation, you pretended to fall into the trap. It's not that I'm so smart, but that you have vision. You are the backbone of this polar ice sheet. 4 white giant apes. Is that what we think? Right. Yes, that's what I thought. We are truly an example of someone who is aware of the overall situation and takes the overall situation into consideration." After stroking their fur, Fang Shi gave each of the 4 stubborn creatures a divine pill and a red beast core. Where have the 4 white giant apes ever seen such a good thing? I was instantly dazzled. A rebellious person suddenly became as brittle as a chicken bone. Even if Fang Shi cancels the contract now, they won't run away. After Fang Shi had done some ideological work on the 4 white giant apes, he asked, "Big monkey, second monkey, third monkey, fourth monkey, tell me, how did your cultivation suddenly become stronger? What happened in the core area?" 4 white giant apes. "Okay, apes are still monkeys. No problem. Didn't you bark? That's already giving them the greatest respect." Monkey said immediately. "There's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, let alone 4 monkeys, so the 4 of us would compete with each other every now and then. About half a year ago, the 4 of us found a secluded place to fight as we had done before, and the fight lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. We have a rule that we only fight in designated places and at designated times, so we walked together on the way back." Fang Shi. "You guys are quite picky. When I passed by the Howling Tiger's territory, I discovered that it was dead. Not only did it die, but several other mortal enemies also died." Fang Shi thought, no wonder Binkui and the others said there were more than a dozen solitary monsters, but in the end only these 4 came. Monkey continued. "We were so happy. After devouring their beast cores and natural treasures, our cultivation has grown rapidly. However, I don't know what's going on. When I stay in the territory, I feel very uncomfortable both physically and mentally. It feels better when I stay away from it. To be precise, the farther away from that city, the more comfortable it is. We had no choice but to be forced to relocate. Fang Shi raised an eyebrow. That city? Are you talking about the nameless city? I don't know if it's the nameless city you mentioned, but there's only a ruined city in the core area, and it's said to be tens of thousands of years old. We also tried to get in, but we couldn't find a way. A few years ago, I occasionally heard the old man cursing inside, saying things like, "This stinky girl tricked me into cutting off one of my arms, you tricked me into losing all my 100,000 demon soldiers and generals, etc." Fang Shi. It has nothing to do with me, nothing at all. I never bully the elderly. Well, demons are not considered human. Monkey continued. But ever since those big monsters died, there has been no movement in the city. It was also from then on that we felt something was wrong. Finally we came to the conclusion that it was probably haunted. Fang Shi. You are at least 9th level demon beasts, yet you are afraid of ghosts. When she was complaining in her heart, Zhu Shihuan said. These 4 monkeys only had the 7th level of spiritual transformation before. Even if they ate beast pills and natural treasures, they could only advance to the 8th level at most. How could they soar to the 9th level? There must be something fishy going on here, asked carefully. Fang Shi felt that what Zhu Xuan said made sense, so he threw the question back to the 4 white giant apes. There was embarrassment on the faces of the 4 monkeys. Finally, Monkey said. We heard that the 9-tailed heavenly fox had appeared. The 4 of us felt that the 8th level of the spiritualization was not safe, so we used our clan's secret method to temporarily raise our cultivation to the 9th level of the spiritualization. Fang Shi. No wonder these 4 monkeys agreed to compete with her, it turns out they were just fakes. Zhu Xuan curled his lips and said, you and these 4 monkeys really have the same taste. You are all bluffing. Fang Shi pretended not to hear. She was more concerned about another question and asked the 4 white giant apes. How long can this secret technique of yours last? Will there be any side effects? The 4 monkeys looked even more embarrassed. It can last for 3 hours. There is a side effect, which is that your cultivation will temporarily drop to the early stage of the spiritualization stage. It will recover in about a month. Fang Shi. No wonder they gave in later, it turned out they wanted her to be their free bodyguard. I thought I had tricked them, but it turned out they were just playing along with me. The 4 white giant apes thought that Fang Shi would be very disgusted with them after hearing this, and even curse at him, but they found that there was nothing unusual in Fang Shi's expression. Fang Shi asked them again. Have you seen the formation I mentioned? The formation that suppresses the aura of death? Monkey shook his head. I haven't seen it. With that broken city blocking our way, we can't get through even if we want to. It's probably either inside the broken city or behind it. Fang Shi wondered what exactly happened in Wuming City. Could it be that the formation that suppressed the deadly aura had loosened, and the one-armed old man was fumigated to death? And by the way, the big monsters were also fumigated to death. The one-armed old man is the product of his obsession, so he shouldn't be able to be killed by the smoke, right? Besides, even if the aura of death leaks out, those big monsters are not stupid and it is impossible for them to wait to die there. Anyway, the one-armed old man took the initiative to give her the nameless city, and told her that there were many ice sprites in the core area of the ice field, and she had to go and see what was going on. So Fang Shi said to all the monsters, you guys have nothing to do anyway, come with me to Wuming City and take a look. The monsters don't want to go. On the one hand, he was afraid of hurting his spiritual consciousness. On the other hand, although he had signed a contract with this female devil, it was forced, okay. Why should I work hard for her? Before they could say no, Fang Shi said. Don't you want to revenge your ancestors? Are you backing down in the face of such a small difficulty? You are so unfilial. Monsters, then go. Fang Shi, it seems that moral kidnapping not only works on humans, but also on monsters. Not long after walking, Fang Shi asked the 4 white giant apes. By the way, are the bodies of those big demons still there? Take them out so I can check and find out the cause of the death. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1452 Shung Shung I am getting better now. The 4 white giant apes had no doubts and immediately took out the bodies of the big monsters. They have been focusing on improving their cultivation for the past 6 months, so they haven't eaten much. They appear to be in good condition, except that the beast pills have been eaten by them. Fang Shi checked and found that these big monsters did not have fatal injuries, so the problem must be with their spiritual consciousness. But now they are gone, and there is no way to find them out. After Fang Shi had the 5 dog spirit roots confirm that the monsters were not poisoned, he said to the 4 white giant apes. Your cultivation has dropped to the early stage of the spiritualization realm. You will have to rely on me to protect you from now on, so is it okay for me to charge you a little protection fee? Before the 4 white giant apes understood what she meant, Fang Shi distributed the corpses of the big monsters to the hungry spirit pets. Although there are only a dozen of them, there is a lot of meat. By the time the 4 white giant apes reacted, not even a bone was left. They beat their chests and stamped their feet to express the grief and anger. If they didn't have a little bit of rationality left, they would really want to tear the little girl in front of them to pieces. Hateful. It would have been fine if he cheated us once, but he cheated us a second time. Are we so gullible? When they were feeling grief-stricken, Fang Shi took out some divine elixirs and beast cores. Here's a reward for you. The 4 white giant apes suddenly felt that being cheated was not a big deal. Who hasn't encountered a few scumbags in their life? Besides, the most essential part of the beast pill has been eaten by them, and the rest can only be fed to the dogs. A dog named Fang. Fang Shi put all the monsters into the spirit beast bag, leaving only 3 leopards. Because they are fast enough. Fang Shi asked the Icefield Earthshaker Bear and the Wolf King to keep an eye on other ice-type monsters to prevent them from fighting. The Icefield Earthshaker Bear never dreamed that it could manage a large group of divine beasts. Shung Shung, I am getting better now. This shows how important it is to choose the right owner. A few days later, Fang Shi saw a city in the distance, which was the nameless city. The 4 white giant apes felt very strange. Why didn't they feel uncomfortable at all? The demon goblin leader thought to himself, I know the answer to this question. As long as you make a contract with this female devil, all diseases will be cured. A perfect contract, holy body. When Feng Shi approached Wuming City, he found that the city gate was closed. She was afraid of alerting the enemy, so she did not use her original appearance and disguised herself as a demon. The same is true for Zheng Wen. Jiting did not have the ability to disguise himself as a demon, he just changed his appearance. Feng Shi stood outside Wuming City and shouted, Is anyone there? Please open the city gate and let us in. Monkey Da said, Should you shout that there is a ghost? There must be no living people in here, and there are only ghosts. Feng Shi. You were quite obsessed with ghosts. She really wanted to release the blood devourer to scare it. Feng Shi shouted several times but received no response, so he simply walked to the city gate and pushed it with his hand. In fact, she didn't hold out much hope, but she didn't expect the city gate to open. Feng Shi. My charm that has nowhere to go. Even the city gates fell for me. Just as Feng Shi was about to go in, Hao Da said, You're going in like this. Aren't you afraid that they will shut the door and beat the dog, or catch the turtle in the pot? Feng Shi. That's called catching a turtle in a jar, okay. Besides, who are you calling a dog and who are you calling a turtle? Are you ignorant? Feng Shi ignored Hao Da and swaggered into Wuming City with Jiting and Zheng Wen. As soon as they entered, the city gate closed automatically. Monkey Da yelled, How is it? How is it? I said you walked into a trap yourself. Feng Shi just thought it was making a sound and started looking around. This was no different from the projection of the nameless city she had seen before. The streets were empty and the whole city was eerily quiet. But this time, Zheng Wen frowned. His consciousness felt a little uncomfortable, but it was still within the tolerable range. He quickly stuffed a magical pill into his mouth and felt much better instantly. Anything produced by Junior Sister must be a masterpiece. Anyway, there is still a big pot, so just show it off. Jiting didn't feel any discomfort and thought, is this the benefit of making a contract with the female devil? It seems that sometimes, there is nothing wrong with being a little kid. Feng Shi arrived at the City Lord's mansion according to his memory. The gate of the City Lord's mansion was also closed. Feng Shi called out a few times but no one answered. He pushed the door gently with his hand and it opened. After the three people entered, the door also closed automatically. Feng Shi and the other two walked around the rockery and saw a one-armed old man, who was the mayor of Wuming City whom Feng Shi had met before. The one-armed old man saw Feng Shi and the other two and looked him over. Who are you? Why did you come to my nameless city? Feng Shi said. Ancestor, you don't know me. That's right, we have never met, but I know you. Your portrait has always been enshrined in the family ancestral hall. We have never given up looking for you. Over the years, we have traveled thousands of miles and looked for both humans and demons, but in the end, we found nothing. Later, it was speculated that you might be trapped in the core area of the polar ice field, but as you know, this is the territory of the human race, and the climate is harsh, and there are many ice-type monsters, so several attempts have ended in failure. It is only now that the human race and the demon race have formed an alliance that we have the opportunity to arrive here. The old man asked in disbelief, What did you say? The human race and the demon race of Juyu continent have formed an alliance. How is this possible? A glimmer flashed in Feng Shi's eyes, and he smiled. Grandfather, the world will eventually divide after a long period of unity, and will eventually unite after a long period of division. Isn't this normal? Now, not only have the human race and the demon race formed an alliance, but the human races in the southern region and the human races in the northern region have also put aside the past grudges and are as close as one family. I came here to take you home. You have been wandering outside for several years, it's time to return home. By the way, why are you trapped here? Where are your men? The old man sighed and said, The nameless city lost its way that day, so we were trapped here. As for the others, they all disappeared, and only I survived until now. Feng Shi was immediately filled with sorrow when he heard this, and said angrily, Old ancestor, you and your men are in such a pity. You may not know that they falsely accused you of deserting the battlefield, which is very unpleasant. Zheng Wen, who was standing aside, also had red eyes and a look of indignation on his face. Jiting. When he was admiring the two's acting skills, Feng Zai's voice came from his consciousness. He's an imposter, a member of the Bird Alliance. After I use my spiritual power to seriously injure him, you find a way to control him and don't let him have the chance to trigger the spiritual power restriction. Jiting felt extremely confused. Bird Alliance, people from Tiank Alliance. That's not right. The left protector only sent me down. How come there are people from the Tiank League here? Besides, as long as the person who projects the soul hides the soul ring, not to mention the people of Juyu continent, even those who are from the Tiank Alliance will not be able to recognize each other. How did she recognize that the other person was from the Tiank League? Although he was very confused, Jiting was still prepared to do as Feng Shi said. Because since following Feng Shi, every decision Feng Shi made was correct. This time is definitely no exception. At this moment, Feng Zai's gaze suddenly fell on the old man's left arm. Ancestor, what happened to your arm? As she spoke, she walked up to the old man with a concerned look on her face, then swung the big brick of her spiritual consciousness and smashed it at the old man's back. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1453 I am full of kingly aura. At the same time Feng Shi took action, he also released the magic golem and praying mantis, spiritual pets that were good at spiritual attacks. The demon goblins, who had finally had a full meal, are full of energy and fighting spirit. The same goes for praying mantises. Even the bangs in their hair can't stop their enthusiasm for bowing. The old man really didn't expect Feng Shi to suddenly attack. He was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked ferocious. Who are you? Feng Shi, your ancestors. Old man. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and at this moment, Jiting took action. He was a member of the Tiank League and knew that it only took a split second to trigger the spiritual restriction, so he had to hit the target with one strike, so he had been waiting for the opportunity. There must be a reason why Ji-Ting was chosen by the left protector. At least the grasp of the fighter plane is very accurate. As expected, he defeated the enemy with one move and imprisoned the old man. Fang Shi took this opportunity to forcibly brand the old man with his spiritual consciousness. Even if he managed to break free, he would not be able to trigger the spiritual consciousness restriction. After doing all this, Fang Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned back in her chair, smiling in a sinister and cunning manner. You are from the Tiank League, right? As expected of the Bird League, you like to play the trick of occupying the magpie's nest. The old man stared at Fang Shi. You actually know about our Tiank League. Who are you? How did you see through me? Fang Shi's smile was even more sinister this time. You don't know me. Although I have changed my appearance, can't you see that I have a domineering aura? Old man. You look like a madman to me. Fang Shi looked at him and said, I'll give you two choices. One is to submit to me, and the other is to let me search your soul. You choose. The old man's eyes flickered. It's not difficult for me to surrender. First, tell me who you are. Fang Shi took out the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea. She took a few sips, then took out some snacks and ate them slowly. The old man sneered in his heart, thinking that this little girl must be trying to leave him out on purpose. She really overestimated her own abilities. I will pretend to submit to her first, and then look for a chance to escape. Even if I can't escape, I will make this stinky girl lose some skin. Finally, Fang Shi finished eating, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and then stood up. She looked at the old man and said faintly, I regret it. Before the old man could understand what she meant, Fang Shi began to search his soul. This action stunned Ji-Ting. He thought Fang Shi would use both kindness and force to subdue this fake city lord in the same way she subdued him, but she ended up searching his soul right away. Why? Unfortunately, Fang Shi was busy at the moment, so he didn't dare to ask. Soul searching is not an easy task, because one has to receive a large amount of information that does not belong to oneself in a short period of time, which is a big shock to the sea of consciousness. Generally speaking, only people with higher cultivation levels can search the souls of people with lower cultivation levels, so as to avoid causing damage to the sea of God. Fang Shi naturally didn't care about these things. She was very confident in the strength of her spiritual sense. Not to mention that he was just a fake city lord. Even if the leader of the Tiank League was in front of her, she would dare to search his soul. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Shi completed the soul search of the fake city lord. The fake city lord had become an idiot by now, drilling from the corners of his mouth. Fang Shi looked at Ji-Ting with sympathy. Do you know who he is? Ji-Ting shook his head. His name is Wu. Do you know why it is called Dark 5? Because your damn alliance leader set up a shadow guard battalion for himself. These shadow guards only have code names, starting from an E and counting downwards. The earlier the number, the higher the status in the shadow guard battalion. By this calculation, this Wu can be considered as the best among them. Having said that, Fang Shi looked at Ji-Ting with sympathy. I originally thought you were a close confidant of the Bird Alliance leader, but now it seems that you can't even rank in the top 1000. Ji-Ting. Although Ji-Ting felt a little disappointed, he was more concerned about, Fang Shui, why don't you subdue him? Fang Shi looked at Ji-Ting seriously. Because he is not you, in my opinion, not all people in the Tiank League have the opportunity to reform. Ji-Ting was almost moved to tears for a moment. Although he knew that Fang Shi's words were not entirely true, they couldn't be completely false. There must be some real emotion in them. It turns out that Ji-Ting is so special in her heart. If Fang Shi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely agree. You are indeed different. After all, you are the first spy who dares to reveal your own name. How brave and fearless. In fact, Fang Shi did this because she guessed that the fake city lord was a direct descendant of the leader of the Tiank Alliance. This kind of person is very stubborn, and even if he can surrender in the end, it will take a lot of time. Besides, you never know when he will stab you in the back. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Shi felt that doing so was too risky on the one hand and too costly on the other. Furthermore, even if he surrendered, he would not tell everything he knew at once, and it might not be true. It is better to search the soul, at least it can ensure that all the information found is true. When Ji-Ting was feeling moved, Zhang Wen asked curiously. Junior sister, how did you know he was a fake? You have changed your appearance now. Not only has your face changed, but you have also turned into a demon. It is normal that he cannot recognize you. Could it be because he mentioned the Juyu continent? Just based on this point, there should be no way to confirm that he is a member of the Tiank League, right? Upon hearing this, Ji-Ting looked at Fang Shi with a puzzled look. Yeah, how did she figure that out? Fang Shi smiled slightly. Intuition. Zhang Wen. Ji-Ting. They didn't believe her lies. It is impossible to act rashly just based on intuition. When the two were speechless, Fang Shi said. As the saying goes, it is difficult to draw the bones of a tiger even if you can only draw its skin. Although this counterfeit looks no different from the senior I met before, his speech and behavior are obviously different. How to describe it? The senior is like a tiger trapped for years, and the counterfeit is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhang Wen and Ji-Ting. You know how to describe it? Of course, these are just auxiliary means. The main thing is that I have a way to distinguish who is from the Juyu continent and who is from the Tiank League. Ji-Ting. Zhang Wen. After Ji-Ting surrendered, Fang Shi asked Ji-Ting, if the people of Tiank League hid the soul ring, would it be impossible to identify whether they were from Tiank League? Ji-Ting said that there was really no way, even the people from the Tiank League could not recognize it. But Fang Shi feels that soul projection is soul projection, and there must be some differences from normal people. From then on, she would think about this matter whenever she had free time. She had tried many methods, but all failed. Until a few days ago in the mine of Yunxia Sect, she discovered that practicing the Chaos Sutra could detect the invisible insect king. She thought that perhaps this method could be used to identify who was a member of the Bird Alliance. So, she found an opportunity to test it out on the little chick Jiting, and it worked. After practicing the chaos art, Fang Shi was not only able to see the shining soul ring behind Jiting, but also could see that Jiting was obviously different from other people. The figure of a normal person is solid, but Jiting's figure is a little vague. So as soon as she came in, she realized that the fake city lord was an imposter. The reason she said so much was just to paralyze the other party. Fang Shi did not elaborate on how he could identify the members of the Tiank Alliance, and Jiting and Junwen were tactful enough not to ask any further questions. Junwen also took the initiative to change the subject. Junior sister, why is this Anwu here? What is he doing here? Next chapter around 7 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1454 Silence is my last stubbornness. Before Fang Shi spoke, he looked at Jiting, and then said with a complicated expression. The leader of the Bird Alliance felt that your open line was not safe, so he sent another Anwu down to find a way to open the soul projection channel of the polar ice field. It would be best if your obvious plan can proceed smoothly. If not, it can at least attract our attention and be beneficial to the implementation of Anwu's plan. So, Xiaoyu, you are just a cover, just like Jinx. Jiting. You actually compared me with that Shen Jilin, you are insulting me. However, the appearance of Anwu completely dispelled the psychological burden that he had left. Fang Shi continued. After being projected to the polar ice field, this Anwu discovered that the soul projection channel happened to be pressed under the Nameless City. He first used resurrection as a bargaining chip to trick the Nameless Senior into moving the Nameless City away, but unfortunately his plan was seen through by the Nameless Senior. Although Senior Wuming did not know the identity of Anwu and the existence of Tiank Alliance, he did not agree to Anwu's request no matter how Anwu used both soft and hard tactics. In a rage, Anwu destroyed Senior Wuming's obsession. Before the Nameless Senior completely disappeared, he trapped Anwu in the Nameless City. Having said that, Fang Shi sighed. Although she was mentally prepared when she saw the counterfeit, she still had a glimmer of hope. In the end, it ended in disappointment. Although the two had only met once, Fang Shi still didn't want to see such an outcome. Junwen also sighed. Although Jiting didn't have any feelings, he didn't want to be out of touch, so he also felt sad. After a while, he asked Fang Shi. General Fang, the old city lord was killed by an imposter. Why did those big monsters die? Why do those monsters feel very uncomfortable after approaching Wuming City? Fang Shi thought for a while and said. It's possible that the projection of Dark 5 caused chaos in the power of time here, so it felt uncomfortable when approaching the Nameless City, but it didn't cause the death of several big monsters. There must be something strange going on here. I guess the only way to find the answer is to move the Nameless City away. Jiting asked, but the old city lord has disappeared, how can you move the Nameless City away? Fang Shi glanced at him. What's the best way to remove a divine artifact? Don't you even know this? Jiting, should I know? Artifact, what a niche word. Junwen came over and said, of course it's to be refined. As long as junior sister refines the Nameless City, she can move it to wherever she wants. Jiting. You two are really bold. Can a divine weapon be refined just by saying so? If it were that simple, would Anwu still be trapped here? And many more. That's not right. Since the old city lord trapped Anwu in Nameless City, it means that Nameless City is locked. Why can they still come in? Is it true that only entry is allowed but no exit is allowed? When he was wondering, Fang Shi stretched out his right hand, and in his palm was a small city with a plaque on it. Jiting took a closer look and saw the words, Nameless City, clearly written on the plaque. He was even more confused now. How come another Nameless City appeared? Junwen said proudly. Are you confused? This is the outer city of Nameless City. I just figured it out now, no wonder we were able to come in. Junior sister has refined the outer city and is at least half a city lord, so naturally we can get in unhindered. Jiting was shocked. On the one hand, I didn't expect that Wuming City was actually divided into inner city and outer city. On the other hand, I didn't expect that Fang Shi actually contracted the outer city of Wuming City. The value of her contracted holy body is still steadily increasing. Fang Shi felt a little proud in her heart. She had already contracted the outer city, so contracting the inner city was just a piece of cake. When she was thinking about where to drop the blood, the nameless outer city in her hand suddenly disappeared. Even the spiritual connection between her and the outer city became extremely weak. If one did not perceive it carefully, one would not even be able to sense it. Fang Shi was confused. What happened? Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. I warned you long ago not to get cocky for no reason. Now you've gotten overjoyed, haven't you? Fang Shi thought to himself, I'm already in such a bad state, and you still hit me on the head with a blow. Fortunately, after Zhu Shihuan hit her with a stick, he said. The outer city cannot disappear for no reason. It must be related to the inner city. It is estimated that it has merged with the inner city. The inner city is the core of the nameless city, so after the merger, your previous contract will not have much binding force. The only solution now is to find a way to refine the inner city. Fang Shi felt that what Zhu Xuan said made sense. He remembered that when he was refining the outer city of Wuming City, he dripped blood on the blue bricks of the city wall. So, she hurriedly took Jiting and Zhang went to the city gate, selected a blue brick that she liked, and dripped blood on it. No response. She changed another brick, still no response. Several bricks in succession ended in failure. Fang Shi thought that the inner city and the outer city might be different, so why not try dripping blood on the city gate? No response. Cobblestone Road, shop, City Lord's mansion. Let me put it this way, Fang Shi is suffering from anemia, but he still hasn't succeeded in refining it. To be precise, she was not given the chance to refine it at all. Fang's eyes face turned pale as she blamed Zhu Shihuan. Grandpa, it's all your fault for coming up with such a bad idea. Not only did I fail to refine it, but I also shed so much blood in vain. Blood-devouring world. However, he felt very distressed when he saw Feng Shi's half-dead appearance. It was a rare occasion that he used his brain at full capacity. After some careful reasoning and analysis, he let out a cry. Feng Shi was frightened and said, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Xuan laughed a few times before he spoke. "Feng Shi. Are you going crazy? Xiaoxi, you think you are smart, but in fact you are just a little fool. Feng Shi. Why are you starting personal attacks? Have you ever thought about this? The old city lord himself is the product of obsession. If the obsession doesn't disappear, he won't be able to die. No matter how powerful that Wu is, you can't completely destroy him. So, he must still be there. That's why when you took out the outer city, he took it away by force." Zhu Shihuan said this with some gloating. "With him as the original owner, it's useless even if you bleed to death. Xiaoxi, you fooled this and that, but in the end you were fooled by an old ghost, ha ha ha. Feng Shi. Silence is my last stubbornness. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog." Chapter 1455, Zhu Shihuan suddenly smiled like a child who is tens of thousands of years old. For a moment, Feng Shi didn't know whether he should be happy that the old city lord was still alive, or scold him for being an old thief who stole things. Although the inner city does belong to the old city lord, the outer city is what she obtained with great difficulty from the Haoshan mirror and has nothing to do with him. In the end, he stole it away just like that. Besides, he had promised that as long as she could reach the core area of the polar ice field, he would give her the inner city of the nameless city. The results of it. She got nothing, but ended up building an outer city. Isn't this old city lord just a deadbeat? However, thinking that he would rather die than surrender to Wu, she felt that these were trivial matters and not worth mentioning. It doesn't matter whether nameless city belongs to him or her. The main thing is to find a way to move nameless city away and see if there is any problem with the soul projection channel. So, she stood up and bowed to the void, then said respectfully, "Senior, I admire your integrity very much. If it was someone else, they would have succumbed to the tyranny of Wu long ago. You may not know that Wu is from the Tiank League." After Feng Shi briefly explained the matter of the Tiank League, he continued. "Senior, you can take the outer city of Wuming City if you want. Just consider it as my honor to you. I have only one request for you. Please move the nameless city away temporarily. Wait for me to check the soul projection channel. If there is no abnormality, you can move it back. Is that okay?" After Feng Shi finished speaking, she waited for a long time, but nothing happened. She didn't give up and said it a few more times, but still no response. She had no choice but to sit down on the ground again with a pale face, took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into her mouth. Zhu Xuan felt very uncomfortable when he saw this scene. The burden of the entire Jiu continent fell on her, a little girl. It was already difficult enough, but she ended up meeting a troublesome old swindler. Xiaoxi has said that he has given you the outer city, so you should just take it while you can. But you are pretending not to hear. Originally he had some sympathy for the old city lord, but now he looks down on him. WTF. After Feng Shi noticed his thoughts, he said, "Grandpa, although I have only met the old city lord once, I can tell that he is not a person who does not know the big picture. If he were that kind of person, he would have succumbed to Wu long ago. It's probably not that he doesn't want to show up, but that he can't show up. After all, he was attacked by Dark 5, and although he was not completely wiped out, he was still very weak." Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. "He is indeed weak." He snatched the outer city away quietly. Feng Shi knew that Zhu Xuan felt sorry for her, so she smiled and said nothing. Feng Shi rested for a while and told Zhang Wen and Jiting about his guess. Jiting frowned. "If the old city lord can't show up, and can't control the nameless city to move away, then we can only wait here." Zhang Wen also felt that the matter was difficult to deal with. If it was an ordinary city, he could just let the monsters tear it down, but this nameless city was a divine weapon, and it would be useless to tear it down, let alone move it. When Feng Shi and the others were at a loss, the ground began to shake slightly. Then, the vibration became more and more intense, and the entire city began to move slowly. Feng Shi was surprised and delighted. "Senior, I knew you were a man of great vision, thank you." The next moment, Feng Shi noticed that there was something abnormal in the connection between his spiritual consciousness and the spiritual consciousness of the outer city. To be precise, she seemed to sense an emotion similar to disdain. She suddenly had a very outrageous guess. "Senior, have you transformed into the spirit of the nameless city?" The shaking of the ground was obviously more violent than before. Feng Shi also sensed a hint of frustration from the spiritual connection. It seems she guessed right. The old city lord was forced into a desperate situation by Wu, and could only transform himself into the spirit of the nameless city and activate the nameless city to trap him. Although in the eyes of many people, turning into a spirit weapon is much better than a trace of obsession, after all, it can extend one's life by many years. But don't forget, the old city lord is a great hero, how could he be willing to be an object? If he really had this idea, he would have done it long ago, and there wouldn't be only a trace of obsession left. But now, in order to trap Wu, he is willing to transform himself into a weapon spirit. Although the old city lord and the human race are incompatible, he is absolutely unambiguous on major issues. This is reflected in many people in Jiu continent. This is also the reason why the Tiank alliance, although clearly in an advantageous position, ended up in failure in the end. We can fight among ourselves, but if an external enemy invades, we will put aside our past grudges and join hands to meet the enemy. Feng Shi thought about it and said, "Senior, you just heard that Wu is from the Tiank League. If you hadn't trapped him, you would have found a way to open the soul projection channel long ago. Your previous obsession was that you didn't want to be misunderstood by the demons as a coward who fled from the battlefield. Now you don't have to worry about this anymore. You are a hero, not only a hero of the demons, but also a hero of the entire Jiu continent. Please allow me, the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, to pay tribute to you." Feng Shi said this and bowed respectfully towards the void. Extremely solemn. The ground was shaking more and more violently, and Feng Shi also felt a sense of relief and excitement from the connection with his spiritual consciousness. Feng Shi was also very happy. Although the old city lord cannot communicate with her now, as time goes by, his cultivation as a spirit of the weapon will become stronger and stronger, and he will naturally be able to communicate with her. No matter what, the old man has not disappeared, which is a good thing. Zhu Shihuan said sourly. They kidnapped you from the city, and you're still happy for them. You are really generous. Feng Shi said with a smile. Grandpa, you got it wrong. Not only did the senior not take my outer city away, he also gave me the inner city. No wonder I have been unsuccessful in refining it. It originally belonged to me, so there is no need to refine it again. Blood-devouring world. I thought this little girl had suffered a loss, but it turned out that she got a great bargain. Where can I go to reason? However, he soon discovered his blind spot. You said this nameless city is still yours, so there's no need to move it. Can't you just put it in your storage ring? Feng Shi. Yup. She moved her spiritual consciousness and tried to put the nameless city into her storage ring, but failed. I tried twice more, but both times ended in failure. Zhu Xuan suddenly laughed like a child who was tens of thousands of years old. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1467, Old Acquaintance. Feng Shi took a lot of effort to finally get the answer from the old city lord by guessing. Although nameless city was hers, perhaps because it was severely damaged, she was unable to store it in her storage ring even though she had spiritual consciousness connected to it. She could even only control the nameless city through the old city lord, a spirit. Zhu Xuan laughed even louder. Shaoxi, it's the same whether you took this treasure or not. The key is that you even sacrificed the outer city. Feng Shi had only one idea at this time, she wanted to kill her own relatives for the sake of justice. It's better not to have a grandfather like this. Finally, the nameless city moved about 5 miles away, revealing the ice layer underneath. The visibility through the ice was not high, so Feng Shi had to let the monsters dig the ice. As for why the 10,000-year fire marrow was not used, it was because this thing was actually dormant. I don't know if it's because it has never melted so much ice before, or if it's just a coincidence, but after helping Feng Shi finish the show, it went into hibernation. Although Feng Shi was speechless, there was nothing she could do. The monsters dug for most of the day but did not see any trace of the formation that suppressed the deadly aura. The other monsters were working diligently, but the Icefield Earthshaker bear was being lazy. When the monster meat was distributed before, Feng Shi gave it a big piece, and it ate it all. Maybe because he ate too much meat, he felt very thirsty, so he started licking the ice. Although other monsters might accidentally stick their tongues on the ice, it never has this problem. It is not known whether this is a habit it acquired from licking bear paws since childhood. After a short while, the Icefield Earthshaker licked out a large puddle and found a storage ring. It immediately shouted, Master, I found a good thing. Feng Shi dug the storage ring out from the ice, probed his spiritual sense into it, and then was stunned. There was a token in the storage ring, which turned out to be the token of the Biafeng camp of the Tiank League headquarters. She had entered the illusion created by the obsession of the hidden army in the outer city of Nameless City before, and stayed in the Biafeng camp for a few days wearing Shi Juoduo's small vest, so she naturally recognized this token. Only then did she realize that this was once the base camp of the Tiank Alliance. It was normal for the people of the Tiank Alliance to leave some things behind after the defeat. Especially since this is an ice field, items can easily be sealed in the ice. But this time, Hadar also made a discovery. Look, is this the formation you were looking for? Feng Shi walked over and took a look, and indeed saw a formation platform vaguely hidden in the ice, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Finally found. She was afraid that the monsters would accidentally damage the formation, so she put them into the spirit beast bag and dug the ice herself. Jiting and Zhang Wen also helped dig. As for the foolish Wu, he was left in the city lord's mansion. With the old city lord, the spirit of the weapon, guarding him, there would be no problem. When Feng Shi and the other two were digging very hard, they suddenly saw a white light in front of their eyes. Zhang Wen's first reaction was that he must not be separated from his junior sister, so he quickly reached out and grabbed Feng Zai's wrist. When the three of them regained their sight, Zhang Wen realized he had grabbed Jiting's wrist and quickly let go. Jiting was quite touched. Normally, Zhang Wen ignored him, but he didn't expect that he was still thinking about him when he was in danger, fearing that he would get separated from his fellow brothers and sisters. I have to say, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. Feng Shi was looking around at this time, the damaged tents, tattered clothes, and storage rings all over the ground. Feng Shi. Could it be that they accidentally entered the battlefield ruins of the Tiank League headquarters? Although Jiting said that they would not bring too many spirit stones when they came down from Tiank continent, she remembered that in the illusion, those bastards from the Tiank alliance were all extremely rich. Get rich. Although she was excited, she did not act rashly. Because they couldn't be involved for no reason, it's better not to act rashly before the situation is thoroughly investigated. At this moment, a man suddenly walked out from a tent in the distance. Feng Shi took a look and saw, oh, an old acquaintance. Wasn't he the Commander Lu whom she had killed in the Hidden God Army environment before? It's so great to meet old friends. Of course, what she entered originally was the obsession of the Hidden God Army, which was actually similar to an illusion and not something that really happened. However, some information can still be useful. Feng Shi quickly used his spiritual sense to say to Jiting. Quickly show us your soul ring. I'll teach you a sentence later, and you can say it. Don't add your own drama. Jiting quickly did as he was told. At this time, Commander Lu had already walked up to them and looked at Jiting. Are you from the Tiank League? Why did you bring two demons here? Jiting was extremely nervous at this time. He never dreamed that he would meet someone from the Tiank League, well, a ghost. He quickly followed the lines Feng Shi taught on the spot and said in shock. You are Commander Lu. Commander Lu was surprised. You know me. Roughly speaking, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and there are still people who recognize me. Yes, the good situation of Tiank League was ruined in my hands, so I was naturally hung on the pillar of shame. Of course you recognize me. Ji Ting looked extremely terrified and stammered. You can't say that. This is not your responsibility. Commander Lu saw him like this and said with a wry smile. It seems that I was right, this is how future generations evaluate me. But this is what I deserve. If I hadn't underestimated the resilience of those ants in the 9 nether continent, I wouldn't have ended up in failure. Commander Lu was silent for a moment, his eyes fell on Fang Shi and Zheng Wen. What's going on with these two demons? Ji Ting said hurriedly, after I was projected to Juyu continent, I was in urgent need of people, so I accepted these two as my disciples. This one is called Mingyu and this one is called Fangxing. Don't worry, they are all our own people. Fang Shi and Zheng Wen immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Commander Lu. Commander Lu waved his hand and wanted to continue talking to Ji Ting, but Fang Shi said, Commander Lu, may I have the courage to say a few words? Commander Lu was a little unhappy, but he still said, go ahead. Fang Shi said indignantly, Commander Lu, I feel that the Tiank League is too unfair to you. Although I don't know exactly what happened, the failure of any war cannot be caused by one person. To put all the blame on you for the failure is clearly making you take the blame. Besides, since you have achieved a good situation before, it means that you have been in command effectively. It must be the villain who caused the change in the direction of the battle. I dare to guess that someone must have seen that you were about to make an unprecedented contribution, so they wanted to take advantage of you and did a lot of tricks, which led to your final defeat. Commander Lu's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted up. He felt that he had met a soulmate. That's right. Although he was the commander-in-chief, the defeat was not his sole responsibility. If those people hadn't had their own ulterior motives, the Shenyan army wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the opportunity and eventually be defeated. Maybe he had been holding back some things for too long and he urgently needed a way to talk. In short, he expressed all his dissatisfaction. During this period, Fang Shi expressed doubt, confusion, sudden enlightenment, anger, and shared hatred for the enemy at appropriate times. In short, each node provides sufficient emotional value. After Commander Lu finished his speech, the look in his eyes when he looked at Fang Shi became kind. Ji Ting. Take a good look with your dim old eyes, she is from the Juyu continent. I am in the same group with you. Dog. Chapter 1457. You actually said that a civ strat is simple. Ji Ting was speechless. Commander Lu is the commander of an army after all. Just because Fang Shi said a few words to speak up for him, he treated her as his own. Have you forgotten that she is from the Juyu continent? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Don't you understand this truth? You deserve to fail. Of course, Ji Ting was also happy to see Commander Lu being fooled by Fang Shi. After all, he was now in the same group with Fang Shi. He just felt it was too speechless. How could he know that Commander Lu was obsessed with the defeat, feeling guilty, unwilling and resentful? Fang Zai's previous remarks, coupled with the emotional values given afterwards, relieved all three of his emotions, and his favorability towards Fang Shi naturally soared. Of course, this also has something to do with someone constantly adding the saint's light to himself. As I said, when you are out, you have to give yourself the favorability you want. When Ji Ting was speechless, Fang Shi asked him, Master, you are from the Tiank League. Logically speaking, Commander Lu was wrongly accused, and his descendants should find a way to clear his name. Have you heard anything about this? Ji Ting shook his head. Commander Lu smiled bitterly. I don't have any direct relatives. When I was in power, those side branches came to take advantage of me. Now that I've lost power, they will naturally go as far away as possible. Why would they run around for me? Fang Shi suddenly slapped his forehead and said, That's not right. Isn't this a projection of your soul? Where is your real body? You can speak up for yourself. Commander Lu smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I thought you were very smart at such a young age. It seems that you are still too naive. Ji Ting and Zheng Wen. You actually said that a person who is simple-minded is naive. If she were innocent, there would be no one in this world who was not innocent. Commander Lu continued. Do you think those who put the blame on me will give me a chance to defend myself? Even if I had a chance to defend myself, the leader would not listen because someone must take responsibility for this defeat. I, as a coach, am destined to be a victim. Fang Shi first had a look of sudden enlightenment on his face, and then he was filled with indignation. You have paid so much, but in the end you not only lost your life, but also had to bear the infamy. This is so unfair to you. But I heard from my master that the descendants of those people are very prosperous. You are the only one sleeping here alone. If I were your descendant, I would speak up for you and redress your injustice even at the cost of my own life. It's so infuriating, it makes me so angry. Commander Lu's heart moved, and he looked at Fang Shi with scrutiny. I found that the girl in front of me liked me more and more. How can it not be pleasing to the eye? Someone's lasagna filter is thicker than the ice on the polar ice sheet. He asked Fang Shi, what do you think about the Tiank League's occupation of the Juyu continent? Fang Shi was obviously still immersed in anger, and his tone was a bit aggressive. The strong prey on the weak, what's there to say about this? If you want to blame someone, blame the people of the 9 nether continent for being so useless and constantly fighting among themselves. They deserve to be swallowed up by others. If there hadn't been infighting for no reason, I wouldn't have become an orphan, and I wouldn't have been bullied since childhood. I have suffered more than the number of hairs I have. If I had an elder who protected me, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. Blood-devouring world. You little bastard, are you trying to find relatives again? The people of Juyu continent are not enough for you to harm. Are you planning to harm the people of Tiank League again? Ha! Why would he use the word, scourge? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, around 8:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1458. Why are you suddenly adding more scenes to my play? Commander Lu's originally kind expression suddenly darkened, and he interrupted Feng Shi. You've said so much, are you just trying to get close to me? Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi with a gloating look. You deserve it, you deserve it. I told you to recognize your relatives for no reason, but this time you've done something wrong. I want to see how you end up. Ji Ting's heart sank. It seemed that Feng Shuai's tactics were not always effective. Didn't he just run into a tough opponent? Yes, Commander Lu is the commander of an army after all. Even if he is a little confused now, he is still very smart. Only Zhun Wen was not panicked at all. Believe in Feng Shi and gain eternal life. This is not a slogan, but his belief. When Feng Shi heard Commander Lu's words, he was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. Commander Lu, I know myself well. I am from the Juyu continent, and you are the commander of the Tiank continent. Our identities are worlds apart. How could I possibly dream of having a relationship with you? Furthermore, I am going to say something that you may not like to hear. You are now a sinner in Tiank continent. What good will it do for me if I have a relationship with you? What I just said was all from my heart. I didn't expect you to misunderstand me, I'm sorry. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he first bowed to Commander Lu to express his apology, then quietly retreated behind Ji Ting, lowered his head and said nothing. But tears kept falling. Anyone who sees it will say it's pitiful. Even passing dogs would give her half-chewed bones. Commander Lu is no exception. He thought to himself, it seems that he was too suspicious. She was just a little girl, even if she had some scheming, it was very limited, how could she have the courage to play tricks in front of him? His gloomy expression eased a little. It seems that I have misunderstood you. Please continue speaking. Feng Shi still lowered his head and said sullenly, Junior is short-sighted, there is nothing more to say. Commander Lu. You little girl, you're actually getting angry. How audacious. Commander Lu wanted to get angry, but he held back and asked Ji Ting. Why are you here? Ji Ting, who was watching the show, said. Why are you suddenly adding more scenes to my play? Fortunately, Feng Zai's voice came from his consciousness, and he quickly read the lines. After I was projected to the Juyu continent, I discovered that the other soul projection channels were guarded by people. Even if I could barely seize them, it would still alert the enemy. After much thought, I feel that it would be better to start from the soul channel in the polar ice field. This place is sparsely populated, so it doesn't matter even if some noise is caused. Therefore, I brought the two of them here, intending to find a formation to suppress the soul projection channel, but I didn't expect to see you by accident. By the way, do you know the exact location of the soul projection channel? Commander Lu nodded and pointed. Isn't it right there? Ji Ting looked in the direction of his finger, but saw nothing. Commander Lu smiled and said. It's normal that you can't see it. I used a secret method to hide it. Ji Ting. It's hidden, and you still want me to see it. Commander Lu said proudly. Those ants in the Nine Nether continent would never have thought that even though I only had a wisp of obsession, I still tricked them. I had been planning to hide the channel, and then open the soul projection channel after my strength recovered, which would be considered as atonement. My plan was flawless, and I managed to recover some of my strength with great difficulty. However, I never expected that a ruined city fell here from somewhere, causing fluctuations in the power of time. Not only did it cut this place into independent domains, it also caused me to fall into a deep sleep. About half a year ago, for unknown reasons, the power of time and space suddenly fluctuated violently. Not only was the original domain opened, but the power of time was also squeezed. Fortunately, I only have a wisp of obsession, otherwise I would be dead. Feng Shi's heart moved. The compression of the force of time that Commander Lu mentioned should be similar to the situation in the sky cave of Shisuo Peak. No wonder those big monsters died almost at the same time. This turned out to be the reason. Monkey Da and the other four are really lucky. If they hadn't run out to fight, they would have been finished. After Commander Lu finished speaking, Ji Ting suddenly realized. I see. Then please open the concealing formation and allow me to check the situation of the soul projection channel before making any plans. Commander Lu. Normally, shouldn't you express admiration and surprise? Is this the result? He couldn't help but look at Feng Shi behind Ji Ting, only to see that the little girl still had her head down and had no intention of speaking at all. Commander Lu looked at Ji Ting with disdain. The Tiank alliance was really getting worse with each generation. They actually sent down a wooden stake. Ji Ting. How dare you, a defeated general, look down on me? Besides, what's wrong with me? Do you dislike me? At least I'm still alive and kicking, am I not better than an old ghost like you? Not finished yet, there is still a small chapter, probably around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1459, Waves Out of the Sky. Although Commander Lu was disgusted, he still removed the concealing formation. Sure enough, there was a formation platform not far away. Ji Ting ran over quickly, and Feng Shi and Zhun Wen followed. Feng Shi discovered that this formation platform was somewhat similar to the main formation platform in the Haoshan Mirror. It seemed that Commander Lu did not lie, and this place had indeed been sealed in a separate domain. This is thanks to the waves of the Nameless Senior. If he hadn't been traveling in the Nameless City and happened to fall here, this soul projection channel would have been opened long ago. The Nameless Seniors have really surpassed everyone in their level, contribution and achievements. At this time, Commander Lu said to Ji Ting. Logically speaking, now that you're here, I should let you open the soul projection channel, but I've changed my mind now. Just as the little girl Fangxing said, I have given so much to the Tiank League, but in the end I have to bear the blame. This is not fair to me. Therefore, Tiank League must give me an explanation, at least restore my reputation, otherwise there will be no discussion. Ji Ting. No, you are the commander of an army after all, but just because Fangxi scolded you a few words, you changed your position. Can you see the bigger picture? He looked embarrassed. You also know that unless I commit suicide, there is no way to get in touch with the Tiank League. But if this happens, it will be difficult to send anyone down. Commander Lu frowned and said, you can't get in touch with the higher-ups. Can't we use the Kanglan snail to send messages here? Ji Ting looked confused. Kanglan snail. What is Kanglan snail? The look of disgust on Commander Lu's face became even stronger. You don't even know about the Kanglan snail. Then you should know about the Wangsu Sea, right? Ji Ting said hurriedly. I know, this junior knows. I heard that Shi Suofeng was captured from the Wangsu Sea. Commander Lu was shocked. What did you say? You captured Shisuo Peak. Ji Ting nodded and shook his head. He was caught, but then he ran away again. Commander Lu was deeply distressed. What a great fortune it is to be able to capture Shisuo Peak, but we actually let it escape. It is true that there is not enough success and more than failure. No wonder you haven't been able to set foot on the Nine Nether Continent again in all these years. You are all trash. A bunch of trash. Ji Ting, you are the only one who is not useless. How did you become a ghost? To be precise, you are not even a ghost, you are just a wisp of obsession. Nothing. Commander Lu cursed and asked, tell me, what's going on? Ji Ting suppressed his dissatisfaction and told the story of the dark prison. Commander Lu frowned. Normally speaking, once Shi Suofeng leaves the Illusion Sea, his movements will be greatly restricted. How could he suddenly disappear without a trace? What's more, it's in the Jiyu continent, which makes it even more unreasonable. Fang Zai's heart moved when he heard this. If that was the case, then Shi Suofeng might not have escaped back to the Wangsu Sea. So where did he go? Could it be hidden on her? Blood-devouring world sneered. Come on, if such a huge Shizorofeng was hidden on your body, would you not notice it at all? Don't dream. Fang Shi. Is it not possible to dream these days? As she thought about this, she looked inward at her Danshan and sea of consciousness, trying to find any trace of Shisuo Peak, but unfortunately she found nothing. It seems that Cheap Grandpa was right, she was indeed overthinking it. At this time, Commander Lu said, forget it, let's get back to Kanglan. The Kanglan snail also lives in the Wangsu Sea. It has a double-layer shell, which can be made into a mother-child communication spiritual device after refining. The power of time is relatively active in the core area of the polar ice field, so you can use Kanglan snail to contact the Tiank Alliance. However, the success rate is not particularly high and depends on luck. If you are lucky, you may succeed once in dozens of attempts, but if you are unlucky, you may not succeed in hundreds or thousands of attempts. Fang Shi. No wonder the leader of the Bird Alliance wants to create the chain of time and space. It's really difficult for you to communicate. At this time, Ji Ting said to Commander Lu. I have never heard of the Kanglan snail. It is possible that it has become extinct. I really don't have a way to get in touch with the higher-ups, could you please make some concessions? Commander Lu snorted coldly. You make it sound so easy. Now you're asking me for leniency. Why didn't anyone give me leniency in the first place? If you can't clear my name, there's no point in talking to me. Ji Ting was angry and anxious, with sweat all over his forehead, but he didn't dare to force it. Seeing this, Fang Shi said with a desperate look. Commander Lu, I know you have resentment in your heart, but this is not caused by my master. He is just following orders. You said that you would let the Tiank League clear your grievances. It's not that I mean no good, but even if they agree, they can still go back on their word. By that time, your obsession had been resolved and it had vanished into thin air, so how could you still pursue it? Commander Lu frowned and said, what you said does make some sense. So what do you think we should do? Fang Shi said. If you ask me, you should just accept my master as your disciple. As your apprentice, he naturally has the responsibility to clear your name and do so with a legitimate reason. If you are worried, make him swear a poisonous oath. If he does not keep his promise, let his body and soul fly away and he will never be reborn. Ji Ting. The life of a little chicken is also a life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1460, 3 years ago, the father respected the son. 3 years later, the son respected the father. Ji Ting changed his mind and realized that he had now cut off ties with his original body, so let his original body die. It would be less worrying if I died. So that he won't be troubled in the future. Ever since he followed the devil girl, his mental state has become more and more beautiful. Ji Ting had come to terms with it, but Commander Lu disliked him very much. Accept him as my apprentice. How unhappy I am. Let's not talk about whether this wooden stake can keep his promise. He is so dull that he is incapable of overturning the verdict for him. He might even add to his guilt. Instead of accepting him as a disciple, it would be better to accept the little girl Fangxing as a disciple. Not only is he smart, but he also dares to challenge Ji Ting in order to protect his master, which shows that he is very filial. But, she is from Jiyu continent, can we trust her? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was also obsessed. Aren't those who backstabbed him all from Tiank continent? So it doesn't matter which continent one is from, what matters is one's character. Thinking of this, he said to Fang Shi. Fangxing, are you willing to take me as your master? Fang Shi was shocked, then lowered his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I dare not ask for it. Please take back your order. Commander Lu's last bit of suspicion disappeared, and he smiled. What do you mean by asking for it? If I say I will accept you as my disciple, then I will accept you as my disciple. Fang Shi suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. You really want to take me as your apprentice? Commander Lu nodded. Well, let's become my disciple. Fang Shi burst into laughter and fell to her knees. Disciple Fang Xing greets master. Commander Lu laughed loudly. Get up. Fang Shi did not get up, but began to swear. Gods above, I, Fang Xing, swear here that I will do my best to help my master clear his name and let the world give him justice. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning, my soul will be shattered, and I will never be able to reincarnate. Maybe it was because of the loneliness of those years, or maybe it was the first time he felt someone treated him sincerely. Fang Zai's action touched Commander Lu so much that he helped Fang Shi up with both hands. Okay, good apprentice. Then he glanced at Ji Ting. From now on, she is no longer your disciple. You can call her, little ancestor of the stars. Ji Ting on the side. His mood at this moment was like old vinegar with chili powder added. Very sour and refreshing. If he hadn't been contracted by the female devil in the first place, he would have been furious to death after hearing the news. He saluted Fang Shi with a complicated look. Greetings, little ancestor Fang Xing. Zhang Wen also came over to pay his respects. He thought, what do you think? I said the junior sister is always victorious and has never lost a battle, right? A sour voice from Zhu Shihuan rang out from Fang Zai's consciousness. After many twists and turns, this Lu finally became your master. You can say that you have finally got what you wished for. Fang Shi was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said in a muffled voice. Grandpa, if Commander Lu was a remnant soul, I would have many ways to kill him, but now he is just a wisp of obsession. Even if I use lightning or a sword to chop him, I can't make him disappear. The key is that he also has a formation that can hide and suppress the aura of death, and maybe he has a backup plan. If you force your way through it, it is obviously not a wise move. What's more, he used to be the commander-in-chief of an army, and he must have a lot of important information about the Tiank Alliance. If he could get it out, it would play a very important role in the entire battle situation. My temporary endurance of humiliation was worth it in exchange for the huge advantage in the entire battle. But, Grandpa, if it is not for the overall situation, if it is not for saving the 9 nether continent, who would be willing to play along with the enemy? Who would like to acknowledge relatives at every turn? I'm just a little girl, don't I have any shame? But what can I do? In such a huge continent like Juyu, who can help me? If I hadn't risked my life, the Juyu continent would still be in disarray, and perhaps rivers of blood would have already flowed. I lost one person's face, but in return I gained peace for thousands of families. If you put it that way, it can be considered as what I wished for. The blood-eating claws of Huanma are coming. He was actually just talking nonsense, and usually Fang Shi would just join in the jokes, but I didn't expect that he would take it so seriously today. Hee, Xiaoxi, you know I like to talk nonsense when I have nothing to do, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get such a tombstone, right? I just feel jealous when I see that you have accepted a new master. Just treat Grandpa as a fart and let it go. Fang Shi said in a muffled voice, don't you think I'm ashamed? Zhu Shihuan, I've gotten so far, how can I say you're a disgrace? If you were a disgrace, no one would be able to show their face in this netherworld continent. Don't you think I'm taking a thief as my father? Zhu Shihuan, what do you mean by recognizing a thief as your father? You are seeking common ground while reserving differences. You are the bridge between the two continents. You are the magpie bridge between the cowherd and the weaver girl. Fang Shi. Who said that cheap Grandpa is mean? Isn't he quite good at praising people? In fact, she didn't take it to heart at all. If she cared about what others thought, the grass on her grave would have grown into towering trees. It was just a preemptive strike to shut Zhu Xuan's mouth, otherwise it would have never ended. Her making a scene like this can at least last a month. After Fang Shi beat up the blood devourer, he asked Commander Lu. Master, do you have other disciples besides me? Commander Lu smiled and said. At first, I was only interested in making great achievements and had no intention of taking in a disciple, let alone later on. That's why I only have you as my disciple. Fang Shi said with emotion, you have no direct blood relatives, and no other disciples. In this case, I am the person closest to you. Commander Lu nodded. He thought he would be alone in this life, but he didn't expect that he would have a disciple after his death. A gleam of light flashed in Fang Shi's eyes. Master, there is a saying in the secular world that goes, 30 years ago, the father respected the son, and 30 years later, the son respected the father. No matter how glorious you were in the past, it is now a thing of the past. You will have to rely on me, your disciple, to flatter you in the future, right? Commander Lu felt that Fang Zai's topic was a bit off topic, but he still nodded. That makes sense. Fang Shi smiled and said, so the more successful I am, the more glorious you will be, right? Commander Lu nodded, yes. How can a master not want his apprentice to succeed? Fang Shi tilted her little head and looked at him. So what do you think I need to achieve to be considered successful? Commander Lu really didn't know how to answer for a moment. His starting point was too high. Before serving as the commander-in-chief of the Tiank army, he was already the right protector of the Tiank League. Therefore, he really looks down on ordinary positions. For example, Ji Ting in front of him, although he is already an elder of the Tiank League, he is nothing in his eyes. You can't expect your disciple to become the guardian of Tiank League, right? Just when he didn't know how to answer, Fang Shi bared his little white teeth. What do you think of the Lord of the Two Worlds? Commander Lu was so shocked that he just disappeared. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1461. My name is not Fang Xing, my name is Fang Shi. Commander Lu thought he was ambitious enough, but he didn't expect that his new disciple was even more ambitious than him. The master of two worlds. You really dare to think? He calmed his mind, then gathered his body again and said with a serious face. Stop talking nonsense. If anyone from the Tiank League hears this, they will punish you for treason. When he said this, he glanced at Ji Ting. Ji Ting, my hearing has not been working well lately. Commander Lu, wooden stakes can be quite clever sometimes. Fang Shi sighed. Master, there is nothing I can do. Think about it, even if the evidence between us master and disciple is sufficient, the leader of Tiank League will not be able to overturn your case. Because overturning the verdict would offend a large number of people, including the then incumbent leader of the Tiank Alliance. In this case, where is the prestige of Tiank League? How could he make such a great sacrifice for a dead person like you? Commander Lu thought about it carefully and realized that his disciple was right. How could the current leader of the Alliance overturn the verdict of a dead man like him? Therefore, his persistence over the years is just a joke. He himself was the product of obsession, and under the huge fluctuations of emotions, the whole person looked like a madman. A storm suddenly blew up in the enclosed space, and all the debris on the ground was swept into the air. Fang Shi took this opportunity to secretly grab a few storage rings. Commander Lu who was going crazy. After being stunned for a moment, I wasn't as excited anymore. Fang Shi grabbed a few more storage rings without blushing or beating her heart, and then said, Master, I'm not saying this is your disciple, but you're already old, can you be more steady? I haven't even finished what I'm saying, why are you so excited? Commander Lu gnashed his teeth and said, as you said, there is no chance of overturning the verdict. What is the point of my persistence for so many years? Fang Shi pointed at himself and said, to wait for me, your disciple. Commander Lu. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Fang Shi straightened his back. Master, there is only one way to overturn the verdict, and that is to remove the leader of the Tiank League and let me, your disciple, take that position. Don't say you are taking the blame. Even if you are really at fault, I can make you a great minister praised by the world for all eternity. Commander Lu Tong laughed angrily. Just you. Haha, it's not that I, as your master, look down on you. Let alone the leader, it's a blessing for you to be an elder. Fang Zai's face suddenly turned gloomy. Master, are you looking down on me or yourself? You are the commander of the Tiank League after all, how could your disciple be a mediocre person? When I said I wanted to be the leader for 2 terms, that was a conservative statement. If one day I don't like the old dog Tiandao, I will kill him and take his place. Commander Lu. Who would understand? I accepted a madman as my apprentice. Maybe Fang Shi was too crazy, so even Commander Lu can't go crazy anymore. He felt that he was too careless. I thought he was a smart kid, but he turned out to be a little crazy. Fang Shi suddenly became serious again. Master, let me ask you a question. If the Tiank League and the Juyu continent fight again, which side will you support? Commander Lu sneered without even thinking. Let them fight as they please, what does it have to do with me? It would be best if both sides were defeated, only then I would feel relieved. Fang Shi asked again, if Jiting and I fight, who will you help? Commander Lu said immediately. Is that even a question? You're my apprentice, so of course I have to help you. Fang Shi smiled. Master, no wonder we can become master and apprentice. We both have the same protective spirit. Zhu Xuan felt a little itchy in his throat, but when he thought of Fang Zai's words before, he swallowed it back. Forget it, Xiaoxi has a hard time too. As a grandfather, he should not cause trouble for her. At this time, Fang Shi said to Commander Lu. Master, actually my name is not Fangxing, my name is Fang Shi. Commander Lu was not surprised at all, because Mingyu and Fangxing were obviously names that were changed later. I am not a demon either, I am a human. Commander Lu was a little surprised this time and raised his eyebrows slightly. I am the head of the Yunshao sect in the Northern Territory. Commander Lu. I am also the 3rd generation ancestor of the Southern region Changsheng sect. Commander Lu. I am also the island master of Langyunyuan of the Demon Clan, and the princess of the Demon Clan and the Yan Clan. Commander Lu. I am still the commander-in-chief of the Shenyan army, and the lord of the 9 netherworlds. Commander Lu. After being shocked, Commander Lu couldn't help but laugh. He was also confused. The little girl was obviously bragging, but he actually believed it. The next moment, Fang Shi took out a bunch of identity tokens and introduced them to Commander Lu one by one. Master, this is the Yunshao sect's master's token, and this is the Changsheng sect's identity token. Finally, she restored her original appearance and put on the red battle robe of the Lord of the 9 netherworlds. Master, the progress of the Lord of the 2 realms is now halfway completed, and success is just around the corner. Commander Lu disappeared again. Fang Shi was a little worried. If this happened a few more times, her new master wouldn't be able to handle it. You said you were obsessed, so why is your mental quality still so poor? Aren't they just a few fake accounts? Are you so shocked? After a while, Commander Lu condensed into a human form again. After all, he was once the commander of an army. After the initial shock, he was now able to remain calm. He stared at Fang Shi. Is what you said true? Fang Shi knelt on the ground with a plop, her movements very smooth. Master, what I said is true, I am indeed Fang Shi, the lord of the 9 netherworlds. I didn't mean to deceive you before. After all, we were just strangers at that time. I concealed the truth to protect myself. Now we have become master and disciple, the closest people in the world. If I continue to hide this from you, I would be worse than an animal. But no matter what, I have lied to you, you can beat me or scold me, even if you slap me to death, I will have no complaints. Fang Shi closed her eyes and looked as if she was ready to let Commander Lu deal with her. Jiting and Zhun Wen on the side also knelt down quickly. When the 2 men saw Commander Lu raise his hand, their hearts tightened. However, after waiting for a long time, Commander Lu did not slap him, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Get up." Fang Shi stood up quickly and said with a smile, "Master, I knew you wouldn't want to kill your precious disciple like me." When Commander Lu saw her shameless look, he didn't know whether to be angry or laugh for a moment. He caught a glimpse of Jiting from the corner of his eye and asked in confusion. "That's not right, you said you are the Lord of Juyu, then what about this Jiting? He has the ring of the original god on his back, so he must be from the Tiank League. Why is he with you?" Fang Shi chuckled, "He is under my contract." Commander Lu. Have the people of Juyu continent developed to this level now? They can even make contracts with people from Tiank League. Is it so crazy? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1462. He is only the leader of one alliance, but I'm the leader of two worlds. Commander Lu felt that Fangxi was just talking nonsense. How can a person make a contract with another person? It's the same even if it's the projection of the soul. Seeing this, Fangxi said to Jiting, Xiaoyu, tell my master about your mental journey. Jiting. Mental journey, clearly a sad past. Although he was reluctant, the dead mouth had his own ideas and started talking non-stop. Commander Lu was stunned when he heard Jiting reveal his real name. He was extremely grateful that he did not accept this idiot as his apprentice. It seems that the Tiank alliance is now in decline, and the spy who was carefully selected turned out to be a fool. When he heard that Fangxi had actually used his spiritual imprint to cover the spiritual imprint of the leader of the Tiank League, he said in disbelief. How is this possible? Fangxi curled her lips. Master, the leader of your bird alliance can do it, why can't I? He is only the leader of one alliance, but I am the master of two worlds. Commander Lu. In terms of self-confidence, he is indeed not as good as you. To be precise, there is no one in this world crazier than you. He motioned for Jiting to continue, and Jiting said. To be honest, I was prepared to die rather than surrender, but after General Feng's analysis, I realized that our Tiank League was just a pawn of others. Commander Lu couldn't help but look shocked. However, perhaps because Fangxi had frightened him too much before, the fear did not disappear this time. Fangxi asked in a nagging tone. Master, I'm wondering, have you never thought about this problem before? The deadly aura can't just pop up on its own, right? Why are you only thinking about diverting the blame, but not thinking about solving the problem fundamentally? Commander Lu was silent for a while, then said. The aura of death is too terrifying. It is too difficult, or even impossible, to resolve it from the root. Therefore, we can only divert the blame to others. After all, this method is relatively simple. Fangxi pouted. To put it bluntly, it's just picking on the weak. The key is that once you crush the soft persimmon of Juyu continent, you will be of no use anymore, so you have to be taken together too. You people of Tiank continent should be grateful for the perseverance of the 9 nether cultivators. They saved not only themselves, but you as well. Commander Lu had never thought about the possibility of the existence of a third-party force before. Isn't the dead silence a natural disaster but a man-made disaster? Commander Lu was skeptical about this. Fangxi actually only suspected that the force behind Shen Jilin was the mastermind. She did not have any substantial evidence for the time being, but that did not stop her from speaking with certainty. If you can't even convince yourself, how can you convince others? Master, let's not worry about whether there is a third-party force or not. Anyway, the Tiank League has let you down, and I, as your disciple, must revel. Commander Lu. With or without me, wouldn't you be rebellious? Master, when we have evidence of the existence of a third-party force in the future, I won't even have to clear your name. You will be a real hero. Just think about it, if you had not been defeated at the beginning, the Juyu continent might have been occupied by the Tiank alliance. In that case, both the Tiank continent and the Juyu continent would have been finished. Also, if you hadn't found a way to hide the formation that suppresses the aura of death here, it might have been opened by someone in the middle of the process, which would still have resulted in the destruction of the two continents. It can be said that you have successfully saved two continents with your own strength, which is a great contribution. Commander Lu. This is not called whitewashing, this is just painting me with paint. He asked Fangxi, what if there is no third-party force? What if it is just a natural disaster? Fangxi said quietly, then we can just invent a third-party force out of thin air. Commander Lu. I finally understand why you can become the Lord of the 9 Netherworld at such a young age. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. But it's better this way, only people like this can accomplish great things, maybe she can really become the master of the two worlds. Even if he cannot clear his name in the end, having such a disciple can make his life complete. As soon as he had this thought, he felt a little unstable. Not good. He himself is the product of obsession, and now that he is no longer obsessed, I am afraid it will dissipate. Fangxi also keenly noticed this and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. As for the feelings, there are definitely not many, after all, I just received it. But she had kowtowed several times just now. If Commander Lu disappeared, wouldn't her kowtows have been in vain? How to do it? Zhu Xuan, who was about to suffer internal injuries from holding back his guilt, finally found a chance to make up for his crime. He said hurriedly. Since the old ghost from Nameless City can become the spirit of the weapon of Nameless City, I guess the one with the surname Lu can also do it. Fangxi said. But, Nameless City is a divine artifact. Where can I find it? Although the Haoshan Mirror and the Juyu transformation realm are divine artifacts, they both already have spirits. In a hurry, she asked Commander Lu, Master, do you have a magic weapon? You can try to transform into a weapon spirit, so that it will not dissipate. Commander Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Divine weapons are hard to come by, how could I have one? Forget it, let's just break up. I've lived in such a miserable way for so many years that it's enough. As he spoke, his figure became increasingly dim. Fangxi shouted in desperation. Master, Jiting just told me secretly that the reason he recognized you at first sight was because the Tiank League has a book called The 10 Great Wastes of Tiank, and you were ranked first. Commander Lu's expression suddenly turned ferocious. What? What did you say? Master, you heard it right. Your name has spread throughout the Tiank continent. Not only is you a sinner, but you are also a big loser. When educating the children at home, you are used as a negative example. Fangxi said, imitating the tone of an adult scolding a child. Guden, if you don't practice hard, you'll end up like that willow grass bun. Yeah, if you don't obey me, I will marry you to Lu Fakai. Ellipsis. Commander Lu was so angry that he almost flew away. The figure instantly became more solid than before. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that one had to rely on talk at critical moments. However, this is only a temporary solution and we still have to find a way to preserve Commander Lu's obsession. It would be great if a magical artifact fell from the sky. Zhu Xuan thought to himself, you must be dreaming. Just when Fang Shi was at a loss, Mu Jian said in a mean voice. Master, you actually have an artifact on you that has no owner, and it's a space artifact. Fang Shi was stunned. Space artifact. Yes, when Little Black Ball was showing off in front of me before, he said that the Mirage Garden in the Skymark Secret Realm is a spatial artifact. It couldn't be opened before, but it absorbed so much chaotic energy some time ago, maybe it can be opened now. If it can be opened, then Old Man Lu can become the spirit of Mirage Garden. Before Mu Jian finished speaking, the Little Black Ball said angrily. Stop bragging, I am the spirit of Mirage Garden. If there is another one, where do you want me to go? Mu Jian said with a click of the tongue, you can only fool fools with these words. You said before that you are the spirit of chaos, how come you are the spirit of a divine weapon? Besides, if you were the spirit of the Mirage Garden, why didn't you stay inside the Mirage Garden but ran outside? I think you are at best the steward of Mirage Garden, no, just a watchdog. The Little Black Ball was so angry that he wanted to cut the wooden sword into a toothpick. You were such a jerk. I knew you were a jerk, but I didn't expect you to reach such a new level. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1463. Sure enough, it is still the owner's favorite little ball. The Little Black Ball cursed the wooden sword in his heart. Just wait for me. Sooner or later, I, Niu Hulu, will get my revenge. But it knew that what was more important now was Fang Shi, so it quickly said. Master, don't listen to Mu Jian's nonsense. Although I absorbed a lot of chaotic energy some time ago, I still can't establish a connection with Mirage Garden. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath. Fang Shi said, no need, I believe you. The Little Black Ball was so moved that he cried. As expected, it is still the owner's favorite little ball. Seeing this, Mu Jian started to give Fang Shi bad advice again. Master, I think the jade slips in your sea of consciousness must also be divine artifacts. Why not let old Lu have a try? Before it could finish its words, it was locked in the coffin. It's a black and white chest square coffin. It's a rare opportunity for the black jade slip and the white jade slip to work together. In an instant, the wooden sword became as quiet as a chicken. However, this does not prevent it from feeling very good about itself. Not only did he win the favor of the master, but he also facilitated the sincere cooperation of the black and white jade slips. As I said, without it, this family will fall apart. Although Fang Shi wanted to rescue Mu Jian, he changed his mind and thought that Mu Jian would make progress every time he was trapped in the jade slip. Maybe this black and white coffin would be more effective. Then shut it up for a while. The most urgent task is how to solve the problem of Commander Lu. It would be a shame to finally catch a big fish and then let it disappear like this. I don't know if the nameless city can be disassembled again. After disassembling, can each of them have its own independent spirit? How about looking through the storage ring to see if there is anything that has slipped through the net? Ugh. After all, she is too poor. There are only a few of these artifacts. If there were 100 or 80 items, why would I need to worry? Fang Shi sighed as he flipped through his storage ring, and then he saw a token. It was the order from the leader of the Wangu Immortal Sect. Fang's eyes heart moved. After all, the Wangu Xianzong was a large sect, and it was established very early. Maybe the sect leader's order was a magical weapon. Besides, no other things could be taken out, only this thing was taken out, it must be special. No matter what, let Commander Lu try it first. So, she took out the clan leader's order and said to Commander Lu. Master, this token is a divine weapon. Can you try to transform yourself into its spirit? Commander Lu looked at Fang Shi and asked after a while, how do you do it? Fang Shi. She doesn't know how to put on makeup either. Finally, Commander Lu had no choice but to let her go first, and then run to Wuming City to ask Senior Wuming. Although she had contracted with Nameless City, her spiritual connection with Nameless Senior was very weak. It was not working even if she got too close, let alone too far away. The communication process was very difficult and we could only guess based on the emotional reactions of the Nameless Seniors. Only Fang Shi was smart, and she communicated with the 5 dog spirit roots in the same way. After 2 hours, she finally gained some experience by guessing. Fang Shi came to find Commander Lu again and told him about Senior Wuming's experience. In order to stay alive, to clear his name, and to see his disciple unify the 2 worlds, Commander Lu made up his mind and started to give it a try. As a result, he was bounced away as soon as he got close to the sect leader's order. It's because the area of this place is limited, otherwise Fang Shi would suspect that Commander Lu could be bounced into the sky. Commander Lu tried several times but couldn't even get close to the sect leader's order. He sighed and said, it seems that I don't have this luck, so forget it. Fang Shi thinks it's possible. Although it's a pity for Commander Lu, his strength is still quite good in this closed area. The fact that the Sect Master's order could send him flying repeatedly was enough to show that the Sect Master's order was not simple. But how can we succeed? At this time, Zhang Wen, who had almost no presence since he came in, said, Junior sister, I think the key to the problem lies with you. Fang Shi was stunned. Me? What do you mean? Zhang Wen explained, I suspect that Senior Wuming was able to successfully transform into a weapon spirit because you have already contracted Wuming City. Fang Shi asked suspiciously, but the contract I signed before was only for the outer city. Zhang Wen said confidently, isn't the outer city also a part of the Nameless City? Even if they're separated, they're still one. Anyway, that's what I think. You can try to refine the Sect Master's order with your blood. It doesn't matter anyway. Fang Shi thought about it and it made sense. Now it was time to give it a try. So, she dripped her blood onto the Sect Master's order and began to refine it. After refining it, Fang Shi asked Commander Lu to try again. It's no wonder that Commander Lu successfully wrapped up the Sect Master's order this time, and began to try to transform into a weapon spirit according to Senior Wu Ming's method. Fang Shi felt a little nervous. Zhu Xuan comforted her. The worst result is that the man surnamed Lu is completely wiped out. Anyway, you already have so many masters. One more or one less won't make much difference. Fang Shi. You know how to comfort people. At this moment, Commander Lu let out a scream. People like Commander Lu would not cry out unless they were in extreme pain, even out of consideration for others, so Fang Shi knew that something big must have happened. At this time, Commander Lu had disappeared. The screams came from the Sect Master's order. Fang Shi asked with concern. Master, what's wrong with you? After a while, Commander Lu's weak and angry voice came from the Sect Master's order. You evil disciple. You didn't say that if you want to become a weapon spirit, you have to accept the torture of being cut into pieces and become a skeleton. Fang Shi. Zhu Xuan was almost laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. All the people in Wanggu Xianzong are skeletons, so the spirit of the sect leader's order must naturally be a skeleton as well. Lu has done a lot of evil in the past, and he deserves it. He deserves it. Fang Shi. She felt that what Zhu Xuan said, well, made sense. Although for the sake of the overall situation, she took Commander Lu as her master, this could not erase the sins he had committed in the past. Just suffer a little. Anyway, he is obsessed with the idea that the more pain he suffers, the longer he should live. She is such a filial and good disciple. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1464, Brave Bear, Charge.